Chapter 1. The Stepmother of the Du Family. In early February, as the spring began to unfold, a gentle drizzle lingered, and for an entire month, the village of Shangtong had been shrouded in rain, transforming the earthen courtyard of the Du family into a muddy quagmire. Du Wanchun, with her skirt hem stained with muck, stepped inside, placing her basket of vegetables down and brushing off the dirt from her attire. Suddenly, a heavily pregnant woman approached with hurried steps, pointing an accusing finger at her and unleashing a torrent of abuse. "You wretched girl, why have you returned only now? Hurry and prepare for your wedding." This woman was Lu, the stepmother who had been wed to her father 5 years prior to a widow from the neighboring village of Hohat. She had brought along a daughter of similar age when she married, and although she was a stepmother, she had been entangled with Du Wanchun's father long before her biological mother passed away. This was common knowledge among the villagers, and the tale had eventually culminated in her mother's demise. Du Wanchun had just reached the age of maturity, having been born with a mental impairment. For years, she had been scorned by her father, yet her mother had devotedly raised her. Upon Liu's arrival, she treated this simple-minded stepdaughter as a servant, denying her warmth in winter and sustenance in summer, transforming the once vibrant young girl into a mere shadow of herself, frail and emaciated. Her father, Du Dajiang, a mere peasant with no remarkable abilities, was completely under Liu's thumb. He would watch helplessly as his daughter was mistreated, too intimidated to utter a word in her defense. Recently, a man from the county magistrate Li, dispatched someone to propose marriage for his son, seeking to wed this simple girl. This news left Lu restless throughout the night. Although the magistrate's position was modest, he held considerable influence in the county, and such a match would elevate their status immensely. Consumed by jealousy, Lu conspired with Du Dajiang to have her own daughter, Lu Lanji, take Du Wanchun's place in the marriage. As the saying goes, with a stepmother comes a stepfather, and without a moment's hesitation, Du Dajiang acquiesced. In a bid to avoid prolonged complications, Lu sought another match for Du Wanchun, settling on the eldest son of the Zhou family from the neighboring village of Chonglu. The Zhou family was notorious for their impoverished state. A widow struggled to raise her 3 sons, one disabled, another blind, and the youngest deaf. The family lacked any able-bodied support, and they were often bullied by their neighbors, losing their land and resources, teetering on the brink of starvation. By marrying Du Wanchun off to the Zhou family, Lu was blatantly pushing her into a pit of despair. Du Dajiang, sitting nearby and taking a puff of his pipe, remarked, "Wanchun, do not blame your father. You are simple-minded, and a marriage to the magistrate's family would be a waste. It is better to wed into the Zhou family for your sake and your sister's." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Liu's belly. The Du family had only 2 daughters, Du Wanchun and Lu Lanzi, and Du Dajiang dreamt of having a son. Lu, now pregnant for 7 or 8 months, was widely believed to be carrying a boy, having consulted several doctors who confirmed this. He was aware that the Zhou family was a precarious choice, yet for the sake of the child Lu carried, he was willing to sacrifice his own daughter's happiness, even her very life. Du Wanchun rose, gazing coldly at Du Dajiang and Lu. After a moment, her expression softened into a smile as she said, "Very well, father, I shall marry Lu." Suppressing her anger, placed her hands on her hips, and coldly remarked, "Now, that is more like it. Go. Quickly change your clothes and accompany the matchmaker to the Zhou family." "Yes, mother," Du Wanchun obediently replied, turning to enter the house. It was a dimly lit, cramped shed with so few rooms in the home. Lu had guided her daughter to this corner. After a month of incessant rain, the bed was overrun with mold, and as soon as one stepped inside, a musty odor enveloped them. Du Wanchun surveyed her surroundings, then retrieved a package of crimson wedding garments from a cabinet attire her mother had crafted during her lifetime, designated for her daughter's future nuptials. Today, she would finally don them. One by one, she slipped into the wedding attire. Outside, Du Dajiang and Lu regarded her as foolish, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that she had recently stumbled in the fields and, upon regaining consciousness, experienced an awakening of clarity. She was no longer foolish. The eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Ruin, whom she had encountered before, was a man she wished to marry. Years ago, when Madame Zhou had traversed their village with her 3 sons, she had passed by their doorstep. Du Wanchun remembered vividly. Madame Zhou was exceptionally beautiful, adorned in a bright yellow dress akin to those of the noble women in the capital. The villagers often spoke of how Madame Zhou had been sold to the capital as a child bride by the Chun family, bearing 3 sons with a horseman who later perished, prompting her return to Chonglu village with her children. However, Du Wanchun understood that Madame Zhou was far from an ordinary peasant woman. Educated and discerning, the son she raised would undoubtedly excel. Marrying Zhou Ruin was far preferable to wedding the corpulent son of the county magistrate. Once she adorned herself in the wedding garments, clutching her few belongings, she stepped out of the door that had confined her for over a decade, resolutely leaving her past behind without a backward glance. Chapter 2. Marrying into the Zhou family. On the day of the beginning of spring, the 2 daughters of the Du family were married off simultaneously. One left quietly, burdened with her belongings and escorted by a matchmaker, while the other was carried away in a lavish sedan chair. Everyone extended their congratulations to the Du family, proclaiming that they had secured a splendid match. However, unbeknownst to them, the origins of the union between the Du and Li families were rather peculiar. A month prior, the county magistrate, upon returning from the governor's residence, encountered a fortune teller along the way. The fortune teller claimed that in Xiangtan village, there resided a foolish girl, a reincarnation of a blessed maiden. Should their son take her as his bride, fortune and prosperity would surely follow. The magistrate scoffed at such nonsense. Throughout history, marriage was a matter of social compatibility. As a dignified magistrate, how could he allow his son to wed a simpleton? The fortune teller, undeterred, smiled and remarked that the girl had lost a part of her spirit, rendering her foolish and dazed. He assured the magistrate that once her spirit returned, she would no longer be simple-minded. The magistrate remained skeptical, dismissing the man's words as sheer folly. The fortune teller continued, "My lord, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it altogether." The magistrate, in irritation, tossed him a coin and departed. Upon returning home, the magistrate found himself increasingly troubled by the fortune teller's words and eventually came to believe in them, instructing his wife to seek out the foolish girl. However, Mrs. Li, unwilling to let her son marry someone deemed simple, conspired with the Liu family and secretly arranged for their second daughter to be wed instead. In his haste, the magistrate had overlooked a crucial detail. The blessed girl, upon regaining her spirit, will be under the protection of celestial parents, bringing both fortune and misfortune. Should one treat her kindly, blessings would abound, but if treated poorly, calamities would ensue. Such mystical pronouncements, of course, would be dismissed by anyone. The journey from Xiangtan village to Chonglu village would take nearly half an hour, but fortunately, the Zhou family had dispatched an ox cart for the bride's retrieval. Within moments, Du Wanchun and the matchmaker arrived at the village entrance. In Chonglu village, the skies that had been overcast suddenly parted, and golden rays of sunlight streamed through the clouds like grains of sand, illuminating the world below. Du Wanchun, bathed in the brilliant sunlight, approached the Zhou family's modest earthen house, enclosed by a fence. The house was small, comprising perhaps only 2 or 3 rooms. The matchmaker, observing the scene, sighed deeply and turned to grasp Du Wanchun's hand, saying, "Child, your father is indeed ruthless. He could have had you wed to a respectable magistrate's household. Yet here you are in this humble abode. It seems you may endure hardships ahead." Though Du Wanchun had once been deemed foolish, she was undeniably charming. With a round face and bright, round eyes, a delightful young girl. The matchmaker, surnamed Liu, harbored a certain fondness for her. Du Wanchun looked up at her and smiled. "Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. Since I have chosen to marry into the Zhou family, I shall not complain about their poverty." Upon hearing her words, the matchmaker merely shook her head. "Ah, you truly are naive." Du Wanchun chose not to argue, offering only a gentle smile in response. Just then, the gate of the Zhou family swung open, releasing a delicate fragrance of flowers into the air. A woman clad in a gray linen garment emerged from within. Her raven-black hair, gathered with a brown scarf, framed her slightly yellowed skin. Delicate lines adorned the corners of her eyes, yet they did not diminish the elegance of her features or the flawless contours of her visage. I was just about to head to the village entrance to greet you all. How is it that you have arrived so early?" Aunt Zhou exclaimed, wiping her hands as she strode forward with exuberance. Her smile arched her brows and illuminated her eyes as if they sparkled with stars. Despite her deliberate, somewhat rugged tone, Du Wanchun discerned a dignity in her that seemed incongruous with the dilapidated courtyard. This grace appeared innate, an essence she could not cast aside, no matter her attempts. "Aunt Zhou," Du Wanchun softly called out. Aunt Zhou's gaze fell upon Du Wanchun, her clear eyes suddenly widening in surprise. She approached swiftly, grasping Du Wanchun's hand tightly in hers. Observing her slender wrist, she spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, "My dear, how have you become so emaciated? You're nearly skin and bones." Madame Lu, the matchmaker, interjected, "This child has endured much hardship. Her stepmother is far from humane." Originally, her wedding was set for noon, but her stepmother, eager to rid herself of her, insisted on sending her off at such an early hour. Aunt Zhou looked up and expressed her gratitude to Madame Lu. "Thank you, Aunt Lu." Madame Lu replied with a smile. "Well then, it is a day of great joy. Let us usher her into the house." Aunt Zhou nodded, "Yes. Indeed, let us proceed." With that, she took Du Wanchun by the hand and led her inside, her heart brimming with happiness. The Zhou family was currently impoverished, lacking the means to afford a bride, and thus this union with the Du family was considered fortuitous. Madame Lu had sought a match for the Lu family, ultimately finding a widower in his 40s from Chonglu village. What a scandal it would be for a young girl to marry such a man. Upon learning of this, Aunt Zhou felt great sympathy for the girl and decided to visit the Du family first to inquire whether they would be willing to marry their daughter to her son. However, they were impoverished and could not afford a dowry. Eager to dispose of Du Wanchun, the Lu family hastily agreed without much thought. Upon discovering this, Aunt Zhou took the little money she had and purchased 2 new cotton quilts, placing them in her eldest son's room. Even in such meager circumstances, she still bought a bit of red paper to adorn the house with a character of joy. As Du Wanchun entered the room, she immediately spotted the large red character of happiness. Strangely, the dim and yellowing little house seemed to come alive with the presence of this auspicious symbol. Aunt Zhou promptly called out, "Feng, Shower, come and greet your sister-in-law." Chapter 3. The first encounter with the groom. No sooner had Aunt Zhou finished speaking than 2 young boys emerged from the back room. One, around 14 or 15 years old, was named Zhou Feng, the second son, while the other, just over 12, was called Zhou Zhao, the youngest. The elder was blind, and the younger was deaf. The elder gestured to the younger, who assisted him as they approached Du Wanchun. Sister-in-law, they both greeted in unison, bowing respectfully. The 2 boys bore a striking resemblance to one another, with sharp brows and starry eyes, their skin fair, and their figures tall, among the most handsome in the entire Cheng'an County. Du Wanchun quickly smiled and responded, "Hello, second brother, third brother." Madame Zhou approached the group and inquired of Zhou Feng, "Where is your elder brother?" She gestured subtly towards Zhou Zhao. Before Zhou Feng could respond, Zhou Zhao interjected, "Elder brother is inside." Du Wanchun, surprised by his fluency, asked, "Does the third brother speak?" Zhou Zhao, who was deaf, could not hear, but Zhou Feng chuckled and replied, "In response to your question, sister-in-law, the third brother was not always deaf, hence he can speak." Du Wanchun was taken aback by this revelation, and Madame Zhou, standing beside her, remarked, "Zhao and Fenger were once quite well, but an unfortunate incident has led to their current state." "What incident?" Du Wanchun inquired, intrigued. Madame Zhou's gaze grew somber, and after a prolonged silence, she redirected the conversation, saying, "Wanchun, I apologize for the circumstances. This marriage was indeed hasty. In the future, we shall make amends." Du Wanchun smiled, unconcerned with the superficialities, for all she desired was to leave the Du family. "It's all right, Aunt. I don't mind," she replied with a smile. Madame Zhou was taken aback by Du Wanchun's graciousness, realizing the girl was no fool. She suspected that Lu had spread rumors to bully this young lady. Elated, Madame Zhou took Du Wanchun's hand and led her inside, saying, "Arun is quite well, though he struggles with mobility. However, the doctor assures us that his legs can be treated." As she spoke, she called into the room, "The bride has arrived." Du Wanchun followed her gaze and peered into the dimly lit room, where a small window revealed a young man seated nearby. He was engrossed in a book. oblivious to the thin veil of light that enveloped him. His features were striking, his face appearing almost ethereal in the haze. Hearing the sounds at the door, he lifted his gaze towards Wanchun, his deep black eyes initially cold, but they softened as he scrutinized her. He set his book aside and said, "Mother, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with the bride." Madame Zhou frowned upon hearing this. She understood that Zhou was not entirely pleased with the marriage. It was not that he despised the girl, but rather he feared he might hinder such a fine young woman. With a stern expression, she said, "Very well. I shall prepare a meal for you. You two take your time to talk." "All right," Zhou Ruiyuan replied softly. Madame Zhou parted the curtain and exited, leaving Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruiyuan alone in the room. According to the customs of ordinary farming families, they should have been performing their wedding rites in the main room. Du Wanchun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and she found herself at a loss for words. Zhou gently urged her, "Come closer." Du Wanchun hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward, stealing glances at him from the corner of her eye. The man before her, seated and unable to move, wore a grayish-white long robe. His fair complexion and dignified demeanor were unmistakable, and despite his current impoverished state, an air of nobility emanated from him. Du Wanchun's heart raced wildly as she suddenly recalled the scene from years ago when she first encountered Zhou Ruiyuan. At that time, she was still rather foolish, having been starved by the Liu family all day, her stomach in distress. She ventured barefoot along the field to seek out Du Dajiang. After walking for a considerable distance without catching sight of him, she was ultimately halted at the village entrance by a horse-drawn carriage. A noblewoman within inquired for directions, her face bearing wounds as if she were fleeing from calamity. Lost in her own thoughts, she could hardly respond to the woman's questions, and soon hunger overcame her, causing her to writhe on the ground. In that moment, a young lad lifted the curtain, revealing a delicate, haggard face, and tossed her a bun. Stained with blood, she did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. All she knew was to devour it eagerly while casting him a silly smile. As Du Wanchun reminisced about this episode, a realization struck her. The boy's legs appeared to be covered in blood, likely the result of injuries he had sustained at that time. A pang of sympathy welled up within her. How could such a fine husband be left with a leg injury? At that moment, Zhou Ruiyuan suddenly spoke, "My lady, do not concern yourself with this marriage. My mother meant well by seeking the matchmaker, but if you are unwilling, we shall accept you as a sister and find you a suitable match in the future." Chapter 4. The duck lays an egg. Du Wanchun was not surprised by his words. The matchmaker had already arrived today, and Zhou Ruiyuan had not even emerged to greet her, suggesting he had alternative plans. She slowly approached his side, picking up the book he was reading, and said with a smile, "Since I have entered your household, I am now a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. If you do not mind my foolishness, I shall not disdain your injuries. We are two halves of a whole, destined to be together." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled and dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Zhou Ruiyuan was taken aback by her words, lifting his gaze to the lively girl before him. Momentarily lost in thought, Du Wanchun glanced at the book in his hands. It was a rather uncommon title. After flipping through it, she continued, "However, you must bear with me in the future, for I am willful, headstrong, and reckless. Please do not find fault with me." Her words were clear and incisive. Zhou Ruiyuan gradually regained his composure, slowly taking the book from her hands, and remarked, "My lady, you are not foolish, are you?" Du Wanchun was not the type to feel shy around men. With the conversation flowing, she felt at ease, leaning against his desk, propping her chin on her hands, her round eyes gleaming as she smiled. "No, I am indeed foolish. The whole county says I am foolish, and so I embrace my folly." Zhou Ruiyuan met her gaze, momentarily transfixed, unsure of how to respond. After all, he was only 17 or 18, having never been close to any woman. With Du Wanchun standing so near, he could even catch the faint scent of her hair, causing his heart, once calm as still water, to suddenly surge and race wildly. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Mother, come quickly to the backyard." It was Zhou Zhao's voice. Du Wanchun quickly rose, lifting the curtain and pushing the door open to step outside. She saw Zhou De Nyang hurrying towards the backyard, still holding the spatula she had not yet set down. "Zhao, what is it?" she inquired. But Zhou Zhao did not hear her, running further away and calling, "Mother, come see." Du Wanchun hurriedly followed suit. The backyard of the Zhou family is a patch of red earth enclosed by a fence, marred by a month of relentless rain that has left it pockmarked with puddles. Beside the puddles lies a straw nest, home to 2 emaciated ducks and a solitary large duck egg. These frail ducks were acquired by Madame Zhou, who had traded her only jewelry for them. When she first bought them, they were lively and full of vigor, yet within days they fell ill, poisoned by her sister-in-law from next door. Originally, the 2 ducks seemed on the brink of death and unlikely to survive the night, but now they are lively in their nest, having laid an egg. Upon seeing the duck egg, Madame Zhou was overwhelmed with joy, cradling it carefully in her hands and exclaiming, "How wonderful! Zhao, Fenger, we can finally have eggs." Although Zhou Feng and Zhou Zhao are unable to see or hear, they can still sense their mother's exhalation. This family has resided in Chonglu village for 3 years. Madame Zhou, originally surnamed Chun, was sold into servitude as a child bride when she was only 5 or 6. Upon returning with her 3 sons, she found herself orphaned, left with only a distant elder brother and 2 married sisters. The sisters had wed in the neighboring Xiangtong village and, understanding the hardships of their sister raising 3 children alone, urged their brother to provide shelter in 3 dilapidated earthen houses. However, her brother and sister-in-law, Mrs. Jiang, have consistently looked down upon the trio, offering no support to the widowed mother and her children, instead seizing their land and creating obstacles to hasten their departure. Madame Zhou has managed to scrape by through her sewing skills, washing clothes for the county elite, but without land, survival in a farming community is nearly impossible. In search of a solution, she purchased 2 ducks, hoping to raise them for sale at the market, only to fall victim to her sister-in-law's jealousy and poison. Now, with the ducks alive and laying eggs, a glimmer of hope for the future has emerged. Cradling the duck egg, Madame Zhou's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly overwhelming her. Suddenly, the 2 ducks raised their heads, stretching their long necks to gaze at the distant Du Wanchun, their eyes sparkling with a star-like brightness. They then stood up, wiggling their tails and flapping their mottled wings. Madame Zhou looked up and noticed several more duck eggs in the nest, counting 4 along with the one she held. They made a total of 5. She quickly bent down to collect them, exclaiming, just enough, 5 in total, sufficient for us." Du Wanchun, intrigued by the round, green-shelled eggs, trotted over to assist Madame Zhou in gathering them. Madame Zhou, holding the eggs, called out with a smile, "Wanchun, there's mud on the ground. Don't come over." After that, she beckoned Zhou Zhao. Zhou Zhao hurriedly approached to take the duck eggs from her, beaming with joy. Perhaps too excited, he blurted out, "Mother, these duck eggs are better than the ones we had in the palace." Before he could finish, Madame Zhou swiftly interrupted, "Zhao, come, let us go inside." She then led Du Wanchun towards the house. Zhou Zhao realized he had misspoken and quickly closed his mouth, following closely behind. Mother, 3rd brother, Zhou Feng, hearing them fade away, also groped his way after them. Once the 3 entered the house, Zhou Zhao suddenly stood still, rooted in place. Madame Zhou turned to look at him, feeling somewhat perplexed. She set down the duck eggs and gestured, "Zhao, what troubles you?" Zhou Zhao lifted his head, gazing vacantly as he asked, "Mother, what did you say when I entered from the backyard just now?" Chapter 5. Behold, the young bride, Madame Zhou, was momentarily taken aback, her comprehension eluding her. Suddenly, Zhou Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Mother, did you not say go? Come inside?" Madame Zhou snapped back to reality, equally astonished as she stared at him. "Zhao, can you truly hear?" This time, she refrained from gesturing. Zhou Zhao, with reddened eyes, nodded emphatically, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Yes, mother, I can hear." Madame Zhou was left in disbelief. She strode toward Zhou Zhao, inspecting his ears closely. "You can genuinely hear?" Zhou Zhao smiled and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, mother, I can hear." Madame Zhou trembled with excitement, her hands cradling Zhou Zhao's face as tears streamed down her cheeks. "My son, you can finally hear. Look, Those people do not wish for our well-being, yet we shall thrive in spite of them, now that your hearing is restored. It won't be long before your second brother's eyesight and your elder brother's legs will heal as well. Zhou Zhao embraced Madame Zhou tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. As a single woman raising 3 disabled sons, she had endured much scorn in the village. When she first arrived, her sister-in-law had mocked Zhou Zhao, calling him a little deaf and laughing at his supposed lifelong disability. But now, at last, there was a fully able person in the family. Du Wanchun, watching from the side, was equally delighted, smiling as she quietly assisted in carrying the duck eggs into the kitchen. Although it was a day of great joy, the Zhou family could not afford to host guests, and thus none of the Chun family relatives had come. However, Madame Zhou's 2 younger sisters had brought some radishes and cabbages to ensure that the new bride would not go without food on her first day. When Du Wanchun entered the kitchen, she found freshly cooked cabbage and radishes, likely prepared by Madame Zhou just moments ago. She set the duck eggs aside, ready to return, when a voice from outside caught her attention. It was a brash woman exclaiming, "Oh, second sister, why did you not invite me and your elder brother to your wedding?" Du Wanchun peered out the window to see a plump middle-aged woman dressed in a dark green long skirt, her round face and squinty eyes exuding a certain sharpness. She raised her chin defiantly and called out to Madame Zhou. This woman was Madame Zhou's sister-in-law, Jiang. Having heard that the eldest son of the Zhou family married a simple-minded girl, she had come specifically to witness the spectacle. Madame Zhou, just basking in the joy of her younger son's newfound hearing, felt her spirits dampen immediately at Jiang's loud remarks. She released Zhou Zhao and strode towards the door. Coldly addressing Jiang, sister-in-law, "Did you not declare that you wished to sever ties with us? Since that is the case, why should we invite you?" Jiang laughed boisterously and retorted, "I see. You are afraid that your simple-minded daughter-in-law will bring you shame in front of us." Madame Zhou scoffed. "My daughter-in-law is not only beautiful, but also sensible and well-mannered. How could she possibly be a source of shame?" Jiang, relentless and unyielding, barged into the room and assertively took a seat on a long bench, tauntingly proclaiming, "Second sister, spare us your boasts. I have heard that the daughter of the Du family has always been rather simple-minded. If she were to bear a son for your eldest, do you think he would also be simple-minded?" She cast a glance towards Zhou Ruiyuan's room and continued her sardonic laughter. "A family of cripples, blind and deaf. What's a couple more simpletons among them?" Her voice was loud, and Du Wanchun, inside, heard every word clearly. Unperturbed, she prepared 2 more duck eggs and, with some wild chives at hand, quickly sought a dish of chive and egg. Having learned to cook from a young age, she had always been nimble, and now her skills were even more refined. Soon, a plate of fragrant food was ready. She lifted the dish and, with a bright smile, stepped outside, calling mother, "Second brother, third brother, the meal is ready." A delightful aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of everyone present to Du Wanchun. Aunt Zhou was taken aback, not because she was surprised that Du Wanchun could cook, but because her heart ached at the thought of this young girl immediately having to prepare food upon entering the house. Approaching Du Wanchun, she quickly said, "Wanchun, you should rest in Ruiyuan's room. I will handle this." Du Wanchun placed the chive and duck egg dish on the table beside Jiang and cheerfully inquired, "Mother, who is this?" Aunt Zhou replied, "She is your great-aunt." "Greetings, great-aunt," Du Wanchun sweetly called out. Her petite stature and charming appearance, particularly her large, expressive eyes, made her endearing to all. Jiang scrutinized her, taken aback by her graceful beauty, her composed smile, and the enticing plate of eggs, utterly astonished. Such a delightful daughter-in-law was truly a rarity, and the Zhou family was indeed fortunate. At that moment, Jiang was seething with anger. She had come to witness a spectacle, only to end up slapping her own face. Her eldest son was even older than Zhou Ruiyuan and had yet to marry. Now, witnessing the Zhou family's gentle daughter-in-law, she felt a pang of jealousy, wishing to overturn that plate of scrambled eggs. Chapter 6. Driving away the great-aunt, the thought of the eggs made Jiang even angrier. Her family, relatively affluent in Changlu village, boasted 5 or 6 hens in their backyard, yielding 5 or 6 eggs daily in the spring. Yet they seldom indulged saving them to sell at the county market. However, the impoverished Zhou family somehow managed to afford eggs. Pointing at the dish, she snarled, "Second sister, where did you get these duck eggs? Did you steal them from my house?" The two families shared a wall, built during the division of their households, with their yards leaning against one another. Du Wanchun replied, "Great aunt, these are duck eggs from our own ducks." Jiang, seething with frustration, shouted, "Who asked you?" "I'm asking your mother. Mind your own business." Her outburst ignited Aunt Zhou's anger. She pulled Du Wanchun behind her protectively and sternly declared, "Jiang Quzh, my daughter-in-law does not need your reprimands." Jiang, with her narrow eyes and pursed lips, retorted with a mocking smile, "She is a junior. As her elder, how can I not speak?" Madame Zhou was not one to back down easily. "Do not forget that you and my elder brother have long severed ties with me. Today, the only reason you are being addressed as aunt is out of respect for him. Should you continue to act so rudely, do not blame us for wielding a stick to drive you out." Jiang, taken aback by her words, recalled how this sister-in-law had returned from the capital with her child, once behaving like a refined young lady, but now had adopted a coarse demeanor. It seemed she had changed indeed. "If that is how you speak, then I shall not take my leave today," she declared, hands on her hips, acting stubbornly. Madame Zhou was utterly infuriated. While daily squabbles could be tolerated, today marked the first day of Wanchun's arrival. She could not allow such indignities to befall her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Turning toward the outhouse, she retrieved a stick and brandished it at Jiang, shouting, "Get out! Leave at once!" Jiang, frightened by the foul-smelling stick, quickly stood up. "Xinyue, put that down." Furrowing her brow, Madame Zhou raised the stick as if to strike. Terrified, Jiang fled. In her haste, she stumbled over a stone at the entrance of the courtyard and fell with a thud, her greasy face landing in the mud. "Oh dear!" she cried out in pain. Zhou Yun emerged from inside, seated on a wheelchair, and slowly made his way towards the commotion. Upon seeing him, Madame Zhou immediately put down the stick and strode back to the outhouse. Zhou Yun, noticing Madame Zhou had left, cast a cold glance at Zhou Zhao, who immediately understood his intent. He dashed inside to fetch several broken eggshells from the kitchen. Just as Jiang was getting up from the ground and leaving the courtyard, Zhou Zhao hurried after her with the eggshells. "Aunt!" Jiang turned back at the sound. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhao flung the eggshells at her face, exclaiming, "Aunt, do you see clearly now? Is this a chicken egg or a duck egg?" The slimy, bluish-green shell struck her face painfully, prompting Jiang to shout, "You little deaf brat, are you seeking death?" Standing his ground, the spirited young boy chuckled, "Aunt, please refrain from calling me deaf. My hearing has returned." Jiang, momentarily stunned, stood there dumbfounded before her anger boiled over, and she stomped home. From a distance, Du Wanchun could not help but laugh softly, her giggles reminiscent of wind chimes in September, delightful to the ears. In that dilapidated little house, it felt as if everything had transformed in an instant. Zhou Yun gradually lifted his gaze to Du Wanchun and, after a long pause, asked, "Are you Du Wanchun?" Lowering her head with a smile, she replied, "Yes." Zhou Yun looked in the direction Jiang had gone and said slowly, "Wanchun, should anyone bully you in the future, do not hesitate to come behind me." He extended his long, fair hand, gently tapping his leg, continuing, "Even if I cannot stand, I can still protect you." His voice was melodious, deep, and steady, imbued with an air of genteel elegance. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the door, Du Wanchun finally discerned that Zhou Yun possessed a robust frame, with broad shoulders and a straight back. Though seated, he appeared somewhat frail, yet she surmised that if he were to stand, he would be remarkably tall. Du Wanchun smiled and nodded, acknowledging him with the term husband. This simple address sent Zhou Yun's heart racing, and he felt a warmth creeping to his ears. "Cool, my husband," Du Wanchun urged, nudging his chair. "Let's go inside for a meal." Zhou Yun replied softly. Although this was a marriage he had already consented to, having only glimpsed her once, he suddenly resolved to regain his strength. She had called herself a fool, not minding his disability, but she was not foolish. Therefore, he could not remain incapacitated. It seemed that from this moment, Zhou Yun, who had been stripped of his wings for the past 3 years, began to reclaim the pride he once possessed. He could not allow himself to be overshadowed by this young girl. Chapter 7. The aunt's chicken was killed after Zhang's departure. Aunt Zhou tidied the house and reheated the meal, and the family joyfully gathered to eat. "Come, Wanchun, eat more," Aunt Zhou urged, serving her fried eggs. Du Wanchun felt deeply touched. Since her mother's passing, no one had treated her with such kindness. She promptly returned the favor by offering some eggs to Aunt Zhou, this time addressing her as Mother. "Mother, come eat some eggs." Seeing her understanding nature, Aunt Zhou felt a swell of warmth in her heart, and her eyes misted over. However, this tender moment was soon interrupted by Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng. "Sister-in-law, Mother, please don't squabble. Be careful that the two ducks don't think we lack food and end up laying so many eggs we can't finish them all." Zhou Feng, with his honest demeanor, contrasted with the lively Zhou Zhao, who, especially after recovering his hearing, spoke with a cheerful spirit, soon bringing laughter to the entire family. Before long, the courtyard echoed with the laughter of the Zhou family, marking the first time in 3 years that they had shared such joy. In stark contrast, the household of Chen Tiniu was in disarray, as Jiang vented her frustrations towards Chen Tiniu and his eldest son. "Look at your impertinent sister. She actually used a stick to chase me away today. How increasingly disrespectful. They say a sister-in-law should be like a mother. Your parents have passed. So, am I not her mother?" she scolded. She then turned her ire towards Chen's eldest son, admonishing him for his incessant focus on farming, urging him to pursue a match with the girl from the Wang family at the village entrance. Chen Tiniu and his eldest son, fearing her wrath, could only nod in agreement. Yet, Jiang still felt unsatisfied after her tirade. She glanced towards the Zhou household and remarked, "Those two ducks in the Zhou family are truly resilient. I administered a substantial amount of poison, and not only did they survive, but they are laying eggs as well." She began to waver in her resolve, pondering if perhaps the ducks had not been poisoned at all. Chen Tiniu advised, "Madam, refrain from engaging in such nefarious acts. It will surely lead to retribution." Jiang, with her hands on her hips, was incensed. "Retribution? What retribution? A married woman should not return to claim her family's possessions." Chen Tiniu furrowed his brow and remarked, "My dear, our second sister has taken nothing from us. That dilapidated house was abandoned by you, and the backyard was cultivated by them on their own accord. If anyone has encroached, it is we who have claimed a portion of her land." The land in question was that which Aunt Zhou had purchased with a considerable portion of her savings upon her arrival in Chonglu village. Chen Tiniu and Jiang insisted that it belonged to the Chun family, having been unjustly seized. Jiang dismissed the protest. "Are you feeling sympathy for your sister now?" Chen Tiniu lowered his head, rendered speechless. Jiang scoffed. "When she was enjoying her life in the capital, did she ever think of you? Now you lament for her. That is simply foolish." Chen Tiniu turned away, suppressing his anger. Jiang kicked the table and rose defiantly, declaring, "If the poison did not work the first time, I shall use it again." She retrieved rat poison from the house and strode toward the backyard, increasing the dosage this time. Any duck that ingested it would surely perish within an hour. After administering the poison, Jiang spent the afternoon waiting to witness the demise of the neighbor's ducks. As dusk approached and her patience waned, she ventured to the backyard to check on the fowl. Just as she reached the doorway, Chun Laodao rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Mother, it's terrible. Our chickens. What has happened to our chickens?" Zhang's face turned pale as she grasped Chun Laodao's arm. He, with a grim countenance, pointed toward the backyard, saying, "Mother, all of our chickens have been killed by a weasel." "What?" Zhang thought she had misheard. Chun Laodao reiterated, "Mother, just moments ago, our chickens were all killed by a weasel." This time, Jiang understood. Her legs weakened as she leaned against the wall and staggered to the backyard. There, she beheld her hens, all lying motionless with their necks twisted. The nest, once filled with eggs, now lay in ruins, reduced to mere shells. "Oh dear mother, how could this happen? How can a weasel strike in broad daylight?" Jiang cried out, striking her thigh in despair. The Chen family had fields and did not suffer for food or clothing. But the loss of these hens meant a lack of eggs for their meals and no means to sell. The inability to sell eggs would result in a significant loss of coins. The more she pondered, the more heartbroken she became. kicking at the lifeless chickens while cursing. "Accursed weasel! You may steal, but why must you kill my chickens? If I catch you, beware. I shall skin you alive and dry your flesh in the sun. Mother, what shall we do?" Chun Laodao approached the lifeless chickens, picking one up and examining it, sighing deeply. There isn't a single edible piece left. Jiang swatted the chicken from his hands, retorting, "If we don't eat it, it matters not. The Chun family is not lacking for a meal." She then called out to Chun, "Tiniu, old Chun, you must buy a rat trap today. I am determined to catch that weasel." Chun Tiniu, startled by her command, nodded vigorously, "Yes, my dear." Jiang, supporting her waist, gasped for breath, feeling as though she had shed a layer of skin, struggling to maintain her balance. At this moment, Chen Laoda suddenly recalled something and turned to the backyard of the Zhou family, saying, "Mother, we are troubled by a weasel. How was it over at Second Aunt's?" Chapter 8. Terrifying the elder Anne. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi immediately remembered her act of poisoning and hurriedly went to the side of the fence, stepping onto a stone to peer inside. The yard of the Zhou family was small, barely sufficient to raise a few chickens and ducks. In the southwest corner of the yard, a duck nest had been constructed. It seemed that Aunt Zhou was not particularly skilled at farming, for the nest was rather sparse. Yet surprisingly, within that dilapidated little nest lay 3 or 4 large duck eggs. These duck eggs were indeed substantial, estimated to be 2 or 3 times the size of a regular chicken egg. Standing beside the duck eggs were 2 hefty ducks. It appeared that these ducks had gained considerable weight in just a day. Jiang Shi was taken aback by the sight, muttering to herself, "Impossible. I distinctly poisoned them. How could these 2 ducks still be alive?" She found herself perplexed, her mind clouded as if enveloped in a thick fog, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Mother, what is the matter? Come down quickly," Chen Laoda called out to her. Hearing his voice, Jiang Shi felt a sudden thrill of joy and turned to descend. But her foot slipped and she fell. "Ouch!" She cried in pain, landing amidst the pile of dead chickens, and as she looked up, she was met with a mouthful of foul feathers and blood. Heavens, what sins have I committed? Meanwhile, at the Zhou household, Du Wanchun was eagerly assisting Aunt Zhou in collecting the dishes used for dinner and, upon hearing the commotion from next door, promptly inquired, "Mother, what has happened at Elder Aunt's?" Aunt Zhou cast a glance in that direction and replied, "Pay no mind to her. Jiang Xiujuan is nothing but a shrew. She must have suffered indignities at our home today and is now venting her anger at her own." With a serious tone, she continued, "Wanchun, you must regard those 2 as elders. If they bully you, feel free to retaliate without concern for us. Du Wanchun no dead, somewhat understanding." And with a smile at the corners of her lips, remarked, "Mother, you mentioned that 3rd brother's ear has healed. Should we seek a doctor for my husband and 2nd brother regarding their legs and eyes?" Aunt Zhou was an exceedingly amiable person, although this was their first encounter. The 2 women felt an inexplicable closeness, as if they had known each other for ages. Du Wanchun was eager to call her mother, and each utterance evoked memories of her own mother, giving her a sense of having found a home again. Aunt Zhou set down the bowl in her hands and gazed ahead, her brow furrowed in concern. "I too wish to have them see a doctor, but we currently lack sufficient silver. Medical treatment and medicines require money, and with the Zhou family barely able to afford food, there was naturally no means to purchase medicine." After pondering this, Du Wanchun's mind began to race, and she pointed to a small sachet hanging from Aunt Zhou's attire, asking, "Mother, did you make this sachet?" The sachet was crafted from a piece of pale yellow cloth, embroidered with green thread in the shape of several bamboo shoots. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one could detect the delightful fragrances of jasmine and osmanthus emanating from it. The harmonious blend of these scents was unexpectedly pleasant, and Du Wanchun had noticed it the moment she entered. Madame Zhou held the small fragrant pouch in her hand and smiled at her, saying, "Indeed," while mending clothes. "I came upon this piece of old fabric. Reluctant to discard it, I gathered wildflowers from the mountains to fashion this sachet." After examining it closely, Du Wanchun suddenly had an idea. "Mother, your craftsmanship is exceptional. Why don't we create more of these fragrant pouches to sell in the county?" "Sell them in the town?" Madame Zhou asked, puzzled. "Would anyone buy them?" Ordinary farmers are only concerned with their basic needs. Who would think to purchase fragrances? Du Wanchun explained, mother. If you were to sell in Changlu village, certainly no one would buy. However, in the county or the prefecture, it's a different story. There are many affluent families there who would likely wish to purchase some fragrances for themselves. Madame Zhou remained uncertain, hesitating as she rubbed the fragrant pouch in her hands. While she lacked skills in farming or raising chickens and ducks, she possessed a remarkable talent for scent-making, though she was reluctant to showcase it. Seeing her mother's hesitation, Du Wanchun reassured her with a smile. No rush, mother. First, let us reclaim our land and plant some crops. We can discuss this later when we have food to eat. Madame Zhou regained her focus and nodded vigorously. Yes, that's right. We must reclaim our land. The Qin family had occupied their plot for 2 years, and she had longed to retrieve it. Today, with Zhang's family causing a ruckus, she realized that these people were merely bullies who preyed on the timid. If one were a bit more assertive, they would likely become more compliant. With determination, Madame Zhou clenched her teeth, resolved to reclaim that piece of land for her son and daughter-in-law. Chapter 9. The wedding night. As dusk settled in, the mountains and waters blended into a harmonious hue. The ink-blue hills bathed in a silvery moonlight, while the gentle sounds of insects and birds filled the tranquil air. This evening marked the wedding night of Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruiyuan. After a few casual exchanges with Madame Zhou, Du Wanchun began to tidy up and prepare to enter the house. Madame Zhou took her hand gently and said, Wanchun, if you are unwilling, you may sleep with me. Lowering her head, she continued, Today, your entrance was rather humble. Besides our family's lack of silver, it is also Yuan's intention. His leg has not healed, and he does not wish to delay you by performing the wedding rites. With a gentle smile, Du Wanchun replied, Mother, my husband has already mentioned this to me. I understand his sentiments. I am willing to wait for his leg to heal, but how could a newlywed bride leave her husband all alone in the bridal chamber? If outsiders were to learn of this, it would surely become a source of ridicule for us. Rest assured, I do not mind such things. In fact, my husband needs someone to care for him tonight. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou felt deeply moved. After giving a few more instructions, she allowed Du Wanchun to enter the room. Good child, remember to call for me if you need anything tonight. I will, mother, Du Wanchun replied, lifting the curtain and entering the room with a smile. Both women understood the unspoken truth. Zhou Yuan's leg was injured, and had Du Wanchun been unwilling, he would have been unable to do anything. Yet, once she stepped through the door, their marital bond was sealed, and any thought of reversal would no longer be so easily entertained. Du Wanchun entered the room without hesitation, whether out of gratitude or a sudden infatuation. For from the very first moment she laid eyes on Zhou Ruiyuan, she was convinced that he was the partner with whom she would share her life. Inside the new abode, Zhou Ruiyuan had yet to retire for the night. He remained seated at the table, poring over a book by candlelight, though the volume in his hands was one she had never seen before. Approaching his side, Du Wanchun softly called out, Husband, are you still awake? Surprised by her sudden appearance, Zhou Ruiyuan responded, What brings you here? Before he could finish, Du Wanchun interrupted, It is our wedding night. Why shouldn't I come? Having experienced her quick wit, Zhou Ruiyuan chose not to engage in further debate. He pushed his chair away from the table, moved to the bedside, and prepared to take a blanket with him. Du Wanchun quickly stopped him, saying, Husband, if you take that blanket outside tonight, I will be branded a forsaken wife by morning. Her words rang true. The village women were notorious for their gossip, and should Zhou Ruiyuan abandon her, the tale spun about her would be relentless, particularly from her maternal family, especially her stepmother and stepsister, who reveled in her misfortunes. Zhou Ruiyuan paused, reconsidering his actions. He set down the blanket, returned to his chair by the table, and said, You should sleep. I will read a while longer. At this, Du Wanchun smiled. She retrieved the blanket, dividing the bed into two, each covered with a separate quilt. One for her, one for him. She slipped off her shoes and quietly nestled into her blanket. Zhou Ruiyuan remained absorbed in his reading, his fair fingers gently turning the pages. The only sound in the room the soft rustle of paper. From her cocoon of blankets, Du Wanchun secretly observed him. In the dim golden light, his sharply defined features appeared even more profound than by day, his brows and eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy and ambition. It was then that she noticed numerous paintings and calligraphies adorning the walls behind him, each character beautifully inscribed, and the images vividly lifelike. She gazed for a long while before she could not resist asking, "Husband, with your literacy, why have you never participated in the imperial examinations?" Zhou Ruiyuan halted his reading, and after a moment of silence, replied slowly, "I have no desire to enter public office." Du Wanchun furrowed her delicate brow, puzzled. If one does not enter office, how can one achieve greatness? Returning to his book, Zhou Ruiyuan responded, "The path of officialdom is fraught with complexities, best avoided to steer clear of unnecessary disputes." Partially understanding, Du Wanchun thought for a moment before smiling. "There is no need for that, husband. To achieve greatness does not solely require entering office. Among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, there is always a path suited to us." With that, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. The events of the day had worn her out, and as she sank into the comforting embrace of the soft bedding, she felt her fatigue overwhelm her. The blanket was newly bought by Aunt Zhou, soft and far superior to the straw bed she had slept on at the Du family home. Moreover, it carried a faint, pleasant fragrance, reminiscent of Zhou Ruiyuan himself. Seeing her fall silent, Zhou Ruiyuan raised his gaze slightly towards her. Du Wanchun was nestled within the blankets, her small, round face the only part visible. It is quite peculiar. Although she is a frail girl whose body seems composed solely of bones, her face appears pleasantly plump, especially in slumber, reminiscent of a cherubic figure from a temple, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Zhou Ruiyuan found himself momentarily entranced, and after a long pause, he hastily diverted his gaze and set aside the book he had been holding. The tome, titled The Book of Lord Shang, delved into the principles of governance and military strategy, bearing no relevance to his aspirations for an official career. Chapter 10. The roasted sweet potato gifted by my husband. As night deepened, Zhou Ruiyuan began to feel weary. He supported himself against the table, straightened his back, and with great effort, maneuvered his immobile legs onto the bed. Although his legs were impaired, he had cultivated a robust core, enabling him to manage the simple task of getting in and out of bed independently. Should he remove his garments, one would behold his well-defined abdominal muscles, a stark contrast to the frail persona he projected before others. Once settled on the bed, he leaned against the wall, quietly observing the peacefully slumbering Du Wanchun, his profound gaze inadvertently softening with tenderness. The sight before him resembled an extraordinary treasure that illuminated the entire room, yet its brilliance was dauntingly radiant, causing him to hesitate in approaching it. After a prolonged gaze, Du Wanchun abruptly turned over, inadvertently kicking off her blanket, revealing a slender little arm. Zhou Ruiyuan's face softened with compassion as he bent down to gently cover her with a blanket once more. The flickering candlelight, the small window adorned with wisteria, the dilapidated wooden bed, the vibrant red quilt, and the gentle rhythm of her breathing transformed the once dim and chilly room into an inexplicably warm haven. Zhou Ruiyuan, still clad in his clothes, lay in bed for an extended period, unable to succumb to sleep. The following morning, the Zhou family was roused by the scolding of the neighbor, Mrs. Jiang. Upon awakening, Du Wanchun discovered that Zhou Ruiyuan was no longer in the room. After dressing, she descended the stairs and stepped outside to find Mrs. Zhou with Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng watching a commotion. "Mother, what has transpired at Aunt Zhang's?" Du Wanchun inquired, glancing towards a neighboring house. With a smile, Mrs. Zhou replied that Jiang Qiujuan, yesterday afternoon, her chickens in the backyard were slaughtered by a weasel, and this morning, she awoke to find her newly purchased piglet missing. Mrs. Jiang stood at the entrance of her yard, angrily pointing at Chuntini, berating him. "I told you to secure the pig pen, but you refused to listen. Look now, the piglet has escaped. What shall we eat for meat this year?" The Jiang family typically acquired a piglet each year, which would be slaughtered for the New Year festivities, providing delicacies of cured meat. Each time Mrs. Jiang slaughtered a pig, she would disdainfully dump a basin of leftover bones at the doorstep of the Zhou household, a tactic to humiliate them. Over time, the bones would emit an unpleasant odor, necessitating that Mrs. Zhou and her sons remove them. with the loss of this piglet. It seemed unlikely that they would be able to prepare for the New Year feast this time, as acquiring another piglet would entail considerable expense. Mrs. Zhou felt a sense of satisfaction at this turn of events and returned to the kitchen to call her children for breakfast. Wanchun, I have made steamed duck eggs for you to try. Du Wanchun turned to see a bowl of golden, fluffy steamed eggs before her, such a delicacy she had not savored in years. Madame Zhou placed the bowl on the table, her face radiant with joy. Last night, the two slender ducks had laid several eggs, sufficient not only for their own consumption, but also for sale. She remarked, pulling out 20 copper coins from her pocket. It truly is fortuitous. Just as I was borrowing rice from the Hu family in the west of the village, their daughter-in-law, who is with child, wished to eat duck eggs to alleviate her condition. I sold them all the remaining eggs from my household, and in return, they gifted us a bowl of rice. With rice, eggs, and coins in hand, it is indeed a moment of great celebration for our Zhou family, who are on the brink of running out of food. Du Wanchun felt a surge of happiness as she lifted the bowl, savoring the eggs within. The duck egg melted in her mouth, and though it was devoid of salt, it still exuded a subtle savoriness. Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng approached for breakfast, holding their elder sister-in-law in high esteem, allowing her to eat first before daring to partake themselves. At that moment, Zhou Yuan returned, pushing a chair toward the table. Seeing this, Zhou Zhao hurriedly assisted him, asking, "Elder brother, what brings you out?" Zhou Yuan produced several roasted sweet potatoes from his arms, saying, "Aunt brought these sweet potatoes a few days ago. I took them to roast." Du Wanchun, drawn by the aroma, gazed at the sweet potatoes in his hands, her heart brimming with delight. In a rural household, such juicy roasted sweet potatoes are a rare delicacy. Zhou Yuan handed one each to Zhou Feng and Zhou Zhao, then patiently peeled the one that appeared the most splendid, steam still wafting from it. His hands were strikingly elegant, not at all like those of a rustic farmer. They were fair and long, yet exuded strength without any hint of effeminacy. Du Wanchun quietly watched him as he peeled the sweet potato, momentarily entranced. After a while, Zhou Yuan offered her the peeled sweet potato. "Here, thank you, my lord," Du Wanchun replied, taking the sweet potato and feeling its warmth. She glanced back at Zhou Yuan and noticed the tips of his fingers were slightly reddened. She was somewhat taken aback, wondering how he endured the heat while nonchalantly peeling the sweet potato. Taking a bite, she found it soft and glutinous, sweeter than anything she had ever tasted. After breakfast, Madame Zhou took Zhou Zhao and Du Wanchun to the Chun family to reclaim land. Zhou Feng and Zhou Yuan wished to accompany them, but, unable to persuade Madame Zhou and Du Wanchun, they had to remain at home for the time being. Since Zhou Zhao's hearing had improved, he had become much more astute, and with his tall stature, he was quite capable when out and about. Upon seeing the Zhou family approach, Jiang Shi was filled with indignation. Hands on her hips as she scornfully yelled, "Qin Yue, what do you want? Are you here to witness our misfortune?" Madame Zhou, uninterested in idle banter, directly stated, "Jiang Qiujuan, your family has occupied our plot of land for 2 years now. It is high time you returned it." Chapter 11. Reclaiming the land. Jiang Shi's expression darkened as she looked at her incredulously. "Are you truly here to demand land from me?" When Madame Zhou had just returned from the capital, her temperament had not been timid, but it was vastly different from the aggressive Jiang Shi. To avoid conflict, Madame Zhou had mostly chosen to endure, rarely confronting Jiang Shi directly for their land. Madame Zhou's face was cold as she raised her voice, declaring, "That piece of land was bought with my money. I should have come to reclaim it long ago." With a sneer, Mrs. Jiang narrowed her slanted eyes and, puffing out her cheeks, spat a mouthful of water at Madame Zhou, retorting, "This land was given to us by my in-laws. Who says it belongs to you?" Madame Zhou anticipated her response and directly produced the land deed from her bosom, exclaiming, "Now this deed is in my possession. Shall we go to the county and see the officials to determine whose land this truly is?" Mrs. Jiang was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the deed. She distinctly remembered burning it after stealing it. How could it possibly still exist? Madame Zhou unfolded the deed and waved it before her, saying, "Take a look and see if this is genuine." Although the original deed had indeed been burned, this one was a forgery crafted by Zhou Yuan from memory. He possessed exquisite penmanship and could mimic handwriting and seal impressions to a remarkable degree, to the point of creating a convincing forgery. Unfamiliar with written language, Mrs. Jiang, upon seeing the red seal, assumed it was authentic, her face turning ashen. How could this be? Was the previous one a counterfeit? Without allowing her a moment to collect herself, Madame Zhou continued, Jiang Qiujuan, we are relatives after all. It would not be wise to escalate this to the authorities. Your family has more land than we do. You can spare this piece. Why not simply return it to us? Mrs. Zhang's mind was a tumult of confusion. With a chicken dead and a piglet lost, and now someone demanding land, the pressure in her chest was unbearable. She shouted, you shameless widow. You think you can take this land from me? Over my dead body. With that, she turned and entered the house, emerging with a pair of iron tongs, swinging them at Madame Zhou and shouting, get out of here now, or beware of my wrath. The land Madame Zhou had purchased was adjacent to a pond, consisting of fertile black soil. Mrs. Jiang cultivated rice on one half and vegetables on the other. Although they had enough to eat before, the acquisition of this land had led to greater prosperity, making her unwilling to relinquish it. As the iron tongs came swinging towards them, Zhou Zhao, standing behind Madame Zhou, rushed forward with remarkable speed, seizing the tongs and admonishing, is there no law? Assaulting someone in broad daylight? Are you attempting to take a life? Though only 13 or 14 years old, Zhou Zhao was taller than Madame Zhou, standing before her like an imposing wall, causing Mrs. Jiang to falter. Shocked, she whispered, how did I not notice before how fierce this little deaf boy is? Aunt, have you forgotten what I said? I'm no longer deaf. Zhou Zhao pushed Mrs. Jiang, sending the tongs flying from her grip. Ouch! Mrs. Jiang lost her balance and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Clutching her sore backside, she stared at Zhou Zhao in disbelief, exclaiming, you little brat, how could you become so unruly, even striking your own aunt? When Zhou Zhao first arrived in Chonglu village, he had just lost his hearing and felt self-conscious for a long time, often staying indoors with Zhou Feng. Now that his hearing had returned, he had transformed. Aunt? Zhou Zhao scoffed, you dare to claim that title. Mrs. Jiang was furious, her teeth clenched as she trembled with rage. Madame Zhou cast a glance into the house and called out to Chen Tiniu, who was hiding at the doorway, elder brother, come out and speak a word of justice. Will the land be returned or not? Chen Tiniu, feeling intimidated, stole a glance at Jiang Shi before retracting his head, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, Chen Laodao rushed in, having just returned from the fields, exclaiming, Father, Mother, something terrible has happened. Jiang Shi's heart sank. Recent misfortunes had been too numerous, and hearing her son's words filled her with dread. Madame Zhou, filled with curiosity, took Du Wanchun's arm and retreated a couple of steps to the side. Chen Laodao, in his haste, paid no mind to Madame Zhou and directly approached Jiang Shi, saying, Father, Mother, there has been an incident in the fields. What could possibly go wrong with the rice and vegetables we planted? Jiang Shi, supporting her waist, rose to inquire. Chen Laodao's face was etched with panic, overwhelmed. He trembled and struggled to articulate his thoughts. Finally, he stomped his foot and pulled Jiang Shi towards the fields, insisting, Father, Mother, come with me to see. Jiang Shi, bewildered, allowed her son to lead her outside, while Chen Tinia followed suit in a hurried jog. Madame Zhou observed the flustered Chen family with a furrowed brow, momentarily at a loss. What could possibly be unfolding? Du Wanchun, smiling, suggested, Mother, why don't we go take a look as well? Convinced by this reasoning, Madame Zhou nodded and then called to Zhou Zhao beside her. Zhao, let us go see what great matter has transpired. All right, Mother, let us hasten, Zhou Zhao replied, stepping forward to lead the way. Chapter 12. Retribution. The Chun family's fields lay to the northwest, a vast expanse of farmland, yet they were heading southwest, towards a plot purchased by Madame Zhou. The further she walked, the more uneasy she felt. Was this not the path to their land? Could it be that something had gone awry there? Zhou Zhao, walking ahead, turned to his mother and said, Do not fret, Mother. Let us first ascertain the situation. Yes. Madame Zhou nodded slightly. Du Wanchun followed closely behind them, surveying the surroundings. The area was surrounded by small groves, and only further ahead lay the fields. The land Madame Zhou had initially purchased was a desolate plot, Not within the fields, but behind the grove, a secluded paradise enveloped by trees. She had chosen this land precisely for its seclusion. As the group traversed the grove, they soon spotted Jiang Shi and Chantiniu by the edge of the fields. Jiang Shi stood among a tangle of weeds, her body trembling as she gazed at the scene before her, her voice thick with sorrow as she cried out, "Oh my heavens, why must you conspire against me? Look at what you've done." Before them lay the fields, once abundant with young rice shoots, now entirely yellowed, and the vegetables devoured by pests. The entire expanse was devoid of anything edible. Chantiniu collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly ahead. After a long moment of contemplation, he turned to Jiang Shi and rebuked, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't forcibly taken someone else's land, would we have faced such dire consequences? They say to refrain from wrongdoing, but you chose not to believe it. Look, this is the loss of virtue, and now we are facing the repercussions." Jiang, filled with disbelief, suddenly raised her head to glare at Aunt Zhou, exclaiming vehemently, "It must be your doing. You are the reason my vegetables and rice have turned out like this." Chen Laodao interjected, "Mother, please refrain from making baseless accusations. The rice has turned yellow due to the dry land, while the vegetables have decayed because of the excessive pests. Why blame others? If you wish to assign blame, direct it towards yourself. You refused to help in the fields when we needed you. If you had assisted in channeling water and eliminating the pests, would the situation have deteriorated to this extent?" The eldest son of the Chun family, being rational, grew weary of arguing with his mother. He wielded his hoe to turn the soil, searching in vain for any edible vegetables. Frustrated, he cast the hoe aside, crouched down, and held his head in despair. Chun Tiniu grasped Jiang and Chun Laodao and asserted, "Our family possesses more than just this plot of land. If the second sister desires it, let her have it. Instead of mourning here, we should return home to tend to the deceased chickens and locate the piglets." Jiang, however, was unwilling to relinquish the land, struggling defiantly, "No, I shall not give the land to her." Chun Tiniu counseled, "Look at this land. The rice and vegetables are all dead, steeped in misfortune. It would be wiser to return it to them and focus on cultivating our own land." The villagers of Chongli often believed in supernatural forces, lamenting that the land, once flourishing, had suddenly come to ruin, suspecting some malevolent spirit at work. Yet, Chantiniu remained unfazed by Jiang's stubbornness. She persisted in her protests, her voice rising. "I refuse to give it. Even if it rots here, I will not give it to Chun Yue." Enraged, Chantiniu raised his hand as if to strike her, but quickly restrained himself, instead pulling her towards home. Chen Laodao, increasingly uneasy about the situation, hurriedly approached them, shouting, "Father, mother." As Chun Tiniu dragged Jiang away, he mustered the courage to address Aunt Zhou. "Sister, if you wish for this land, take it." Aunt Zhou, unperturbed, joyfully replied, "Very well. Brother, please ensure your words hold weight. Do not let your wife disturb us again, or we may truly find ourselves in court. Rest assured, I cannot afford such disgrace," Chantiniu remarked, patting his face and departing. Jiang, brimming with resentment, followed Chun Tiniu, protesting, "Let me go. This land cannot be given to them." "No." Chun Tiniu, his brow furrowed, coldly retorted, "How long will you continue this nonsense?" Jiang, accustomed to being domineering at home, felt genuine fear at Chun Tiniu's sharp rebuke, quickly silencing herself. He shot her several stern glances, rarely expressing such severity, which left her trembling, overwhelmed by recent events. She lacked the strength to continue her defiance and obediently followed Chun Tiniu home. Once the Chun family departed, Aunt Zhou joyfully rushed into the field, exclaiming, "Wonderful! We finally have our own land." Zhou Zhao followed his mother, his face alight with joy, but upon seeing the yellowed rice seedlings and decayed vegetables, he couldn't help but feel disheartened, asking, "Mother, what shall we do about the crops?" At this moment, Granny Zhou found herself perplexed. After a long pause, she said, "We must pull out these seedlings and vegetables, then turn to soil and replant." Hearing this, Du Wanchun hurriedly approached and said, "Mother, third brother, please do not rush. Allow me to take a look." Granny Zhou turned her head to Du Wanchun and asked, "You Wanchun?" Du Wanchun squatted down, touched the vegetable leaves and the rice seedlings, and replied, "Mother, Do not worry. These can still be salvaged. Salvaged? Granny Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Du Wanchun nodded and explained, indeed, these seedlings and vegetables are merely sick. With the appropriate medication, they should improve. Cultivating land and growing vegetables requires skill. It is not as simple as planting and forgetting. Just like people, if not cared for properly, they too can fall ill. When Du Wanchun was younger and less wise, she often followed her mother in the vegetable garden. Thus she learned a thing or two. Granny Zhou and Zhou Zhao had also read about this in books, so they understood Du Wanchun's words. All right, I still have some coins. I will head to the county soon to buy some medicine, along with rice and seeds, Granny Zhou said, her spirit invigorated. Upon returning home, they relayed this matter to Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Feng. The two brothers, being rather composed, immediately rummaged through the remaining seeds at home upon hearing that the land would soon be reclaimed. Granny Zhou checked and found that they had just enough seeds, eliminating the need for purchase. Du Wanchun squatted down, picked up a handful of seeds, and smiled, saying, Mother, why don't you skip going to the county today? Let's plant these and see how they fare. Granny Zhou stood up and replied with a smile, No, we must go. Even if we do not buy seeds, we still need rice and medicine. After saying this, she turned and entered the house to put some coins in her pocket, saying, Wanchun, you stay at home. I will go with Zhao. Du Wanchun nodded, beaming, and said, Mother, please be careful on your way. Granny Zhou, filled with joy, appeared spirited and replied, Our Changlu village is close to Chang'an County. It will take us less than half an hour to walk there. You and Ruiyuan stay home. Zhao and I will return shortly. Understood, Mother. Du Wanchun rose and walked beside Granny Zhou, accompanying her and Zhou Zhao to the door. Shortly after they left, as noon approached, every household was preparing to cook lunch. Du Wanchun entered the kitchen and discovered the rice jar was nearly empty. Peering into the pot, she found a few pieces of cooked cornmeal cakes. She quickly touched them and found they were still warm, evidently made by Granny Zhou that morning. She took the cornmeal cakes out and set them aside, then found the remaining sweet potatoes in the house. After peeling them and cutting them into chunks, she tossed them into the pot along with the last of the rice to cook. Crouching down, she glanced at the fire and picked up a dry branch, preparing to add it to the flames. However, just as she extended her hand, she felt someone grasp the branch. It was a pair of hands as white as jade. Du Wanchun looked up, following the hands, and saw it was Zhou Ruiyuan. He said nothing but swiftly snatched the branch from her, broken in half, and tossed it into the fire. Then, with practiced ease, he took two larger pieces of wood and pushed them into the flames. The flames in the stove blazed steadily, fueled by large logs, and the sweet potato porridge in the pot began to emit warm steam. Du Wanchun quickly grasped a large ladle and stirred the pot, causing a cloud of white smoke to rise. Soon, bubbles began to surface in the porridge. The two worked in harmonious silence, perfectly in sync. Du Wanchun was astonished that despite his immobile legs, Zhou Ruiyuan was so adept at farm work, while Zhou Ruiyuan felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl, realizing she must have done this often before. Once the porridge was ready, Du Wanchun swiftly ladled the bowl and smiled at Zhou Ruiyuan, "Say, my dear, leave this to me. You go wait outside." Zhou Ruiyuan glanced at the bowl in her hands, then pushed back his chair and turned to leave. Du Wanchun followed suite, serving several more bowls before carrying them to the front room. Just as she placed the porridge on the table, she noticed Zhou Ruiyuan emerging from his room, holding a small incense box. The box, crafted from sandalwood, was exquisite. Du Wanchun's eyes lit up at the sight. She paused for a moment before cheerfully calling out, "My dear, come have some porridge." After speaking, she turned to fetch another bowl from the stove. Zhou Ruiyuan approached her directly, quickly taking her hand and saying, "Wait a moment." Chapter 14. My dear helps to soothe my hand upon hearing his call. Du Wanchun turned back to him. Seated in the chair, Zhou Ruiyuan exuded an aura of authority, undiminished by his disability, resembling a nobleman of high status. She momentarily lost her composure. In her daze, Zhou Ruiyuan gently grasped her hand, carefully opening her palm before taking a dollop of the white balm from the incense box and applying it to her hand. His touch was warm, enveloping her small hand like a soft cloud. Startled, Du Wanchun instinctively withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "My dear," before she could finish. Zhou Ruiyuan seized her hand again, tenderly massaging the cracked skin on her fingers with his fingertip, saying, "This balm was made by my mother. You need not worry. It will do you no harm." Du Wanchun's cheeks flushed. The gentle sensation on her hand felt like a feather brushing against her skin, igniting a rapid heartbeat and a warmth that surged to her face. "Thank you so much, my dear," she stammered. Zhu Yun, hearing her gratitude, allowed a small smile to grace his lips, though he quickly concealed it, adopting a composed demeanor as he continued to apply balm to her other hand. Du Wanchun, long battered by her stepmother Lu's cruelty, had never before been held so tenderly, nor had anyone attempted to soothe her scars. She lifted her gaze to his serious, handsome face, feeling warmth spread through her heart, her lips curving into an involuntary smile, her dimples more enchanting than flowers in spring. The balm in the incense box was limited. After applying it to both of Du Wanchun's hands, only a little remained. He closed the box and placed it in her palm, saying, "Keep the rest. Apply a little each day." Du Wanchun clutched the box as if it were a treasure, nodding earnestly, "Yes. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, come eat. Otherwise it will get cold." Zhou Feng has returned, his sight obscured, unaware of the activities unfolding around him. He sensed an unusual silence after a prolonged period, prompting him to call out to them. Du Wanchun promptly tucked away the incense box and replied with a smile, "Indeed. Let us eat quickly. Otherwise it will grow cold." With that, she turned to bring out the cornmeal pancakes from the kitchen. Zhou Yun followed closely behind, fetching bowls and chopsticks. After the three of them had finished their lunch, Zhou Mama returned with Zhou Zhao, with a modest sum of copper coins. She had purchased some rice and medicine, but to Du Wanchun's surprise, she had also bought a piece of new fabric, though not of exquisite quality. The cloth was dyed a soft orange, far more appealing than the gray linen garments they wore. Du Wanchun gazed at the fabric in astonishment. "Mother, why did you buy a piece of cloth?" Zhou Mama held the fabric against her, smiling, "In a couple of days, it will be your return home day. You must dress well to confront your treacherous stepmother." At that moment, Du Wanchun recalled that her return home day with her sister was indeed approaching, a detail she had nearly forgotten, yet Zhou Mama had kept it in her heart. After she had measured the fabric, she continued, "I shall make you a new gown, and it will be the most beautiful." Du Wanchun quickly interjected, "Mother, truly, it is unnecessary." Zhou Mama, meanwhile, retrieved needle and thread from the house, insisting, "How can it be unnecessary? Wanchun, you must heed my words. Your stepmother and stepsister have bullied you for far too long. This time, we must show them your spirit." Du Wanchun, touched by Zhou Mama's enthusiasm, felt it inappropriate to refuse further, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, mother." The term of endearment brought Zhou Mama immense joy. "Just wait, this dress will be ready shortly," she declared, then called to Zhou Zhao, "Zhou, go fetch the medicine we purchased. Let me see if it is the right one." "Of course, mother." Zhou Zhao replied cheerfully as he carried the rice inside, and then brought out several small packets of medicine. Zhou Mama took the packets and handed them to Du Wanchun, saying, "I am uncertain if this medicine is correct. Please check." Du Wanchun examined the contents, inhaling their scent, and smiled. "Indeed, this is the right one." Zhou Zhao, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Then let us hurry to the fields and apply the medicine. We must see if the crops can still thrive." Zhou Mama set down her needle and thread, nodding in agreement. "Let us go now. Once the fields are tended to, I can focus on sewing your gown." Zhou Zhao turned to fetch a basket and hoe, his face alight with joy, for since his hearing had returned, he felt invigorated in all he undertook. The group quickly prepared to head to the fields. Although Zhou Mama initially hesitated to let Du Wanchun join, her determination prevailed. Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Feng, one with a leg injury and the other blind, remained at home to assist with chopping wood and cooking. By the time Du Wanchun and the others had finished applying the medicine in the fields, evening had fallen. Zhou Mama wiped the sweat from her brow, gazing at the sunset illuminating the mountains, her face radiant with joy. Such a sight heralded good fortune. With favorable weather, the crops would surely flourish. Indeed, as she had predicted, the growth of the crops was remarkable. The following day, when Aunt Zhou brought Zhou Zhao to the fields, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. The once yellowed and withered rice had transformed into a lush green, seemingly taller than the day before. The small cabbages and lettuce had burgeoned with large leaves. Aunt Jo gazed at the vegetables with immense joy, exclaiming that the medicine that Chun had suggested truly worked. "Look at these vegetables that were once rotting. They have come back to life. And this cabbage, we can harvest it today." As she spoke, she squatted down to shake a handful of cabbage leaves in her hand. Zhou Zhao nodded repeatedly, smiling. "Indeed, mother, sister-in-law, is remarkable. If it weren't for her, we would have almost uprooted all these vegetables." He then walked to the far end of the vegetable patch, eager to see what else was growing, when he suddenly spotted a large cluster of leaves in an adjacent empty lot. "Mother, come quickly." Aunt Zhou approached upon hearing his call, and to her astonishment, she noticed that the ground, which had previously been strewn with stones, was now sprouting radish leaves. "How extraordinary! This land has actually produced something." When they purchased this good plot of land, they had been persuaded to also buy the adjacent bad lot, which was filled with hard stones, making it impossible to cultivate. After all this time away, it was remarkable that radishes had grown. This revelation left the Zhou mother and son in a state of disbelief. Zhou Zhao hurried to the radish patch, grasped a leaf, and pulled out a radish. It was modest in size, with a dusky pink skin, plump and appetizing. Aunt Zhou, still perplexed, wondered aloud, "Could it be that your aunt and her family managed to cultivate this land?" Zhou Zhao, peeling the radish, replied, "It doesn't seem so. If they had known about this good land beside ours, they wouldn't have easily returned it to us." Aunt Zhou was baffled, pondering, then what could this mean? Zhou Zhao, having received an education, pondered for a long while before finally offering an explanation. Perhaps this land had been left fallow for so long that it gradually became fertile. And since no one tended to it, these radishes sprouted. Aunt Zhou remained skeptical, staring intently at the radish. Zhou Zhao took a bite of the radish, delighting in its crisp sweetness, reminiscent of the delicious fruits of July. "Mother, you must try this. It tastes just like the crab apples we used to eat." Crab apples are small red fruits that are not grown in their village. Typically, only wealthy families could afford to enjoy them. "Really?" Aunt Zhou, filled with curiosity, also pulled out a round radish, peeled it, and took a bite. The radish was juicy, refreshing, and sweet, devoid of any spiciness, instead offering a fragrant essence akin to fruit. She quickly took several more bites, savoring the delightful flavor. Zhou Zhao beamed. "I told you it would be good, mother." Rising to her feet, she glanced at the basket on his back and said with a smile, "Come, let us gather more to take back for your elder brother and sister-in-law to taste." "Here, mother," Zhou Zhao replied, bringing the basket forward and handing her a small hoe. The mother and son squatted together, digging for radishes in the earth. The little radish heads seemed inexhaustible, as if they would never run out. Before long, they had filled a large basket. After the radishes were harvested, Aunt Zhou took a large hoe and cleared some of the weeds from the plot, then trimmed a few small shrubs around the edges, effectively enclosing the two plots together. Although surrounded by woods, the bottom right corner boasted a convenient pond. As noon approached, Aunt Zhou and Zhou Zhao returned home, their backs laden with radishes. Wanchun had already prepared rice, and, upon seeing them return, hurried out to greet them. "Mother, third brother, what have you brought on your backs?" Once inside, Aunt Zhou set down the basket and handed her a peeled radish. "Wanchun, do try this radish." "Mother, where did this radish come from?" Wanchun asked, puzzled as she examined it. After taking a bite, the sweet, refreshing flavor enveloped her senses, and she exclaimed, "This radish is truly delicious." Chapter 16. Preparing to sell radishes, Aunt Zhou beamed with joy. "Isn't it delightful? All of these were harvested from our own land. When we bought that plot, it was nothing but stones, and who would have imagined it would yield radishes now?" Wanchun's eyes widened in surprise, and then she smiled brightly. "That's wonderful. We can make radish soup for lunch." Aunt Zhou emptied the basket onto the ground and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "However, we cannot possibly consume all these radishes." Wanchun crouched down, lifted one radish, and, struck by a sudden idea, suggested, "Mother, why don't we take these radishes to the county to sell?" "Sell radishes?" Aunt Zhou inquired with surprise. Wanchun, her dimples appearing as she nodded, confirmed, "Yes, selling radishes." Aunt Zhou, perplexed, responded, Is there really a market for these radishes? I see every household in the village growing them. Standing up, Du Wanchun explained, Mother. While everyone in the village grows radishes, the dignitaries in the county do not. They usually send people to the nearby villages for vegetables. So it would be better for us to sell directly to a household there. Sell to whom? Aunt Zhou asked quickly, for she had only lived in Chonglu village for a few years and knew few people, even in the village, let alone in the county. Suddenly, Du Wanchun thought of someone. Aunt He, the kitchen helper at the Li County Magistrate's residence. Aunt He and her mother had grown up in the same village, and their relationship had been quite amicable. After marrying the magistrate's guard, Aunt He worked as a helper in the kitchen, and their interactions had gradually diminished. However, when her mother was still alive, Aunt He often helped buy a considerable amount of grain and vegetables from their family. And Du Wanchun had seen her many times while delivering produce. Mother, I know the kitchen helper at the Li County Magistrate's home. How about I take you to the county tomorrow to see if we can sell the radishes? Du Wanchun suggested with a smile. Aunt Zhou pondered for a moment and agreed. That sounds good, but I must accompany you. At this moment, Zhou Zhao interjected, Mother, you are busy sewing clothes for sister-in-law. So why not let me accompany sister-in-law instead? Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhou glanced at the remaining fabric on the table, feeling somewhat conflicted. Third brother has to tend to our land, so perhaps I should go alone. Du Wanchun, fearing that Madame Zhou might be reluctant, quickly reassured her, Mother, rest assured, I have been to the county and will be perfectly fine alone. The land at home is about to be reclaimed, and without anyone watching, the Chen family next door will likely seize it again. Madame Zhou, glancing at the fabric, furrowed her brow, uneasy about Du Wanchun venturing out alone, yet not wanting her to return empty-handed of clothing after her visit. In her moment of indecision, Zhou Yun emerged from the room, pushing a chair, and offered, How about I accompany her? You? Madame Zhou regarded him in disbelief. Rui Yuan, have you not always been averse to going out? Zhou Yun approached Du Wanchun, gazing slowly outside. Mother, sometimes we cannot remain in hiding. Understanding his intent, Madame Zhou's expression softened. Very well. With you accompanying Wanchun, I feel at ease. Zhou Zhao then interjected, Elder brother, won't it be inconvenient for you to go in your condition? Zhou Yun replied, It's no trouble. There are plenty of radishes that need transporting. I will have our third brother borrow a cart from the Wang family at the village entrance. The Wang family, an elderly couple without children, was similarly marginalized by the villagers, yet they were exceptionally generous to the Zhou family, readily lending rice or a cart whenever needed. Feeling reassured, Madame Zhou promptly selected a few good radishes from the pile and handed them to Zhou Zhao, instructing, Go tell Uncle Wang to lend us the cart. And also take these to him. Zhou Zhao nodded, understood. Mother, I shall go at once. With the radishes in hand, he turned and exited the house towards the village entrance. Chapter 17. Has the second brother's eye improved? Once the arrangements were settled, Du Wanchun began to gather the radishes, selecting the finest ones and placing them in a nearby basket for washing. As she busied herself, her hand inadvertently brushed against another, cold and startling, causing her to look up in surprise, only to find Zhou Rian beside her. He sat in his chair, bending to assist her with the radishes, his movements deft and swift, even more so than hers. With each motion, his hair swayed gently, inadvertently brushing against the back of Du Wanchun's hand. Sir, you? She exclaimed, astonished, her wide eyes fixed upon him. She had always perceived her husband as someone incapacitated, yet here he was demonstrating surprising vigor. Zhou, noticing her gaze, looked up and reassured her, Do not be alarmed. Though I cannot walk, I am still capable of some farm work. His deep-set eyes, slightly elevated, framed by long eyelashes, resembled a finely drawn figure from a painting, flawless and exquisite. Du Wanchun stood close enough to discern the details of his lashes and feel the warmth of his breath upon her face, causing her heart to race. Flustered, she lowered her gaze, her hands hurriedly continuing to gather radishes, murmuring, Thank you, my lord. Zhou Yun observed her flustered hands, a gentle smile gracing his features. They fell into a comfortable silence, working side by side, their proximity increasing as the pile of radishes gradually diminished. Outside, the spring breeze wafted gently, carrying with it a hint of willow catkins and the delicate petals of peach blossoms. A strand of hair fell beside Zhou Ruiyuan's temple, brushing softly against Du Wanchun's cheek as the playful spring wind danced around them. The subtle fragrance of pear blossoms enveloped her ear, so close that it evoked a sensation of being embraced. In this moment of illusion, Du Wanchun felt the warmth and strength emanating from him, instilling a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Not far away, Aunt Zhou, seeking to avoid disturbing them, quietly rose and made her way to the backyard. In the backyard, Zhou Feng sat lost in thought upon a stone, gazing intently at the sun. Upon noticing him, Aunt Zhou hurriedly inquired, "Feng, what troubles you?" Zhou Feng replied while fixated on the sun, "Mother, I feel as if I can see light, yet I am uncertain if it is merely an illusion." "You can see light?" Aunt Zhou exclaimed with delight. "Could it be that, like your third brother, your eyesight has suddenly improved?" Zhou Feng shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "I sense light, but upon closer inspection, it seems absent." Aunt Zhou approached him, waving her hand before his eyes. "Fenger, can you see anything?" Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, his face filled with disappointment. "I cannot see." Aunt Zhou tried again, this time covering his eyes with her hand, asking, "Fenger, can you still see the light?" After scrutinizing carefully, Zhou Feng shook his head once more. "I cannot see it. Everything is dark." Then, Aunt Zhou removed her hand. "And now?" Zhou Feng concentrated for a long moment, his eyelids fluttering slightly. "Mother, it seems I can indeed see a glimmer of light, like a distant lamp in the darkness. Faint and blurred." Aunt Zhou covered his eyes again. "Can you still see?" Zhou Feng hesitated, then shook his head. "I cannot see." Aunt Zhou removed her hand again, but this time she remained silent. Zhou Feng exclaimed, "Mother, I can see the light again." Aunt Zhou was filled with joy and excitement, grasping his arm. "Feng, your eyes can see." Zhou Feng stood in disbelief, his expression blank, as if caught in a dream. In contrast to Zhou Ruiyuan's composed and assertive demeanor and Zhou Zhao's lively nature, Zhou Feng resembled a refined gentleman from a scholarly family, exuding an air of elegance and warmth. His blindness rendered him like a gem lacking luster. Aunt Zhou, overwhelmed with joy, turned to head towards the front room. "I must tell your elder brother." Zhou Feng quickly grasped her hand. "Mother, please do not inform him just yet. I am still uncertain whether my eyesight has truly improved. I do not wish for him to feel disappointed." Aunt Zhou understood his intent and gently patted his hand. "Very well, I shall not tell your elder brother. In these days, do not gaze at the sun too much. Take some time to rest. Perhaps in 10 days or half a month, your sight will be completely restored." Zhou Feng nodded, his voice growing hoarse. "Mother, will my eyesight be restored, and allow me to go to the capital?" Chapter 18. The best mother-in-law, Aunt Zhou, was taken aback, her expression hardening as she asked, "Why do you wish to go to the capital? Is our life here in Chonglu village not pleasant enough?" Zhou Feng replied earnestly, "Mother, we cannot hide in Chonglu village forever. If we do not seek them out, they will inevitably come looking for us." As Granny Zhou listened, her entire being trembled, her gaze gradually lowered, a hint of sorrow gracing her features. With a deep sigh, she said, "Your elder brother spoke similarly just now. Very well, do as you please. I shall heed your wishes." Zhou Feng, filled with elation, grasped her hand and knelt on the ground, proclaiming, "Mother, rest assured, I will clear grandfather's name." Before he could finish, Granny Zhou interrupted him sharply, her brow furrowing as she whispered, "Be cautious with your words." Zhou Feng retracted his statement, replying, "Yes, mother, I understand." Granny Zhou's expression softened gradually, and with a resigned smile, she helped him to his feet. "You have all grown, and I can no longer oversee your affairs. Now do not sit idly here. Come inside and enjoy some radishes. Those from our fields are truly delectable." Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. As they entered the house, the 2 ducks in the backyard had just laid another clutch of eggs. Upon stepping inside, Granny Zhou heard the quacking and promptly turned to check the duck nest, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of the eggs. These ducks are quite prolific, laying 7 or 8 nests a day. If they continue like this, the yard will be filled with them. Zhou Feng turned back and remarked, "Mother, I have indeed heard of chickens that lay a yard full of eggs." "What? Really?" Granny Zhou inquired, astonished. As they walked further into the house, Zhou Feng continued. Indeed, it was said many years ago in that Fengping village from the Tan family. Their chickens laid an entire yard of eggs in a single night. Granny Zhou shook her head, chuckling. Nonsense, it must be a hoax. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement, pondering that it indeed sounded like foolishness. Their conversation was overheard by Du Wanchun, who found it amusing but felt an inexplicable familiarity with the tale, as if she had heard it somewhere before, though she could not recall where. After the family finished tidying the radishes, Granny Zhou selected a few larger ones, shredded them, and prepared a large pot of radish and duck egg soup. The soup was exceptionally flavorful. Du Wanchun, who typically had a modest appetite, ended up consuming 3 hefty bowls. Seeing her relish the meal brought joy to Granny Zhou, who smiled and said, "Once our circumstances improve, I shall prepare more dishes for you." Du Wanchun nodded with a smile. "Thank you, mother." "Oh, child, there's no need for thanks. We are family," Granny Zhou replied, rising to serve the remaining soup from the pot. Zhou Zhao, following closely behind, chimed in, "Mother, don't forget the pastries. Yours are the best." Granny Zhou nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I shall make all your favorite pastries, so you can enjoy them to your heart's content." Zhou Zhao beamed with delight. Du Wanchun watched enviously from the side, often pondering how wonderful it would be if her own mother were by her side. Strangely, as she thought this, a fleeting image crossed her mind, one she had never seen before, of herself holding a woman's hand and calling her mother. The woman was stunning, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. She paused, bewildered. When had she ever had such a mother? Shaking her head, Du Wanchun continued sipping the soup, her round little face flushed with warmth from the hot broth, appearing much healthier than when she had first arrived. Zhou Ruan slowly set down his bowl and utensils, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards her. Noticing a grain of rice at the corner of her mouth, he couldn't resist gently reaching out to wipe it away. Du Wanchun felt the warmth of his fingertip, startled for a moment, and looked up to meet his profound gaze, sending a jolt through her. She quickly lowered her head and took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Zhou Ruan immediately withdrew his hand, which had been suspended in midair. After their meal, the family busied themselves transporting radishes onto the cart, working diligently until darkness enveloped them. Once night fell, Du Wanchun returned to the room she shared with Zhou Ruan, her body slightly fatigued from the day's labor. Unfortunately, as she lifted the curtain, she discovered Zhou Ruan sitting on a chair, changing his clothes. Chapter 19. An accidental encounter. While changing clothes, Zhou Ruan was clad in a thin white undershirt, the front unbuttoned, revealing the well-defined contours of his chest. This was the first time Du Wanchun had seen a man in such a state, and she quickly turned away, exclaiming, "Husband, are you changing clothes?" Her cheeks flushed. Her heart raced in a frantic rhythm. Zhou Ruan swiftly secured his garment and called out to her, "All right, you may come in now." Upon hearing this, Du Wanchun, with her eyes half closed, turned and walked towards the bed. Perhaps due to her nervousness, she stumbled over a small stool by the bed, falling forward. In an unexpected turn of events, she landed directly into Zhou Ruiyuan's embrace. She found herself sitting on him, her cheek pressed against his chest through the thin fabric, feeling the warmth of his skin radiate through the material, stirring an exhilarating sensation within her. She couldn't help but recall the impressive physique she had glimpsed moments earlier. Zhou Ruan, slightly pained from the impact, inquired, "Are you all right?" Realizing her rudeness, Du Wanchun hurriedly attempted to rise. However, at that moment, Zhou Ruan unexpectedly wrapped his arm around her waist. His long, broad hand was sufficient to encircle her waist with ease. "Husband, you," Du Wanchun gasped. Though she had prepared herself for a night together, she wondered if he was capable given his current condition. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhou Ruan lifted her entirely with both hands, cradling her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip around his neck as anxiety surged within her. Zhou Ruan gently turned to the side and slowly laid her down on the bed. In that instant, Du Wanchun understood it was not that her husband was incapable, but rather that he simply did not desire it at that moment. Zhou Ruan pushed the chair aside, turning his back to her. "You should rest. I will go read for a while," he said, donning a gray-blue robe before exiting the room. As she watched his retreating figure, Du Wanchun momentarily considered calling him back. However, upon reflection, she recognized that since he respected her, she too must respect him. If he chose not to, it must be due to his own reservations. Du Wanchun changed out of her outer garment and nestled in her bed, drifting off to sleep. After leaving the room, Zhou Qian stepped into the courtyard, where he read by the light of the moon. Rather than reading, it felt more like an outlet for his pent-up emotions. The cool breeze outside caressed his flushed face and the heat that lingered at his waist, gradually soothing him into a state of calm. Leaning against the chair, he gazed at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, absent-mindedly touching his immobile legs, his complexion considerably more serene. This night was destined to be yet another sleepless one. The following day, Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruin drove a cart laden with radishes into Cheng County. Although the county was situated in a remote area, it thrived with prosperity. Vendors of all sorts filled the streets and alleys, with a vibrant display of shop flags fluttering in the breeze, accompanied by the steady flow of horse-drawn carriages and bustling pedestrians. It had been quite some time since Du Wanchun had visited the county, and as she surveyed the lively crowd, a smile illuminated her face. They maneuvered the cart to the back door of the Leaf family residence. Du Wanchun instructed Zhou Ruin to remain in the cart, guarding the radishes, while she approached the back door to knock. A young man clad in gray opened the door and inquired, "Are you here to deliver vegetables?" Du Wanchun replied, "May I ask if Aunt he could come out to receive the vegetables?" She was aware that the usual practice for vegetable deliveries to the residence of the county magistrate was for someone to come out, so she had intentionally arranged for Aunt he to step out. "Very well, I will call her over," the young man said before retreating into the courtyard. Before long, Aunt he emerged, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Du Wanchun. "Is that you, Wanchun?" Du Wanchun nodded. "Yes, Aunt." Aunt he, filled with excitement, grasped her hand and said, "Since your mother passed, I rarely see you. How have you been lately?" With crescent-shaped eyes, Du Wanchun smiled and responded, in reply to Aunt, "I am now married." Upon hearing that Du Wanchun was married, Aunt he suddenly recalled something and took her hand. "I heard that your stepsister married our eldest young master." Du Wanchun nodded. "Indeed. How is she faring?" And he raised an eyebrow and whispered, "I cannot tell if it is good or ill," on the very day she married. The master and madam had a fierce quarrel, neither of them welcoming her. As for our eldest young master, he has always been rather fickle. She stopped short, choosing not to elaborate further. Du Wanchun was not surprised by this news. She had overheard during previous visits to the county that many young masters were indeed debauched. Hearing Aunt He's account of the Li family's eldest son did not astonish her. After all, the choices made were her stepsister's own. With a gentle smile, Du Wanchun said, "Whether good or bad, it is all her own choice." She then shifted the conversation to business. "Do you still need radishes? Ours are exceptionally delicious." "Radishes?" And he paused for a moment before exclaiming, "What a coincidence! Our master has been craving radishes lately. Are yours sweet?" As she spoke, she glanced at the cart behind Du Wanchun. Zhou Wen poked half his head out from the cart and handed her a peeled radish, and he was momentarily taken aback, staring at Zhou Ruin in astonishment, lost in thought for quite a while. Chapter 20. Selling radishes with my husband, Du Wanchun inquired Aunt, and he snapped back to reality, accepting the radish from Zhou Ruin, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man is truly handsome. I've never seen anyone like him in these 10 miles. Du Wanchun beamed with a small, dimpled smile. She was well aware of her husband as good looks. "Aunt, please do try the radish." And he gazed at Zhou Ruin for a while longer before finally shifting her attention, taking a bite of the radish in her hand. With that bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Wanchun, your radishes are truly delectable," and he exclaimed, chewing on the radish with unabated enthusiasm. "Du Wanchun chuckled, suggesting, und. Why not buy some to take home?" And he eagerly nodded. "Indeed, just as the lady has given me money to purchase radishes." She produced some silver from her pocket, stating, "However, I currently possess only 61. If you sell me all these radishes, it might be a loss." Du Wanchun glanced at the radishes in the cart and nodded in agreement. It was indeed a loss. And he raised an eyebrow and smiled. "How about this? I will add another 61 and buy the other half from you." Du Wanchun's eyes lit up with joy. "Really?" And he replied with a grin, "Of course." Ever since you were young, you have been endearing. Though not overly talkative, you are honest and earnest, and your radishes are delightful. Why would Ti buy them? It had been a long time since Aunt He had seen her, and she noticed that Du Wanchun was no longer as naive as before. She had always thought her quiet demeanor was a sign of simplicity. All right then, I shall fetch the radishes now, Du Wanchun said with a radiant smile, turning toward the cart. However, before she could reach it, Zhou Wen swiftly lifted the radishes down with both hands. Despite his mobility issues, he possessed considerable strength, managing to bring all 3 large bags of radishes down from the cart in one go. Here, take this, and he said, quickly handing copper coins to Du Wanchun to fill a cloth bag, totaling 121. After completing the transaction, and he turned to call for some laborers to assist. 2 or 3 strong men promptly emerged to carry the 3 large bags of radishes inside. Holding the copper coins in her hand, Du Wanchun felt a surge of happiness. She had never held so much money before. Once they finished loading the radishes, Du Wanchun bid farewell to Aunt He and climbed back into the cart, ready to return home. Zhou Wen lifted the curtain to survey the outside shops, asking Wanchun, should we buy something to take back? Du Wanchun nodded, yes, we might as well purchase some rice and oil for home. The pair then drove the cart to a nearby rice shop, buying 10 pounds of rice and 1 pound of oil. By the time they returned to the village, night had fallen. The route from Qing'an County to Chonglu Village included a stretch of mountainous roads, causing the cart to sway. Inside the cart, Du Wanchun felt a bit dizzy from the motion. Zhou Wen pulled back the curtain and inquired, are you all right? Du Wanchun shook her head and took a sip from her water bottle. Zhou Wen tightened the reins, trying to navigate the horses more steadily. Observing him skillfully steering the cart, Du Wanchun asked, my dear, can you ride a horse? Zhou Ruiyuan nodded, yes, I learned in the past. Upon hearing this, Du Wanchun looked at his immobile legs and felt a pang of pity. He was once literate and skilled in horseback riding and archery. What had caused him to become like this? Just as her thoughts wandered, a bird suddenly swooped down from the night sky. The startled horse let out a neigh and bolted forward in a frenzy. Du Wanchun swayed in the carriage, feeling dizzy as if the world around her spun uncontrollably. What had transpired? My lord, the horse is startled. Zhou Wen gazed into the depths of the horizon with an unwavering expression, gripping the reins tightly as he pulled on the horse. The steed continued to gallop forward, yet under the weight of Zhou Rui's commanding presence, its pace slowed considerably. He persisted in tugging, his weary legs growing increasingly strained. As the carriage hurtled towards a nearby tree, Zhou Rui furrowed his brow and once again yanked on the reins with all his might. At last, the horse shifted direction, and in that moment, he suddenly felt strength surge through one of his legs. This unexpected elation rekindled the vigor of his youth. Leveraging his waist, he propelled himself onto the horse and seized the reins to bring the creature to a halt. The horse leaped, letting out a resounding neigh, and under Zhou Ruiyuan's control, it finally came to a stop. Du Wanchun, taken aback by the scene before her, clutched the edge of the carriage and gazed at Zhou Ruiyan with surprise, asking, my lord, what has happened to your leg? Chapter 21. Food and oil. At last Zhou Ruiyan did not respond immediately. Instead, he rode the horse, glancing back at Du Wanchun with concern. Are you all right? Were you frightened? Du Wanchun steadied herself against the carriage and shook her head. I am fine. But what of your leg? She shifted her gaze to his leg. Zhou Ruiyan, still atop the horse, tightened his grip on the reins and attempted to move the leg that had regained its strength, feeling it respond. Seeing the slight movement, Du Wanchun's heart leaped with joy, her eyes welling with tears of happiness. She gazed at him with misty eyes and beamed. This is wonderful, my lord. Your leg can move at last. Zhou Ruiyan's face lit up with delight. His brows arched slightly, and he sat upright on the horse, allowing the night breeze to tousle his long hair. The silvery moonlight cascaded down upon his handsome visage, accentuating his noble demeanor, making him appear like an elegant scion of a distinguished family, unforgettable at a single glance. Du Wanchun, seated in the carriage, stared at his figure, momentarily entranced, a smile of gratification blossoming on her face, akin to 2 delicate pear blossoms shining radiantly under the same moonlight. The two hastened their return home. When Zhou Dama learned that Zhou Yuan's foot had regained mobility while serving dinner, her hand trembled, nearly causing the bowl to slip from her grasp. Zhou Zhao caught the bowl, calling out loudly, "Mother, the rice." Startled, Zhou Dama quickly tossed the ladle into the pot and turned to look outside. Upon seeing Zhou Ruiyuan, supported by Du Wanchun as he entered, she could not contain her tears. "Ruiyuan, can you truly stand?" Du Wanchun lifted the hem of Zhou Ruiyuan's garment, revealing a leg that could barely support him. "Mother, my lord cannot stand completely yet. He can only manage with one leg for a short while." Just as they had arrived and dismounted the carriage, she encouraged Zhou Yuan to attempt standing, and to her astonishment, the other leg also bore strength, allowing him to stand indeed. However, having been immobile for so long, he could not maintain his stance for long. Madame Zhou hurriedly assisted Zhou Yuan back into his chair, wiping her tears as she reassured him. "Do not worry. The fact that you can stand now indicates that you will surely regain your strength as before. We can practice gradually." Du Wanchun nodded in agreement, acknowledging her mother's wisdom, and added, "Husband, I shall help you with your exercises from now on." Zhou Ruiyuan, still enveloped in bewilderment from the surprising ability to walk, gazed at her with tenderness and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts, my dear." This was the first time he had addressed her in such an endearing manner. Du Wanchun felt a surge of joy at his words, and suddenly recalled the rice they had brought from the cart. She stood and spoke to Madame Zhou. "Mother, today we sold the radishes for 120 coins. With this money, we purchased 10 pounds of rice and a pound of oil." Madame Zhou looked towards the cart outside, astonished. Did the radishes fetch such a sum? Du Wanchun smiled and replied, "Today was fortunate. Mrs. E loves our radishes and paid half the coins for all that we had left." Having not seen such an abundance of rice and oil for quite some time, Madame Zhou felt weak-kneed with excitement, especially after the earlier distress concerning Zhou Ruiyuan. She called out to Zhou Zhao, "Zhao, come, help me bring the rice and oil." "Mother, wait, I am coming." Zhou Zhao quickly set down the bowl he was carrying and ran to assist. Once Du Wanchun had settled Zhou Ruiyuan comfortably, she joined the others outside, and together, they brought in the rice and oil. With this supply, the Zhou family no longer needed to fear hunger. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Du Wanchun looked at the sacks of grain on the floor and said to Madame Zhou, "Mother, in a few days, we will take the radishes and duck eggs to sell. With the coins we earn, we can make clothes for you and my younger brothers." Madame Zhou dusted off her clothing and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Du Wanchun's temples, exclaiming, "Silly child, once we have the coins, the first thing I shall do is buy you a proper piece of jewelry. Look at you, such a lovely girl, yet you have nothing adorn your hair." Du Wanchun touched her bare hairdo, smiling gently. She remembered the small pearl hairpin she once had, a part of her mother's dowry, which had been taken by Lu after her mother's passing. When she arrived at the Zhou household with just a bundle, she brought only her wedding dress. "Mother, it is all right. In time, we shall acquire these things." She set her hand down from her hair and turned to serve the dishes from the stove. "Mother, let's eat first." Madame Zhou snapped back to reality and helped carry the dishes to the front room. Outside, the night was dark, and the villagers had all gone to sleep, leaving only the Zhou family at their evening meal. Madame Zhou had waited until Du Wanchun and Zhou Yuan returned home to eat. At this hour, everyone was both hungry and weary, and they quickly finished their meal and retired for the night. However, Zhou Yuan remained outside, engrossed in his studies, while Du Wanchun lay in bed, drifting into a deep slumber without seeing him return. The following morning broke with the dawn. Today was the day for her return visit. Du Wanchun rose early, donning a new outfit crafted by Aunt Zhou, a delicate pale yellow pleated skirt that stood out in the entirety of Chonglu village, both in design and hue. Coupled with her fair complexion and slender waist, she appeared exceptionally graceful, resembling a young lady from an affluent family at first glance. The more Aunt Zhou observed her, the more she admired her. She took Du Wanchun by the arms, examining her from all angles, and with a beaming smile remarked, "How beautiful! If only I could have a daughter like you." Chapter 22. Her little husband, exclusively hers. Du Wanchun arched her brows and replied, "Mother, I am already your daughter." Aunt Zhou's eyes lit up in realization as she gently touched Du Wanchun's cheek, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and laughed. "Indeed, You are my daughter. Mother, are you ready? Zhou Yin emerged slowly from the house, pushing a chair ahead of him. Although he could stand on one foot, it was a laborious task, so he spent most of his time seated. Du Wanchun turned to look at him, noticing that today, Zhou Yin had neatly styled his hair into a simple crown. His sharply defined, fair face was fully revealed, accentuating his striking features and enhancing his allure. Du Wanchun had always known her husband was handsome, yet she had not anticipated the moment would leave her momentarily spellbound. Truth be told, she wished to conceal him from the world, for her little husband belonged solely to her. Du Wanchun tucked this thought away in her heart as she approached Zhou Yin, assisting him in pushing his chair. Husband, today we are going to my home. You need not be apprehensive about my father or my stepmother from the moment I married. They have been of no concern to me. Zhou Yin gazed ahead, speaking slowly. Today's visit is not to pay respects to them, but rather to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. What is it? Du Wanchun asked, surprised, for she felt she had never shared her personal matters with Zhou Ruiyuan. He steadied himself against the chair, mustering the strength to stand, and turned to her with utmost seriousness. The belongings your mother left for you. Du Wanchun stepped forward, supporting him, and queried, How do you know this, husband? Madame Lu mentioned it, he replied. She said your stepmother is cruel and must have withheld much of your dowry. I believe what your mother left for you is of great significance and should not be relinquished to others. As he finished speaking, he settled himself, wrapping his arm around Du Wanchun's waist as they both climbed into the carriage, taking the reins to guide the horses. Nestled against him, Du Wanchun gazed up at his jawline, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. As the carriage rolled along, the fragrant spring breeze caressed their cheeks, and Du Wanchun leaned against his shoulder, observing the lush greenery and the blossoming peach flowers of March. Her racing heart found tranquility, evoking a sense of companionship that felt like a promise of growing old together. Though Changlu village was a fair distance from her home in Xiangtan village, they arrived swiftly at the village gate. Upon reaching home, Du Wanchun noticed a splendid carriage already waiting outside, a stark contrast to theirs, exuding opulence and unmistakable signs of a wealthy household. If I am not mistaken, it is her stepsister Lu Longji who has returned with the eldest son of the magistrate Li. Du Wanchun slowly dismounted from the carriage, assisting Zhou Ruiyuan as they made their way home. Before their arrival, Du Wanchun had intended to bring a chair from their residence, but Zhou Ruiyuan insisted otherwise. He was determined to walk, step by arduous step, towards the Du household on his recently healed foot. Supporting him, Du Wanchun could sense the effort in each of his steps and gently urged, My dear, would you like me to fetch a chair for you to rest? Zhou Yin shook his head, enduring the discomfort in his legs, resolutely replying, It is nothing. I am fine. Understanding his intent to spare her embarrassment before her stepsister and stepmother, Du Wanchun felt a swell of emotion. At that moment, Lu, within the house, caught sight of Du Wanchun and, with her prominent belly, ambled to the doorway, mocking them coldly. Ah, Wanchun, you have come too. Du Wanchun, guiding Zhou Ruiyuan, advanced past her, ignoring the taunt. As Zhou Ruiyuan passed Lu, she looked up and, upon recognizing his face, was taken aback. Wasn't he, it said, that the eldest son of the Zhou family was crippled? How could he not only possess such striking features, but also walk unimpeded? Astonished, she approached Du Wanchun from behind, her tone threatening. Du Wanchun, do you not see your mother is here? Du Wanchun halted, responding icily, My mother lies in the fields. Not in this house. Chapter 23. Fiercely protecting my wife, Lu was taken aback by her words. How had the formerly Navi girl become so sharp-tongued? She strode up to Du Wanchun, placing a hand on her belly, and declared, Du Wanchun, make no mistake, by marrying your father, I am now your mother. Have you no sense of propriety since your marriage? Continuing to support Zhou Rin, Du Wanchun pressed forward, stating, You and my father had neither matchmaker nor betrothal gifts. As a mere concubine, you cannot claim to be my mother. Having spoken, she helped Zhou Rin to sit comfortably. Although Lu was the secondary wife, her hasty entry into the Du household with her daughter had not been legitimized by proper marriage rites. Lu's face turned crimson with anger as she pointed an accusing finger, exclaiming, Oh, how you have grown. You even understand what a concubine is. Let me remind you, I am now the mistress of the Du household, your mother, whether you acknowledge it or not. Du Wanchun turned to her, calling out loudly, Aunt. The term aunt was typically used in esteemed families to address a concubine, which incensed Lu further. She raised her hand, intending to strike Du Wanchun, a gesture she had made in the past, when Du Wanchun was still Navi. Du Wanchun furrowed her brow and quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the slap. Lu, unwilling to relent, attempted to advance once more. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a thunderous clap of lightning. The sound startled Lu, while Zhou Rin, who had been seated, sprang to his feet, shielding Du Wanchun behind him. With a cold, stern voice, he declared, Madame Lu, since Wanchun has married into our Zhou family, she is now one of us. Why do you have to lay a hand on her? Lu had not yet recovered from her shock when she suddenly lifted her head to gaze at the towering figure before her, rendered speechless by the sight. You dare, Zhou Rin interjected, holding Du Wanchun protectively in his embrace. If your family persists in this manner, I shall not hesitate to report your bullying of my stepdaughter to the authorities. Within Zhou's broad arms, Du Wanchun felt an unfamiliar surge of anger emanating from him, causing her to gasp. Though typically reserved, he had always spoken to her with gentle words, never raising his voice. She was taken aback by the ferocity of his wrath, the oppressive aura he exuded, making her legs feel weak, even as her heart raced in his protective hold. What's going on here? A woman's voice pierced the tension. Du Wanchun slowly lifted her gaze to see Lu Lanji emerging from back room, clad in a resplendent, rose-colored gown adorned with golden hairpins. She bore a semblance of a young mistress. However, her sallow complexion betrayed her efforts at refinement, revealing an underlying coarseness. Lu hastily approached her daughter, lamenting, Lanji, you must have your husband intervene. This Zhou boy dares to threaten his mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Lanji grasped her mother and turned her attention to Du Wanchun and Zhou Rin, preparing to unleash her ire. At that moment, Zhou Rin slowly turned to face the mother and daughter duo. Lanji was struck dumb by the sight of the handsome man, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure, rendering her speechless. Wife, what are you doing? A boisterous man strode in from behind Lu Lanji, following her gaze to Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruiyuan. The man, with his rotund features, was none other than the eldest son of the Li family, the very suitor Du Wanchun had nearly wed. Upon seeing Du Wanchun, the Li heir was equally astonished, captivated by her beauty, which seemed a marvel amidst the rustic surroundings. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, Who is this celestial maiden? Lu's irritation flared further at his words, and she replied, Esteemed son-in-law, this is our family's foolish daughter. Du Wanchun. Li's eyes, now narrowed, remained fixated on Du Wanchun as he countered, Foolish daughter? No, she is a heavenly being descended to our realm. Chapter 24. Nearly infuriated the brother-in-law, both Lu and Lanji paled at his declaration. Lanji, her expression stern, tugged at Li's sleeve, asserting, Husband, she is merely a simpleton from a remote village, not a celestial being. Li's demeanor shifted, his expression turning grave as he chided Lu Lanji. How can you speak so of her? She is, after all, your sister. Lanji, taken aback by her husband's reprimand, especially in the presence of a stepsister she despised, felt a wave of indignation rise within her. Husband, you are mine. How can you defend her? At that moment, Li recalled that during their marriage, his father had intended for him to wed the Du family's foolish daughter, only for his mother to substitute her with a sister. Now, as he glanced between Lu Lanji and Du Wanchun, his ire continued to mount. He has forsaken a celestial being in favor of a rather unremarkable shrew. The more young Master Li contemplated this, the more his ire grew, and he erupted in anger towards Lu Lanji, exclaiming, Why can't I defend her? If it weren't for you and your mother's interference, she would be my wife by now. Upon hearing this, both Lu and Lu Lanji's expressions soured further, leaving them dumbstruck as if rendered mute. Du Wanchun quickly assisted Zhou Ruiyuan to a nearby seat, wishing to avoid the tumultuous tongue of this young Master Li. Lu glared furiously at Du Wanchun, ready to unleash her wrath, but upon glancing at young Master Li and her daughter, she restrained herself. She stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Son-in-law, come, sit down and enjoy some tea." Young Master Li's countenance gradually softened, and he hastily turned to Du Wanchun, bending slightly as he took a seat beside them. Lu quickly pulled Lu Lanji into the kitchen. At that moment, Duke Dajiang returned, having procured fine wine and meat for the sons-in-law's visit. Upon entering, he spotted the two young men and strode toward Zhou Ruan with a broad smile, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, young Master Li." Meanwhile, young Master Li, who had been sipping tea, spluttered, sending tea spraying forth and drawing tears to his eyes. "I say, father-in-law, what poor eyesight you possess." "Am young Master Li." Duke Dajiang, taken aback, failed to immediately comprehend, and in a fluster, he turned to the stout and balding young Master Li, correcting himself, "Greetings, son-in-law." Only then did young Master Li's expression improve significantly. Casting a derisive glance at Zhou Ruan, he remarked, "Father-in-law, your vision is truly poor. How could you mistake that impoverished wretch for me?" Duke Dajiang continually apologized, asserting that his old eyes had failed him. He then refocused on Zhou Ruan, still incredulous that the disabled son of the Zhou family could appear so upright. His guilt towards his daughter somewhat alleviated. "You are the eldest son of the Zhou family?" Duke Dajiang inquired. Zhou Ruan rose slowly and offered a simple bow. "I have the honor of meeting you, father-in-law." Duke Dajiang, taken aback by the tall and graceful figure before him, was astonished. "Isn't your leg crippled?" Zhou Ruan replied, "Indeed, my leg is crippled, but it has improved significantly of late, allowing me to stand with some effort." Duke Dajiang nodded in satisfaction. Young Master Li began his mockery anew, exclaiming that not only was Zhou Ruan a penniless wretch, but also a cripple. He then raised an eyebrow at Du Wanchun, taunting, "I assume, dear sister-in-law, you are destined to remain a widow." His words dripped with levity, prompting Du Wanchun to retort with a chilling smile, "You cannot fathom the worth of my husband, so I would appreciate it if my brother-in-law refrained from worrying." Young Master Li fanned himself with his handkerchief, crossing his legs, and declared, "It seems to me he is utterly useless." Du Wanchun, feeling a swell of displeasure, raised her voice in ridicule. "Young Master Li seems quite knowledgeable. Could it be you possess an inclination towards the unconventional, allowing you to discern my husband's worthlessness at a glance?" Young Master Li was taken aback, losing his balance and tumbling from his chair with a resounding thud. Duke Dajiang hurriedly assisted him up, exclaiming, "Oh, son-in-law, are you all right?" Young Master Li gritted his teeth, his fan trembling in his hand, pointing at Du Wanchun, ready to unleash a tirade, but finding himself at a loss for words. Duke Dajiang hastily interjected, "My dear son-in-law, do not let anger consume you. We are all family." With that, he cast a disapproving glance at Du Wanchun. She had long been aware of her father's bias, yet she never anticipated it would manifest to such an extent. Nevertheless, she had long since resigned herself to disappointment. She had no desire to linger any longer for the meal and addressed Duke Dajiang directly. "Father, did my mother not leave me a pair of silver earrings and a pair of red hairpins before she passed away?" Duke Dajiang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his foolish daughter had undergone a transformation. She was no longer the naive girl who had always complied with his every whim. He quickly shook his head, replying, "No, your mother only left you that wedding gown before she departed." Rising from her seat, Du Wanchun asserted, "Father, I remember clearly. Mother entrusted me with a pair of silver earrings and a pair of red hairpins for my marriage. How can you claim otherwise? Do you intend to keep them for yourself?" The silver earrings and hairpins had long since been gifted by Duke Dajiang to Lu Shi. At that moment, Lu Shi emerged from the kitchen with a dish in hand, her anger ignited by Du Wanchun's words. "So, you all have returned today to demand possessions. Du Wanchun, let me tell you, your mother's belongings have already been buried with her. If you seek them, go dig in the ground." She gestured dismissively, her red hairpin swaying atop her head. As Du Wanchun squinted, she realized that the very hairpin Lu Shi wore was indeed the one left by her mother. Striding confidently to Lu Shi's side, she snatched the hairpin from her head and turned to Du Dajiang, exclaiming, "Father, do you see this? Du Dajiang, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered his gaze. Wanchun, that was a hairpin I purchased for your stepmother, not your mother's. Du Wanchun waved the hairpin, insisting. This is indeed it, father. Look closely. This hairpin is missing a bead, which I accidentally bit off. Du Dajiang inspected it, and upon noticing the truth, hesitated, unsure how to respond. You brazen little wretch. Lucia could no longer contain herself, casting aside her bowl, and lunged towards Du Wanchun to seize the hairpin. At that moment, Zhou Yun abruptly stood up, blocking Lu Shi with an imposing stature that resembled a wall. Lu Shi, taken aback by his presence, refrained from confronting him. Du Wanchun, still holding the hairpin, continued to address Du Dajiang. Father, aside from this, where are the silver earrings? Where are they? I do not have them. Du Dajiang stammered. Meanwhile, young Masterly approached, feigning concern. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, how can you two hoard someone else's possessions? If they belong to her, they must be returned. Du Dajiang shook his head vigorously. The silver earrings are not with me. Just then, Lu Longji emerged from the kitchen, announcing, Husband, dinner is ready. As she spoke, the silver earrings adorning her ears glimmered. Du Wanchun stepped closer, her heart racing, and pointed at Lu Longji, declaring, Father, are those earrings not my mother's? Du Dajiang quickly shook his head, insisting, no, that's not it. However, Lu Longji, upon hearing this, arrogantly declared, What are your mother's earrings? They belong to me now. Upon hearing this, Du Wanchun prepared to step forward to snatch them away, but at that moment, young Masterly suddenly rushed in. He struck Lu Longji with a resounding slap, exclaiming, What do you lack from me? Do the Li family need to rob others of their jewelry? The slap echoed loudly, leaving the crowd stunned. See ya, Lu Shi called out in distress, moving towards Lu Longji, but young Masterly barked, Stay back. This is none of your business. Lu Shi halted immediately, too intimidated to approach further. Lu Longji did not resist. She lowered her head and explained, Husband, these were given to me by my mother. I did not steal them. Young Masterly forcefully struck the back of her head and said sternly, That does not excuse it. He then proceeded to yank the earrings from her ears, asserting, Even if your mother gave them to you, they were still taken unlawfully. He handed the silver earrings to Du Wanchun, saying, Sister-in-law, this is yours, take it. Du Wanchun received them with a look of disdain, wiping the blood off before carefully tucking them into her bosom. With the earrings now in her possession, she had no desire to linger. So she linked arms with Zhou Ruyuan and started to leave. Young Masterly chased after them. Sister-in-law, don't go yet. We haven't even eaten. Du Wanchun coldly replied. We won't be staying. Young Masterly persisted. You've come all this way. You must at least have something to eat. Ignoring him, Du Wanchun continued walking with Zhou Ruyuan. Young Masterly followed, calling out sister-in-law. At that moment, Zhou Ruyuan suddenly halted and turned to face him. Young Masterly had to look up at him, given their height difference, and said, You, step aside. Zhou Ruyuan gazed down at him, his voice cold and commanding. Young Masterly, save the meal for yourself. With that, he turned and wrapped his arm around Du Wanchun's waist, effortlessly lifting her in full view of the onlookers, striding confidently towards the carriage. Du Wanchun was taken aback. She never anticipated her husband could lift her so easily. Nestled in his strong embrace, she dared not move, inhaling the faint fragrance that emanated from him, feeling a sense of comfort she had never experienced before. Though Zhou Ruyuan had only recently recovered, every step he took while carrying Du Wanchun felt torturous, sending sharp pains through his knees. However, he endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, striving to appear calm and collected as he carried her onto the carriage. Young Masterly watched the scene unfold, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. The strength, the steadiness of his stance, and his strides, none of it resembled a cripple. He would have believed it if someone claimed he could perform such feats thrice in a night. It seemed that the unattractive, portly little man was, in fact, the one who was truly disabled. Chapter 26. The stepmother gave birth upon witnessing Du Wanchun and the others leave. Young Masterly felt an escalating anger that compelled him to enter the house with a disdainful snort. Inside, Lu Longji was weeping, her face buried in her arms on the table. Between sobs, she lamented, Mother, It is all your fault. If it were not for you, would I have had to marry into the Li family? Lu Shi, attempting to console her, replied, "Oh, foolish child, what is so terrible about the Li family? Look at you. Were it not for your marriage into the Li family, would you be adorned in such fine garments and exquisite hairpins?" She tenderly caressed her daughter's gold hairpin. Yet Lu Longji persisted in her tears. "In my opinion, I would have been better off marrying into the Zhou family. Though they are poorer, Zhou Ren is remarkably handsome and treats his wife with kindness, far better than the grievances I endure in the Li household." Her agitation grew. "Mother, you cannot fathom. It has only been 3 days since I entered this wretched marriage, and my husband is already eager to take a concubine. How shall I endure this life?" Lu Shi reassured her, "Is it not customary for men to take multiple wives? As long as you bear young Master Li a robust son, you shall secure your position." However, Lu Longji's sobs intensified. "If you think marrying me is such a misfortune, I shall present you with a letter of divorce." Young Master Li strode in, having overheard their conversation. Lu Longji immediately ceased her tears, realizing the gravity of being divorced and the implications for her future. She quickly composed herself, saying, "Husband, what I said was merely in anger. If you wish to take a concubine, then do so." Young Master Li grunted in response. "Now that is more agreeable." Seeing the couple reconcile somewhat, Lu Shi let out a sigh of relief and hastily turned to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Dear son-in-law, let us not dwell on their matters. It is time for dinner." But scarcely had she finished speaking when she felt a sudden gush of water beneath her, clutching her abdomen as she cried out, "Ah, my belly!" Du Dajiang, who had been lost in thought, hurried over. "Wife, what is the matter?" Lu Shi, still holding her belly, replied, "I think I am about to give birth." Upon hearing this, Du Dajiang grew frantic, supporting Lu Shi as he urged, "You go inside first. I shall fetch the midwife at once." He hurriedly departed. Young Master Li, witnessing the water on the floor, turned pale, cursing his ill fortune. "What a misfortune to encounter such a situation upon my return." With that, he abandoned his meal and strode out. "Wife," Lu Longji called after him, glancing at her mother who was on the verge of labor, and ultimately decided to follow young Master Li. "Zhir, Zhir," Lu Shi cried out in anguish, alone on the bed. By the time Du Dajiang returned with the midwife, Lu Shi had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. After half an hour had passed, Lu Shi delivered the child. The midwife, gazing at the infant in her arms, was taken aback. "Good heavens! What sort of calamity is this? You have given birth to such a child. What is wrong with my son?" Du Dajiang rushed forward to see. The midwife, cradling the baby awkwardly, replied, "Dajiang, this is not a son. It is a daughter. Moreover, what is it?" Du Dajiang pressed, disregarding the midwife's hesitation and unwrapping the swaddling cloth to reveal the infant's 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. The villagers had always whispered that 6 fingers were an omen of misfortune, and this child, with both hands and feet bearing 6 digits, was indeed a harbinger of ill fate. Du Dajiang was thunderstruck, no longer willing to embrace his child, and he directed a torrent of invective at the frail Lu. "When you were with me, you promised to bear me a son. Look at what you've given me. After all these years of kindness, this is how you repay me." Lu, having just given birth and feeling utterly drained, suddenly found strength in his words. She quickly snatched the child to examine, only to be aghast at the 6 fingers. "No, this cannot be my child. My child should be a boy, not this wretched girl." Chapter 27. The stepmother's misfortune begins. Lu cast the newborn aside, refusing to look at it. Du Dajiang trembled with rage beside her, declaring, "Whatever comes from your womb is yours. Are you suggesting I should discard it?" Lu, clutching her blanket, wept uncontrollably. "The doctor said it was a boy. How could it have turned into a girl? Surely, the heavens have made a mistake." Du Dajiang had only been indulgent towards her because of the child she carried. Now that the child was born, it was the daughter he had always despised. He no longer felt the need to show her any kindness, growling, "You can choose to care for this child or not. If you refuse, I will send her to my elder sister to raise." Lu glared at the infant with resentment. Grinding her teeth, "Take her away if you must." Infuriated, Du Dajiang snatched up the child and turned on his heel. "And you, stop lying idly in bed. Get up and work." Lu, taken aback, looked at him with reddened eyes. Have you no heart? Can't you see I have just given birth? I have yet to recover from my confinement. Du Dajiang scoffed. What kind of confinement do you need for a girl? Don't you dare slack off. The vegetables in the field need harvesting. Du Dajiang, you were not like this when you married me. Lu shouted in anger. He glared back. You were the one who insisted on marrying me. Now you find me distasteful? It's too late. With that, he kicked the door open and stormed out with the child in his arms. Du Dajiang's elder sister, Du Damei, resided in Chonglu village and had been childless for many years. She had always been very kind to Du Wanchun, and when Du Wanchun married, Du Dajiang deliberately chose not to inform her to avoid any disruption. Now, he intended to bring the newborn to his sister. Lu lay in bed, her face pale with fury, cursing, Du Dajiang, just you wait. I will find a way to deal with you. Du Dajiang, uninterested in her complaints, found a bullock cart and departed with the newborn. Lu, having just given birth, lay alone in bed, feeling abandoned by both heaven and earth. The midwife who assisted with the delivery, unable to bear the sight, defended her. Your husband is truly heartless. How could he leave you, a woman in confinement? Lu shot her a disdainful glance. Mind your own business. He is my husband, not yours. Once you've delivered, you should leave. The midwife, incensed by her tirade, flushed with anger and retorted, I dare say, you deserve this. Now be gone. Lu hurled a pillow at her with force. The midwife, disregarding her further, fled the scene. Lu let out a cold snort, forcing herself to rise from the bed. Oh, Du Dajiang, I shall thrive even without you. After uttering these words, she prepared to head to the kitchen to brew some brown sugar water. Perhaps fate was not on her side. For the moment she stepped outside, she nearly stumbled, then burned her finger while lighting the fire and spilled the brown sugar all over the floor. After this chaotic episode, she found herself without the sweet drink in a kitchen in disarray. Pain coursed through her body, compelling her to retreat to her room to rest, all the while muttering, What misfortune has befallen me? Ever since Du Wanchun married, Lu had encountered one hardship after another, and today was no exception as calamity struck in succession. She had thought it would only last a few days. Little did she know this was merely the beginning. In Chonglu village, Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruyuan returned home before lunch. Seeing them arrive so early, Aunt Zhou hurried to greet them, asking Du Wanchun, What's wrong? Has your wicked stepmother been tormenting you again? Didn't she even offer you a meal? Du Wanchun chuckled. It's not that she didn't offer us food. Rather, we refused to eat what she prepared. As she spoke, she helped Zhou Ruyuan sit down, for he had pushed himself to stand several times today, and she could no longer bear to see him strain himself. Aunt Zhou quickly turned to bring in the dishes, reminding Du Wanchun as she walked, Wanchun, do not let that vile stepmother intimidate you. If she dares to bully you again, I shall wield a stick and make her cry for mercy. And your father, if he does not care for you, I shall. Chapter 28. A profitable idea. Du Wanchun felt a pang of emotion in her heart. Grateful that for the first time in her life, someone promised to care for her. She promptly rose to assist Aunt Zhou in the kitchen, saying, Mother, let me help you. Aunt Zhou replied with a smile. You and Ruin have traveled early and must be tired. Go rest, I can manage. Without waiting for her to decline, Du Wanchun snatched the bowl from her hands and carried it to the front room. Zhou Ruyuan sat in the front room, gazing at her from a distance, his deep, soulful eyes brimming with affection. Darling, listen to your mother. Rest for now. Du Wanchun placed the bowl down and replied with a smile. It's fine, I am not tired. She then called out to Zhou Feng and Zhou Zhao inside. Second brother, third brother, it's time to eat. Hearing her call, Zhou Feng groped his way out of the room and slowly sat beside Zhou Ruyuan. Zhou Zhao, who had been chopping wood in the backyard, wiped his brow and entered, saying, Elder brother, sister-in-law, you're back so soon? Yes, Zhou Ruyuan replied softly, then asked, Third brother, is your ear completely healed? Zhou Zhao nodded, a smile lighting up his face. Indeed, not only is it healed, but I find I can hear even more clearly than before. Zhou Ruyuan nodded lightly. That is good. What are your plans for the future, third brother? First, I will tend to our fields, Zhou Zhao said, his smile fading as he glanced at Du Wanchun. Zhou Ruyuan quickly encouraged him. There is no need for formality. We are all family. Speak freely. Zhou Zhao sat down and continued. Then, I plan to go to Qinzhou. To Qinzhou for what? Aunt Zhou inquired as she placed the freshly cooked rice on the table. Zhou Zhao's expression turned serious as he replied, to serve in the military. However, it is a matter of marching into battle. You think you are still the same old Madame Zhou? Speech interrupted in her anger. Du Wanchun hastily advised, Mother. Joining the army is a good thing. Perhaps third brother can secure an official position while serving. Madame Zhou's face fell. Clutching Du Wanchun's hand, she sighed heavily. I am merely afraid that if he goes, he may never return. Zhou Zhao quickly reassured, Mother, that won't happen. This time, I will first seek out Captain Lin in Qinzhou. With him around, I surely won't just be assigned as a common soldier. Captain Lin? Du Wanchun inquired, puzzled. Madame Zhou's eyes flickered with alarm as she hastily explained, he is a friend I met in the capital, who started as a soldier in Qinzhou and later earned his rank as a captain through merit. Du Wanchun smiled to comfort her, Mother. If there is someone looking out for him in the military, that is even better. Third brother is no longer young. It would be good for him to gain experience. Far better than being trapped in this mountain. She then turned to Zhou Zhao. Third brother is clever and capable. He will surely achieve great things. Zhou Zhao quickly chimed in, Sister-in-law is right. Mother, trust me this time. Madame Zhou, still hanging her head, seemed uncertain. At that moment, Zhou Lin spoke up, Third brother. You should go. Zhou Zhao, delighted, responded with a beaming smile. Thank you, elder brother. Zhou Lin added, however, you must wait until my leg has completely healed before you depart. The fields at home require tending, and I do not wish for your sister-in-law to toil alone. Zhou Zhao stood up, nodding vigorously, Elder brother, rest assured. I will certainly wait until the household is stable before I leave. Only then did Zhou Ryuan feel reassured. Picking up his chopsticks to serve Du Wanchun some food. It was a fragrant fried duck egg. Du Wanchun took the piece of duck egg and offered it to Madame Zhou. Mother, all the dishes are ready. Let us eat. Madame Zhou, originally troubled, immediately brightened upon hearing Du Wanchun's sweet voice. It was strange. She always felt that Du Wanchun possessed something special. Just looking at her brought joy, and conversing with her lifted the spirit. Countless times, she thanked the heavens for blessing her with such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Child, eat, Madame Zhou said, once again picking up a piece of duck egg for her. Du Wanchun smiled brightly as she began to eat. Thank you, Mother. Madame Zhou chose not to dwell on Zhou Zhao's earlier comments, taking a mouthful of rice instead. Well, since you have made up your minds, I shall say no more. Just remember, Zhao, do not stir up trouble. Zhou Zhao replied cheerfully, all right, Mother. After lunch, Du Wanchun accompanied Madame Zhou to the backyard to collect duck eggs. These two ducks in the backyard were particularly prolific, laying hundreds of eggs every few days. Madame Zhou beamed as she gathered the eggs, saying to Du Wanchun, wait a moment. I will take some duck eggs to Aunt Zhang next door in exchange for piglet. Once the piglet grows, we shall have meat to eat. Du Wanchun nodded with a smile. That sounds wonderful. Madame Zhou continued, grinning. Moreover, once our crops are harvested, we won't need to buy rice anymore. With some extra money, we can even repair the house. Indeed, the house does need fixing, Du Wanchun remarked, glancing up at the dilapidated earthen structure ahead. In the present day, the Zhou family finds itself not only engaged in the construction of their home, but also in the procurement of land, clothing, and all necessities of life. However, relying solely on the sale of radishes and duck eggs proves insufficient for accumulating wealth. Suddenly, Du Wanchun recalls Aunt Zhou's fragrant sachets. Mother, do you know how to make sachets? Chapter 29, still not consummated? Aunt Zhou pauses for a moment. Yes, I know a bit. How did you find out? Du Wanchun replies with a smile. Mother, have you forgotten? I inquired about your sachets last time. Aunt Zhou realizes, oh, I see. What is it, Wanchun? After pondering for a moment, Du Wanchun responds, Mother, I have a splendid idea. What is it? Aunt Zhou asks. We can make incense to sell, Du Wanchun suggests. Aunt Zhou, puzzled, asks, incense? Will anyone buy it? The locals are all farmers. They likely have no use for incense. Du Wanchun gazes towards Cheng'an County and responds, Mother, we can sell in Cheng'an County and Qinzhou Prefecture, where many affluent individuals reside. They use incense daily. Aunt Zhou furrows her brow, evident concern etched on her face. Noticing her mother-in-law's apprehension, Du Wanchun quickly reassures her, "Mother, do not worry. We can first try selling in the county. If it does not sell well, we shall abandon the idea." Hearing this, Aunt Zhou finds some reason in her words and nods. "All right, let's give it a try." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law agree that after selling some radishes and duck eggs, they will prepare incense paste and liquid to sell at the counter market. Aunt Zhou, looking at her clever daughter-in-law, feels a surge of joy and cannot help but sigh. "Wanchun, you are so intelligent. Your father and stepmother call you foolish. They truly lack discernment." Du Wanchun chuckles. "My stepmother wishes for me to be foolish." Aunt Zhou raises an eyebrow, saying, "If I see her in the future, I shall certainly give her a few slaps. Otherwise, I would feel unrelieved." As Du Wanchun carries a basket of duck eggs into the house, she replies, "Mother, don't dirty your hands by hitting her." Following closely behind, Aunt Zhou suddenly recalls something and quietly asks, "Wanchun, your mother passed away early. Are there certain matters she did not disclose to you?" Curious, Du Wanchun inquires, "What matters?" Aunt Zhou pulls her aside and whispers, "That matter of consummation." Du Wanchun freezes, her face instantly flushed. Although she is married, she remains an innocent maiden, having never been informed about such matters, let alone being so overtly mentioned. Aunt Zhou, recognizing her reaction, understands immediately. "I knew it. Your stepmother must not have told you either." Du Wanchun nods in agreement. Indeed, she had not been informed. "But, Mother, Aunt Zhou, holding her hand, continues softly, "I know my son. Although his leg is injured, his waist is fine. I have nothing else to teach you, except that if you find it unbearable, remember to call for me." "What do you mean by if you find it unbearable?" Du Wanchun looks at Aunt Zhou in astonishment. Aunt Zhou blinks and explains, "Don't be fooled by Ruin's current condition. He was robust in his youth, stronger than most men. Such strong men can be quite demanding. Therefore, if you cannot endure it, remember to call for me. Do not endure in silence." Du Wanchun's cheeks burn even more, her ears aflame. "Mother, and my husband." She hesitates, unable to voice her thoughts. Madame Zhou immediately understood, her brow furrowing as she asked, "Have you not yet consummated your marriage?" Du Wanchun, blushing, nodded slightly. Madame Zhou was taken aback. She had initially presumed that Du Wanchun was merely reticent, not realizing that they had not consummated their union at all. She hastily inquired, "Wanchun, do you not wish to be with Ruiyuan?" Du Wanchun quickly shook her head, denying it. Madame Zhou then asked, "Is it Ruiyuan who is unwilling?" This time, Du Wanchun remained silent. In an instant, Madame Zhou grasped the situation. "The young man must be concerned about burdening you, which is why he refrains from consummating the marriage. However, now that he has regained his strength, perhaps he might reconsider." Du Wanchun's heart raced at the thought, especially recalling the sight of Zhou Ruin changing clothes that night. Her heart seeming to leap from her chest. Madame Zhou, pulling her close, said with a smile, "Wanchun, do not be overly anxious. Ruin is a compassionate soul." Du Wanchun nodded, well aware of this, as Zhou Ruin had always treated her kindly since her arrival. Madame Zhou then whispered a few more audacious words in her ear, causing Du Wanchun to nearly cover her face in embarrassment before she hurriedly retreated into the house, clutching a duck egg. Madame Zhou watched her departing figure, her face alight with joy. As night fell, Du Wanchun lingered outside, pondering Madame Zhou's words and delaying her return to the house. Zhou, and pushing a chair, came to seek her out, saying, "My dear, it is late. You should rest." Upon hearing him call, Du Wanchun turned to glance back. The night was truly enchanting, with silvery moonlight cascading like a delicate mist over Zhou Ruin, illuminating his skin to a translucent alabaster. "Husband, you have not yet retired," she said, gradually rising to approach him. Zhou Ruin draped his long gown over her shoulders, gently advising, "The night air is chilly. Be cautious not to catch a cold." His outer garment, though a simple gray cotton linen, bore a faint, pleasant fragrance and felt soft in her hands. Du Wanchun adjusted the garment at her shoulders and noticed the book resting on his knees, promptly asking, "Are you continuing to read outside tonight?" Zhou Lin tightened his grip on the book, gazing up at the stars and nodding. "Yes, you should rest first. I shall join you shortly." Yet, Du Wanchun did not leave. Her eyes brightened as she sat beside him, propping her chin on her hands, both gazing at the stars above. I will keep you company while you read, she said with a smile. Zhou Yun turned to her, his gaze softening as he beheld her beaming profile, and asked, "Can you read?" Du Wanchun nodded. "My mother taught me when I was young, but I have not practiced in a long while and have forgotten much." Zhou Yun turned to retrieve a brush from the nearby table, filled a cup with water, and said, "Let me teach you." Du Wanchun looked up at him, revealing two charming dimples as she smiled. "Really?" Zhou Yun gently moved his chair to the table in the courtyard, placing the brush and water down, saying, "Come here." Du Wanchun quickly rose and took a seat beside him on the stone bench, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, husband." Zhou Yun dipped the brush in water and slowly inscribed the characters for Du Wanchun on the stone table. Since their family moved to Chonglu village, they could no longer afford paper and ink, resorting instead to using a worn pencil dipped in water to practice writing on stones. The stones, dark and gray, reflected a shimmering glow under the moonlight as the characters formed by the water emerged. Du Wanchun found this quite enchanting and eagerly took the pen from Zhou Yun's hand, carefully tracing her name. Perhaps due to her long absence from writing, her characters appeared crooked and unsightly. Disheartened, she sighed, "My handwriting is dreadful." "Take your time," Zhou Yun reassured her, positioning himself behind her and gently enveloping her hand with his. His hands were large and warm, cradling her small hand as she held the pen. Du Wanchun stared at his hand, feeling warmth radiate from the back of her hand, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the softness of his palm. "Follow my hand, stroke by stroke," Zhou Yun whispered in her ear, his warm breath tickling her, sending a delightful shiver through her body. Lost in the moment, Du Wanchun allowed him to guide her hand across the stone table, and by the time she regained her senses, the characters were complete. Zhou Yun gazed at her softly, asking, "Have you learned?" Startled, she nodded, "I have learned." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun began to retract his hand, but Du Wanchun quickly added, "Husband, could you teach me to write your name?" "My name?" Zhou Yun inquired. Du Wanchun nodded affirmatively. "Yes, your name." "All right, I shall teach you," he replied, bending down to take her hand once more, crafting the character for Zhou with elegance and grace. His writing was exceptionally beautiful, balanced and poised, with strokes that far surpassed those of an ordinary scholar. Du Wanchun studied intently, etching each stroke into her memory. As she reached the final character, she instinctively turned her head to glance at Zhou Yun beside her. They were so close that she could count his long eyelashes. "Have you learned?" he asked, also tilting his head to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked, their noses nearly touching. The proximity so intimate that it felt as though a mere breath could bring their lips together. Chapter 31. Preparing the fragrant, Du Wanchun stood frozen, her round eyes fixed on him, her heart seemingly suspended, unable to breathe, her mind a blank canvas. Zhou Yun appeared equally entranced, holding her hand tightly and gazing silently at her. Beneath the moonlight, in the lush greenery of the rustic courtyard, the two exchanged a wordless connection. There were no precious brushes or inks, no lavish garments, only the flickering oil lamp and the meager moonlight. Yet at that moment, even the fallen leaves and the gentle breeze felt sweet. Zhou Yun was the first to recover, hastily releasing Du Wanchun's hand and turning away, his ears flushed. "It's getting late. I will teach you tomorrow evening." Snapping back to reality, Du Wanchun also turned away, whispering, "Yes, husband, you should rest early too." With that, she sprang up like a startled rabbit, dashing back into the house. Once inside, her face was ablaze with crimson, her heart racing to the point of nearly leaping in her throat. On a night that was ostensibly cool, she felt an inexplicable warmth coursing through her, her body trembling under the weight of anxiety. Hastily, she shed her outer garment and nestled beneath her quilt, covering her head and face, her mind awash with the image of Zhou Yun's profile and the warmth of his breath. She clasped her chest, waves of emotion rippling within her. That night unfolded into another sleepless vigil. As spring progressed, dawn broke earlier each day. Du Wanchun drowsily sensed that just as she had succumbed to slumber, morning had arrived. A faint floral fragrance wafted through the air as she slowly rose, dressed, and ventured outside. There, she spotted Aunt Zhou busily tending to the flowers and herbs. Du Wanchun approached and inquired, "Mother, what is this?" Aunt Zhou replied with a smile, "These are flowers I just gathered from a mountain, meant for making fragrant dew." Du Wanchun's eyes brightened. "Mother, can these flowers truly be used for that?" Aunt Zhou nodded. "Indeed, but I haven't gathered many. It would be splendid if we could collect more." Du Wanchun picked a flower to inhale its scent, exclaiming, "Mother, I shall accompany you to gather more shortly." Aunt Zhou turned back to retrieve some already prepared corn cakes from the house, beaming as she said, "You should eat breakfast first." Du Wanchun accepted a cake and glanced towards the house, asking, "What my husband and the others?" Aunt Zhou cast a glance towards the backyard. "Rui Yuan is chopping firewood out back." She then looked outside again, noting that Zhao and Feng were in the fields. Suddenly recalling something, she remarked, "Wanchun, your stepmother has given birth." Du Wanchun was momentarily taken aback. She had not given birth when we visited yesterday. Aunt Zhou lowered her voice. "She delivered after you left yesterday. I heard from the villagers that it was a girl, and a six-fingered one at that." Du Wanchun sighed. "My father has long yearned for a son. It seems his hopes will be dashed." "Not just dashed. He was so enraged that he entrusted the child to your elder aunt to rear," Aunt Zhou said, her brow furrowing at Du Dajiang's actions. How could he not feel any sorrow for his own child? She shook her head and rose to place the gathered flowers into a basket next door. Du Wanchun quickly finished her corn cake, took a basket from the backyard, and followed Aunt Zhou up the mountain. The hills of Chonglu village were not particularly high, merely gentle knolls, yet they were densely forested and frequented by wild beasts, making them seldom visited. On their way to the mountain, Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou encountered the Meng family from a village. The Meng family was renowned for their gentry status, possessing dozens of acres of fertile land and a grand residence. 2 years prior, the Meng patriarch had seen Aunt Zhou once and had since been infatuated with the idea of taking her as a concubine. Meng's wife, a strong-willed farmer's daughter who could not read, had caused a ruckus upon hearing the news, creating turmoil at Aunt Zhou's home. Aunt Zhou had never entertained the thought of becoming a concubine. Her sole desire was to lead a humble life with her 3 sons. Thus, she had consistently refused. The Meng patriarch, however, was relentless, and it was only when Aunt Zhou threatened her own life that he finally relinquished his aspirations. After this incident, not only had she incurred the wrath of Meng's wife, but also that of the Meng patriarch himself. The couple often found amusement in creating difficulties for the Zhou family, which led to the family's struggles in Chonglu village. Mr. and Mrs. Meng were returning from their daughter's house when they spotted Mrs. Zhou and called out to her from their cart, "Where are you off to, old Zhou?" Mrs. Zhou ignored them, urging Du Wanchun to quicken their pace. Mrs. Meng let out a disdainful huff from the cart, remarking, "I assentee it just because she has a pretty face? She's still a widow. What is there to be proud of?" Mr. Meng, seated beside her, dared not speak. Mrs. Meng nudged him with her foot, commanding, "Hurry up and move." Mr. Meng promptly took the reins and urged the horse onward. Upon reaching the edge of Zhou's land, they suddenly halted. Mrs. Meng leaned out and said, "Old man, I've heard from Chen's husband that they returned the land to Zhou. Let us go see what they've planted." Chapter 32. The Bounty of the Vegetable Patch. Mr. Meng felt that Mrs. Zhou looked down on him, fostering resentment that aligned with Mrs. Meng's sentiments, prompting them both to approach Zhou's fields. Zhou Zhao had just returned home with Zhou Feng, having tended to the crops diligently, resulting in a lush, green expanse. Mrs. Meng, hands on her hips, was displeased. This little widow seemed quite skilled at farming. "I heard from Chen's husband that their crops have been infested and ruined. Yet look at how well Zhou's vegetables are thriving." Mr. Meng was taken aback as he crouched down to touch the leaves. Indeed, they were flourishing, robust beyond those in their own fields. Mrs. Meng scoffed. "It's merely their luck. They bought a good plot of land." An idea sparked in Mr. Meng's mind as he pulled Mrs. Meng toward the cart. "Old Chen probably hasn't heard about this yet. If they find out that the land they just returned is yielding such a bounty, they will surely confront the Zhou family." Mrs. Meng nodded, a gleam of malice in her narrowed eyes. "Let us inform the Chens right away." "Yes, let us go now." Mr. Meng agreed. They hurriedly mounted the cart and headed toward the Chun household. Chen Tiniu and Jiang Shi were indeed taken aback by the news. "Is what you say true?" Jiang Shi asked with grave seriousness. Mr. and Mrs. Meng both nodded in unison. Jiang Shi leaped to her feet, scolding Chun Tiniu. I told you not to return the land, yet you insisted. Now we've surrendered our crops directly to them. Chun Tiniu took a puff of his pipe, his face showing displeasure, clearly agitated. Seeing that the word had spread, Mr. and Mrs. Meng quickly departed. Jiang Shi, growing increasingly furious, pondered why they should just relinquish everything. Chun Tiniu, mark my words, this isn't over. I'm one of the fields. This time, Chun Tiniu sided entirely with his wife, forgetting that it was they who had initially seized Zhou's crops and occupied their land. I'll go with you. The couple headed furiously toward Zhou's fields. Upon arrival, they were both stunned by the sight. The verdant growth was truly exuberant, and in another 10 days to half a month, many vegetables would be ripe. A bountiful harvest indeed. Jiang strode into the fields, pointing at the lush green vegetables, and erupted in a furious tirade. Chun Tiniu, look at how splendid these crops are. Chun Tiniu was astounded by the sight before him. Jiang glanced around, noticing no one was present, and stepped into the vegetable patch, uprooting a plant and trampling it underfoot. Chun Yue, we suffer, and you shall not fare any better. Chun Tiniu quickly interposed. What are you doing? Jiang scoffed disdainfully. You worthless fool. You deserve to be impoverished. Others are climbing over you, and you remain oblivious. With that, she forcefully shoved Chun Tiniu aside and continued to uproot the vegetables, muttering, Humph, let us see what you'll eat. Starve, you little widow. Chun Tiniu, seeing the futility in intervening further, stood by dumbfounded. Jiang's fervor grew as she ran through the field, uprooting the tall seedlings, cursing, let us see what you'll eat. Starve to death, you little harlot. For farmers, the crops in the fields were a lifeline. Her intent was to utterly ruin the Zhou family. After her rampage, the entire field and vegetable garden lay in ruins, and she reveled in the devastation, boasting, Chun Yue, you wretched widow, I can't wait to see how you'll manage. Finally, Chun Tiniu could no longer bear it. Enough, let us return home. Jiang wiped her brow and prepared to leave the field, chiding, hurry along, will you? Just then, a black snake appeared at her feet, its triangular head indicating its venomous nature. Ah, a snake, Jiang gasped, rushing towards Chun Tiniu. Startled, he turned to flee, but the snake pursued them, lunging at Jiang's arm. Ah, the snake. She collapsed to the ground, flailing her hand in agony. The venomous serpent clung tightly to her arm, as if determined to tear away the flesh. Chun Tiniu, paralyzed by fear, stumbled backward, terrified. Upon raising his gaze again, he was astonished. The uprooted vegetables had miraculously regrown, even taller and more vibrant than before. With lush, green leaves, the rice in the field stood tall and undamaged, more robust than ever. Look, you wretched woman! Chun Tiniu shouted frantically towards Jiang. With her hands still ensnared by the snake, she cried out in pain, Help! Help me! Trembling, Chun Tiniu rushed to her side, helping her up while pointing ahead. Look! Jiang squinted through the pain and glanced forward, witnessing the proud, upright vegetables and rice, horrified as she stumbled back. What is happening? Why is everything perfectly fine? Chun Tiniu shook his head in disbelief. Jiang's face drained of color, and she screamed, A ghost! There's a ghost! With that, she fled home, clutching her bitten arm. Chun Tiniu hurriedly followed, scrambling after her. Chapter 33. Aunt's hand is injured. Jiang, dragging the venomous snake, sprinted towards the village, crying out, Snake! A snake! A ghost! Help! She reached the doorstep, where Chun Laoda, hearing his mother's frantic cries, rushed out, exclaiming, Mother, what is the matter? Jiang suddenly collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. The black snake released its grip on her arm and slithered away in fright. Mother! Mother! Chun Laoda, in a panic, knelt beside Jiang, shaking her vigorously. What has happened, mother? Jiang's eyes rolled back, her body twitching, unable to utter a word. Fortunately, Chun Tiniu arrived, panting and drenched in sweat, declaring, Your mother has been bitten by a snake. Quickly, take her to see the doctor. Without hesitation, Chun Laoda hoisted Jiang onto his back and hurried towards Dr. Su's residence. Dr. Su was a local practitioner, relying on hunting for sustenance and capable of treating various injuries, which made him a sought-after figure among the villagers. Chun Lada hastily set Jiang down, pleading, "Doctor, please look at my mother. She has been bitten by a snake." Dr. Su, having been disturbed from his slumber, rubbed his eyes and stepped outside, inquiring, "What snake? What kind of snake has bitten her?" Chun Tiniu quickly replied, "A black, triangular-headed snake." Upon hearing this, Dr. Su's eyes widened in alarm. "This is serious. The venom is potent." He promptly examined Jiang's wound, then rushed inside to retrieve a bottle of white liquor, which he poured onto the injury. Jiang winced in pain. Dr. Su quickly fetched an antidote from his medicine cabinet for Jiang to swallow. After a series of actions, he sighed deeply. "How did you come to be bitten by a snake?" Chen Laoda turned to Chun Tiniu, asking, "Father, how did mother get bitten by the snake?" Chen Tiniu, still engulfed in the earlier terror, stared blankly and took a moment to respond. Seeing his dazed expression, Dr. Su gave him a sharp tap on the head. "Old Chun." Chun Tiniu jolted back to reality, recalling, "In the vegetable garden." "Ah, that explains it," Dr. Su continued. "Such snakes do exist in the mountains, albeit rarely. You simply had the misfortune of encountering one." He handed a bottle of medicinal oil to Chun Tiniu, adding, "Take this back to apply on Chindajia. Although her life is spared, I fear her hand may be rendered useless." "Rendered useless? What does that mean?" Chen Laoda asked, astonished. Dr. Su glanced at Jiang's bandaged arm. "I can neutralize the venom, but the snake severed the tendons in her hand. Once severed, it cannot move." Upon hearing this, Chen Laoda collapsed on the ground. "But that is her right hand. What shall we do if it becomes useless?" Dr. Su attempted to console him. "This snake is highly venomous. Had he not arrived promptly, she might have lost her life. Consider this. Compared to losing a life, what is the loss of a hand?" As Chen Laoda pondered this, his expression softened considerably. Suddenly, Chun Tiniu interjected, "The vegetable garden not only harbors snakes, but also ghosts. We clearly pulled out the vegetables, yet they sprouted again in the blink of an eye." Both Dr. Su and Chen Laoda were taken aback, turning to look at him. With a vacant stare, Chun Tiniu continued, "It must be ghosts." Dr. Su hurriedly took Chun Tiniu's pulse, and after a moment of contemplation, furrowed his brow and said, "Your father, it seems, has been startled by that venomous snake. I shall prescribe some calming medicine for him. You must take it home and brew it for him." Chen Laoda quickly accepted the prescription, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Su." Dr. Su then rose to assist them in carrying Jiangshi back home. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Wanchun followed Aunt Zhou through a grove of trees and, upon reaching the edge, stumbled upon a sea of blossoms. The sun was shining brightly today, and the flowers were in full bloom, painting the landscape in vibrant reds. Wanchun joyfully dashed into the floral expanse and called back to Aunt Zhou, "Mother, come quickly. There are so many flowers here." Aunt Zhou stepped forward, plucked a flower, examined it closely, and was suddenly astonished. "Is this a rose?" Wanchun also picked one, inhaling its fragrance, and confirmed, "Indeed it is." Aunt Zhou gazed in disbelief at the sea of roses before her, pondering, "Why are the roses blooming now?" Roses are renowned for their delightful scent, and the rose essence created from them is cherished in the capital for its calming properties. Typically, such a profusion of roses blossoms in early summer, yet it was still early spring in March, which seemed rather peculiar. "What is it, mother?" Wanchun inquired. Aunt Zhou, with a deeply furrowed brow, replied, "These flowers are supposed to bloom in May." Upon hearing this, Wanchun picked another rose, looked up at the sun, and suggested with a smile, "Perhaps this year's spring is warmer, causing the flowers to bloom earlier than usual." Aunt Zhou pondered this reasoning and nodded. "That makes sense. Changlu village is situated further south and is indeed much warmer than the capital. It is not surprising for the flowers to bloom now." "Exactly, mother. Let us gather these flowers quickly, or it will be dark soon." Wanchun bent down to retrieve a nearby bamboo basket. Aunt Zhou took it with a smile. "Very well, let us collect them first." Chapter 34. One must consider not only the man, but also his mother. "Yes, mother, let us venture a bit deeper. The flowers are more abundant inside." Wanchun with the basket in hand, wandered further into the floral sea. The gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of the blossoms, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The mother and daughter soon filled 2 large baskets with flowers, and on their way back, they remembered to gather a few wild citrons as well. They returned home, their arms laden with their bounty. With a beaming smile, Wanchun placed the flower petals in the backyard. Upon returning to the front room, she overheard Aunt Zhou conversing with Aunt Wang at the village gate. "Oh, Sister Zhou, you wouldn't believe it. The Chen family's husband, your sister-in-law, almost had her hand bitten off by a snake. When Chen Laoda carried her back, his face was as pale as a ghost." Aunt Wang was not a native of the village. She had moved to Chonglu village with her husband a few years prior and had no children. Although she was quite talkative, she had always treated the Zhou family kindly. It's worth noting that Aunt Zhou, a single mother raising 3 sons, had never worked in the fields herself. Without the help of kind-hearted neighbors, she would not have been able to establish her family's footing in the village so easily. Aunt Zhou handed her newly harvested radishes to Aunt Wang, saying, "She has completely severed ties with our family. She is no longer my sister-in-law." Aunt Wang accepted the radish, smiling. It was about time. "From now on, let her seek you out. You need not pay her any mind." Grandma Zhou nodded emphatically, reassured. "I have no ties with the Chen family." Aunt Wang clasped her hand and patted it. "That's the spirit." After their conversation, Grandma Zhou entered the house, contemplating the family's savings. Recently, she had sold some duck eggs in the village for a handful of copper coins, amounting to around 300 won. This sum would suffice for purchasing grain and fabric. However, it fell short for the making of fragrant dew, as she needed a large boiler and bottles for storage. Observing her troubled expression, Wanchun approached her, producing her, and suggested, "Mother, how about I pawn my hairpin? Once we earn some silver, I can redeem it." Grandma Zhou quickly refused. "No, that was left to you by your mother. You cannot part with it." Wanchun gazed at the hairpin in her hand and replied softly, "Mother, wealth is ultimately a trivial matter. My mother intended for these items to be my lifeline in times of dire need. I believe this is precisely such a moment. Once we profit from the fragrant dew, we shall no longer have to worry about hunger." Grandma Zhou remained steadfast. "No, I understand your mother's good intentions. But the Zhou family, no matter how impoverished, cannot resort to the dowry of a daughter-in-law." With that, she firmly pressed the back into Wanchun's hand, grasping it tightly. "I will devise another way for the silver. You must keep this safe." Wanchun stood speechless, having returned with these items to assist the Zhou family. Little did she expect Grandma Zhou to be so principled. She felt a mix of astonishment and understanding. She had indeed chosen wisely. It is often said that one must consider not only the man, but also his mother when marrying, and this proved true. Grandma Zhou was upright and principled. Thus her son would surely reflect those virtues. Wanchun carefully tucked the back into her sleeve. At that moment, Zhou Ruan emerged from the room, saying, "Pawn this." Wanchun turned to see it was the pen from the previous night. "Husband, you." Zhou Ruan replied slowly, "This pen, made from rabbit fur and ivory, though somewhat worn, should fetch a decent sum if pawned." Wanchun gazed at the seemingly unremarkable pen in surprise, never expecting such a valuable item to be in Zhou Ruan's possession. Grandma Zhou strode over, astonished. "You've carried this pen with you since childhood, treating it as if it were your lifeline. How can you part with it so easily?" The pen had remained with Zhou Ruan, not only due to the sentimental value of having it since childhood, but also as a symbol of his stubbornness regarding his identity. Yet now, he had resolved to pawn it, not as an abandonment of his past, but out of faith that his wife would surely help him redeem it. This trust was beyond the comprehension of others, just as he believed he would eventually return to that place. "Mother, just as Wanchun said, we shall redeem it once we earn the silver," Zhou Ruan said, lifting his gaze slowly to Wanchun. Madame Zhou let out a deep sigh, contemplating the situation. "Since you have reached a conclusion, I shall give it a try and see how much silver this pen can fetch." Wanchun stepped forward, taking the pen in her hand. "Mother, I shall take it to the pawn shop tomorrow." She was aware that her husband was reluctant to part with the pen. Otherwise, he would have sold it long ago during their times of poverty. If either Madame Zhou or Zhou Ruan were to go, the pen would surely be pawned. However, if she went, there remained a glimmer of hope. Madame Zhou, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Wanchun, how can I let you go alone? I will accompany you. Du Wanchun glanced outside and replied, Mother, you and my husband should wait at home for my return. I shall be quick. Although Madame Zhou wanted to refuse, Du Wanchun insisted, and the family reached a consensus. Once Du Wanchun had pawned the pen, she planned to use the silver to purchase a large boiler and bottles for making incense, which she would then sell in the county. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Du Wanchun borrowed Aunt Wang's cart and hurried to Cheng'an County. Since it was early morning, the streets were not as crowded as they had been during her last visit. With the pen in hand, she walked along the shops until she finally stopped in front of a pawn shop. Upon seeing the pen presented by Du Wanchun, the pawnbroker shook his head, stating, This pen will not yield much silver. How much is it worth? Du Wanchun inquired. The pawnbroker held up 5 fingers. 5 taels of silver? She asked. The pawnbroker shook his head, 51. 51. Although Du Wanchun had rarely seen a pen made of ivory, she understood its value. Surely, it was worth more than 51. She quickly reclaimed the pen and asserted, 51 is far too little. The pawnbroker proposed, What about 101? Du Wanchun continued to shake her head, recalling the night Zhou Ruiyuan had taught her to write. Noticing her silence, the pawnbroker offered, How about 501? Will you pawn it? Snapping back to reality, Du Wanchun clutched the pen tightly to her chest, exclaiming, I will not pawn it. I refuse. The pawnbroker frowned, saying, Young lady, one must not be overly greedy. 501 is the best I can offer. Du Wanchun looked up at him, resolutely declaring, Even if it were 500 taels, I would still not pawn it. With that, she turned and dashed out of the pawn shop. Coincidentally, upon exiting, Du Wanchun encountered Aunt He, who was working as a helper at the magistrate's residence. Aunt He, seeing Du Wanchun, exclaimed with delight, Wanchun, what brings you here? Du Wanchun glanced back at the pawn shop and smiled, saying, Aunt, I have come to the county to buy some items for my husband. Aunt He approached her with a beaming smile and asked, Wanchun, do you have any of those little radishes left at home? Du Wanchun paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, we still have some. Aunt He quickly added, Could you sell me some more? Du Wanchun replied in surprise, Aunt, you still wish to buy radishes? Aunt He nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Indeed, the last time I procured radishes from your establishment, both County Magistrate Li and Madame Li were exceedingly fond of them. Not only did they relish the taste, but they also requested that I prepare some to be delivered to the Fong family. And the old master there enjoyed your radishes as well. Hence, he has entrusted me to procure more. The Fong family is renowned as affluent merchants in Cheng'an County, having previously engaged in trade in the capital. After accumulating a substantial fortune, they entrusted their estate to their son and returned to their homeland to enjoy their twilight years. Du Wanchun felt a surge of joy. Really? How many radishes does old Master Fong desire? And he pondered for a moment before replying. Just as many as last time would suffice, to avoid excess that might spoil at home, should they wish for more in the future. I will seek you out to procure them again. Du Wanchun nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall return promptly to gather the radishes for you. And he glanced at the cart behind her and smiled. That works. I shall wait for you in the back courtyard of the Li residence. All right, Aunt, Du Wanchun responded. She had initially thought that the Li family had yet to finish the previous batch of radishes, yet it appeared they were still in demand. Not to mention the Fong family, who were also eager to purchase. If these two esteemed patrons continued their patronage, the Zhou family would indeed have a sustainable livelihood. At that moment, Aunt He retrieved a pouch of coins from her pocket and handed it to Du Wanchun, saying, Wanchun, consider this a deposit for the radishes. The remainder shall be settled upon delivery. Du Wanchun weighed the pouch in her hand, estimating it to contain around 100 coins. Thank you, Aunt. After accepting the money and bidding farewell to Aunt He, she hurried back home with her cart. Upon her return, Mrs. Zhou rushed forward, inquiring, Wanchun, how much silver did you earn? Du Wanchun produced the pouch and placed it in Mrs. Zhou's hands. As Mrs. Zhou opened it, she gasped, Ah, there are 100 coins. At that moment, Zhou Ruiyuan emerged slowly from within, pushing a chair. Du Wanchun stood before him, sunlight streaming down, illuminating her radiant smile, which revealed 2 tiny dimples. She extended her hand, holding his pen. Zhou Ruiyuan was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the brilliance in her starry eyes as he gradually rose to his feet. He approached her step by step, his gait steadier than before. Wanchun instinctively moved forward, eager to assist him. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Ruiyuan reached out and enveloped her in his embrace. His hold was warm, imbued with a subtle, refreshing scent. In his arms, Wanchun felt the rhythmic beating of his heart and reciprocated the embrace, saying, "My dear, I did not pawn your pen." Mrs. Zhou, overhearing this, was astonished. "Wanchun, you did not pawn the pen? Then where did this pouch of coins come from?" Before Wanchun could respond, she looked up to see them entwined in each other's arms. To avoid interrupting, she hurriedly retreated into the house. Chapter 36. Unearthing treasures from the field. Zhou Ruiyuan held Wanchun tightly, resting his chin upon her warm shoulder, whispering gently in her ear, "Thank you, my dear wife." Wanchun clutched the pen firmly, leaning against his chest, replying, "Beloved, we are husband and wife. There is no need for gratitude. This pen is of great significance to you, and we shall keep it well, for it may serve a purpose in the future." Zhou Lin gently released her grasp, accepting the pen from her hands. After casting a deep glance, he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, let us cherish this moment. Come, my dear, let us enter the house." Wanchun extended her small hand towards him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her hand, petite and slender, yet remarkably fair, evoked a tender yearning to protect her. Zhou Ruiyuan lowered his gaze, enveloping her delicate hand within his warm palm as they proceeded indoors. With his larger hand enveloping hers, she felt a comforting warmth, a sense of security that made her heart swell with sweetness, akin to tasting honey. Upon their entry, Aunt Zhou, taken aback, spread out the copper coins in her palm and inquired with a puzzled expression, "Wanchun, there are 101 here. From whence did you acquire this?" Wanchun, her eyes bright and smiling, promptly replied, "Auntie, do you remember the radishes we sold the magistrate last time? He was quite fond of our radishes and expressed a desire to purchase more, so he provided me with a deposit for another delivery." Aunt Zhou beamed with delight and exclaimed, "What wonderful news! I shall take Zhou Zhao with me to the fields to gather radishes." Wanchun called out, "Mother, I shall accompany you." With a radiant smile, Aunt Zhou responded, "Very well, I shall fetch the basket." Zhou Ruiyuan, holding Wanchun's hand with a pained expression, remarked, "The labor in the fields is too arduous. You need only send the third and second brothers." Wanchun looked up at him, shaking her head. "It is of no concern. I can endure this toil. We are family, and there should be no division. The third brother has only just recovered his hearing, and the second brother's eyesight is still mending. It would not be wise for them to overexert themselves. I am more than capable of assisting them." Ultimately, Zhou Ruiyuan conceded, "I shall go with you." Wanchun glanced down at his feet, hesitating, "But, my dear, your foot." Zhou Ruiyuan quickly released her hand, taking a step forward. "Look, my legs are able to walk." Indeed, he could walk, albeit with some effort. Zhou Ruiyuan was a man of great resilience, despite his labored steps. He maintained an air of composure. To an onlooker, one might presume he had fully recovered. Yet, Wanchun understood that he was merely attempting to spare her undue hardship, wishing to assist her instead. After a moment's contemplation, Wanchun glanced at the freshly picked roses inside the house and suggested, "Dearest, perhaps you might remain here to help us clean the petals. When we return from the fields, we can deliver the radishes to the county, and afterward, procure the boiler and bottles. Upon our return, we can immediately commence making the fragrant dew." Zhou Ruiyuan furrowed his brow slightly, aware that his beloved wife wished to spare him from toil, and he did not acquiesce to her proposal. Ultimately, it was Aunt Zhou who intervened, compelling him to stay at home. To avoid delaying their departure, Zhou Ruiyuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Wanchun accompanied Aunt Zhou, along with Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng, to the fields. In recent days, Zhou Feng's eyesight had been improving, and although not entirely restored, he could discern vague shapes. Zhou Zhao supported him as they walked behind Wanchun, engaged in lively conversation. Upon arriving at the vegetable garden, they were astounded by the sight before them. The lettuce, which had only recently been planted, had grown to the height of their knees. In the garden, the cabbages glistened with a lustrous sheen, each one remarkably larger than the usual harvest, akin to watermelons in size. Nearby, The rice stalks stood resplendent in golden hues, likely on the cusp of ripening within a few days. Additionally, in the stony plot, the radishes had flourished considerably, their vibrant green foliage abundant. My goodness, what a bountiful harvest! Aunt Jo, filled with excitement, widened her eyes in disbelief. Mother, I shall take a look, exclaimed Zhou Zhao, dashing into the garden to pluck a stalk of lettuce. The lettuce not only boasted lush leaves, but also had a stem as robust as a child's arm. Shaking it in his hands, Zhou Zhao declared, Mother, sister-in-law, this lettuce will surely sustain us for a couple of days. Aunt Jo stepped forward eagerly, examining the vegetable closely, and confirmed his words. The mother and son were overwhelmed with joy, momentarily abandoning the task of harvesting radishes to collect several large cabbages, before turning their attention to the stony ground. Wanchun promptly joined in to assist, placing the freshly harvested vegetables into the wicker basket they had brought along. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, standing nearby, ventured into the field, feeling the leaves of the vegetables as he remarked to Aunt Jo and the others, Mother, sister-in-law, I recall these vegetables were not this large just a few days ago. Wanchun chimed in, Indeed, when we passed by yesterday, the rice was not yet golden. Aunt Jo looked up and suggested, Perhaps the recent warm weather has hastened the ripening of both the rice and the vegetables. Wanchun, come, catch these radishes. She tossed a bunch of radishes to Wanchun, who swiftly caught them and placed them into the basket before heading to the stony plot. Though the radishes in this area were not particularly large, their numbers were plentiful. After having harvested dozens previously, they seemed to be inexhaustible. Wanchun took out a small hoe and began to dig through the excess soil. As she dug, a piece of wood suddenly emerged from the earth. This had once been a stony field, and it was unusual for wood to be found here. Puzzled, Wanchun continued to excavate. Before long, she uncovered an entire section of wood, which emitted a subtle, fragrant aroma. In astonishment, she called out, Mother, come quickly and see what this is. Chapter 37. The Exotic Fragrant Wood. Aunt Jo approached, clutching a bunch of radishes, and upon seeing the wood, furrowed her brow. She knelt down and scraped at the wood with a small knife. After sniffing the powder that clung to her fingers, her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, This is fine sandalwood. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng gathered around. Mother, is this truly sandalwood? How could it be found in this stony plot? Typically, high-quality sandalwood grows in wooded areas, and it is rare for it to be buried in such grounds. Aunt Jo gazed at the surrounding trees and speculated. Perhaps this was once a grove of sandalwood, but it was later cleared, leaving some wood buried beneath the surface. While this explanation seemed far-fetched, none could offer a more plausible theory regarding the situation. Ultimately, it was Wanchun who dispelled their doubts with a smile, saying, Mother, let us excavate this sandalwood. We can use it to make incense later. Upon hearing this, Grandma Zhou's face brimmed with joy. Indeed, such a substantial piece of fine sandalwood, if crafted into incense, could fetch a considerable sum. As she spoke, she eagerly summoned her two sons to assist in the excavation. Wanchun lent a hand nearby, and soon they unearthed a piece of sandalwood measuring at least a meter in length. Zhou Zhao secured the wood with rope and hoisted it onto his back. Wanchun helped gather the harvested radishes into a basket, following Grandma Zhou as she carried a load towards home. Zhou Feng trailed behind, clutching the freshly picked vegetables. The family returned home laden with their bounty. After aiding Grandma Zhou in sorting the radishes, Wanchun turned her attention to the sandalwood. Before evening descended, she and Zhou Ruin loaded the cleaned radishes onto the cart. The couple, seizing the remaining daylight, delivered the radishes to the Li and Fong households. Auntie rewarded her with 201, while the Fong family, being generous, bestowed upon them a reward of 1 tael of silver when they delivered the radishes. This was indeed a significant sum. Wanchun gazed at the silver in her hand, her fingers trembling slightly. It was the first time in her life she had seen such an abundance of silver. With this coinage, their family could finally stave off hunger. Zhou Ruiyuan, observing her misty-eyed fixation on the silver, wrapped his arm around her shoulder and drew her into an embrace. Rest assured, we shall have much more in the future. Wanchun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, nodding earnestly in agreement. With the coins and silver, they purchased not only a boiler for crafting incense, but also rice, oil, and some fabric. Additionally, they acquired writing materials for Zhou Feng. Once their shopping was complete, darkness had fully enveloped the sky upon their return. Grandma Zhou prepared a meal, simmering radish soup and cabbage in anticipation of Du Wanchun and the others' return for dinner. As Du Wanchun approached the door, the aroma of the food wafted through the air, making her stomach growl with hunger. Zhou Ruiyuan called upon Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng to help carry the bought items inside. Upon seeing the newly acquired boiler and bottles, Grandma Zhou's eyes glimmered with a hint of sorrow as she quietly took them to the backyard, lingering there for a long while. Du Wanchun brought the fabric indoors and ventured to the backyard to summon her. "Mother, it's time for dinner." Grandma Zhou wiped away a tear and promptly replied, "All right, I shall come now." Noticing the tear stains on her mother-esque face, Du Wanchun approached her and inquired, "Mother, what troubles you?" With a slightly choked voice, Grandma Zhou forced a smile and said, "I thought that my journey with Ren would end here, but looking at this sandalwood and the roses, I realize our path is not yet closed." After a moment of contemplation, Du Wanchun finally mustered the courage to ask a question that had long plagued her mind. "Mother, were you and my husband once part of a prominent family in the capital?" Grandma Zhou did not refute this, but rose to her feet, saying, "Wanchun, I know you harbor many questions. However, there are some matters better left unknown. The more you learn, the greater the peril you may invite upon yourself. Do not hold it against me and Ruin for keeping the truth from you. We do so to preserve a path for your future." Du Wanchun listend, momentarily taken aback. Since Madame Zhou was reluctant to speak, she would not press the matter. From the very beginning, she had resolved to steadfastly stand by her husband, regardless of his origins. With a gentle smile, she diverted the conversation, saying, "Mother, come and eat. Once we finish our meal, let us quickly prepare the fragrant dew." Madame Zhou's expression brightened considerably as she nodded. "Yes, Wanchun, you eat first. I shall be there shortly." Du Wanchun replied with a smile, "All right, mother, please hurry, or the dishes will go cold." Madame Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. After the family had finished dinner, Du Wanchun busied herself with Madame Zhou in making the fragrant dew. They first needed to set up the boiler for the preparation. In Cheng'an County, few people made incense, so Du Wanchun purchased the simplest steaming apparatus. Fortunately, Madame Zhou was skilled, and in no time, she modified the steamer into a suitable furnace for making the fragrant dew. The two women washed the rose petals and began steaming them in pot after pot. Zhou Zhao was responsible for chopping wood, while Zhou Ren and Zhou Feng tended the fire. Thus, they steamed throughout the night, and by the next morning, they finally produced the first bottle of fragrant dew. Madame Zhou brought the freshly made rose dew to her nose and was taken aback, calling out to Du Wanchun, "Wanchun, come quickly and take a whiff. This fragrance is unlike any other." During the preparation of the fragrant dew, Madame Zhou had deliberately added citron and pear blossoms. This method had been taught to her by the family's wet nurse, and she had tried it numerous times herself. The resulting fragrant dew was always recognizable by its scent, yet this particular bottle of rose dew carried an extraordinary fragrance that even Madame Zhou had never encountered before. Surprised, she quickly handed it to Du Wanchun for her to smell. "What is it, mother?" Du Wanchun took the bottle and inhaled deeply. A unique floral aroma wafted into her senses, invigorating her spirit, as if she were enveloped in a sea of blossoms, bringing her immense joy. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Mother, this fragrant dew is exquisite." Zhou Feng and Zhou Zhao also gathered around to take a whiff, marveling, "Mother, this fragrant dew is far more delightful than the ones we used in the capital." Zhou Zhao, brimming with excitement, indulged in several more inhalations. Even the usually composed Zhou Ruin showed a look of astonishment after smelling it. Madame Zhou felt somewhat dazed. She took another whiff, sensing that something was amiss. "This fragrant dew is different from what I smelled in the capital." Du Wanchun reassured her, "Mother, perhaps the flowers here are different, which accounts for the distinct fragrance. We should take it to the county and see if it sells." Madame Zhou expressed her doubt, "But we only have this one bottle. Can we sell it?" Du Wanchun thought of someone and smiled, saying, "We can inquire with Lord Feng of the Feng family. If he takes a liking to our fragrant dew, that would be splendid." Madame Zhou felt uncertain, pondering whether her fragrant dew would indeed catch his eye. Du Wanchun nodded encouragingly, "Mother, Trust me this once. Lord Fong will surely appreciate it. She had inquired about him while delivering radishes the previous day. Madame Fong has always had a penchant for fragrances. Ever since her arrival in Chang'an Town, she has been exceedingly vexed due to her inability to procure a suitable scent. After a moment of contemplation, Mrs. Zhou nodded and said, "Very well, let us go together." Du Wanchun responded with a smile and a nod. This time, Mrs. Zhou brought only Du Wanchun to the county, leaving Zhou Feng, Zhou Zhao, and Zhou Guan behind to tend to the boiler, which was still steaming with flower petals. Upon reaching the back courtyard of the Fong residence, Du Wanchun disembarked from the carriage and knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman opened it. Du Wanchun had not encountered her during her previous visit to deliver radishes. The woman scrutinized the two shabby peasant girls before her, her expression one of displeasure as she inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have at our Fong residence?" Du Wanchun replied with a smile, "May I ask if Steward Liu is present? He kindly collected the radishes yesterday, and I came specifically to seek him out." Upon hearing Liu's name, the woman cast a disdainful glance at them and barked, "Get lost! Who let these beggars in? Leave at once." As she spoke, she forcefully shoved Du Wanchun. Du Wanchun nearly lost her balance, but fortunately, Mrs. Zhou was there to steady her. "How dare you lay hands on someone without even exchanging a few words?" Mrs. Zhou exclaimed in indignation. The woman spat at their feet and retorted, "Can't you two comprehend human language? I told you to leave." Du Wanchun stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind Mrs. Zhou, and said, "Annie, we came yesterday to deliver radishes." The woman remained unyielding, hands on her hips, ready to berate them further. Feeling a surge of displeasure, Du Wanchun furrowed her brow. Just then, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, startling all three of them. "Get out!" the woman snapped, regaining her composure and reaching out once more to push Du Wanchun. However, another bolt of lightning struck, this time directly hitting the doorframe above the woman's head. With a resounding crash, the doorframe collapsed, landing squarely on her. The woman cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. "Ah, help!" The other matrons and maidens in the courtyard rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "Madame Zhang, are you all right?" they called out. The woman lay on the ground, too pained to utter a word. A nearby young maid was terrified and hurried to summon the matron in charge from Madame Fong's side. Upon hearing that someone was injured in the back courtyard, Madame Fong followed closely to investigate. Du Wanchun and Mrs. Zhou, still shocked by the thunder, stood off to the side, gazing at the woman in astonishment. "What has transpired here?" Madame Fong approached, observing the fallen doorframe and the injured woman, her face a mask of confusion. The young maidens shook their heads in response. Du Wanchun stepped forward and explained, "Just now, a bolt of lightning struck the doorframe and happened to hit the matron." Hearing her voice, Madame Fong turned her gaze to Du Wanchun, appraising her as she asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Du Wanchun replied, "We are from the Zhou family, who delivered radishes yesterday. We have come today to inquire if Steward Liu would still like to receive them." Madame Fong, upon hearing this, suddenly laughed and said, "So that radish belongs to your family?" Du Wanchun nodded and replied, "Indeed, those radishes are all from our home." Madame Fong, with her hair slightly graying, smiled warmly and amiably. "Those radishes are crisp and sweet. I enjoy eating them immensely. I was just about to ask Steward Liu to procure some more when, unexpectedly, you arrived." Du Wanchun stepped forward a couple of paces and quickly responded, "Very well, madam. We shall bring you some radishes tomorrow." "That sounds splendid." Madame Fong replied with a smile as she turned to enter the house. At that moment, the leaves rustled and a sudden gust of wind swept through. The breeze carried the alluring fragrance of the scented dew emanating from Du Wanchun, wafting towards Madame Fong's nostrils. Madame Fong immediately halted, concentrating to catch the scent, and inquired of her maidservants, "Do you detect a fragrance?" The young maidservants sniffed and replied, "Madam, we do. It is indeed delightful." Madame Fong quickly glanced around, pondering the source of the aroma. Observing her curiosity, Du Wanchun promptly retrieved the small bottle of scented dew from her bosom and presented it to Madame Fong, saying, "Madam, is this what you mean?" Madame Fong took a couple of steps forward, slightly bent down to sniff, and immediately exclaimed, "Precisely, this is it." Du Wanchun smiled and said, This is a fragrant dew freshly made by my mother. Would you care to try it? With a face full of delight, Madame Fong accepted it, poured a bit on her wrist, and inhaled. Then, she closed her eyes, gently savoring the fragrance. Du Wanchun asked her, "Madam, do you like this scent?" Madame Fong quickly turned to her and responded, "Is this truly made by your family?" Du Wanchun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is made by us." Madame Fong regarded the two humble peasant women with admiration, exclaiming, "What an exquisite craft! This fragrant dew surpasses even that which is tribute from the western regions." Aunt Zhou was momentarily taken aback and humbly replied, "It is not merely skill. It is the quality of the local soil and water that nurtures such fragrant flowers." Madame Fong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Cheng'an County is truly a fine place. After her words, she gazed intently at the bottle of scented dew and inquired, "Might I purchase this bottle from you?" Du Wanchun's eyes sparkled with a smile as she gently replied, "If you like it, madam, we will be pleased to gift you this bottle." Madame Fong, somewhat astonished, looked at the two modestly dressed rural women with surprise. She tucked the scented dew into her sleeve and said, "We of the Fong family do not typically accept gifts without reason. Since you have given me this fragrant dew, I shall reciprocate with a modest gift." Upon finishing her sentence, she called to a large maidservant behind her, "Please bring me 5 taels of silver for this young lady." 5 taels! Aunt Zhou was stunned. Du Wanchun, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Madam, is 5 taels not excessive?" Madame Fong scrutinized the scented dew in her hand and replied, "Not all. I typically spend at least 10 taels for a bottle of fine dew." Du Wanchun quickly accepted the silver, thanking Madame Fong profusely. "Thank you, Madame Fong." Madame Fong was enamored with the scented dew, and not only did she give Du Wanchun 5 taels of silver, but she also sent 2 chickens along with them. For a long while, Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou sat in the carriage, holding the silver and chickens, still in a state of disbelief. "Wanchun, was this not a dream?" Madame Zhou stared blankly ahead. Du Wanchun pressed the coin she held in her hand, saying, "Mother, feel the silver." Madame Zhou lowered her gaze, carefully kneading the coins, and suddenly came to her senses, exclaiming, "Wanchun, we are truly fortunate today. Our very first bottle of fragrance has sold." Du Wanchun clasped her hand and replied, "Indeed, mother, your craftsmanship is exceptional. There is no fear of unsold goods." Madame Zhou nodded. "Let us return quickly and prepare more fragrance." "Yes, mother. And we shall also gather some flowers along the way," Du Wanchun responded with a smile. As they conversed, the 2 hens sent by Madame Fong began to cluck excitedly. Du Wanchun hurriedly looked down to see the 2 old hens nestled together, having just laid 2 eggs. The round, glistening eggs rolled to their feet. "Oh, the hen laid an egg!" Madame Zhou exclaimed in delight, picking up one egg and examining it carefully, astonished that the hen had laid an egg right after arriving in the cart. Du Wanchun bent down to retrieve the other egg, which was still warm. The hens continued to cluck, raising their heads, and soon produced 2 more eggs. This filled Madame Zhou with joy. Typically, a hen lays only 1 egg a day. Yet these 2 hens were quite prolific. Du Wanchun chuckled as she reached out to stroke the hen's feathers. The hen lifted its rear, producing yet another egg. Watching the egg roll out, Madame Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Another one. These hens from the Fong family are truly remarkable. Du Wanchun, equally delighted, urged Mother, "Quickly gather the eggs." "All right, Wanchun, steady the cart. I will collect them," Madame Zhou said, still reveling in the joy of earning 5 taels of silver, now lost in the delight of egg gathering. When the cart arrived at their doorstep, Madame Zhou returned home, her clothing wrapped around a dozen eggs. "Zhao, Fenger, come out. We have eggs." They had been impoverished for so long that it had been ages since they last enjoyed eggs. Zhou Zhao rushed over and, seeing the shiny eggs, exclaimed, "Mother, I will take them to the kitchen to boil." Madame Zhou handed him 5 eggs and took the rest to the small woodshed in the backyard. Du Wanchun followed her, bringing the 2 hens to the backyard, confining them with the 2 lean ducks. Zhou Ruiyuan was stoking the fire beside the boiler and, upon hearing the commotion, promptly approached. Du Wanchun displayed the 5 taels of silver in her hand, saying, "Husband, look at this." Chapter 40. The stepmother is beaten. Zhou Ruiyuan weighed the coins in his hand, somewhat surprised. 5 taels? Du Wanchun nodded with a smile. "Yes." Madame Fong purchased our bottle of fragrance for 5 taels. That is marvelous. Zhou Riyuan gazed at her radiant smile and couldn't help but join in her laughter. His handsome features appeared even more gentle when he smiled, looking more attractive than usual. Du Wanchun felt a warm glow in her heart. Wanchun, Riyuan, stop your work and come rest while we prepare to enjoy the eggs, Madame Zhou called out to them. Du Wanchun quickly took Zhou Riyuan's hand and led him to the front room. After a brief moment, Zhou Zhao brought out the boiled eggs. A few months prior, the Zhou family barely had enough to eat, surviving on meager offerings of sweet potatoes and brown rice from others. Now, not only could they enjoy fluffy white rice and fragrant eggs, but they also relished the warmth of freshly cooked eggs. This was a dream come true for them. Zhou Zhao peeled the egg, took a bite out of half of it, and with tears welling in his eyes, said to Aunt Zhou, "Mother, this is truly delicious." Aunt Zhou quickly handed him a glass of water, urging, "Zhao, eat slowly." However, Zhou Zhao ignored the water and swallowed it whole. Unlike Zhou Zhao, Zhou Feng peeled his egg and offered it to Aunt Zhou. Zhou Ruin peeled his egg and handed it to Du Wanchun. Both of them were reluctant to eat, preferring to save the delectable treat for their loved ones. In truth, they had eaten eggs before, but at that time, their table was laden with an abundance of delicacies, rendering the humble egg insignificant. Now, having returned to this simple pleasure, their circumstances and emotions had shifted dramatically, which was why Zhou Zhao was so moved. Du Wanchun held the tender white egg in her hands, took a bite, and chewed thoughtfully, reflecting on her past over the past decade. At that moment, she realized how delightful the egg was, surpassing anything she had tasted before. After enjoying the eggs, the family busied themselves harvesting radishes and preparing fragrant dew, full of vigor and enthusiasm. In stark contrast, the Du family of Shangtan village faced a different reality. Lu had given birth to a daughter, who was constantly scorned by Du Dajiang, and their lives grew increasingly bleak. She picked up an egg from the backyard, intending to make egg flour soup. Just as she grasped the egg, Du Dajiang snatched it away, saying, "What are you eating? You don't even have a baby in your belly anymore. It's a waste of an egg." With that, he hid the egg in the oil tank in the backyard. Lu's face turned pale with anger as she trembled and pointed at him, shouting, "You, Du Dajiang, dare to treat me like this. I will report you to County Magistrate Li." Du Dajiang disdainfully glanced at her and retorted, "Go ahead and report. Don't think that your daughter's marriage to young Master Li makes you special. I can see that the Li family doesn't value your daughter at all." Lu snorted coldly. "What does it matter if they don't value her? It's far better than your daughter marrying into that impoverished Zhou family. Just wait and see. My daughter will surely be more prosperous than yours." The more they argued, the angrier Du Dajiang became. He couldn't fathom how Lu had bewitched him into giving up his daughter's promising match for this woman's daughter, leaving him feeling estranged despite being the father-in-law of young Master Li. He picked up the pipe from the ground and hurled it at Lu, shouting, "How dare you speak? If it weren't for you, would Wanchun have to settle for your family?" The pipe struck Lu on the head with a heavy thud. Clutching her head in pain, she cried out, "You dare to hit me!" Du Dajiang, brandishing the pipe, threatened, "What is wrong with hitting you? You've caused our family such misery. You should be grateful I haven't chased you away." Lu hurriedly dodged his smoking pipe and ran outside, exclaiming, "Du Dajiang, just you wait. I shall fetch my daughter and son-in-law to support me." Du Dajiang swiftly pursued her, pointing and declaring, "If you possess the courage to go, do not return." Lu ran faster, truly heading towards Cheng'an County, as Shangtan village is somewhat distant from Cheng'an County. It took Lu over an hour to arrive at the doorstep of Magistrate Li's residence. She tidied her clothes and, with a cheerful smile, approached and knocked on the door. Before long, the door opened to reveal a young servant. The servant scrutinized Lu and inquired, "Who are you?" Lu promptly replied with a smile, "I am the mother of your young mistress. I have come to see her." Upon hearing this, the servant gave her another once-over, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Very well, come in," he said, turning to lead Lu into the house. Lu followed the servant with a beaming smile. The Li residence was quite affluent, comprising a grand courtyard with 3 sections. After passing through a courtyard and traversing a long corridor, they reached the main hall. Inside, Mrs. Li was vehemently berating Lu Longji, exclaiming, You country bumpkin, unable to even recognize a single character. You wrote a prescription for me to procure medicine. Yet you failed to acquire the correct remedy. How am I to entrust you with household management in the future? Kneeling on the ground, Lu Lanji lowered her head, feeling utterly wronged, and replied, "Madam, it was not my mistake. It was the apothecary who misread the prescription." Mrs. Li, infuriated, struck her across the face, scolding, "How dare you argue back?" Lu Lanji shielded her face with her hands, bowing her head in silence. Mrs. Li took a moment to compose herself, seated herself, and sipped her tea, stating, "By the way, the Monthong will enter the household tomorrow." Lu Lanji gasped in shock, raising her head to look at Mrs. Li. "Madam, I have barely been here for a month, and you wish to let my husband take a concubine?" Mrs. Li, glaring with wide eyes, retorted, "What of it? Is it not normal for a man to have multiple wives? Why are you so anxious? Given your status, it is already unprecedented for you to be the principal wife. Must you also control your husband's choices and concubines?" Mrs. Li was tall and slender, with high cheekbones and sharp, slightly upturned eyes that exuded a certain meanness. Her voice piercing and shrill. Lu, having entered behind the servant, happened upon this scene and strode forward with displeasure, saying, "Mother-in-law, these two children have only been married for less than a month. How can you allow my son-in-law to take a concubine?" Chapter 41. The stepmother's disdain upon seeing Lu. Mrs. Li momentarily paused, her brows furrowing as she addressed the servant sharply. "How do you manage things? How could you allow this rustic woman to enter?" The servant quickly lowered his head, explaining, "This lady claims to be the mother of the young mistress." Lu Lanji immediately stepped beside Lu, affirming, "Yes, madam. This is indeed my mother." Mrs. Li, having deduced Lu's identity upon her entrance, feigned ignorance, merely looking down on Lu. "So, it is your mother. I thought she was a beggar who wandered into the mansion." Listening to the conversation, Lu's expression grew increasingly somber as she reflected on the scene she had just witnessed upon entering. She lamented, "Mother-in-law, my daughter is, after all, the esteemed daughter-in-law of the Li family. How could you allow her to kneel before so many witnesses?" Mrs. Li, visibly disdainful of her inquiry, rose and retorted, "I discipline my daughter-in-law in my own household. It is none of your concern. If you find her Li residence unsatisfactory, then take your daughter and leave at once." Mrs. Li had never approved of this marriage. She had only consented to her son marrying Lu Lanji as a lesser evil to avoid the prospect of him marrying that foolish girl. Upon hearing Mrs. Li's intent to expel her daughter, Lu quickly tempered her earlier bravado and softened her tone, saying, "Mother-in-law, my daughter Lanji has always been sensible. If she has erred in any way, I shall personally correct her." Mrs. Li, uninterested in further discourse with such a boorish woman, turned to leave, stating, "Very well. Teach her today how to be a proper daughter-in-law." With that, she departed without a backward glance. After Mrs. Li's exit, Lu Lanji led her mother to her own quarters. Lu was taken aback upon seeing her daughter's room, astonished that her daughter resided in the servants' quarters. Her eyes wide with disbelief, she exclaimed, "Lanji, how can you, a granddaughter-in-law, live in such a place?" Lanji immediately broke into tears, saying, "Mother, the Li family holds me in contempt. The initial days of our marriage were bearable, but since returning to the family, even the eldest son has turned against me, relegating me to this servant's room and ignoring me completely." As she wept, she continued, "Mother, I am living a life unworthy of a human being. Not only do they confine me to a servant's room, but they also serve me their leftovers, and they constantly find fault with me. I am either ordered to kneel or slapped across the face." Lu was stunned by her daughter's lamentations. She had thought marrying into the Li family would bring prosperity, yet it had turned into a nightmare. Embracing her daughter tightly, she said, "Lanji, endure a little longer. To deal with that Mrs. Li and the magistrate, you must first win over the eldest son. Once you bear his child, they will be compelled to treat you with respect." Biting her lip, Lu added, "The eldest son hasn't touched me since our wedding night." This prompted Lu to deliver a sharp slap to her own face, exclaiming, "You foolish girl, if he does not approach you, why not think of ways to entice him? Employ some seductive tactics, just as I did with your stepfather." She spoke with a sense of pride. Lu Lanji, her head bowed in resignation, replied, "Very well, mother. I shall give another try." After they had conspired, Lu then spoke to Lanji about Du Dajiang. Lanji felt indignant on her mother's behalf, exclaiming how heartless her stepfather was. After several years together, how could he resort to violence at a whim? Lu sighed heavily, saying, Lanji, my fate is sealed. You must live well, capturing your husband's heart and securing his family's wealth. Lanji wiped her tears and nodded in agreement. At that moment, a maid called from outside. Madam, the young master has returned. Lu Lanji rose to peer outside and inquired, Why has the eldest young master returned so early today? The maid softly responded, The eldest young master has brought someone back, claiming she carries his child. This revelation left both Lu Shi and Lu Lanji utterly astonished. Lu Lanji, as if struck by a celestial force, asked, Are you saying that woman is with child? The young maid replied softly, Indeed, young madam. It is said that the eldest young master had someone check her pulse, and she is indeed pregnant, with a strong likelihood of bearing a son. Lu Lanji collapsed on the ground, her gaze vacant as she lamented, Mother, what am I to do? Lu Shi herself was taken aback, furrowing her brow in silence for a long moment. Before long, the eldest young master, Li, sent a messenger to convey that Lu Shi should return home, as it was inconvenient for her family to visit the residence. In truth, it was not about inconvenience, but rather that Li held a disdain for Lu Shi. Upon learning of her arrival, he promptly dispatched someone to expel her. Lu Shi, feeling weak and powerless, had no courage to confront the eldest young master, and after giving her daughter a few words of advice, she left hastily. As Lu Shi returned to her village, she fortuitously passed by Chonglu village. At the village entrance, she caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance, a scent so delightful that it uplifted the spirit. She cast a scornful glance toward the Zhou family direction and scoffed, No matter how poor the Li family may be, they are still better than the Zhou family. With that, she quickened her pace and departed. Within the Zhou household, Madame Zhou had spent the entire night crafting dozens of small incense towers for fragrant wood. She carefully packed them into a box, preparing to sell them along with the incense dew. Du Wanchun, lying in bed in a daze, heard Madame Zhou bustling outside. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and noticed that Zhou Ruiyuan had yet to sleep. He was engrossed in a book, studying intently. Du Wanchun approached him and asked, Husband, have you not slept at all last night? Zhou Ruiyuan set the book down, looked at her, and replied slowly, Wanchun, I intend to participate in the upcoming imperial examination. Upon hearing this, Du Wanchun was filled with joy, quickly dressing and moving to his side, asking, Really? Zhou Ruiyuan met her gaze and nodded earnestly. Yes, truly. In a few months, it will be the local examination. The local examination occurs every 3 years. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 3 years. Although still quite young, Zhou Ruiyuan realized that waiting another 3 years could mean an indefinite delay in his chance to take the palace examination and attain success. Seeing her husband's determination brought comfort to Du Wanchun. The local examination is in August, and it is currently only March. Husband, there are still 5 whole months. If you exert a little more effort during this time, you are sure to pass and become a scholar. Zhou Ruiyuan had been well-versed in literature since childhood, and the local examination posed no significant challenge for him. However, once he entered officialdom, he would be increasingly closer to the capital. He gazed deeply at Du Wanchun, resolute in his decision to take this risk and do everything in his power to provide a better life for his wife. If I succeed this time, Zhou Ruiyuan hesitated, his ears betraying a hint of crimson. Du Wanchun, puzzled, inquired, What is it, husband? Zhou Ruiyuan suddenly grasped her wrist, drawing her into his embrace. His shoulders were broad, and his chest radiated warmth. Du Wanchun, pressed against him through the fabric, could feel the heat emanating from his skin, causing her heart to race as though it might leap from her chest. She clutched his collar tightly, her gaze inadvertently drifting to his prominent Adam's apple. As she heard him softly whisper in her ear, Would you bear a child for me? His voice was deep and alluring, and as Du Wanchun listened, her ears flushed instantly, her cheeks burning with heat. It felt as if all the blood in her body surged to her head, leaving her dizzy and at a loss. Zhou Ruiyuan held her tenderly, as one would a frightened fawn, and gently reassured her, Do not be afraid. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose. Du Wanchun endeavored to calm her racing heart, releasing her grip to lightly caress his cheek. With her bright, clear eyes sparkling, she smiled and replied, "My dear husband, we are already lawfully wed. There is no question of coercion." Though they had been married for nearly a month, they had yet to share a bed. Du Wanchun feared that their union might hinder Zhou Ruiyuan's recovery, while he worried about imposing on her wishes. In these days, they had adhered strictly to propriety, treating each other with utmost respect and care. Now, with Zhou Ruiyuan's proposal, it was evident that he had come to a realization. Du Wanchun felt a surge of joy and, unable to contain her emotions, buried her face in his chest. The coarse, gray-blue fabric of his garments exuded his unique fragrance, enveloping her in a sensation of unprecedented comfort, akin to being cradled on a soft cloud. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Ruiyuan's deep-set eyes widened slightly, and the corners of his lips lifted in a gentle smile, radiating warmth as he replied, "Since my wife has agreed, I shall double my efforts to achieve success soon." With that, he tightened his embrace around her. A beam of bright, yellow sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the small room, and with the crowing of a rooster outside, the Zhou household began its morning bustle. Aunt Zhou placed the prepared incense cakes in the front room and turned to fetch some leftover vegetable scraps to feed the chickens. Upon reaching the backyard, she was taken aback. The two thin ducks and the two hens seemed to be in a standoff, each raising their rears as if to lay eggs. The hen tossed her head back, clucking, and soon a single egg rolled out behind her. The duck, standing tall with its long neck, cast a sharp glance at the chicken egg before also raising its rear to lay a large duck egg. The small courtyard was strewn with eggs, both chicken and duck alike. "My little ancestors, how have you laid so many?" Aunt Zhou exclaimed, rushing in with a basket to collect the eggs. With so many eggs, they would have plenty to eat for days. Filled with surprise and joy, Aunt Zhou continued to gather them, her excitement growing with each find. Inside, Zhou Zhao, hearing the commotion, hurried out to see, his face a mask of astonishment. "Mother, could it be that these ducks and chickens have become sentient?" Chapter 43. The incense sells remarkably well. Aunt Zhou promptly called out to him, regardless of their sentience. "Let us collect the eggs first." "All right." Zhou Zhao eagerly joined in the egg-collecting endeavor. Before long, the mother and son had gathered a basket full of chicken and duck eggs. When Du Wanchun emerged, Aunt Zhou had already placed all the eggs into a large basket. She approached and remarked with a smile, "Mother, shall we take some eggs with us when we deliver the radishes to the Fong residence today?" Not long after their return from the Fong family last time, they had sent for Aunt He to convey a message requesting more radishes. Thus, Du Wanchun had risen early once again to prepare for the delivery. Aunt Zhou responded with a beaming smile, "Of course, we can. We have more eggs than we can consume, and it would be just right to exchange some for coins." After washing her face and having breakfast, Du Wanchun loaded 2 jars of newly made fragrant dew and incense sticks into the cart. Just as she was about to fetch the eggs and radishes, Zhou Ruiyuan, along with his 2 younger brothers, had already taken the radishes and eggs onto the cart. Despite his previous leg troubles, Zhou Ruiyuan possessed immense strength, lifting what would require 2 hands for an ordinary person with just 1. Du Wanchun seriously suspected her husband possessed other remarkable abilities. Once everything was packed, Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruiyuan set off in the cart towards Chang'an County, leaving Aunt Zhou, Zhou Zhao, and Zhou Feng at home. Aunt Zhou needed to oversee the stove for making fragrant dew, while Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng tended to their fields. No member of the family was left behind. Fortunately, although the Zhou brothers had fallen from riches to rags, none were idle or slothful. They were capable of undertaking any laborious task. As Aunt Zhou watched Zhou Zhao head out with a hoe, her heart ached with bittersweet sentiment. Recalling the days when he had not needed to lift a finger for clothing or food, now he had learned to cultivate the land and stand on his own. She pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. There is a saying, "Wealth cannot corrupt, and poverty cannot sway." Aunt Zhou mused that this must be the essence of the matter. Meanwhile, at the Fong residence in Chang'an County, Madame Fong, who hailed from the capital, was sought after by many local dignitaries who had not been exposed to the world. Among them was Madame Li, the wife of the county magistrate, who frequently visited Madame Fong to curry favor. Last time, it was she who brought the radishes from Du Wanchun's family to Madame Fong. Today, numerous ladies gathered at Madame Fong's residence to admire the flowers. Among them was Miss Zheng, the sister of the governor of Qingzhou. Upon catching a whiff of a captivating floral scent from Madame Fong, exclaimed in admiration, "Madame Fong, you smell divine. What kind of fragrant dew are you using?" Madame Fong, pleased by the compliment, lifted her sleeve and waved it with a smile. "It is my newly purchased rose-scented dew. Not only does it have a delightful fragrance, but it also aids in calming the mind and promoting restful sleep." Recently, Mr. Fong had been experiencing insomnia, but since he caught the scent in Madame Fong's chamber last night, he had slept particularly soundly. Upon rising this morning, he specifically remarked that he had slept well beside her, expressing his intention to return to her side every night henceforth. Though Mr. Fong was not young, he still had 2 concubines accompanying him back home. In this modern age, Lady Fong has aged considerably, and Master Fong has not spent the night in her chambers for quite some time. Today, he unexpectedly expressed such sentiments, leaving her utterly astonished. She suddenly perceived this fragrant essence as her salvation. Upon witnessing the miraculous effects of the fragrance, the other ladies eagerly inquired, "Lady Fong, where did you procure this exquisite essence?" With a smile, Lady Fong responded, "By a stroke of fortune. It was sold to me by a peasant girl who delivered radishes to my estate." "A peasant girl?" Lady Li beside her grimaced in disdain, recalling how the girl often toiled in the fields, her attire perpetually soiled. Can we truly trust the quality of her wares? Instantly, Lady Fong's expression turned frosty. Yet she maintained her smile as she replied, "Such remarks are unkind. The peasant girl earns her living through her craft, which is not shameful. The products she creates are no less commendable than those from the grand shops in the capital." Upon hearing that her wares might surpass those of the capital, the ladies became even more intrigued. Many had never ventured to the capital, only aware of its opulence. The prospect of obtaining superior goods without the need to travel there filled them with delight. "Lady Fong, does that young lady still sell her fragrant essence?" Miss Zheng, the second daughter, was the first to ask. "My elder brother has been plagued by insomnia of late, and I wish to procure some for him." Miss Zheng's brother was none other than the illustrious Governor Zheng, and although the ladies present were from affluent families, they were still somewhat eclipsed by his status. Lady Fong quickly replied, "They are scheduled to deliver radishes to our home today as well. When they arrive, I shall inquire on your behalf." Miss Zheng beamed with gratitude and performed a courteous bow, saying, "Thank you, Lady Fong." The other ladies echoed her sentiments, expressing their desire to purchase the essence. Only Lady Li remained, her face elongated and her expression still one of disdain. Before long, Wanchun arrived at the back door of the Fong residence, carrying radishes and the fragrant essence. This time, it was Steward Liu who opened the door. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, "Young lady, please wait a moment. Our mistress wishes to speak with you." Wanchun smiled in response, "Certainly, thank you, Steward Liu." He turned and re-entered the courtyard, and shortly thereafter, Lady Fong appeared, accompanied by several other ladies. "Madam, our radishes have arrived." Wanchun greeted Lady Fong with a respectful nod. Lady Fong stepped forward, welcoming her warmly. "Dear girl, do you still have any of that fragrant essence you sold me last time?" Chapter 44. The ladies compete to purchase the fragrant essence. Hearing this, Wanchun's face brightened, and she replied, "As it happens, my mother has just prepared 6 more bottles. Madam, would you like to purchase some?" Lady Fong glanced at the ladies behind her, clarifying, "It is not I who wishes to buy, but rather they." In unison, the ladies affirmed, "Yes, dear girl, we wish to buy your fragrant essence. Please do not fret. Ladies, I shall fetch it immediately," Wanchun said, turning towards the cart. Zhou Ruin extended her hand, offering the essence to her. Accepting it, Wanchun approached the ladies, proclaiming, "Ladies, here is our fragrant essence." The ladies gathered around, inhaling the aroma, confirming, "Indeed, this is the scent." "Dear girl, how much do you charge for each bottle of this essence?" Upon hearing this, Wanchun hesitated, for these ladies hailed from affluent families. If the price were set too high, it might offend them. Yet, if it were too low, they would suffer a loss. At that moment, Madame Fong suddenly spoke up. "I purchased it from the young lady for 10 taels of silver, and naturally, I shall sell it to you at the same price." Wanchun was taken aback. She had clearly sold it to Madame Fong for only 5 taels. And now it appeared that Madame Fong was deliberately inflating the price to assist her. 10 taels, an amount that caused the assembled ladies to exchange uncertain glances. After all, 10 taels was no trifling sum. It could procure a considerable quantity of rouge and powder. Observing their hesitation, Madame Fong reiterated, "If you find the price too steep, then let this young lady return." Du Wanchun chimed in, "Indeed, ladies, if you're not inclined to purchase, I shall take my leave, as I still have to sell our family's eggs." With that, she turned, holding the fragrant dew, and prepared to depart. The ladies, seeing her about to leave, hastily called out, "Wait a moment." Ultimately, it was Miss Zheng who stepped forward first. She produced 10 taels of silver from her bosom and said, "Young lady, I would like 1 bottle of fragrant dew." Du Wanchun accepted the silver and handed her a bottle, saying, "Please take care of it, madam." Miss Zheng opened the bottle and, inhaling its delightful fragrance, remarked, "Indeed, this fragrant dew is exquisite. Might I procure another bottle?" With that, she revealed more silver, this time in the form of a banknote. The other ladies, witnessing this, grew anxious. "Miss, there are only 5 bottles in total. Having purchased one, please do not compete with us." Even the typically stingy Madame Li stepped forward, producing 10 taels of silver. "That's right, there are 4 bottles remaining. Just enough for each of us." Madame Li's assertion was met with agreement from the other ladies. Madame Fong then interjected with a smile, "If that is the case, let us divide it such that each receives 1 bottle. What say you, young lady?" With that, she turned her gaze towards Du Wanchun. Du Wanchun nodded vigorously, "Of course. That could be arranged." The ladies placed their silver into Du Wanchun's hands, and, subsequently, each selected a bottle of fragrant dew from her basket. They held the bottles close, inhaling the scent with great delight. At that moment, from within the carriage, Zhou Yun handed Du Wanchun a box of incense, whispering, "Deliver these to them." Understanding his intent, Du Wanchun accepted the incense and turned to the ladies with a smile. "Madams, I have brought some sandalwood incense freshly prepared by my mother. Should you fancy it, please feel free to take some home." They all leaned in to observe the small wooden box, which contained approximately 20 pieces of incense. As these ladies burned incense daily in their households, such items were quite commonplace, and thus they exhibited little interest. Du Wanchun, however, quickly thought to add, "Esteemed ladies, these incense sticks are crafted from the finest sandalwood, enhanced with our unique secret formula. Not only do they emit a delightful fragrance, but they also elevate one's spirits, soothe the mind, and possess health benefits that invigorate the blood and enhance one's complexion." Ladies are often oblivious to the nuances of fragrance, mistaking it for mere self-promotion. However, Madame Fong possesses a discerning nose. She picked up a sandalwood tower incense from the box, crafted from superior sandalwood, and expressed her curiosity. Bringing it to her nose, she was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned to Du Wanchun and exclaimed, "This truly is exquisite sandalwood. Where did you acquire it?" Du Wanchun replied candidly, "We happen to have a sandalwood tree in our field." Madame Fong marveled. The Zhou family is indeed fortunate to possess such fine sandalwood. Your mother's craftsmanship is commendable. This tower incense is exquisitely made, and its fragrance is richer than ordinary sandalwood. Its quality is undeniably exceptional. With Madame Fong's praise, the other ladies became intrigued and expressed their desire to examine it further. Each took 2 or 3 pieces, inspecting them closely, wondering if they indeed possessed such remarkable qualities. Chapter 45. A profit of 50 taels. Du Wanchun smiled gently and said, "Consider these a gift for you, ladies. Should you find them to your liking, feel free to seek me out for future purchases." Crafting tower incense does not require as much time as making scented oils, yet it is significantly more affordable. Nevertheless, for a family like the Zhous, who built their fortune from the ground up, having customers is a blessing. "Very well, we shall take some a try," the ladies replied with smiles, each tucking a few pieces into their pockets. They collectively took several, leaving more than half of the box behind. Du Wanchun graciously gifted the remaining incense to Madame Fong as a token of gratitude, pleased with the cleverness and poise of the young girl. Madame Fong accepted the incense and remarked, "Earlier, you mentioned you had eggs to sell. The day is waning. Why not sell them all to me, sparing you further toil? Du Wanchun beamed with delight, bowing in appreciation. Thank you, madam. She then called to Zhou Ruyuan. My dear husband, please bring down the eggs. Upon hearing her call, he promptly retrieved a basket filled with chickens and duck's eggs from the cart. The matron by Madame Fong's side hurriedly counted, revealing approximately 50 eggs in total. She handed Du Wanchun 151. Du Wanchun graciously accepted the coins, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, matron. The matron chuckled. No need for such niceties. After securing the silver and copper coins, Du Wanchun bid farewell and prepared to depart in their cart. Just as they were about to set off, Miss Zheng suddenly called out, Miss, you Haven team mentioned where your home is. If I wish to purchase scented oils from you again, how shall I find you? Du Wanchun replied with a smile, the Zhou family in Chonglu village. If you wish to find us, simply inquire at the village entrance. Miss Zheng nodded. Very well. Travel safely, Mississippi. As Du Wanchun settled back into the cart beside Zhou Ruyuan, she gazed at the coins in her hand, feeling as though she were in a dream. Counting the coins, she realized they had earned a total of 50 taels today, in addition to 151 from selling the eggs. With this newfound wealth, they could finally attend to the repairs of their home. Noticing her lost in thought, Zhou Ruyuan gently pulled on the reins and said, when time permits, I shall have my mother sew you a few garments. Du Wanchun listened intently, lifting her gaze to him. You mother, and our second and third brothers are all in need of new garments. Zhou Ruyuan looked ahead, stating, we are not in a hurry. Du Wanchun rested her head against his shoulder, following his line of sight and gazing forward, her face adorned with the blissful smile of two small dimples. Just as they departed, the group of ladies commenced their inquiries with Madame Fong regarding the Zhou family's affairs. This young lady and her husband both possess striking appearances. What sort of family is the Zhou family from Chonglu village? Miss Zheng, the second daughter, queried first. As Madame Fong turned and walked into the house, she remarked, I heard from Steward Liu that this young lady's surname is Du. She previously resided in Xiangtan village before marrying into the Zhou family. The matron beside her continued, I also heard that this young lady was somewhat simple-minded in the past. However, it seems that was merely a rumor. Simple-minded? Xiangtan village, the Du family? Lady Li, who was trailing behind, muttered in astonishment, pondering if this young lady was the very simple girl from the Du family whom her son almost married. She was momentarily stunned. This young lady appeared clever and witty. How could she possibly be simple-minded? Comparatively, her own Lu Longji seemed vastly inferior. She began to harbor serious doubts that the Lu family had intentionally obstructed matters, leading her family to wed Lu Longji. Her resentment towards the Lu family and Lu Longji deepened considerably. Having been driven out by Du Dajiang, Lu Shi was on her way from Chonglu village to Xiangtan village when she suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she looked up at the sky and cursed. Which wretched soul is cursing me? At that moment, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, signaling an impending downpour. Since her expulsion by Du Dajiang, Lu Shi had spent a night at the home of a distant relative in Chonglu village. This morning, feeling particularly aggrieved and unwilling to leave without a fight, she resolved to return home. As she passed the Zhou residence, curiosity compelled her to glance inside. At that moment, Aunt Wang from the village, noticing her furtive gaze, sternly asked, Who are you? What do you want? Lu Shi quickly regained her composure, replying, My daughter is married into this family, so I wanted to take a look. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang recognized the woman before her as the cruel stepmother of Du Wanchun. With a stern expression, she retorted, Wanchun is well cared for by her mother-in-law and cherished by her husband. Her life is quite prosperous. You ought not to keep lingering about and obstructing her. Lu Shi's face turned pale with anger as she snapped back. What business is it of yours? Aunt Wang, known for her fiery temper, raised her hoe and shouted, What? Do you wish to bully her here? Get out. This is not your Xiangtan village. Startled, Lu Shi quickly fled, but not without turning back to curse Ba. What mother-in-law's love, what husband's affection. That little hussy deserves to be bullied for a lifetime. Aunt Wang, hearing this, swung her hoe towards her. Lu Shi, glancing back, hastened her pace, but in her haste, she stumbled and fell into a pile of cow dung. A wretched scream erupted as Lu Shi struggled in the muck. each movement causing the foul substance to seep into her mouth. Gradually, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 46. Finally feasting on meat as twilight descended. The villagers unceremoniously dragged her out and placed her onto a cart, escorting her back home. Lu slowly regained consciousness in the cart, recognizing her doorstep, and promptly tumbled off. She crawled and kneeled her way to her home, desperate to find water for a thorough cleansing. However, upon the door's opening, she was met with the shocking sight of Du Dajiang entangled with another woman. Du Dajiang, what are you doing? Lu trembled with rage at the scene before her. Du Dajiang hastily donned his clothing, visibly displeased, and retorted, "Did you not leave? Why have you returned?" Lu pointed at the woman on the bed, her voice fierce with indignation. "Who is she? What are you two doing?" The woman on the bed languidly dressed herself. Raising an eyebrow with a smile, "Sister Lu, can't you tell? You should be well aware." Previously, in her eagerness to marry Du Dajiang, Lu had clandestinely engaged with him while Du Wanchun's mother was still alive, a fact known to all in the village. Now, Lu was forced to witness her man with another woman, a fitting retribution. Overcome with despair, Lu advanced towards the woman, exclaiming, "You shameless hussy! I will not hesitate to strike you down." The woman, noticing her foul odor, quickly hid behind Du Dajiang, feigning fragility. "Brother Du, save me." Du Dajiang, with a look of disdain, struck Lu with a resounding slap, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Lu, cradling her face, wept bitterly. "Du Dajiang, I have been with you for years and bore you a daughter. How could you treat me so?" Furiously, Du Dajiang pointed at her. "You dare mention our daughter? I brought you into my home with the hope of having a son, yet you bore me a daughter. Since you cannot produce a son, do not blame me for seeking another woman." This very sentiment had been echoed by Du Dajiang to Du Wanchun's mother, who had been in poor health and had spat blood upon hearing it. Now, it was Lu's turn to choke on her rage. Clutching her chest, Lu spat back. "You two illicit lovers wait for me. I will not leave quietly. Even in death, I shall remain here." Du Dajiang, weary of her incessant clamor, dismissed her. "Stay if you wish, but do not expect me to provide you with sustenance." Lu, resolute in her disbelief that he would truly abandon her, lay down on the ground, declaring, "Fine, I shall endure this with you." Du Dajiang, embracing the woman on the bed, kicked her aside and strode into the adjacent room. The walls between the two rooms offered little soundproofing, and Lu, lying on the ground, seethed with anger at the noises emanating from next door. While turmoil brewed in the Du household, the Zhou family sat together, counting their silver. Madame Zhou gazed at the gleaming stacks of coins, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Madame Fong is truly a benevolent person. Without her, our fragrant Du might not have sold at all." Du Wanchun nodded in agreement, indeed. Madame Fong is a person of great worldly experience. Zhou Dinyang grasped her hand and said, "Nevertheless, the most important thing is to express my gratitude to you." Wanchun. Du Wanchun quickly shook her head, replying, "What do I have to be thanked for? These fragrant elixirs are all crafted by you, mother. Without your exquisite skills, Madame Fong might not have taken a liking to them. Of course I must thank you. Had it not been for you, I would never have thought of creating fragrant elixirs," Zhou Dinyang remarked, her face glowing with appreciation. Du Wanchun smiled, saying, "It is nothing, really. The key is your trust in me. Had you not believed in me, you wouldn't have worked alongside me to make the fragrant elixirs." Zhou Dinyang sighed deeply, her laughter mingling with glistening tears. "You are truly a wonderful child." Nearby, the three Zhou brothers observed the mutual flattery exchange between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and couldn't help but chuckle. The next morning, Zhou Dinyang ventured to the neighboring village with silver in hand to purchase half a pig, cotton, fabric, and some everyday kitchenware, as well as salt for cooking. She made 2 new quilts from the cotton and crafted new outfits for the children, including a lovely pleated skirt in a vibrant green hue for Du Wanchun. The fabric for this piece was of far superior quality compared to the pale yellow one she had received previously. Once donned, Du Wanchun appeared entirely transformed, her fair complexion radiating even more vitality. She had never worn such fine clothing at the Du household. Even the slightly better fabrics had been coarse and unflattering. The skirt Zhou Dinyang created for her flowed gracefully, billowing gently with each step, swaying like water in the spring breeze. The more she admired it, the more she loved it, as she strolled through the courtyard several times. Many passing villagers paused to glance back at her, murmuring about how beautiful the girl looked. Inside, Zhou Dinyang felt immense joy, contemplating purchasing a decent piece of jewelry for her daughter-in-law once she earned more silver. At noon, Zhou Dinyang divided the newly acquired half-pig. Large cuts of meat were hung in the woodshed to be smoked into cured meat, while the pig's trotters and bones simmered into a savory soup. The remaining silver was entrusted to Du Wanchun, who planned to save some to build a new house for her family. Soon, the Zhou household was filled with the enticing aroma of meat. Chen Tai Niu from the neighboring Chen family, captivated by the scent, turned to his wife, Jiang Qiuju, exclaiming, "Do you smell that delightful aroma of meat?" Jiang Qiuju nodded, "Yes, I do." Which household is indulging in such a feast? While Longlu village was not destitute, it was rare for many to enjoy meat regularly. The Chun family was relatively well off, yet their crops had been poor lately, and they had lost their chickens and piglets, making it nearly half a month since they last tasted meat. Jiang Qiuju, enticed by the aroma, felt her mouth water. She had not eaten well at home lately. Perhaps it is the Meng family feasting, she speculated. Chen Tainyo served her a bowl of plain porridge. Just then, Chun Lauda walked in and announced, "Father, Mother, it's the second aunt's family next door that is eating meat." Jiang Qiuju was taken aback. Their family is able to enjoy meat now? Chapter 47. A momentous occasion. Old Chun settled into his seat, lifted the bowl in his hands, and remarked, "Indeed, it seems my second aunt's family is thriving." Jiang Qiuju scoffed in response. "I suspect your second aunt has found herself a man. Otherwise, how could she possibly indulge in meat?" No sooner had her words left her lips than Chun Tiniu slammed his hand down on the table, exclaiming fiercely, "Enough!" Startled, Jiang Qiuju gazed at him in disbelief. "You dare to speak to me like that?" Ever since Chun Tiniu had been frightened by the vegetables in the field, he had transformed, shedding his former timidity. He took the bowl of porridge that had been in front of Jiang Qiuju and tipped it over her head, his tone severe, "If you find the food unsatisfactory, then be gone." Jiang Qiuju, taken aback, quickly rose, wiping the porridge from her face. "Chun Tiniu, have you lost your mind?" Chun Tiniu glared at her with wide eyes. "Repeat that." Jiang Qiuju was one who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Upon encountering the terror in Chun Tiniu's gaze, she clenched her teeth and obediently sat back down, refraining from further protest. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the next table, and as she surveyed the chaos on her own, her heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 needles. She had completely forgotten how, in the past, her family had mocked the Zhou family for their meat consumption. In the Zhou family's courtyard, Aunt Zhou called out for her family to come to dinner. Wanchun, Fenger, come and eat. Du Wanchun was in the backyard tidying up the incense she had just prepared. Upon hearing the call, she quickly wiped her hands and made her way to the kitchen, ready to assist in serving the meal. Inside, Zhou Ruiyuan had already taken the initiative to bring the rice to the table before her. Ever since his legs had improved, he often vied with Du Wanchun to lend a hand, anxious that she might overexert herself. However, Du Wanchun was not one to be overly sentimental. She would readily do what she could manage herself. Once seated, Aunt Zhou and Zhou Ruiyuan each offered her a piece of the braised pig trotter. The trotter was cooked to perfection, tender and succulent, melting in the mouth with a sweet flavor. Although Aunt Zhou's culinary skills were modest, for someone who had not tasted meat in a while, this dish was a heavenly delight. Du Wanchun savored 2 or 3 pieces in quick succession. Seeing her relish the meal, Aunt Zhou felt a deep sense of satisfaction and offered her another piece, worried she might not have enough. "Come, eat more." "Thank you, Aunt." Du Wanchun replied gratefully, reciprocating by offering a piece to Aunt Zhou. The family enjoyed their meal with joy, but soon after, an unexpected guest arrived at their door. "Is Miss Du at home?" Upon hearing the voice, Du Wanchun promptly stood and walked outside. "Who is looking for me?" To her surprise, it was Steward Liu from the Fong residence. He smiled at Du Wanchun. "Miss Du, greetings." Du Wanchun was taken aback and quickly welcomed him inside. "Steward Liu, what brings you here?" As Liu entered, he replied, "I have splendid news to share with you." Du Wanchun, puzzled, inquired, "What great news?" "Steward Liu." Aunt Zhou also hurried over, directing Zhao and the others to fetch chairs and water. Steward Liu accepted the water and sat down, speaking slowly. Did you not sell a few bottles of fragrance due to those ladies last time? Du Wanchun nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Guanjia continued. Our master is particularly fond of the fragrant essence and the tower incense sold by the young lady, and he wishes to engage in a profitable business venture with her. Du Wanchun, sitting nearby in perplexity, inquired, what kind of business? After taking a sip of water, Lu Guanjia replied, our master has taken a liking to your craftsmanship and would like to invite you to our Fong family to produce incense. We will establish a shop that exclusively sells your incense and pay you a monthly wage. What do you think? Du Wanchun listened, her brow furrowing slightly. Lu Guanjia extended 5 fingers, stating, the monthly wage is 50 taels. 50 taels a month is not a trifling sum for an ordinary farming family. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Dama would surely agree without hesitation, yet upon seeing Du Wanchun's silence, she remained quiet. Du Wanchun calculated in her mind, increasingly feeling that this 50 taels was amiss. Chapter 48. Partnering in business. Just as she pondered how to voice her thoughts, Zhou Ruin suddenly interjected, Lu Guanjia, this seems rather inappropriate. Inappropriate? Lu Guanjia looked at the man before him with confusion. Zhou Ruiyuan slowly articulated, since Master Fong has expressed a desire for our skills, he must sincerely wish to engage in the incense business. However, our Zhou family is not foolish. A month's wage only equates to a few bottles of premium fragrant essence. Why should we not produce and sell it ourselves? Lu Guanjia, listening intently, smiled slightly, eager to provide an explanation. Zhou Ruiyuan continued, I know you will argue that our Zhou family lacks a shop and clientele, which would hinder our business endeavors. Therefore, I propose a mutually beneficial solution. What solution? Lu Guanjia inquired. Zhou Ruiyuan replied, Master Fong provides us with a shop and clientele, while our Zhou family supplies the finished incense, and we split the profits 80-20. 80 for you, 20 for us? Lu Guanjia was taken aback, surprised that this farmer possessed such cleverness. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up and said, very well, I will convey your proposal to our master and see his response. As Zhou Ren accompanied him to the door, he added, if Master Fong disagrees, it is of no concern. Our Zhou family will not insist. Lu Guanjia paused, turned to look at him, his gaze deepening, then smiled. You are indeed quite remarkable. After shaking his head, he stepped outside and boarded a carriage. Seeing him depart, Zhou Dama hurriedly asked Zhou Ren, what did you mean earlier? What is this 2 and 8? Du Wanchun approached with a smile. Mother, my husband meant that we would partner with the Fong family in business, sharing the profits as 2 for them and 8 for us. No one shall take advantage of the other. This arrangement is far superior to merely receiving a wage, as it not only expands our Zhou family's business, but also guarantees us 80% of the profits each month. Understanding, Zhou Dama rejoiced, what good fortune. This way, we need not personally engage in the business. Zhou Ren nodded, indeed, but we still do not know if Master Fong will agree. Upon learning of this proposal, Master Fong was neither angered nor attempted to negotiate down the price. Instead, he readily consented. Very well, we shall abide by their terms. We will provide the shop and the source of goods, with an 80-20 split. Butler Liu, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Master, are we truly to consent? We are not lacking in the incense trade, are we? Master Fong, holding a burning tower incense in his hand, inhaled its fragrance and remarked, such exquisite sandalwood. I last encountered over a decade ago in the palace. Butler Liu, taken aback, asked, in the palace? Master Fong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I recall that the current emperor has a fondness for incense. If we could establish this incense business in the capital and subsequently in the royal city, becoming a royal merchant, it would be a different matter altogether. However, can this incense truly be sold in the capital? Butler Liu expressed his concerns. Master Fong, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, with my connections, it is certainly feasible. Regardless of the share we negotiate with the Zhou family, this venture is guaranteed to be profitable. There is no need for concern. Butler Liu, only partially understanding, assisted Master Fong in lighting another tower incense. As Master Fong reveled in the aroma, he reclined in his chair, suddenly struck by a thought. His gaze grew distant as he murmured, In the past, I remember that the matriarch of the Liu family was unparalleled in the art of incense making. Alas, she passed away too soon. Butler Liu cautiously inquired, "Is that the Liu family that was confiscated?" Master Fong did not respond, slowly closing his eyes. Yet, even without his words, Butler Liu understood. It was indeed that Liu family. In the entire Xianyu kingdom, only the empress's maternal family excelled in the craft of incense making. 3 days later, Butler Liu returned to the Zhou family bearing good news. Du Wanchun and Zhou Fen were not surprised. After conversing briefly with Butler Liu, they confirmed the matter. "Miss Du, the master has gifted you the shop located in the southwest street of Chung'an County and will also arrange for an assistant," Butler Liu cheerfully announced. "As for when to open the shop, it depends on when you complete the incense." Du Wanchun nodded lightly. "Very well, Butler Liu, but may we see the shop beforehand?" Butler Liu, squinting with a smile, replied, "Of course. If you have time today, you may accompany us." Du Wanchun promptly stood, saying, "All right, my husband and I will go with you at once." She then turned to Zhou Riyuan, who smiled and nodded before stepping outside to fetch the carriage. The three of them, seizing the early hour, headed to Chung'an County. The shop that Master Fong had provided was indeed a prime location. Although it was not as bustling as South Street, it was situated on West Street, in close proximity to the residences of many officials and nobles. Du Wanchun was quite satisfied, smiling at Butler Liu. "Butler Liu, I believe you would like to send one of our own assistants in addition to the one from Master Fong." Butler Liu nodded in agreement. "Certainly, it is only fitting that both our families send an assistant." Upon hearing his swift acquiescence, Du Wanchun immediately had a candidate in mind. Both Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng were literate, yet Zhou Feng's eyesight was poor, making Zhou Zhao the most suitable choice at present. After reaching an agreement, Du Wanchun and Zhou Riyuan boarded the carriage, preparing to return home. In Chonglu village, Zhou Feng and Zhou Zhao were working in the fields. With the rice nearing maturity, the two were busy harvesting. Zhou Feng's eyesight had not fully recovered, so he could only assist by carrying the cut rice. As the weather grew increasingly warm, Zhou Zhao soon found himself drenched in sweat. "Brother, please bring me some water," called Zhou Feng from a short distance away. Zhou Feng fumbled to retrieve the water jug and slowly approached Zhou Zhao. "Here, third brother." Zhou Zhao accepted the jug and drank deeply, his peripheral vision catching sight of the pond, not far off. This pond was a stagnant pool. On rainy days, the water would be remarkably clear, but without rain, it became a foul-smelling mire. Few villagers used this water, save for Zhou Zhao, who occasionally fetched a bit to water his vegetables. As he gazed at the surface of the pond, his eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly pulled Zhou Feng's attention, exclaiming, "Brother, the murky pond appears much clearer than usual." Zhou Feng, only able to discern vague shapes nearby, was momentarily puzzled, but joined in the astonishment. "Hasn't it been dry lately? How could the water suddenly become so clear?" "I'm not sure. Let me take a closer look." Zhou Zhao placed the jug back into Zhou Feng's hands and hurried towards the pond's edge. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Zhao was taken aback. The water was not foul, but rather a crystal-clear spring. Unable to resist, he scooped a handful to taste, finding it sweet and refreshing, akin to honey. Furthermore, he could see fish swimming in the water. Schools of small carp and larger grass carp glided through the verdant aquatic plants. Filled with excitement, Zhou Zhao stood and called out to Zhou Feng, "Brother, there are so many fish in this pond." With ears perked, Zhou Feng followed the sound, feeling his way toward Zhou Zhao. "Quickly, let us catch those fish." In Chonglu village, there were few ponds with fish. Most villagers would either buy fish from neighboring villages or fish in the distant Luoyang River. To discover such an abundance so close to home was a joy that would keep anyone awake with excitement. Zhou Zhao, agile and swift, leaped into the pond, catching fish with his bare hands. The small carp clustered together, and with a mere sweep, he caught one. "Brother, hold this," he shouted, tossing the fish onto the bank. Zhou Feng crouched down, gathering the fish and placing them into the basket they had brought. 1, 2, 3. Each lively fish was tossed ashore. Zhou Zhao delightedly splashed in the water, stirring it up, causing the fish to swim in a daze, diving into his embrace. With skillful hands, he soon captured a dozen small carp and 3 larger grass carp. Chapter 50. The second brother's eyes are better gazing at the basket brimming with fish. Zhou Zhao, not wanting to be greedy, wiped his face and climbed back up the bank. "Brother, let us hurry back and cook these fish." He cheerfully wrung out his wet clothes. Zhou Feng slowly stood, removed his outer garment, and handed it to him. "Here, put this on, don't catch a chill." Zhou Zhao patted his chest reassuringly. "I'm fine. Let us just head back." Zhou Feng, dismissing his brother's reassurances, draped the outer garment over him. The fabric soon soaked up the water, and Zhou Zhao made no move to return it. Together, they carried the basket of fish and made their way home. On their way back, Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng encountered the two younger sons of the Meng family from the south of the village, known as Meng Lao San and Meng Lao Si. These boys, of a similar age to Zhou Zhao, often looked down upon the Zhou family alongside their parents. Upon seeing the fish in Zhou Zhao's basket, they were taken aback. "Where did you steal those fish, Zhou Zhao?" they exclaimed. Zhou Zhao scoffed. "These are fish from our own pond." "What do you mean by stealing?" The pond had a tendency to smell foul, which is why the seller included it in the transfer to the Zhou family, almost as a gift. Meng Lao San and Meng Lao Si gazed at him with disdain, retorting, "If your land didn't stink like a latrine when it doesn't rain, how could there possibly be fish?" Zhou Zhao, uninterested in their provocations, brushed past them, stating, "Believe what you want." Zhou Feng hurriedly followed behind him. Feeling humiliated by Zhou Zhao's dismissal, Meng Lao San and Meng Lao Si stepped forward, grabbing Zhou Feng's collar and yanking him back. "Oh, isn't this the little blind boy? Can your eyes catch fish too?" With that, they forcefully pushed Zhou Feng to the ground. Zhou Zhao was momentarily stunned, then, filled with fury, approached them and demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Meng Lao San, hands on his hips, coldly replied, "Nothing in particular, just thought we'd teach you a lesson for being so insufferable." The Meng family was relatively affluent in Changlu village, making these two boys local bullies who enjoyed tormenting the honest Zhou family. Previously, Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng seldom ventured out, avoiding encounters with them, but now that they had been cornered, they wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Fuming with anger, Zhou Feng warned them, "You'd best not provoke us. Or else what?" Meng Lao San sneered, "You think you can beat us?" Just as his words fell, he was struck squarely in the face. With a resounding slap, Meng Lao San was knocked to the ground, clutching his swollen cheek in pain, exclaiming, "Who hit me?" Zhou Zhao was equally taken aback, turning to see Zhou Feng, his face impassive. Meng Lao San and Meng Lao Si, realizing what had transpired, pointed at Zhou Feng, cursing, "You little blind boy, so you know how to hit? Just wait until we deal with you." Zhou Feng's expression grew cold, his gaze sharp. Suddenly, he drew a sickle and pressed it against Meng Lao Si's throat, coldly stating, "What do you plan to do to me?" Meng Lao Si was startled, glancing down at the sickle on his neck, stammering, "You dare?" Zhou Feng's eyes hardened as he applied more pressure, cutting a shallow gash in Meng Lao Si's neck. Crimson blood began to seep out. Meng Lao Si, sweating from pain, finally grasped the severity of the situation. "Zhou Feng, calm down. If you go any further, someone will die." Zhou Feng's expression remained devoid of emotion, yet a fierce determination shone through as he spoke in a low voice. "If you want me to let go, both of you must kneel and bow your heads to us." This demand was a common tactic of the Meng brothers to humiliate others, and today it had turned against them. Meng Lao San and Meng Lao Si were clearly unwilling to comply. Zhou Feng intensified his grip, the blade gradually embedding itself into flesh, as if merely advancing a fraction more would sever the jugular. "Very well, I shall kneel as you wish." Meng Lao Si cried out in terror. Moments later, a telltale warmth spread through his trousers. He had urinated in fright. "Fourth brother." Meng Lao San stared, dumbfounded. Sensing a foul odor, Zhou Feng slowly released Meng Lao Si. The latter hastily grasped Meng Lao San and earnestly bowed twice before Zhou Feng. Observing this, Zhou Feng sheathed his scythe and departed with a bewildered Zhou Zhao. As Zhou Zhao followed, gradually regaining his senses, he exclaimed, "Second brother, your eyesight has returned." Zhou Feng gazed ahead, his previously indifferent countenance suddenly adorned with a smile. He replied, "Indeed, it has returned. Just now when Meng Lao San pushed me, I felt a sudden sharp pain in my eyes, and upon reopening them, everything became crystal clear." Zhou Zhao was instantly overjoyed. "That is splendid news. Second brother, your vision is restored." Zhou Feng smiled gently, It has been quite uncomfortable seeing only blurred shapes. Thankfully, it is now entirely restored. Zhou Zhao stepped forward to examine his brother's eyes, which sparkled with the same sharpness as before, his heart brimming with joy. With a fish basket on his back, he nearly leapt in excitement. Second brother, let us hurry home to share this marvelous news with mother. Zhou Feng nodded with a smile. The two brothers returned home, exuberant. Mother, eldest brother, sister-in-law, Du Wanchun and Zhou Yang were in the backyard steaming flower dew when they heard the commotion and quickly turned to look. There stood Zhou Zhao, carrying a basket brimming with fish. Zhou Yang was taken aback and rushed to the front room. Gazing at the lively fish sprawled across the ground, astonished, where did all these fish come from? Chapter 51. Letting second brother manage the shop, Zhou Zhao replied with a grin. We caught them from the pond beside the vegetable garden. Zhou Yang was in awe, lifting a substantial grass carp to inspect it. The fish was as large as an arm, robust and hefty, surely enough to feed them for several days. Such large fish exist in that pond, she exclaimed joyfully. Zhou Zhao nodded. Yes, mother, look, there are also these small crucian carp, despite their modest size. The wild crucian carp were plump and appeared meaty. Zhou Yang, momentarily dazzled, exclaimed, this is wonderful. Mother will prepare fish soup for you both. With that, she picked up the large grass carp and headed towards the kitchen. Zhou Zhao quickly stepped forward to stop her. Mother, there is another piece of great news. What great news? Zhou Zhao called Zhou Feng inside. Second brother, please come in. Zhou Feng walked slowly into the room. Smiling at Zhou Yang, Mother, my eyesight is completely restored. Zhou Yang froze at the sound of his footsteps, her voice trembling with anticipation. You can see everything clearly? Zhou Feng nodded with a smile. Yes, mother, not only can I see everything clearly, but I can see better and farther than before. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang was overwhelmed with emotion, stepping closer to examine his eyes from left to right. This is incredible. Feng, after 3 years, your eyesight has finally returned. Zhou Feng felt a lump in his throat as he lowered his head and spoke to Aunt Zhou, expressing his gratitude for the care he received from her and his elder brother and third brother over the years. He remarked that without their support, his recovery would not have been so swift. Aunt Zhou, patting his shoulder, smiled tearfully and replied that it was only natural for family members to look after one another. At that moment, Zhou Feng turned his gaze towards Du Wanchun, his sister-in-law, finally seeing her clearly for the first time. He expressed his appreciation for her kindness. Du Wanchun, smiling, responded that it was good to see him well. Suddenly recalling something, she asked if he would be willing to take on a certain task now that his eyesight had improved. What task? Zhou Feng inquired. Du Wanchun explained that since her family and the Feng family jointly operated a scented incense shop, she wanted him to manage it. Zhou Feng paused in contemplation, and Du Wanchun continued, stating that she had initially considered their third brother for the role, but believed Zhou Feng, with a steadier temperament, would be a better fit. After some reflection, Zhou Feng nodded, agreeing that his literacy and ability to use an abacus would indeed make him a more suitable choice than their third brother. You can use an abacus? Du Wanchun exclaimed, surprised. Zhou Zhao, with a beaming smile, interjected, sister-in-law, you may not be aware, but our second brother is not only proficient with the abacus, he is also skilled in both literary and martial arts, matching our elder brother in prowess. This seemingly innocuous comment revealed a significant secret. Both Zhou Feng and Zhou Riyuan had trained in martial arts since childhood. However, from Zhou Riyuan's recent horseback riding, Du Wanchun had already suspected this, though she had not anticipated Zhou Feng to possess similar abilities. Zhou Zhao continued, brother, if you hadn't lost your sight, it would have been different. He sighed regretfully at this realization. Aunt Zhou quickly intervened to steer the conversation away from this topic, cheerfully suggesting that since it was such a joyous occasion, they should prepare 2 more fish for cooking. Du Wanchun eagerly assisted in passing a fish, exclaiming her delight, and the family busied themselves with preparing fish soup. Meanwhile, the 2 boys, Meng Laosan and Meng Laosi, who had humiliated themselves earlier, returned to the Meng household in shame. Upon hearing that her sons had been bullied by the Zhou boys, Aunt Meng was incensed. Look at how the Zhou family has grown in stature, daring to bully my sons. Uncle Meng, sipping his drink, stroked his mustache and remarked that it was merely a case of his sons seeking trouble. having warned them repeatedly not to act like bullies in the village. Meng Laosi, feeling wronged, pointed to the injury on his neck and lamented, "Father, look at my neck." This was inflicted by Zhou's second son. Uncle Meng glanced at the wound, surprised. Although not deep, it was bleeding and appeared quite alarming. Aunt Meng, seeing this, stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "With an injury like this, we must confront the Zhou family." Uncle Meng quickly restrained her, advising against seeking them out, arguing that a confrontation would yield no benefits and only invite trouble. Aunt Meng was somewhat reluctant to let the matter rest. Could it be that we just abandoned this? Uncle Meng took a sip of wine and slowly remarked, "I just heard Lao San mention something about fish." Lao San quickly replied, "Zhou Zhao has caught a lot of fish in the pond beside their field." Uncle Meng slapped his hand and exclaimed, "Exactly. Why should they be the ones to enjoy such fine fish?" Aunt Meng immediately understood his intent. "Old man, you mean?" Uncle Meng rose and declared, "Let us drain their pond dry and see what they will eat." Aunt Meng smiled with a glint in her eyes. "Precisely. That widow, married off as she is, has no right to occupy the land in our village. If we cannot have that pond, they shall not possess it either." They were in perfect accord as they brought their two sons to the edge of Zhou's pond. As they gazed upon the fetid water, both Uncle Meng and Aunt Meng were taken aback. They turned to Lao San and Lao Si, scowling. "Didn't you say there were fish? What fish could possibly thrive in such a stinking dish?" Chapter 52. Someone wants to steal fish. Lao San and Lao Si stood speechless at the sight before them. "This can't be right. We clearly heard them say they were fishing from their own pond." Uncle Meng struck Lao San on the head. "You fool. Whatever they say is true. Perhaps their fish weren't caught from here. Then where were they caught?" Lao San asked, puzzled. Uncle Meng hit him again, "If you ask me." "Who should I ask? Let us go home." Dejected, Lao San and Lao Si turned to leave. Just then, Aunt Meng spotted something stirring in the foul water and called out, "Old man, come quickly. There is indeed something in this pond." Uncle Meng was startled. Could there really be fish? Aunt Meng's face lit up with excitement. "Shall we go take a look?" Lao San grimaced, "Mother, that water is disgusting. I refuse to go in." Aunt Meng frowned. "Look at your lack of spirit. If Zhou Zhao and Zhou Feng can go in, why can't you?" Lao San stared at the green, foul-smelling water, feeling nauseated. "Mother truly stinks too much." Lao Si glanced over and added, "Yes, Mother, let us leave quickly. There might not be any fish in there at all." Aunt Meng snorted, "Look at you two. Utterly useless. That is fish we're talking about. It would cost quite a bit of copper to buy one. All you need to do is reach in and grab it." Uncle Meng chimed in, "Lao San, you two go take a look." With heads bowed, Lao San and Lao Si dared not respond. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, Aunt Meng pushed them both into the water. Lao San and Lao Si tumbled into the stinking pond, flailing. "Mother, what are you doing?" Aunt Meng shouted at them sternly, "Hurry and catch the fish." Reluctantly, Lao San and Lao Si held their noses against the awful stench and began to search for fish in the pond. As ripples spread across the surface, Lao San dashed forward, reaching in with his hand, and to his delight, he actually caught something. "Mother, I think I've really caught a fish." Aunt Meng was filled with joy and called out to him, "Quick, throw the fish up here." Upon hearing this, Meng Lao San seized the creature by its tail and forcefully flung it towards the shore. Aunt Meng hurriedly extended her hands to catch it, but the object soaring towards her was not a fish at all, but rather a small crocodile, baring its teeth. Stunned, she only realized what had happened when the fierce little crocodile landed right in her embrace. "Oh dear, what kind of fish is this?" Aunt Meng exclaimed as she tumbled to the ground, struggling in terror. The small crocodile, with eyes gleaming like sparks, promptly sank its teeth into her rear. Aunt Meng screamed in agony, "Ah, help! Old man, save me!" Upon witnessing the ferocious creature, Uncle Meng's jaw nearly dropped in fright, and he scurried away like a frightened rabbit, not daring to look back. Aunt Meng, twisting in pain from the crocodile's bite, shouted after him, "Old man, come back." Hearing her cries, Uncle Meng ran even faster, tripping and losing a shoe in his haste. "Old man, help!" echoed behind him as he dashed forward, abandoning even his footwear until he vanished from sight. In the foul pond, Meng Laosan and Meng Laosi were left dumbfounded. Their father, who would tire after just a few steps, was now sprinting like a hare. The two remained huddled in the stinking water, too afraid to surface. With the crocodile still clamped on her backside, Aunt Ming desperately called out to her sons, Lao San, Lao Si, help your mother. This wretched creature is going to eat me alive. Meng Lao San and Meng Lao Si, submerged in the murky water, whispered to her, Mother, didn't you say you wanted fish? This crocodile is a fish too. Just keep it and take it home. Aunt Meng, in excruciating pain and unable to articulate her thoughts, was nearly driven to madness by their words. She writhed on the ground in agony until she eventually lost consciousness. Even at this point, her sons dared not come to her aid. It wasn't until nightfall that the little crocodile finally departed. Only then did Meng Lao San and Meng Lao Si muster the courage to carry Aunt Meng back home. The two, having soaked in the foul pond for so long, reeked terribly. When Dr. Su came to treat Aunt Meng's wounds, he nearly retched at the smell. Fortunately, the crocodile was small, and Aunt Meng had only lost a patch of flesh from her backside. However, the tale swiftly spread throughout the village, claiming that the Meng family had ventured into someone else's pond to fish and had been bitten on the rear by a crocodile. After hearing the story, villagers passing by the Meng household would glance at Aunt Meng's backside. They speculated about the appearance of the missing flesh and whether her trousers would even stay up. This made Aunt Meng feel both embarrassed and furious, and for several days, she dared not step outside. One day, while Mrs. Zhou and Du Wanchun were gathering flowers in the mountains, they encountered Aunt Wang, who shared the news with them. Laughing while holding her stomach, Aunt Wang exclaimed, Sister Zhou, you should have seen how ridiculous Aunt Meng looked as she covered her rear. Considering her and her husband's age, how could they engage in such antics? Mrs. Zhou chuckled in response. They brought this upon themselves. They've often clashed with us over the years. It's about time they face some repercussions. Aunt Wang nodded and remarked, Indeed, I recall how Lord Meng fancied taking you as a concubine. He ought to take a good look at himself in the mirror before making such propositions. An old fool indeed. Aunt Zhou concurred, affirming the sentiment. Du Wanchun, who had been listening nearby, grasped the general context. At that moment, Aunt Wang turned to Du Wanchun, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and inquired, Wanchun, have you heard about your stepmother's predicament? What predicament? Du Wanchun asked, puzzled. Aunt Wang's eyes narrowed with delight as she replied, Your father has found himself another woman, and your stepmother has been causing a ruckus at home. They say she has turned gray overnight. Du Wanchun was not taken aback. She responded slowly. She should have anticipated that my father, who betrayed my mother, would inevitably betray her as well. Aunt Wang nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. What belongs to oneself will always return, while that which is taken away will ultimately be restored. Your stepmother is likely in for a downfall this time. The woman that Du Dajiang had taken a liking to was named Hong Xiang, a striking beauty from the Yihong building in Cheng'an County, far more alluring than Lu Shi, and quite cunning as well. Within just 2 days of her arrival at the Du household, she had managed to subdue Lu Shi completely. Inside the Du residence, Hong Xiang overturned all the dishes on the table, sending the food crashing to the floor. Lu Shi, startled, immediately shouted, You vile wretch! How could you ruin the meal I just prepared? Seated leisurely at the table, Hong Xiang glanced at her with a smile and replied, Sister, you haven't eaten yet, have you? This is all for you. You expect me to eat from the floor? Lu Shi exclaimed, utterly astonished. Having gone several days without food, Lu Shi had been clinging to the household, assisting Du Dajiang with farm work and cooking, as he had been attempting to drive her away. However, Hong Xiang constantly incited Du Dajiang to deny her sustenance. Lu Shi had protested, but each time Du Dajiang laid a hand on her, she was quelled into submission. With a cold smile, Hong Xiang remarked, Sister, this household can no longer accommodate you. It would be best for you to leave. Gritting her teeth, Lu Shi retorted defiantly, I will not leave. I refuse to relinquish this home to a harlot like you. Unperturbed by the insult, Hong Xiang casually kicked the scattered food on the ground, saying, Then do enjoy the delectable fare on the floor. With that, she swayed her hips and departed. Lu Shi, seething with rage and pale with hunger, felt an ache in her heart as she gazed at the wasted food. Ultimately, unable to resist, she knelt down and began to gather the remnants with her hands. Not only did Hong Xiang prevent Du Dajiang from feeding her, but she also confiscated all of Lu Shi's gold and silver jewelry, even taking away several of her decent garments. Now, She donned a faded purple cloth dress left behind by Du Wanchun, her hair unkempt and her face smeared with dirt. The contrast between Lu Shi's former glory and her current state was stark. A month later, Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou had crafted over 50 bottles of fragrant dew and 300 fragrant towers. They took their wares to the Fong residence, where they were received by Lord Fong. Upon seeing Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou, Lord Fong momentarily paused, having expected merely two rustic peasant women, but was instead struck by their remarkable beauty. Especially concerning Granny Zhou, he found her face somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall from where. Du Wanchun noticed his distraction and promptly called out, "Master Fong, are our fragrant dew and tower incense satisfactory?" Master Fong took a whiff and replied, "Indeed, quite exceptional." Du Wanchun smiled and inquired, "So can we open our shop?" Master Fong nodded with a smile. "Yes, tomorrow I shall have the goods displayed, and we can commence operations. I hope you will join us, young lady." Du Wanchun agreed, of course. Not only would Du Wanchun attend the opening, but the entire Zhou family would as well. The inaugural day of business was crucial. If successful, they could soon build a new home and enjoy a better life. On their way back, Du Wanchun and Granny Zhou purchased fine flour and soy sauce in the county, items they typically dared not buy. Once home, Granny Zhou crafted an abundance of large steamed buns. While her culinary skills were average, her buns were superb, plump, and snow-white. Du Wanchun devoured 3 or 4 in succession. When she reached for a fifth, she offered 2 buns to Zhou Ruiyuan, who had been studying tirelessly for exams. Upon seeing Du Wanchun, he immediately set down his pen and, upon noticing the buns in her hands, gently smiled and said, "I'm not hungry. Please eat more." Du Wanchun insisted, pressing the buns into his hands, insisting he must eat despite his claims. Zhou Yun held the buns, gazing at them for a long while, reluctant to consume them. Du Wanchun sat beside him, smiling. "Dear husband, we bought plenty of flour, so eat freely." He broke 1 bun in half, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Du Wanchun. Realizing his reluctance stemmed not from fear of scarcity, but from concern that she might not have enough, she felt deeply touched. Accepting the half bun with a beaming smile, she declared, "Let us eat together." Only after seeing her take a bite did he finally taste his half. Outside, Granny Zhou observed their affectionate exchange, her heart swelling with joy, surpassing even the pleasure of eating buns. The following day, the Zhou family arrived early at Chang'an County. Upon reaching the shop, they found a Fong family's assistant, Xiao Dingzi, already present. He appeared honest and straightforward, and upon seeing Du Wanchun, he promptly called out, "Shopkeeper." Du Wanchun, slightly taken aback, pointed to Zhou Feng behind her, smiling. "He is the true shopkeeper." Zhou Feng stepped forward, dressed in a deep blue long gown, looking considerably more refined than usual, almost resembling a young master from a wealthy family. Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Zhao were also clad in new attire, leading bystanders to believe that a well-to-do family was opening a shop. Xiao Dingzi hastily welcomed them inside, where the fragrant dew and tower incense were already arranged, awaiting customers. Du Wanchun surveyed the modestly sized shop, which was well organized, sufficient for their needs. Not long after, customers began to arrive at the shop. Among them was Miss Zheng Er, who entered with a bright smile and said, "Madame Fong truly did not deceive me. You have indeed opened a fragrant incense shop." Du Wanchun recognized her and greeted her warmly, "Mise." Miss Zheng glanced around the shop and slowly remarked, "Your incense shop is quite commendable, though it has a slight shortcoming." Du Wanchun inquired, "What seems to be lacking?" Chapter 54. Profits from the shop. Miss Zheng pointed at the incense bottles on the shelf and said, "It is this bottle. It appears rather shabby." Du Wanchun looked up, realizing that their budget allowed only for ordinary white porcelain bottles, which indeed seemed somewhat meager. Miss Zheng continued, "My elder brother purchases incense from the capital, and they are all in exquisite glass bottles. The glass is undeniably beautiful, available in various colors, and many ladies adore it." Du Wanchun felt somewhat embarrassed, replying, "At present, we can only afford these colored porcelain bottles. However, if you prefer glass bottles, you may bring your own, and we can fill the incense into them for you." Miss Zheng nodded. That would be acceptable. She then instructed her maid to retrieve her empty glass bottle. "Yes, Miss, the young maid turned to leave. At that moment, Zhou Ruiyuan suddenly stepped forward, calling out to them, "Please wait." The young maid halted and turned back towards Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang asked Zhou Ruiyuan, "May I inquire what this young gentleman desires?" Zhou then approached the shelf, picked up a brush from the nearby table, dipped it in colorful ink, and began to paint a vividly lifelike butterfly on the bottle of incense. The butterfly was rendered so beautifully that it appeared to dance gracefully upon the white porcelain surface. Miss Zhang was astonished and quickly grabbed the bottle, exclaiming, "I shall take this one." Some young ladies from prominent families particularly cherished such artistic embellishments. Zhou Ruiyuan then adorned the other white porcelain bottles with designs. Some bore butterflies, others lotus flowers, and still others begonia blossoms. The artistry was so exquisite that it felt entirely harmonious, even surpassing the singular beauty of the glass bottles. Du Wanchun was captivated, realizing her husband possessed exceptional artistic talent. Had she known, they might have profited from selling his artwork. Such astonishing creations could surely fetch a handsome price. Madame Zhou and Zhou Zhao, Zhou Feng, and the others were not particularly surprised as they watched Miss Zhang prepare to pay. The bottle of incense sold for an impressive 10 taels of silver, meaning they earned a tidy sum right from the outset. Before long, more customers arrived, all from affluent families like Miss Zhang. Ordinary folk likely would not even dare to enter such a shop. Madame Zhou observed for a while and then pulled Du Wanchun aside, saying, "Wanchun, such expensive incense is not within everyone's means. I have a splendid idea. What do you propose, mother?" Du Wanchun asked. Madame Zhou replied thoughtfully, "Last time I was in the mountains, I discovered mint leaves and camphor trees. Why not use these two ingredients to concoct a fragrance that everyone can afford?" "Mint leaves and camphor?" Du Wanchun said in surprise. Madame Zhou nodded, recognizing that both ingredients were medicinal herbs. When infused into the fragrant dew, they would not only emit a delightful aroma that invigorates the mind, but also possess the properties of reducing swelling, alleviating pain, and providing a cooling effect to relieve itching. After all, who among us has not experienced the irritation of insect bites? In the mountains, especially during summer, one inevitably encounters many such nuisances. Du Wanchun found her reasoning quite sound. Madame Zhou continued, "Ordinary households would not mind the vessel. We shall use the simplest ceramic jars for our concoction, selling them for 20 or 30 won each." "You speak wisely, mother. We should certainly give it a try," Du Wanchun replied, nodding in enthusiastic agreement. After they reached a consensus, they decided to wait until their return to Chonglu village to gather mint leaves. They lingered in the shop until afternoon, managing to sell 5 bottles of the fragrant dew. Though modest in number, this yielded a profit of 50 taels. Du Wanchun retained Zhou Feng and then accompanied Madame Zhou and Zhou Ruiyuan back home. However, as they were about to exit, they unexpectedly encountered Madame Li. She was out shopping with her daughter-in-law, Lu Lanji, who was burdened with an armful of items. Upon spotting Du Wanchun, Lu Lanji froze in astonishment. "Du Wanchun? What are you doing here?" Surprised yet composed, Du Wanchun smiled and replied, "This incense shop belongs to my family. Naturally, I am here." Lu Lanji stared at her in disbelief. "You claim this shop is yours? How can that be? Your husband's family is notoriously poor. How could they afford to open a store?" Du Wanchun chose not to engage in further explanation, dismissing her and turning to Madame Li. "Madam, do you still wish to purchase the fragrant dew today?" Madame Li, pushing Lu Lanji aside with a look of disdain, entered the shop and glanced at the incense on the shelves. "The sandalwood tower incense you gifted me the other day was quite good. I shall buy another box." Du Wanchun promptly smiled and retrieved a small wooden box from the shelf, handing it to Madame Li. After inspecting it, Madame Li inquired, "How much for this box of tower incense?" With a gentle smile, Du Wanchun replied, "Madam, each tower incense is 71, and this box contains 15. Therefore, it totals approximately 1 tael and 51. You may simply give me 1 tael." Madame Li nodded in agreement, carefully closing the box. "Very well, I shall take it." She then instructed her maid to produce 1 tael of silver, which Du Wanchun graciously accepted, turning to Zhou Feng to record the transaction. Though Madame Li initially looked down upon Du Wanchun and Madame Zhou, the efficacy of the tower incense she had purchased previously had left a positive impression. The normally ailing magistrate Li had found relief after using it, praising her repeatedly. This experience had earned Du Wanchun her respect, hence upon encountering them again. Her demeanor was notably more amiable. As she regarded her daughter-in-law, she pondered whether the fortune-teller's words held any truth. Could it be that this child was indeed a harbinger of good fortune? Alas, Madame Li was not particularly inclined to believe in such superstitions, and after safely stowing the tower incense, she departed the shop. Lu Longji stood outside the door, her face still etched with terror. She could hardly fathom that the foolish stepsister, whom she had tormented since childhood, could navigate the world of business with such ease, making a profit of 1 or 2 silver coins from a mere box of incense. This sum surpassed her monthly allowance at the Li residence. A wave of jealousy surged within her, especially upon seeing Du Wanchun's beaming smile, which only fueled her resentment. It was she who had married into the family of the county magistrate, she who had soared to new heights. How could her life be better than hers? Lu Longji felt ensnared in an endless cycle of loathing for everything about Du Wanchun, her teeth unconsciously chattering. Noticing Lu Longji's prolonged silence, Madame Li turned and bellowed, "Why are you not moving?" Startled by her shout, Lu Longji dropped everything she was holding with a loud clatter. Upon seeing this, Madame Li's face contorted with fury as she rushed over, pointing at her forehead and scolding, "You can't even manage to hold something properly. You are truly useless. Look at the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. She excels in every regard compared to you." Du Wanchun, hearing the commotion, glanced towards the door and observed Lu Longji standing outside. Head bowed, pale-faced, and utterly speechless, enduring a torrent of insults from Madame Li. The more Madame Li berated her, the more fervently she forgot her status as the county magistrate's wife, yanking Lu Longji's ear and demanding, "Pick up what you've dropped. Don't disgrace me here." Lu Longji let out a pained cry, casting a furtive glance at Du Wanchun before gritting her teeth and hastily turning away, awkwardly picking up the scattered items. Du Wanchun watched with a mix of sympathy and relief, grateful she hadn't married into the Li family. Otherwise, she would have been the one receiving such public humiliation. She placed a hand on her chest and sighed with relief. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhou, having witnessed the unfolding drama, approached and gently took Du Wanchun's hand, softly reassuring her, "Come, let's return home." "Indeed," Du Wanchun replied with a smile, lifting her gaze. Just then, Zhou Ren returned, guiding the horse-drawn carriage over, and with great care, assisted his wife into the vehicle before helping Aunt Zhou as well. Zhou Zhao took the reins at the front, slowly driving the carriage onward. Upon returning to Chonglu village, they returned the carriage to the Wang family at the village entrance, also giving them a few coins. Subsequently, the family returned home to prepare a meal. Du Wanchun washed the vegetables, Aunt Zhou cooked, Zhou Ren tended the fire, and Zhou Zhao fed the chickens in the backyard. The family busied themselves until dusk, finally sitting down to a fragrant dinner. In the residence of County Magistrate Li in Cheng'an County, although Lu Longji was spared the task of cooking, she was responsible for serving dishes. As the magistrate and Madame Li dined, she stood beside them, wielding chopsticks to serve their meals. Starving, she gazed longingly at the array of dishes on the table, her mouth watering. Young Master Li, indifferent to her plight, continued to eat while casually remarking, "Mother, how goes the matter of taking a concubine? If we delay any longer, that girl will be showing." Chapter 56. Either a scoundrel or a thief. Lu Longji's face darkened at these words, her grip on the chopsticks freezing in place. In times gone by, she could retort occasionally, yet ever since Lady Li had reprimanded her, she dared not utter another word. Lady Li sipped her soup and replied to young Master Li, "In a few days, simply carry her in through the back door." Young Master Li, upon hearing this, was elated and expressed his gratitude to his mother. Lady Li waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You, having married, ought to refrain from dalliance. This is the final occasion." Rising from his seat, young Master Li's chubby face beamed with a smile that squinted his eyes into slits. "Mother, I understand." With that, he wiped his mouth and turned to leave. Lu Longji stood frozen in place, her appetite vanished. Lady Li cast a glance at her, remarking that her morose expression was unappetizing, and instructed her to depart swiftly. Lu Longji set down her chopsticks and hurried after young Master Li. "Husband, where are you headed?" Young Master Li shot her a glance and replied, "Where I go is none of your concern." With tear-filled eyes, Lu Longji grasped his hand and pleaded, "Husband, we are husband and wife. You cannot treat me this way." Anger flashed across young Masterly S' face as he retorted, "What husband and wife? This marriage was thwarted by your mother, resulting in this mess. Otherwise, I would already be at home, cherishing my beloved." Lu Lanji was taken aback, biting her lip before asking, "Husband, do you have feelings for my stepsister?" Young Masterly, who had been eager to leave, paused at her words and turned to respond, "It cannot be said that I have feelings. She was meant to marry me. Is it not natural for me to cherish my own wife?" Lu Lanji gritted her teeth and countered, "Husband, that son of the Zhou family is a cripple. My stepsister likely has not yet consummated the marriage with him. You still have a chance." Intrigued, young Masterly inquired, "What chance?" Lu Lanji elaborated, "You could reclaim her from the Zhou family, bringing her home as a concubine." Young Masterly raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Are you suggesting I forcibly take a commoner?" Lu Lanji quickly clarified, "How could that be considered force? You just said she was meant to marry you." Young Masterly found her reasoning somewhat valid and, after a moment's hesitation, remarked, "However, this matter poses certain difficulties." Lu Lanji glanced around and whispered, "I will assist you." "Oh, you will help me? How so?" Young Masterly looked at her with curiosity. Lu Lanji lowered her voice and whispered a few suggestions in his ear. Young Master Li's eyes brightened as he chuckled. "Will this plan truly succeed?" Lu Lanji assured him, "Once the rice is cooked, it cannot be undone. Whether it succeeds or not, it will." Young Master Li squinted thoughtfully for a moment before clapping his hands, declaring, "Very well, I shall heed your advice." Noticing his agreement, Lu Lanji quickly added, "Husband, if this succeeds, may I request one thing from you?" Young Master Li asked, "What is it?" Lu Lanji hesitated, her voice wavering as she said, "Could you treat me better and protect me from my parents' bullying?" With a wave of his hand, young Master Li laughed. "I was concerned it would be something more serious. Rest assured, as long as you help me bring Du Wanchun into the fold, I guarantee your parents will no longer trouble you." Lu Lanji felt a surge of satisfaction, her mind beginning to envision a future of power and privilege within the Li household. Little did she know, her misfortunes were about to commence. The following day, as dawn broke, Du Wanchun accompanied Aunt Zhou up the mountain once more. This time, they gathered a considerable amount of mint leaves, and by the time they returned home, it was already noon. Upon their arrival, they encountered a young servant from the Li family. "Who is there?" Du Wanchun called out as she approached him. The servant bowed respectfully and inquired, "May I ask if this is Miss Du Wanchun?" Du Wanchun nodded, "Yes, that is me. And you are?" The servant replied, "I am a servant of the Li household. Our young mistress has sent me to convey a message requesting your presence at the Li residence." "To the Li residence?" Du Wanchun répondit, feeling perplexed. She had never been on good terms with Lu Lanji. Why would she invite her there? The servant continued, "The young mistress mentioned your sisterly bond and wishes to gather with you." Without a moment's hesitation, Du Wanchun firmly declined. "Relay to your young mistress that there is no sisterly bond between us. There is no need for a gathering." The servant was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "The young mistress insists that I must request your presence." Ignoring him, Du Wanchun strode into the house and stated resolutely, "Even if she were to come herself today, I would not go. You may leave." The young servant opened his mouth to speak, but Aunt Zhou interrupted, "If I tell you to leave, then leave. Speak any further, and I shall have to escort you out myself." Upon hearing this, the servant quickly lowered his head. "Yes, Aunt." With that, he turned away, a look of resignation on his face. Du Wanchun followed Aunt Zhou into the house, where Aunt Zhou promptly shut the door and warned, "Wanchun, be cautious. Your stepsister seems suspicious. The last time I saw her, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards you. Now she suddenly speaks of sisterly affection. It must be a plot." Chapter 57. Plans to build a house. Du Wanchun nodded. "Yes, mother, do not worry. I will not be easily deceived by her." "That is good," Aunt Zhou replied, placing the mint leaves on the table and glancing at their earthen house. "We should consider repairing this house." Du Wanchun smiled. "Mother, why not tear it down and rebuild?" "Rebuild?" Aunt Zhou exclaimed. "Do we have sufficient funds for that?" Du Wanchun calculated in her mind. "Yes, we could construct a modest brick house." Aunt Zhou rose and looked towards the Chun family next door. "All right, I will trust your judgment. This adobe house leaks whenever the wind blows or it rains. It is indeed time for a rebuild." The Chun family's house was a brick structure considered quite decent among farmers. When Aunt Zhou first arrived in Chonglu village, She had spent a night in that house, which was certainly more comfortable than their current adobe dwelling. Wanchun stood up with a smile. Then I shall inquire about the local bricklayer. Just as she finished speaking, a voice outside chimed. Who is looking for a bricklayer? Wanchun turned to see Aunt Wang, who smiled and said, Aunt, my mother and I are planning to build a house. Aunt Wang entered, carrying several large sweet potatoes. That sounds splendid. I happen to know a bricklayer. If you wish to build, I can help you find him. Which one? Aunt Zhou poured her a glass of water and asked. Aunt Wang took a sip and replied, It's brother He from Cheng'an County. When I first arrived in the village, he built our house. He is honest, straightforward, and meticulous in his work. Madame Zhou exclaimed with delight, That is truly wonderful. Aunt Wang smiled and replied, Wait a moment. I shall send my husband to find him and have him come to your home for a visit. Madame Zhou expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Sister Wang, I cannot thank you enough. Aunt Wang, with a gentle wave of her hand, replied, There is no need for such formality. With a sigh, she continued, I must admit, I envy your family. Your son and daughter-in-law are so dutiful, unlike ours, which consists only of my husband and me. Madame Zhou lowered her voice and inquired, Is there still no news of your son? Aunt Wang shook her head. No, nothing. After all these years, I have resolved to consider him as if he never existed. Wanchun, standing nearby, comforted her. Auntie, do not despair. Perhaps he is searching for you as well. The villagers often remarked on Aunt Wang's household, noting the two elderly people without descendants. However, Wanchun later learned from Madame Zhou that they indeed had a son, who had left for the capital years ago to seek his fortune and had never returned. The couple had sold their old house and journeyed to the city. But upon failing to locate their son, they decided to return home. Unfortunately, a disastrous flood had struck their village in subsequent years, leaving them no choice but to settle there. Madame Zhou felt pity for them, and they in turn sympathized with her, fostering a bond of mutual assistance over the years. After a few exchanges, Aunt Wang departed from the Zhou residence, leaving Wanchun in contemplation as she watched her retreating figure. Meanwhile, in the Li household, a servant returned and relayed Wanchun's words to Lu Lanji verbatim. Enraged, Lu Lanji smashed the teacup on the table, exclaiming, How bold she has become. Beside her, the young master of the Li family, displaying impatience, remarked, Did you not claim to have a way to summon her to our residence? Lu Lanji quickly reassured him, Patience. I have a plan. As she spoke, she absent-mindedly touched her face. The previous day, Lu Lanji had heard from a maid about a cream that promised to make the skin appear fair and smooth. She had gone to great lengths to procure a box, only to find that instead of lightening her complexion, it caused her immense itching. Too embarrassed to confess this to the young master, she had to endure the discomfort in silence. To her dismay, the more she scratched, the itchier it became, and her once sallow complexion began to redden, even exhibiting traces of blood. Chapter 58. The sister's disfigurement. Upon seeing Lu Lanji's face, the young master frowned and queried, What has happened to your face? Lu Lanji quickly shielded her visage with her hand and explained, It must be an insect bite. It is nothing serious. He scoffed dismissively. How disgusting. Rising to his feet with a wave of his sleeve, he coldly declared, Lu Lanji, I warn you, whatever method you employ, you must fulfill your promise within 3 days, or beware of my wrath. Lu Lanji, covering her face, bent forward and nodded repeatedly. My lord, rest assured, just wait for the day I take a concubine. The young master cast her a scornful glance before striding out with haste, as if he could not bear to linger a moment longer. Lu Lanji raised her gaze slightly, watching his retreating figure with a gnawing resentment. Wanchun, this is all you're doing. Had it not been for you, I would not have faced such scorn. As she muttered furiously, she continued to claw at her face with increasing fervor. Before long, Lu Lanji suddenly discovered her fingers were stained with bright red blood. My hands! She exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at her crimson fingertips. At that moment, a young maid happened to stroll by outside. Upon seeing Lu Lanji inside, the maid covered her mouth and gasped in terror. Madam, what has happened to your face? What is wrong with my face? Lu Lanji felt no pain on her visage and hastily touched it, realizing her skin was pockmarked and damp. Turning her attention back to her hands, she found them soaked in blood. My face! Panic-stricken, Lu Lanji swiftly made her way to the mirror. In the dim light of the bronze mirror, her face was marred by a network of gruesome scars, each one a grotesque mess of flesh and blood, a sight most unsettling. How could my face have become like this? Lu Longji stared incredulously at her reflection. The young maid, horrified by the sight, was rendered speechless. Trembling with anxiety, Lu Longji turned to the maid and frantically implored, "Quick, fetch a doctor for me." "Why, yes." The maid snapped back to reality and dashed away. In the Li residence, most of the matrons and maids did not regard Lu Longji as their mistress. Only this newly arrived maid treated her with a modicum of respect. However, Lu Longji, known for her irritable temperament, dared not express her frustrations toward the county magistrate or his wife, choosing instead to vent her anger on this young girl. The maid had long harbored grievances against her, and upon witnessing her face in such a deplorable state, she felt a smidge of satisfaction. As she hurried to find the doctor, she spread the news far and wide. By the time the doctor arrived, the entire household was aware of the disfigured face of the young mistress, and a group of maids and matrons loitered at the courtyard entrance, eager to witness the spectacle. Soon, the physician arrived, and, upon seeing Lu Longji's face, recoiled in shock. "Madam, what ointment have you applied? Or have you ingested something you ought not to have?" Lu Longji pondered for a moment, retrieved the ointment she had used, and handed it to the doctor. "Please, examine if this is the source of the problem." The doctor took the ointment, sniffed it, and replied, "This ointment appears to be without fault. It is likely that you have consumed something unsuitable. I shall prescribe some medicine. If it proves effective, that will be well and good. If not, I fear." Lu Longji, alarmed, interrupted, "What will happen then?" The doctor sighed deeply. "It is likely that it may never heal." Lu Longji collapsed to the ground, covering her itchy face with her hands, and wept bitterly. After writing a prescription, the doctor departed, leaving the young maid and matrons outside to whisper amongst themselves. If her face truly becomes disfigured, the young master may very well cast her aside. Indeed, which noble family's mistress would be a hideous sight, they mused. If he were to divorce her, it would be for the best. She has never treated us with much courtesy. Their voices were hushed, yet Lu Longji caught their words. And the thought of possibly being discarded by young master Li only deepened her despair. Nevertheless, even in her misery, the desire to bring Du Wanchun into the household remained unwavering. Chapter 59, The Abduction. The following day, Du Wanchun rose early, accompanying Aunt Zhou to steam freshly picked mint leaves and honeysuckle to create fragrant dew. The fire for steaming must not be too fierce. It requires a gentle simmer. Before dawn, Zhou had already chopped enough firewood in the yard to kindle their fire. After steaming 3 or 4 pots, the crystalline fragrant dew slowly dripped into a nearby ceramic jar. Aunt Zhou took a whiff, and her face instantly brightened. "Wanchun, come and see how delightful this fragrance is." Du Wanchun wiped her hands and approached her side, taking the fragrant dew to inhale. The subtle floral aroma carried a refreshing coolness, invigorating her senses. It was remarkably pleasant. Hearing her praise, Aunt Zhou nodded with a smile. "That's wonderful. If we were to sell this fragrant dew, it should do quite well. Wanchun, let us prepare another batch." "Of course, mother," Du Wanchun replied cheerfully, placing the fragrant dew back in its place. Zhou Ruyuan stood up to add more firewood. By afternoon, a large jar of fragrant dew was completed. Aunt Zhou admired it in her hands when suddenly Aunt Wang arrived. "Zhou's sister, aren't you planning to build a house? I brought Brother He over to assist." Brother He, whose full name was He Chuanyi, came from a long line of skilled masons. He followed Aunt Wang with a bright smile. "Greeting, Sister Zhou." Aunt Zhou eagerly welcomed them into the house. Du Wanchun, noticing the arrival, followed behind to pour 2 cups of tea for them. He Chuanyi accepted the tea and glanced around the room, engaging in a discussion with Aunt Zhou and Du Wanchun regarding the construction. The 3 quickly settled the details, agreeing to begin demolition on the 3rd day of next month. After He Chuanyi departed, Aunt Wang suggested with a smile, "Sister Zhou, building a new house will take at least 2 to 3 months. Why don't you and the children stay at our home?" After some deliberation, Aunt Zhou gently declined. "It's all right. The weather is warming up. We can set up a tent in the yard." Seeing her reluctance, Aunt Wang refrained from insisting further and exchanged a few casual words before heading home. Du Wanchun rose to the doorway to bid her farewell. "Take care, Aunt." Aunt Wang, fond of Du Wanchun, turned halfway down the path to smile back at her. As Du Wanchun watched her leave and was about to close the door, suddenly, 3 or 4 burly men stormed in. "Is this the Zhou residence?" they demanded menacingly, directing their gaze at Du Wanchun. She stepped back a couple of paces, replying firmly, "Who are you?" The leading man scrutinized her, coldly stating, "Are you Du Wanchun?" Furrowing her brow, Du Wanchun grew wary and remained silent. The burly man, sensing her reticence, concluded that she was indeed the one they sought, and harshly asserted, "You're Du Wanchun, aren't you? What do you want?" Du Wanchun asked, backing away. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Zhou rushed over, shielding Du Wanchun behind her. "Stop. Who are you? What are you doing in our home?" The man glared at them, coldly declaring, "Someone has paid us to bring Miss Du along." "Who?" Du Wanchun inquired. Turning to them, the robust man squinted his eyes, a lewd grin plastered across his face. "You'll find out when the time comes," he remarked, hastily beckoning the 2 burly companions behind him. "Why are you just standing there? Get to it." The other 2 muscular figures brandished large knives and advanced towards Du Wanchun. At that moment, an arrow suddenly shot forth from within the room, striking one of the burly men squarely in the arm. "Ah!" he cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his bloodied limb. The bearded brute and his companion were taken aback, retreating 2 steps as they bellowed, "Who dares?" Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou were equally startled, turning to look behind them. Emerging slowly from the room was Zhou Ruiyuan, bow in hand, with another arrow poised to be released. In the dim shadows, his countenance was grim, his fierce eyes clearly ablaze with anger. As he aimed, the arrows tipped directly at the bearded man's head. Startled, the bearded fellow stumbled back several paces, demanding, "Who are you?" Zhou Ruiyuan continued his approach, responding coldly, "I am her husband. If you wish to take her, you must first contend with me." The fear was palpable on the bearded man's face as he gritted his teeth and lunged at Zhou Ruiyuan with his knife. With a chilling gaze, Zhou Ruiyuan released the arrow without a moment's hesitation, and it whizzed through the air, striking the bearded man in the chest. Clutching his wound, the man fell to the ground, howling in agony. The other burly companion, seeing Zhou Ruiyuan devoid of arrows, stepped forward, brandishing his knife. "You've got some skill, but let us see whether you're quicker than my blade." With that, he lunged at Zhou Ruiyuan. Chapter 60. Husband's Retribution Against Scoundrels Dressed in a Deep Blue Long Robe. Zhou Ruiyuan stood unwavering, his expression indifferent. As the man's knife came swinging toward him, he moved with remarkable speed, seizing the assailant's wrist and delivering a swift, forceful strike to his arm. The impact echoed, and the man released his grip on the knife, howling in pain. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" The brute writhed in agony, clutching his immobilized arm. Du Wanchun watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded. Zhou Ruiyuan was far from finished with the trio. He strode over to them, lifting the bearded man as one might a cat, and coldly demanded, "Who sent you?" Enduring the pain in his chest, the bearded man gritted his teeth and replied, "We were paid to do this. We want to divulge anything." Zhou Ruiyuan suddenly hurled him to the ground, and before he could rise, he seized the fallen knife and pressed its edge against the man's throat, coldly insisting, "Speak. Who sent you?" The bearded man, eyes fixed on the sharp blade, trembled in fear, pleading, "Spare us. We only intended to frighten Miss Du. We never meant to do anything untoward. Please, grant us our lives." Zhou Ruiyuan's cold, piercing gaze radiated an icy intensity, dismissing the man's words entirely. He tightened his grip on the blade in his hand and declared, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you remain silent, beware, for I may take your life." The bearded man gritted his teeth, still refusing to answer. Zhou Ruiyuan's eyes narrowed dangerously as he pressed the blade against the flesh of the burly man's neck. Crimson blood oozed along the edge of the knife. In pain, the bearded man immediately shut his eyes and shouted, "I'll speak. I'll speak. It's the young mistress of the Leaf family. She wants us to abduct Miss Du and bring her to young Master Li's chambers." Only then did Zhou Ruiyuan slowly release him, a hint of malice now evident in his gaze. Du Wanchun, upon hearing the bearded man's revelation, felt little surprise. She had suspected the involvement of Lu Longji since the trio of burly men had entered. However, she had not anticipated Lu Longji to possess such audacity and folly as to orchestrate an abduction in broad daylight. Previously, it was said that Du Wanchun was the simpleton. It appeared the true fool was Lu Longji. The 3 burly men, realizing their failure to capture their target, turned to flee. Just then, Zhou Zhao returned from the vegetable garden, having overheard the earlier exchange, and together they surrounded the three men. Zhou Zhao, known for his ruthless methods, wasted no time. He wielded his pole to shatter the legs of two of them, then seized one of the men and called out to Zhou Riyuan and Madame Zhou, "Mother, brother, let's take them directly to the authorities." Madame Zhou, filled with righteous indignation, nodded vehemently. "Indeed, we shall present them to the magistrate to reveal the vile intentions of that young mistress of the Li family." With that, she took Du Wanchun's hand and strode forward, determined to proceed immediately. Du Wanchun did not object, and together with Madame Zhou, they brought the three men to the magistrate's office. Upon seeing Du Wanchun, Magistrate Li was momentarily taken aback. The young lady possessed remarkable beauty, as he recognized her as the so-called simpleton from the Du family. Doubts began to cloud his mind. This was the very girl he had nearly married. Memories of a previous conversation with a certain Taoist resurfaced, prompting him to tread carefully. "What brings you to my office?" Magistrate Li inquired. Madame Zhou, indignant, pointed at the injured, burly men on the ground. "Your Honor, these men were sent by your young mistress, intending to abduct my daughter-in-law." Startled, Magistrate Li replied hastily, "Madame Zhou, could this be a misunderstanding? My young mistress is honest and virtuous. She would never act in such a manner." Though he held no fondness for Lulangji, he could not hastily condemn her without jeopardizing the Li family's reputation. Madame Zhou retorted sharply, "Your Honor, if you doubt my words, then listen to what these men have to say." Heeding her request, Magistrate Li turned to the three burly men and demanded, "Speak. Who instructed you to kidnap Miss Du?" The men, kneeling on the ground, bowed their heads in unison. "We answer to your Honor. It was indeed your young mistress who commanded us. She offered us a bracelet to abduct Miss Du." As they spoke, they produced the bracelet from their garments and presented it to Magistrate Li. Li County Magistrate held the bracelet in his hand, recognizing it as the very piece he had sent to Lulangji some time ago. Noticing her impoverished state at that time, he had chosen an old bracelet to spare her the embarrassment of appearing destitute. Now, with both witness and evidence at hand, even if he wished to shield Lulangji, it would be impossible. Internally, he cursed the foolish woman. If she intended to hire someone for nefarious deeds, she should never have used her personal belongings. Yet, he overlooked the fact that his daughter-in-law possessed no money. All the silver and gold trinkets had been confiscated by the eldest son, leaving her with nothing but this bracelet to present. Infuriated, he commanded the nearby officers, "Go. Bring the eldest young mistress and the eldest young master here." Chapter 61. To divorce the stepsister upon being brought to the county office. Lulangji and the eldest son were astonished to see Du Wanchun. The county magistrate scolded them sharply. "Speak. Did you send someone to abduct the wife of the Zhou family?" The eldest son, eyes wide in confusion, stared blankly at his father and replied, "Father, what abduction? What Zhou family wife? I know nothing of this." The county magistrate's face darkened with anger as he slammed his hand on the table. "Then why do these people claim it was your wife who instructed them?" The eldest son turned his gaze toward the trembling Lulangji, who knelt on the ground, her head bowed low, appearing guilty as if caught in the act. At that moment, the county magistrate brandished the bracelet, demanding, "You two explain how this bracelet of mine ended up in the possession of those people." The eldest son, upon seeing the bracelet, quickly comprehended the situation. The so-called clever plan of this woman was nothing but this. How was this different from him personally engaging in abduction? Did she not realize that if such direct action were feasible, she would not need to devise a plan at all? Anger surged within him, and he rose abruptly, kicking Lulangji in fury. "You vile woman! How dare you conspire behind my back?" Lulangji fell to the ground, crying out in pain, her eyes glistening with tears as she pleaded, "Husband, I did this all for you." The eldest son, undeterred, kicked her again, exclaiming, "What do you mean, for me? Do not speak such nonsense." The county magistrate discerned that his son was unaware of the plot, yet this did not absolve him of all responsibility. "Lulangji, speak. What is really going on?" He fixed his gaze on her, demanding an answer. Trembling in fear, Lulangji lifted her gaze towards Du Wanchun, casting a desperate look for help. However, Du Wanchun, recognizing the malice in her demeanor, felt no sympathy, especially recalling the grievances Lulangji had caused her in the past. "Lulangji, to say it plainly," Du Wanchun said coldly, meeting her gaze. Seeing that her pleas for assistance bore no fruit, Lu Longji bit her lip and lamented. "My lord, I merely wish for my sister to visit our residence. I meant no harm." Immediately, old Madame Zhou stepped forward, pointing at her and retorting, "No harm intended?" With no malicious intent, it is clear that these three individuals either brandished their fists or wielded blades. Had it not been for my son's presence today, the situation for our family would have been fraught with injuries. Subsequently, I pointed at the burly man with a beard and declared, "Moreover, he explicitly stated that you instructed them to abduct Wanchun and bring her to Master Li's chambers. What do you mean by merely inviting her to the manor? It is undoubtedly an act of forceful abduction." Lu Longji, upon hearing this, turned pale and shot a glare at the bearded man. The burly man, noticing her gaze, retorted irritably, "Indeed, she was quite clear, instructing me to deliver her to the Li residence and throw her directly into Master Li's room. County Magistrate Li, we are merely following orders. Do not blame us." Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Li's face burned with fury as he slammed his palm down on the table. "Enough. I now comprehend the situation. Bring Lu Longji here and administer 20 strikes with the rod. For an ordinary person, 20 strikes is an exceedingly severe punishment." Lu Longji was taken aback, exclaiming, "Father, I am your daughter-in-law. You cannot treat me this way. Everything I have done has been for my husband, as he has long desired to take Du Wanchun as a concubine, prompting me to devise a way to bring her to the manor." "Silence. Do not presume I am unaware. Your actions stem from jealousy of your half-sister, which has led you to commit such despicable acts." Magistrate Li immediately interrupted Lu Longji, commanding the nearby officers to swiftly escort her away. Lu Longji attempted to utter further protests, but her mouth was silenced by the officers. As Lu Longji was taken away, Magistrate Li hastily turned to Madame Zhou and Du Wanchun, stating, "Miss Du, this woman's heart is so malicious that, once the 20 strikes have been administered, I shall instruct my son to divorce her." Hearing this remark while being dragged outside, Lu Longji trembled, struggling desperately, yet her cries went unheeded. Du Wanchun turned her gaze towards Master Li, recognizing that although Lu Longji had instigated this, the root of the matter lay with him. Both must face the consequences. Magistrate Li furrowed his brow, asserting, "Miss Du, my son is unaware of this matter, thus it is unrelated to him." Master Li chimed in, affirming, "Indeed, Miss Du, I truly had no knowledge of this. It was Lu Longji acting on her own whims, seeking to curry favor with me." Du Wanchun scoffed, retorting, "If you had not made such a request, how would she have conceived of this scheme to win your favor?" "Master Li, do you dare to claim this matter does not concern you?" With his eyes blazing with indignation, Master Li rose and vehemently declared, "Du Wanchun, do not slander me here. I, Leader Run, will not allow you to act with bias before so many witnesses." Zhou Ruiyuan interrupted him sharply. Chapter 62, recognized by the people of the capital. County Magistrate Li was momentarily taken aback and quickly called out to Master Li, "Behave yourself." Master Li, reluctant to defy his father's command, gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Zhou Ruiyuan approached Du Wanchun and continued addressing County Magistrate Li, regardless of Master Li's involvement in this affair. "Lu Longji has explicitly stated that it was Master Li who instructed her to find a way to bring my wife to the manor. From the outset, he harbored the ulterior motive of abducting a common woman. How can he now dare to deny it?" The Magistrate Li found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Zhou Ruiyuan continued, stating that if Magistrate Li could not handle the matter impartially, they would escalate the issue to the Qingzhou Prefecture, requesting Governor Zheng to personally investigate. Governor Zheng was renowned for his integrity, and if he were to intervene, it would surely lead to severe consequences for those involved. Upon hearing this, Magistrate Li furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Finally, he slammed his hand on the table and declared, "How could I, as a dignified magistrate, act with partiality? Rest assured, I shall ensure justice for the Zhou family." He then turned to young Master Li with a stern expression and insisted, "Speak the truth to me." Young Master Li clenched his teeth, resolutely refusing to confess. In a moment of agitation, Magistrate Li gestured to the constables beside him, commanding, "If he does not speak the truth, administer punishment." Young Master Li looked up in alarm, exclaiming, "Father, you cannot truly intend to punish me." The magistrate replied sternly, "In this court, I am not your father. Speak the truth, or face the rod. Realizing the gravity of the situation, young Masterly hastily knelt and confessed, Father, I indeed harbored such thoughts, but I did not instruct Lu Longji to abduct anyone. Zhou Ruiyuan let out a cold snort, stating, It seems young Master Li has admitted to it himself. With a darkened expression, Magistrate Li reluctantly ordered the constables, take Li Maoxing away and administer 20 strikes as punishment. Yes, my lord, the constables replied, advancing to seize young Master Li. Overcome with fear, young Master Li cried out, Father, I realize my mistake. Please do not let them strike me. Soon, cries of anguish from both young Master Li and Lu Longji echoed through the courtyard of the magistrate's office. 20 strikes is no trivial matter. The punishment left both individuals in a state of agony, barely able to stand. Once the situation seemed sufficiently dire, Du Wanchun took the Zhou family and departed from the magistrate's office. Just as they left, Magistrate Li had a letter of divorce written and dispatched Lu Longji back to the Du family. The Du family was in disarray. Hong Xiang, now pregnant, had assumed the role of the lady of the house. Lu, refusing to leave, lingered at the Du residence, attending to Hong Xiang's needs. Upon the return of her daughter, she wept inconsolably. This incident quickly spread, reaching numerous nearby villages. The Du family, not in a rush to depart from Cheng'an County, purchased essential items like oil and fabric from local shops. Madame Zhou calculated their expenses and decided to buy Du Wanchun a finer wooden comb. She turned to Zhou Ruiyuan and asked, Ruiyuan, have you spotted a rouge shop nearby? Zhou Ruiyuan pointed ahead, indicating one in sight. Madame Zhou whispered, your wife has yet to possess a decent comb since entering your home. Please purchase a sandalwood one for her and surprise her upon your return. Zhou Ruiyuan nodded. In truth, he had already intended to buy one for Du Wanchun. Seizing the opportunity, while Du Wanchun went to buy oil, Zhou Ruiyuan stealthily entered the rouge shop. Inside, alongside wooden combs, there were a variety of rouge products. After purchasing the comb, he hesitated for a long while before finally using the last of his copper coins to buy a small box of rouge. As he prepared to leave with his rouge and wooden comb in hand, he unexpectedly collided with an imposing figure. A tall man clad in a long black robe exuded an air of coldness. Startled, Zhou Ruiyuan quickly lowered his head and brushed past him. However, the man soon recognized Zhou Ruiyuan and promptly turned to pursue him, calling out, Your Highness. The familiar address caused Zhou Ruiyuan to freeze momentarily. It had been ages since anyone had referred to him in such a manner. He hastened his pace, weaving swiftly into the throng of people. The man, wielding a long sword, closely followed, continuing to call out, Your Highness. Zhou Ruiyuan quickened his steps, a cold sweat breaking out over him as he felt the relentless pursuit closing in. He rose onto his toes, employing his lightness skill to evade within the crowd. Despite the bustling street filled with passers-by, the man's agility matched his own, and he remained hot on Zhou Ruiyuan's heels. With no other option, Zhou Ruiyuan leaped onto a rooftop, making his way towards a distant alley. The man, equally graceful, vaulted after him, sword in hand, closing the distance. Stop, he shouted. Zhou Ruiyuan leaped down from the rooftop and dashed into the maze of alleys nearby. Meanwhile, on the other end of the street, Madame Zhou and Du Wanchun had waited long for Zhou Ruiyuan's return, growing increasingly anxious. Mother, do you think he really went to the rouge shop? Du Wanchun inquired, straining to look around. Madame Zhou, her face etched with worry, scanned the surroundings. Yes, I saw him enter. How could he have vanished so soon? A frown began to form on Du Wanchun's brow. Mother, let's split up and search. If we find him, we can wait for him at the town gate. Madame Zhou nodded in agreement. Shortly after they parted ways, Madame Zhou encountered Zhou Zhao, who was breathless from running. Mother, I checked at second brother's shop, but I didn't TC eldest brother, he reported. Madame Zhou's brow furrowed. Could something have happened to Ruiyuan? Zhou Zhao's expression darkened. Mother, do you think someone from the capital has come looking for us? Madame Zhou shook her head vigorously. Impossible. It's been 3 years. They should have presumed us dead by now. Zhou Zhao spoke earnestly. Mother, they are ruthless. If they have not seen our corpses, they would never believe we are dead. Madame Zhou gasped in realization, her face paling. She seized Zhou Zhao's hand. No, we must hurry and find your brother. Zhou Zhao nodded resolutely and turned back into the crowd to continue searching. On the other side of the street, Du Wanchun caught a glimpse of Zhou Ruiyuan's figure in a narrow alley. She hurried after him, but upon reaching the end, found nothing. Dejected, she turned around, only to have her arms suddenly grasped and pulled into the narrow space between two houses. Startled, she looked up to see Zhou Ruiyuan. "Husband," she exclaimed joyfully, ready to ask him what was amiss, but he pressed his finger to her lips, signaling her to remain silent. Understanding his intent, Du Wanchun quickly closed her mouth, refraining from further speech. Zhou Wen gradually embraced her, their bodies pressed closely together in a narrow crevice. Du Wanchun could distinctly feel the waves of warmth emanating from him, as well as the rhythmic heartbeat shared between them. A sense of breathlessness began to engulf her. As she slightly tilted her head, she inadvertently caught sight of his prominent Adam's apple and the sharply defined angles of his jaw. Unbeknownst to her, her face flushed with heat once more, and her breaths quickened. At that moment, a figure strolled into the alleyway outside the crevice. Clad in black and wielding a long sword, the individual squinted with sharp eyes, scanning the surroundings. As Du Wanchun glimpsed the figure through the gap, tension gripped her, and her body stiffened. Zhou Ruiyuan sensed her unease and, caught in the crevice, reached out to grasp her fingertips, holding her small hand firmly in his palm. His hand radiated warmth, gradually easing the tension in Du Wanchun's heart. After a brief inspection of the alley, the man paused not far from them, his gaze lingering on Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruiyuan. Du Wanchun noticed Ruiyuan's heartbeat quickening, a fine sheen of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. The man began to approach them. With each echoing footstep, the distance between them grew ever smaller. In a moment of urgency, Du Wanchun rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Zhou Ruiyuan's. Startled, he had yet to react when she instinctively raised her hand to shield his face. The figure in the alley was nearly upon them. Zhou Ruiyuan quickly regained his composure, turning his back to the man while cradling Du Wanchun's crimson face, deepening the kiss. Chapter 64. The assassin approaches. Du Wanchun stood frozen, the warmth of his lips stealing away her breath, her heart seemingly on the verge of faltering. She was enveloped by a soft fragrance. As the footsteps drew nearer, Zhou Ruiyuan's kiss grew increasingly fervent. In the cramped space, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, and Du Wanchun clutched his collar tightly, shifting slightly. Noticing her response, Zhou Ruiyuan cradled the back of her head, kissing her even deeper. At that moment, the man in black reached the space behind them. Upon witnessing the couple entwined in a kiss, a look of panic and embarrassment crossed his face, prompting him to swiftly turn and depart. Once the man had retreated, Zhou Ruiyuan slowly released the now crimson-cheeked Du Wanchun, gently wiping the corner of her lips, his voice laced with apology. "It was nothing, my dear." Du Wanchun shook her head, gazing at him, her eyes crescent-shaped as she broke the awkward silence, inquiring, "Who was that person just now? Why was he following you?" Zhou Ruiyuan, regaining his focus, furrowed his brow as he glanced in the direction the man had taken. "I do not know who he is. Perhaps he was a thief looking to rob me." Du Wanchun remained skeptical, but chose not to press further. She took his hand and urged, "Let us return quickly, or my mother will worry." "Indeed," Zhou Ruiyuan replied softly, allowing her to lead him as they exited the alley together. Upon reaching the town gate, they found Aunt Zhou waiting for them. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Ruiyuan, where have you been?" Zhou Ruiyuan swiftly assisted Du Wanchun onto the carriage, urging Zhou Zhao to hasten in driving the horses while explaining, "I was followed on the road, which is why we returned late." "Followed? By whom?" Aunt Zhou exclaimed in alarm. "Could it be?" Zhou Ruiyuan quickly reassured her. "I suspect it was a bandit intent on my silver, but fret not. I have managed to shake him off." Aunt Zhou sighed in relief. "That's good to hear." She then scrutinized Zhou Ruiyuan, finally feeling at ease upon seeing he bore no injuries. Du Wanchun, standing nearby, added her own comfort. "Indeed, mother, let us return home swiftly." Aunt Zhou tilted her head to gaze at Du Wanchun's face, noticing her flushed cheeks and reddened lips, and inquired, "Wanchun, what is the matter? Why is your face so red?" Du Wanchun instinctively touched her own face and lips, recalling the kiss from earlier, which made her cheeks flush even more. "Mother, I'm fine. Perhaps it's just the heat." With that, she fanned herself with her hand. The weather had indeed grown increasingly warm, making the carriage feel a bit stifling. Aunt Zhou promptly pulled up the curtain of the carriage window to let the outside breeze in, as the warm wind caressed her face. Wanchun looked up and caught sight of Zhou Ruyuan's lips, which mirrored her own blush. She felt her face grow even warmer, observing her increasingly crimson complexion. Aunt Zhou, puzzled, tugged at the curtain again. Is it still too hot? Wanchun awkwardly turned her gaze toward the window. Mother, it's much better now. Aunt Zhou, taking up a fan, waved it gently to cool her daughter. Zhou Ruyuan sat beside them, tightly gripping the comb and rouge he had been protecting, hesitating on how to present them to Wanchun. Yet, even as the carriage came to a halt at their doorstep, he had not yet mustered the courage to offer his gifts. The family disembarked from the carriage, unloading the newly purchased oil and fabric. Once everything was brought down, Aunt Zhou retrieved a small wooden box from the carriage. The box, though simple in appearance, was adorned with intricately carved lotus flowers, exuding an air of elegance. Aunt Zhou approached Wanchun with purposeful strides, presenting her with the box. Wanchun, you have yet to possess a proper vanity case, so I bought you this. It is perfect for storing the silver ear ornaments and red hairpin your mother left you. Wanchun accepted the box and opened it to reveal a copper mirror embedded in the lid. This mirror was smoother and clearer than any she had used before, captivating her. She beamed at Aunt Zhou. Thank you, mother. You silly child, there is no need for such politeness. When times improve, I shall buy you an even finer one, Aunt Zhou replied with a beaming smile. In their humble farming household, possessing such a jewelry box was already quite commendable. Yet, Aunt Zhou always felt it insufficient, striving to provide the very best for her daughter-in-law and sons. Embracing the jewelry box, Wanchun's fondness for it grew as she walked joyfully toward the courtyard. Zhou, leading the way, paused at the door to glance back at Wanchun, taking in her delighted smile, which involuntarily drew a secret smile from him as he turned and continued into the house. The moment he stepped through the door, a long sword was pressed against his neck. Your Highness, I have indeed found you with great difficulty. The man from the alley, holding the sword with cold, piercing eyes, slowly advanced toward him. Zhou Ruyuan's eyes flickered with surprise as he gazed at the blade, retreating step by step. Wanchun, approaching from that direction, was abruptly startled by the scene before her and halted in her tracks. Aunt Zhou, with a beaming smile, prepared to step forward. Wanchun, what is it? Upon her words, she raised her head and saw the sword pressing against Zhou Ruyuan's throat. Ruyuan, Aunt Zhou exclaimed in shock. Chapter 65. Aunt Wanchun the man lifted his gaze toward Aunt Zhou, who stood not far away, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, the imperial concubine was indeed correct. You are all here. Hearing his words, Zhou Ruyuan furrowed his brow and coldly replied, Did she send you to kill me? The man's face, shrouded in coldness, was now filled with a sinister smile. The imperial concubine merely entrusted me to extend her greetings. Aunt Zhou, undaunted by the sword, strode forward to stand beside Zhou Ruyuan, glaring at the man. That woman still refuses to let us go. We've suffered so much because of her. Why does she not relent? The man tightened his grip on the sword and stepped closer. You know, as long as you live, the imperial concubine will never be at ease. Rage consumed Aunt Zhou's face as she turned to grab the club from the ground, ready to strike. Wanchun quickly stepped forward to restrain her. Mother, do not act impulsively. He has a sword. Aunt Zhou trembled with anger and hatred, regaining her composure as she grasped Wanchun's hand, urging her, Wanchun, quickly flee. Leave this place. We cannot implicate you. Wanchun shook her head, embracing her mother to calm her down. At that moment, Aunt Wang's voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Sister Zhou, what is happening? Why all the commotion? As she spoke, she entered the courtyard and, upon raising her head, was met with the sight of the man wielding the sword. Aunt Wang stared, frozen in shock. Aunt Zhou hastily called out to her, Sister Wang, you must leave. He is an assassin. However, rather than retreating, Aunt Wang took cautious steps forward and uttered a phrase that caught everyone off guard. Xiao, is that you? The man visibly froze at the sound of the name. Aunt Wang, tears welling in her eyes, rushed toward him, crying out, Xiao, it truly is you. The man, momentarily lost in thought, was caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ruyuan swiftly evaded the sword and, before the man could react, had his own sword pressed against the man's throat. Seeing this, Aunt Wang quickly implored Zhou Ruyuan, do not harm him. He is my son, the son we lost many years ago. Both Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou were taken aback, turning their astonished gazes toward Aunt Wang. None could have anticipated that this assassin was, in fact, the son of the Wang family who had vanished after seeking a livelihood in the capital. Aunt, are you certain? Is it truly him? Du Wanchun asked Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang scrutinized the man's features carefully, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, is he, my son. I could never be mistaken. The man gazed at the woman before him. His eyes filled with astonishment and finally called out, Mother, what are you doing here? Aunt Wang, wiping away her tears, replied, Your father and I sold our fields to come to the capital in search of you, but regrettably, we cannot find you. Hence, we had no choice but to remain here in Chonglu village for the time being. She then turned to Grandma Zhou and Zhou Ruiyuan, saying, Fortunately, we are acquainted with the Zhou family, who have been exceedingly kind and supportive to us, allowing us to live in peace until now. The Wang family, in turn, was generous towards the Zhou family, who would often look after the elderly couple. Given their advanced age, they required the assistance of strong young men for many laborious tasks. Although Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Feng were unable to assist, one unable to walk and the other blind, Zhou Zhao was diligent and hardworking. Despite being deaf, he consistently took on the heavy chores at home. At that moment, Zhou Zhao returned from returning the horse cart. Observing his elder brother wielding a sword in the presence of an unfamiliar man in the courtyard, he rushed over and inquired, Brother, what has happened? Zhou Ruiyuan gestured towards the man and replied, An assassin sent from the capital. Zhou Zhao suddenly understood, raising his fist as if to strike. Aunt Wang quickly restrained him, insisting they should discuss the matter calmly, as there might be a misunderstanding. The man bluntly stated, There is no misunderstanding. I was indeed ordered to assassinate them. No sooner had he finished speaking than Aunt Wang slapped him on the back of the head, exclaiming, You scoundrel! I thought you went to the capital for something significant. Yet you are engaged in such heinous deeds. Chapter 66. Concealing identity enduring the pain. The man made no rebuttal and, holding his head, said, Mother, I serve in the palace. I have not committed any atrocious acts. Aunt Wang pointed at the Zhou family, saying, If you have not committed any heinous acts, then why do you seek to kill them? Let me tell you, they are the benefactors of your father and mother, if you wish to harm them. You are wishing to harm your own parents. The man hung his head, no longer resisting. Seeing him subdued, Aunt Wang pulled his hand and exclaimed in frustration, All these years, why did you never send word to your parents? The man replied with a sense of grievance, I did send messages, but received no replies. Aunt Wang frowned. You didn't even think to come to the village to find us? The man felt even more wronged. I tried, but you had already moved away. Aunt Wang's eyes brimmed with tears again, and she began to weep. Grandma Zhou and Du Wanchun were somewhat bewildered. They had been confronted by an assassin, and now it seemed to have transformed into a poignant reunion between mother and son. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Xiu, despite being a well-known iron-faced guard in the palace, was a profoundly filial child who had always obeyed his parents. Throughout the years, he had been searching for them, and now that they had unexpectedly appeared before him, he dared not act recklessly. Aunt Wang grasped his hand, asking, Did you not say you were serving in the palace? How did you come all this way to commit an assassination? Wang Xiu glanced at Grandma Zhou and Zhou Ruiyuan, furrowing his brow as he said, I was ordered to do so. Aunt Wang raised her hand once more, striking the back of his head again. What do you mean, ordered? Such a task is not worth undertaking. I must tell you, as long as I am present, you shall not lay a finger on the Zhou family. Wang Xiu, stunned by the blows, dared not utter a word in rebuttal, lowering his head in evident distress. Aunt Zhou rose and approached Aunt Wang, seeking confirmation once more. Sister Wang, is he truly your son? Aunt Wang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is the son we have searched for tirelessly. Aunt Zhou found herself at a loss, uncertain whether this revelation was fortunate or unfortunate, for the assassin dispatched from the capital turned out to be Aunt Wang's son, an unexpected twist of fate. Aunt Wang then struck Wang Xiu again, declaring, Qiu, regardless of whom you served, from this day forth, you shall remain in this village and tend to the fields diligently. Wang Xiu abruptly lifted his gaze towards her, a look of reluctance etched upon his face. At that moment, Zhou Ruiyuan pointed his sword at him, stating, I believe silencing him would be the wisest course. Wang Xiu's expression darkened upon hearing this, and with a heavy sigh, he acquiesced. Very well, mother. I shall heed your words and stay. Aunt Wang's demeanor gradually brightened. Zhou Ruiyuan then sheathed his sword. Aunt Wang drew Wang Qiu into the Zhou household and inquired about his experiences in the capital. It turned out that upon his arrival in the capital, he became a palace guard, later gaining the favor of the imperial consort and serving as her personal attendant. His mission to Chonglu village was a directive from the consort to assassinate members of the Zhou family. As for the reason behind the consort's intent to harm the Zhou family, Wang Qiu chose to remain silent, for it was a secret of monumental significance. 3 years prior, the entire Liu family, led by Duke Anwu, was executed for treason, and the eldest daughter of the Liu family, who is now the reigning empress, was cast into the cold palace for poisoning consort Wu. The Liu family's downfall and the empress's disgrace set off a chain of events. As the two sons born to the crown prince and the empress sought to vindicate their family and mother, unfortunately, they were soon ensnared in a conspiracy and accused of treason themselves. In a fit of rage, the emperor exiled the 4 of them to Zizhou. However, during their exile, they were ambushed, and it was widely believed that they had perished. Little did anyone know that during their flight, they encountered Chen Yue, who was returning home after being sold to the capital as a child bride to a stableman. After years without offspring, she was sent back home. On her journey, she fell gravely ill and nearly starved, only to be rescued by the exiled family, who brought her back to Chonglu village. Regrettably, before they could reach the village gates, Chen Yue succumbed to her illness. After laying her to rest, the family adopted her identity and assumed the surname Zhou, concealing their true lineage. Recently, rumors had circulated within the palace about a person resembling the crown prince seen in Cheng'an County. The consort, filled with unease, dispatched Wang Qiu to investigate. If the rumors proved false, there would be no issue, but if true, immediate measures would be taken to eliminate any threat. Although Wang Qiu was a guard for the consort, he had never engaged in such deeds and was already reluctant. Now, upon encountering his own mother, he found himself even less inclined to carry out such an act. Later, Aunt Wang inquired persistently, prompting him to conceal the identities of the Zhou family, merely stating that they had previously offended the noble consort in the capital, which led to her merciless actions. Aunt Wang accepted this explanation. However, Du Wanchun remained skeptical. Overhearing Wang Qiu's words, she began to doubt her husband's identity. Chapter 67. A confession between husband and wife. Aunt Wang escorted Wang Qiu back home, and as they departed, she earnestly instructed Lady Zhou to keep a vigilant watch over her son, ensuring he would not venture out to cause further mischief. Once the two had left, Lady Zhou quietly remarked to Zhou Ruiyuan, "What shall we do now? If that woman discovers we are truly in Cheng'an County, she is likely to send people after us." Zhou Ruiyuan glanced in the direction of the Wang family and replied, "I will have Wang Qiu draft a letter to that woman, asserting that he has not seen us in Cheng'an County." Lady Zhou expressed her doubts. Will she believe it? Zhou Ruiyuan retracted his gaze and entered the house, reassuring her, even if she does not believe it, she will not dare to act brazenly and send someone to kill us. Lady Zhou remained perplexed. Why is that? Zhou Ruiyuan settled down and continued, "She has caused us immense suffering and committed numerous heinous acts. If she were to act now, it would only expose her true nature before the emperor. Otherwise, she would not have sent merely a lowly guard." Lady Zhou suddenly understood and inquired, "What about Wang Qiu? Is he willing to listen to you?" Zhou Ruiyuan answered, "Since he left the capital, that woman has never intended to spare his life, rather than return to face death. It is better for him to stay here and play along with us. Moreover, he is willing to conceal the truth from Lady Wu for the sake of his family. For otherwise, he would not be the only one facing dire consequences." Lady Zhou nodded in agreement. Although Wang Qiu served the noble consort, he was also a dutiful son and would not gamble with the lives of his parents. As they conversed indoors, Du Wanchun and Zhou Zhao were in the backyard gathering eggs. With her curiosity piqued, she cautiously asked Zhou Zhao, third brother, "How did you and your husband offend the noble consort? Why would she go to such lengths to send someone to kill you?" Zhou Zhao paused, lifting his gaze to Du Wanchun, "Sister-in-law, the matter is rather complicated. I believe it is best for elder brother to explain it to you." Respecting his words, Du Wanchun refrained from further questioning. That night, after an early dinner, Du Wanchun returned to their room, awaiting Zhou Ruiyuan's arrival. As he entered, lifting the curtain, he noticed the weight of her thoughts. He approached her slowly and sat beside her on the bed. They sat side by side, reminiscent of newlyweds on their wedding night, filled with a mix of shyness and restraint. Du Wanchun sensed his soothing fragrance and breath, shifting slightly away. Zhou Ruiyuan quickly took hold of her hand. Wanchun. Today, before he could finish, Du Wanchun decisively interrupted. Husband, since we are married, you should not keep secrets from me. Zhou Ruiyuan's clear eyes flickered with a hint of guilt as he tightened his grip on her hand. I did not intend to deceive you. I merely feared for your safety. Du Wanchun turned her head slightly, her gaze resolute as she looked at him. My dear husband, when you were crippled and your family was impoverished, I willingly stepped into your home, unafraid of hardships or burdens, let alone the fear of being implicated. I only hope that we can be honest with each other, united as a couple, and face the trials together. Zhou Ruiyuan's expression shifted subtly, his eyes gradually dimming, and he tightened his grip on Du Wanchun's hand. Noticing his silence, Du Wanchun immediately withdrew her hand, her voice laced with anger as she exclaimed, Are you saying that you do not consider me family, that you do not regard us as husband and wife? Zhou Ruiyuan abruptly raised his head to meet her gaze, urgency flickering in his eyes as he reached out to take her hand. Du Wanchun stood up, forcefully pushing his hand away, her tone icy as she declared, Zhou Ruiyuan, I am not bound to marry you. If you are unwilling to take me as your wife, you may present me with a divorce decree right now. I assure you, I will leave without a backward glance. With that, she strode away. Wanchun. Zhou Ruiyuan rose swiftly, striding to her side and enveloping her in his arms. Burying his face in her shoulder, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Do not go. Du Wanchun felt the frantic beating of his heart and the slight tremor of his body from behind. Struggling, she asked, Zhou Ruiyuan, what do you mean by this? Zhou Ruiyuan tightened his embrace, his voice low and urgent. Wanchun, please listen. At last, Du Wanchun ceased her struggle and allowed him to hold her. Zhou Ruiyuan, resting his chin on her shoulder, gazed quietly ahead. I do not bear the surname Zhou. Du Wanchun was taken aback, turning her head slightly to look at him. She saw Zhou Ruiyuan's deep gaze lowered as he slowly continued. My surname is Liang. My mother's surname is Liu. Thus we were given the surname Zhou. The Liang surname is the royal surname of the Xianyu kingdom, indicating that Zhou Ruiyuan is of royal descent. Chapter 68. Discovering his heritage, Du Wanchun was momentarily stunned. She had previously suspected that the Zhou family was not ordinary, but she had merely thought they belonged to a prominent family in the capital, never imagining they had ties to royalty. Zhou Ruiyuan continued, My mother was the youthful bride of the current emperor. Unfortunately, the esteemed emperor fell in love with the newly entered Wu Guifei, neglecting my mother and believing in slanderous accusations that led to the annihilation of my maternal grandfather's family, resulting in my mother and I being exiled to desolate lands. On our way into exile, we were pursued and suffered grievous injuries. By a twist of fate, my mother assumed the identity of a daughter married into the Chun family and brought us to Chonglu village. We initially intended to settle in Chonglu village for a peaceful life, but unexpectedly, this Wu Guifei relentlessly pursued us, leaving us with no escape. He succinctly recounted the unfolding of events. Although there were slight discrepancies from Du Wanchun's earlier speculations, she quickly grasped the entire situation. The massacre of the empress's family and the prince's degradation were not secrets within the Xianyu kingdom. Du Wanchun looked up at him, her eyes filled with compassion. So, you were the deposed prince? Zhou Ruiyuan paused for a moment, then nodded. Du Wanchun's pupils contracted slightly, shock washing over her. Although she had once been naive, she had heard the rumors surrounding this prince. It is said that from the moment he was born, he was proclaimed by the imperial astronomer to be the reincarnation of a celestial sovereign, destined to become a rare and exceptional emperor in a century. Upon hearing this, the emperor was immensely pleased and promptly designated him as the crown prince. From a young age, the prince displayed remarkable intelligence. By the age of 3, he could compose poetry, and by 5, he had mastered painting. By the age of 10, he excelled in horseback riding and archery, embodying both literary and martial prowess, a natural-born ruler. Yet, astonishingly, this esteemed individual found himself consuming coarse grains and vegetables in a dilapidated mud hut. Such a paradox was so bewildering that even the storytellers dared not speak of it. As the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to descend from extravagance to frugality. Du Wanchun felt a profound sense of lamentation. How had their family, once affluent and untouched by hardship, transformed into a family of farmers, adept at cultivating vegetables and gathering firewood. The hardships they endured were likely known to no one. Gradually, Wanchun emerged from her astonishment, and having learned what she sought, she refrained from pressing further. She gently clasped his arm that encircled her, suppressing all prior anger, and softly said, "My dear, it is getting late. We should retire for the night." Listening to her tender words, Zhou Ruiyuan lifted his long lashes to gaze at her profile. The panic in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a glimmer of affection that Wanchun had never witnessed before. By the time Wanchun realized what was happening, Zhou Ruiyuan's lips had found hers. It was but a fleeting kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water. Yet after that brief contact, Wanchun found herself cradled in a warm embrace, her face resting against Zhou Ruiyuan's chest, her heart racing. He lifted her effortlessly, taking measured steps toward the grand bed. Whispering, "My dear, let us spend this night together." Wanchun buried her face in his embrace, nodding in agreement. Zhou Ruiyuan gently laid her upon the bed, bending to remove the quilt draped over it. Half reclining, Wanchun propped herself up with her elbows, casting her gaze downward, hesitant to meet his eyes. "My dear, did you not say we would wait until after the provincial examination?" The dim yellow oil lamp within the room flickered gently in the breeze. Zhou Ruiyuan, silhouetted against the light, sat beside her, cradling her flushed cheeks and lifting her chin slightly, murmuring, "We cannot wait any longer." His deep, tender voice resonated in Wanchun's ears, causing her heart to skip a beat. As she lifted her gaze, Zhou Ruiyuan's kiss descended upon her. Unlike the sudden kiss in the alley earlier and the previous fleeting touch, this kiss was intense, as if he were a wild wolf, driven by an overwhelming desire, claiming every softness within her lips. Wanchun gradually felt her breath quicken, yet in that moment, an indescribable sense of familiarity washed over her. This feeling brought her joy, and before she realized it, she reciprocated his kiss. Encouraged by her response, Zhou Ruiyuan grew bolder, his hands firmly supporting her back as he embraced her tightly. Outside, the moonlight streamed in slowly. At last, the couple experienced their first genuine embrace. Chapter 69. A delayed wedding night. Zhou Ruiyuan drew the bed curtains, shrouding their figures in the soft shadows beneath the canopy. In this moment, Wanchun finally comprehended the words of Madame Zhou, realizing the true meaning of being unable to withstand. Her husband truly differed from the man she encountered in her daily life. The oil lamp in the humble abode burned until the stroke of midnight, yet the quietude of the small room only descended as dawn broke. On the following morning, Wanchun slowly awakened from Zhou Ruiyuan's embrace, the familiar faint fragrance emanating from him wafting through the air. However, this scent carried an added hint of intimacy. Wanchun's cheeks instantly flushed with warmth. Supporting her aching waist, she extricated herself from his arms, burying her face deep within the covers. Zhou Ruiyuan, with eyes still closed, reached out and pulled her back, cradling her as one would a delicate kitten, nuzzling her neck gently. "My dear, you are awake?" Wanchun peeked out with her round eyes, nodding and emitting a soft, hoarse sound of acknowledgement. Zhou Ruiyuan smiled. "Let us sleep a little longer. Your mother likely will not call for us today." The mere thought of the events from the previous night rendered Wanchun's face even more crimson. In her days at the Zhou household, she had gained a bit of weight, her figure now possessing alluring curves, her round face plump and rosy, tempting one to take a gentle bite. Zhou Ruiyuan playfully nibbled on her fair, smooth shoulder and then pecked her rosy cheek, before genuinely holding her close and drifting back to sleep. As the steady rhythm of his breathing filled the air, Wanchun gradually closed her eyes, fatigue from the previous night enveloping her, and they did not awaken until nearly noon. As Zhou Ruiyuan reached to retrieve his clothing, a wooden comb and a compact of rouge, which had been nestled in his pocket, tumbled to the floor, landing neatly beside the bed. Wanchun, witnessing this, expressed her surprise. "What is this?" Zhou Ruiyuan bent down to pick up the comb and rouge, placing them in her hands. "A gift for you." Wanchun gazed at the intricately carved sandalwood comb and the exquisite rouge, warmth blossoming in her heart. She quickly descended from the bed, clutching the comb and rouge, and began to adorn herself in front of the new copper mirror. "Thank you, my husband." Zhou Ruiyuan, now dressed, approached her from behind and gently took the comb from her hands. "Let me style your hair." "You can do that?" Du Wanchun inquired, astonished as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Zhou Ruiyuan tenderly stroked her inky black hair, guiding the comb through it with gentle strokes. I cannot, but I can learn. No sooner had he spoken than Du Wanchun felt a sudden prick of pain at her scalp, unable to suppress a small cry of discomfort. Zhou Ruiyuan immediately released his grip. Did I hurt you? Du Wanchun, pressing her scalp, shook her head. It's nothing. I will do it myself. Yet, Zhou Ruiyuan remained resolute, adjusting his approach and continuing to comb her hair, eventually fashioning it into a bun. Du Wanchun gazed at her unevenly arranged hairstyle, torn between laughter and tears. Zhou Ruiyuan, holding the comb and scrutinizing his handiwork, wore a displeased expression, unaccustomed to struggling with tasks that usually came easily to him. Du Wanchun turned to comfort him, smiling gently. It's all right. Learning takes time. There are many days ahead. We need not rush. Zhou Ruiyuan set down the comb and gently adorned Du Wanchun's hair with a wooden hairpin, speaking with unwavering conviction in her ear. From this moment forth, I shall style your hair for a lifetime. Du Wanchun felt a subtle tremor in her heart and smiled, nodding in agreement. How long is a lifetime? No one truly knows. Yet she felt fortunate that their lifetime had only just begun. At noon, upon seeing Du Wanchun emerge from the room, Zhou Dama was filled with joy, though she quickly tempered her expression, fearful of startling Du Wanchun. Wanchun Ruiyuan, come and eat, she called out. After placing a freshly prepared braised crucian carp on the table, caught earlier that day from the pond, enough to last them several days, she beckoned them to join. After washing up, Du Wanchun fetched bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen and, upon seeing the glistening fish, could hardly contain her anticipation. Mother, this fish smells delightful, she exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. Zhou Dama, slightly embarrassed, replied, This is all thanks to the wife of the Chow family down the hill. She taught me how to prepare it. Once Du Wanchun had arranged the tableware, she inquired with a smile, the Chow family's wife? Mother, who is she? I don't recall you mentioning her before. In Chapter 70, the cries from the Meng family resound. At the foot of the mountain in Chonglu village resides a family by the surname Chow, rumored to have descended from a county magistrate, now reduced to farming. They have only 2 sons, and the eldest wife is the one Zhou Dama referred to. As Zhou Dama wiped her hands and served rice, she continued, It appears she shares your surname, Du, and has lived in our village for over a decade, though she is yet to bear children. Recently, her brother brought her a little girl to raise, and she is quite lovely. Du Wanchun sensed something was amiss and promptly asked, Is her name Du Damei? Zhou Dama nodded, confirming, Indeed, that is her name. At that moment, Zhou Dama suddenly realized the implication. Wanchun, could she possibly be your aunt? I recall your father entrusted your stepmother's child to your aunt for care. Could it be her? Du Wanchun nodded and glanced outside. My aunt married early, and I know not to which family. However, upon hearing you mention it, it seems likely she belongs to the Chow family. The Chow family resided at the mountain's base, somewhat distant from the village, resulting in limited interactions with the few households in peaceful village. Zhou Dama had become acquainted with Du Wanchun's aunt due to her frequent flower picking in the mountains. Unaware of her aunt's marriage, Du Wanchun mused that had she known she wed into the Zhou family, she would have probably visited by now. Zhou Dama sighed. Your aunt leads a difficult life, often bullied by her mother-in-law. Next time I venture up the mountain, I shall take you to see her. Du Wanchun nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Zhao returned. After successfully dealing with Wang Qiu, they returned home with smiles. Zhou Dama, observing their cheerful demeanor, quickly served them rice. After their meal, the mason Hequan arrived with tools to measure the foundation for their home. As the prospect of moving into a new home loomed, old Madame Zhou could hardly contain her delight and hastily welcomed him inside. After He Chuani measured the foundation, he conferred with old Madame Zhou regarding the layout of the new house. Having been born into affluence and possessing a wealth of experience, she offered profound insights into the design that left He Chuani momentarily speechless. Fortunately, He Chuani was a perceptive individual, and it wasn't too long before they reached an agreement concerning the construction of the house. In a few days, he would return to commence the demolition and laying of the foundation, with He Chuani's comings and goings. News of the Zhou family's impending construction spread swiftly throughout the village. The villagers expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated that this solitary widow would rise to prosperity with her family. Except for the Chun and Meng families, most villagers had endured hardship. Though generally frugal, they were not troublemakers. Upon hearing of the Zhou family's new house, their reactions oscillated between admiration and envy, but they refrained from voicing their thoughts, merely casting lingering glances as they passed by. In stark contrast, the Meng family reacted differently. Aunt Meng, who had been seated at the table enjoying her meal, fell from her chair upon hearing the news. "What? You say that the widow is preparing to build a house?" she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet, her rear still aching from a prior encounter with an alligator. Uncle Meng sighed and nodded. "Indeed, I just went to see. They're already preparing the foundation." Aunt Meng abruptly stood up, determined to head outside. "I must see this for myself. I wonder what tricks that Zhou widow employed to amass such wealth." Uncle Meng yanked her back, admonishing her sternly, "Enough of meddling in others' affairs. Let us discuss our own matters." Aunt Meng paused, perplexed. What matters could we possibly have? With a smug expression, Uncle Meng stroked his mustache and declared, "I intend to take a concubine." "A concubine?" Aunt Meng nearly lost her balance. "What? Are you still pining after that widow from the Zhou family?" Uncle Meng shook his head. "I'm not speaking of her. It's Jiang Maisie from the neighboring village. She wishes to be with me." Aunt Meng's fury surged, nearly causing her to spit blood. The Jiang girl was her fellow townsfolk, someone she had often walked with. And now she was attempting to seduce her husband. Pointing an accusing finger at Uncle Meng, she berated him. "At your age, you should be more settled. Not dreaming of taking a concubine. I swear, I will never agree to this." Uncle Meng, no longer the submissive husband, stood up and slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Let me make this clear. Whether you agree or not, I will bring her into our home." Aunt Meng began to throw a tantrum, slapping her thigh and shouting in a sharp voice, "If you want her in, you might as well wait for my death." "No need to wait for that. I can simply divorce you now," Uncle Meng retorted, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. Stunned, Aunt Meng realized that her animosity toward the Zhou family had been misdirected. The true source of her woes lay in her husband's unfaithfulness. Trembling with rage, she stormed into the house, grabbed a kitchen knife, and charged out. A piercing scream soon echoed from the Meng household. Chapter 71. The new miraculous fragrance is ready. Old Madame Zhou heard the commotion from her doorstep and promptly turned to Du Wanchun behind her, asking, "Wanchun, did you hear anything just now?" Du Wanchun perked up her ears and replied, "Mother, it seems to be coming from the Meng family." As she spoke, she pointed towards the Meng family's direction. Aunt Zhou looked up and noticed that the villagers were all rushing that way. What could have happened to the Meng family? Just then, Aunt Wang approached and exclaimed, "Sister Zhou, something significant has occurred at the Meng family." She cast a glance back at the Meng residence and continued, "I happened to pass by just now and saw it all. Old Mr. Meng was contemplating taking a concubine, that widow Jiang from the neighboring village. His wife opposed it vehemently, and during their heated argument, Aunt Meng incapacitated old Mr. Meng. As she spoke, she mimicked a scissor gesture with her right hand, raising her eyebrows at Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide as she sighed. "Is that true?" Aunt Wang nodded and whispered, "Indeed. When I passed by, I saw blood everywhere. Old Mr. Meng has been taken to Dr. Su's place, and soon the officials may arrive." Aunt Zhou remarked, "I never imagined Aunt Meng could be so formidable." Aunt Wang scoffed in the direction of the Meng family, saying, "Old Mr. Meng deserves it. He used to have his eyes on you, not considering his own age. I believe Aunt Meng did the right thing. He needed to be dealt with, to see if he would still misbehave." Aunt Zhou chuckled. "This is for the best. It saves us from their disturbances. I reckon they have no inclination to clash with us now." Aunt Wang withdrew her gaze, smiling brightly. "You're quite right." Du Wanchun, listening to their banter, joined in their laughter. Aunt Wang glanced at the smoke rising from behind the old house and asked Aunt Zhou, "Sister Zhou, are you still making your fragrant dew?" Aunt Zhou nodded with a smile. "Yes, Feng's shop needs several bottles within the month, so I must prepare for next month during this time." At that moment, Du Wanchun presented the freshly made peppermint due to Aunt Wang, saying, "Aunt Wang, look at this, it's our new concoction, primarily designed to invigorate the mind and ward off mosquito bites." Aunt Wang was delighted, immediately taking it into her hands and opening it to reveal the vibrant green liquid. a stark contrast to the previous transparent rose dew. Aunt Zhou explained, I've added a considerable amount of traditional herbs. What do you think? Aunt Wang brought it to her nose and was instantly enveloped by a refreshing sensation, her mind becoming remarkably alert. The aroma was indeed unique. Du Wanchun clarified. The scent is quite potent, but you can apply it to areas bitten by insects. It will swiftly alleviate the itching. Really? Aunt Wang was astonished, never having encountered such an effective remedy. Du Wanchun poured a little onto her hand. Aunt, you may give it a try. Skeptical, Aunt Wang applied the peppermint due to the swollen, itchy area on her arm where she had been bitten yesterday, saying, I was bitten by something in the field yesterday, and it has been terribly itchy. Let us see. She then gently rubbed the dew onto her skin. Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou watched quietly. After a moment, Aunt Wang's expression transformed into one of astonishment. She shook her arm and exclaimed, Oh, it really doesn't itch anymore. It feels so cool and comfortable. Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou exchanged smiles, their faces glowing with joy. Aunt Wang gazed at the fragrant lotion in her hands as if it were a precious treasure. Her smile wide and uncontainable. Zhou Meizi, this concoction is truly remarkable. When summer arrives, with this in hand, I shall no longer fear the bites of pesky insects. Aunt Zhou beamed with satisfaction, remarking, I only wish to give it a try. Inspired by Wanchun, and to my delight, it has proven successful. Handing the fragrant lotion to her, Aunt Wang mused, if this were to be sold, I am certain there would be buyers. Though I wonder how much silver it would fetch. Du Wanchun, smiling, inquired, if it were up to you, Aunt, how much silver would you be willing to pay? Chapter 72. A new craft in porcelain firing. Aunt Wang pondered for a moment before replying, You know, for us farmers, we labor merely to fill our bellies. Even if we have a little spare change, it would only go towards purchasing grain. Were it me, I would pay no more than 21. Beyond that, I would rather endure the discomfort than part with my silver. Du Wanchun fell into deep contemplation. A price of 21 per bottle would yield minimal profit, as the medicinal ingredients themselves require a monetary investment. However, if this fragrant lotion could attract a broader clientele, transforming a store typically frequented by nobility into a thriving establishment, the Zhou family could cultivate their own customer base, independent of the Fong family. Aunt Zhou was also lost in thought. Noticing their silence, Aunt Wang sighed, It matters not. You can still sell it to those wealthy families in the county. Silver can still be earned that way. There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Aunt Zhou placed the fragrant lotion back into Aunt Wang's hands, saying, You should keep this for now. Aunt Wang was taken aback. Zhou Meizi, I cannot accept this. It is beyond my means. Aunt Zhou replied with a smile, This is a gift for you. You've graciously lent us your cart during this time, so consider it a token of my gratitude. Seeing the joyous expression on Aunt Wang's face as she clutched the fragrant lotion, she could not help but feel elated. The ability to create a more useful product than usual brought her immense joy. Du Wanchun, observing her mother-in-law's expression, understood the sentiment as well. Once Aunt Wang departed, Du Wanchun proposed to Aunt Zhou, Mother, I have a splendid idea. Aunt Zhou, intrigued, asked, What brilliant idea do you have? Du Wanchun grinned. Aunt Wang mentioned they would only pay up to 21, but our usual cost for a bottle exceeds 15 and we would have to share the remainder with the Fong family. At this rate, our profit would be negligible. However, consider this. What if we sell one bottle as two? Aunt Zhou appeared puzzled. What do you mean? Du Wanchun elaborated. This fragrant lotion requires only a small amount for use. One bottle can last an ordinary family 1 to 2 months. Instead, we could divide it into 2 bottles and sell each for 21. This way, after covering costs, we would still make a profit. Aunt Zhou nodded, seeing the logic in her proposal. That seems reasonable. We can certainly give it a try. Du Wanchun responded with enthusiasm. Then let us head to the county now to procure some bottles. Aunt Zhou looked up at the sky, realizing time was of the essence. We must hurry. Du Wanchun promptly rose to fetch the cart. The cart was a gift from the Fong family, primarily to facilitate the Zhou family's delivery of fragrant due to their shop. Aunt Zhou followed closely, guiding the cart into the courtyard. The 2 women boarded the cart and arrived at Cheng'an County before dusk. They first procured some bottles and then visited the incense shop. On their way back, as they stepped outside, they encountered a familiar face. Wanchun, what brings you here? It was Du Wanchun's elder aunt, Du Mei. also referred to by Aunt Zhou as the daughter-in-law of the Chow family. Upon seeing her aunt, Du Wanchun was taken aback, but quickly shared the circumstances surrounding her marriage. Du Mei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Your father truly lacks decency. How could he not inform me of such a significant event as your marriage? He must be afraid I would hinder his plans." As she spoke, she gently coaxed the child on her back. Du Wanchun glanced at the child, surmising that this was indeed the one her stepmother had abandoned. Lost in thought, Du Mei turned to Aunt Zhou and said, "Sister Zhou, my little niece has always been unfortunate. You must treat her well." Aunt Zhou nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured. Wanchun is now as dear to me as my own daughter. I shall ensure she suffers no more." Hearing this, Du Mei felt a pang in her heart and wiped away a tear. As she lowered her gaze, she accidentally noticed the bottles Du Wanchun was carrying and inquired, "Wanchun, why have you purchased so many bottles?" Du Wanchun pointed towards the incense shop behind her and replied, "The fragrant dew from this shop is produced by us." Du Mei immediately responded, "Silly child, there is no need to buy bottles. I have plenty at home." Du Wanchun, slightly surprised, asked, "Aunt, you have some at home?" Du Mei nodded. "I have been learning to make pottery for my husband for over a decade. We have numerous spare ceramic bottles at home. If you need them, I'll gladly give them to you." "Why are they spare?" Du Wanchun inquired. "If sold, it could fetch a good sum." With a deep sigh, Du Mei explained, "These ceramics were originally commissioned by a wealthy merchant from the neighboring county, but his entire family left Qingzhou, and we were left with these ceramics idle at home. Since they haven't tea sold, my husband ceased making pottery." Du Wanchun, struck by inspiration, smiled and said, "Aunt, that is perfect. Not only do I wish to purchase the ceramic bottles from you, but I also desire to learn your pottery skills." Chapter 73. Her husband specifically prepared a meal for her. The eldest son of the Chow family had studied pottery in his youth and later returned home to establish a simple kiln, where he worked alongside his wife. Unfortunately, he was ill-fated. The pottery produced failed to sell, leaving them with substantial debts and an idle kiln. Du Dalmai, stunned by Du Wanchun's intent to buy her ceramics and skills, remained silent for a moment. "Wanchun, do you truly wish to purchase them?" Du Wanchun nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, but regarding the price." Du Mei interrupted her with a smile. "As for the price, you may set it. After all, they're just gathering dust at home, so whatever they fetch, I will accept. As for my skills, I will teach you whatever you wish to learn." Delighted by her aunt's agreement, Du Wanchun took her hand and led her towards the cart, saying, "Aunt, let us return home and discuss this further." "Indeed, let us return home and talk at leisure," Aunt Zhou echoed in agreement. Du Mei, burdened with a child on her back and a large sack of wheat in hand, found herself in need of assistance when Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou kindly offered her a ride on their cart. Du Wanchun took the reins at the front while Du Mei engaged in light-hearted conversation with Aunt Zhou at the back. Though Aunt Zhou had grown up in seclusion, she was known for her amiable nature, always approachable and devoid of pretentiousness. As their conversation deepened, Du Mei grew increasingly fond of her mother-in-law-to-be, grasping her hand and weeping, expressing her gratitude that Du Wanchun was marrying into their family, fearing that had she wed into the Li family, she would have faced a far less fortunate life. Du Mei had indeed heard of the eldest son of the county magistrate, and had she known at the outset that Du Wanchun was to marry into the Li family, she would have vehemently opposed it. Aunt Zhou, gazing at Du Wanchun with warmth in her eyes, gently remarked that, in her opinion, it was indeed a blessing for their family that Du Wanchun was marrying into theirs. Upon hearing these reassuring words, Du Mei finally felt a sense of relief, convinced that with such a wonderful mother-in-law, Du Wanchun's future would undoubtedly flourish. Du Wanchun, holding the reins, listened to their exchange, her round eyes sparkling with joy as she drove the cart. As dusk enveloped the sky, they arrived at the doorstep, where darkness had fully descended. While steering the cart, Du Wanchun spotted a figure waiting at the entrance. It was Zhou Ryuan, clad in a deep blue long gown, standing under the glow of a dim yellow lantern, gazing towards the village gate. Upon hearing Du Wanchun's voice, a gentle smile graced his composed countenance. As soon as Du Wanchun halted the cart, he strode over to her side, offering his strong arm to assist her down. He expressed his desire to accompany her to the county in the future. His large, powerful hands seemed almost capable of lifting her entirely. Du Wanchun, aware of his concern for her traveling alone, smiled reassuringly and pointed behind her, stating, "My elder aunt has arrived." "Your elder aunt?" Zhou Ruiyuan followed her gesture. Du Damei, alighting from the cart alongside Aunt Zhou, was initially taken aback upon seeing Zhou Ruiyuan, but her face soon brightened with a smile. "My dear in-law, your son has grown exceptionally well," she exclaimed. "Oh, it is merely that he is somewhat fairer than most." Aunt Zhou interjected, guiding Du Damei towards Zhou Ruiyuan. "Ruiyuan, quickly greet your elder aunt." Zhou Ruiyuan clasped his hands, bowing deeply to Du Damei. "Greetings, elder aunt." Du Damei beamed at the young man before her, laughing heartily. "Good boy, rise. There is no need for such formalities." As Zhou Ruiyuan slowly stood, he extended his hand to usher them inside. "Elder aunt, mother, Wanchun, dinner is ready. Please come in and eat." Aunt Zhou paused in surprise and quickly inquired, "Dinner is ready? Who prepared it?" As they walked into the house, Zhou Ruiyuan replied, "Mother, of course, it was me who cooked." Aunt Zhou was taken aback. "Ruiyuan, what did you learn to cook?" "Du Wanchun was kvali as tonis hit." Although Zhou Ruiyuan could walk now, his usual tasks involve heavy labor, such as chopping wood, rarely venturing into the kitchen to prepare meals. After all, as a young prince, he had never even held a spoon in his hand, let alone washed his hands to cook soup. Zhou Ruiyuan, however, wore an air of nonchalance. Upon entering the room, he approached the table and, pointing at the 3 dishes and his soup, remarked, "I learned from Aunt Wang. Though it may not rival my mother's culinary skills, it should suffice." Du Wanchun glanced at the table, which held a bowl of radish and egg soup, a dish of stir-fried asparagus, a bowl of cabbage and tofu, and another of stir-fried spring bamboo shoots with meat. The meat was sparse, made from the cured pork they had purchased recently. At first glance, the dishes looked quite presentable, and they exuded an enticing aroma. Unable to resist, Du Wanchun picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of spring bamboo shoot, finding it pleasantly sweet, savory yet mild, with flavors that were quite commendable. She hastily set down her chopsticks, beaming at Zhou. "My dear, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Seeing her radiant smile, a faint blush crept onto his normally indifferent face, revealing a hint of shyness from the typically composed and tall man. "Bien du Wanchun und du das nicht." Is that true? Chapter 74. "My dear can do anything." Du Wanchun turned to Aunt Zhou and Du Damei, smiling, "Mother, Aunt, do come and taste this." Aunt Zhou quickly grabbed her chopsticks and sampled a piece of tofu. The moment it touched her palate, astonishment washed over her face. She proceeded to indulge in several more bites, affirming, "Wanchun was right. It is indeed delicious." Du Wanchun fetched bowls and chopsticks, serving Du Damei a portion of the dishes. Du Damei also took a tentative bite at first, but soon succumbed to her hunger, devouring the food eagerly, as though she had not eaten in ages. At that moment, Zhou Zhao entered from the courtyard, and upon seeing Aunt Zhou and Du Wanchun, greeted them with a bright smile. "Mother, sister-in-law, you have returned. Howiya, come help your mother serve the rice." Aunt Zhou called out cheerfully. "Of course, mother," Zhou Zhao responded with a grin. Du Damei continued to eat voraciously, her demeanor reminiscent of someone who had long been deprived of a meal. Seated beside Zhou Ruiyuan, Du Wanchun leaned in and quietly asked, "My dear, is it true that you learned to cook so well from Aunt Wang?" Zhou Ruiyuan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I did." He then placed a piece of meat into Du Wanchun's bowl, adding, "Last night, while you were asleep, you spoke in your dreams." Du Wanchun, taken aback, whispered, "What did I say?" Zhou Ruiyuan replied earnestly, "You mentioned that the bamboo shoots in the mountains had sprouted and that you wished to eat spring bamboo shoots." Du Wanchun had indeed craved spring bamboo shoots the previous day, but she found it hard to believe she had spoken in her sleep. "Did I really say that?" Zhou Ruiyuan ladled her a bowl of soup, affirming, "Yes." Last night, Du Wanchun had gone to bed late and thus slept rather soundly. However, Zhou Ruiyuan had slept lightly. In her dreams, she had drowsily clung to his arm, murmuring her desire for spring bamboo shoots, her rosy lips brushing against his skin and playfully nipping at him. Although it was not painful, it was distracting, stirring a peculiar sensation within him. Zhou Ruiyuan quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat. "My lady, should you wish for anything in the future, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall prepare it for you." It was hard to imagine him speaking such earnest words with utmost sincerity. Du Wanchun, pleasantly surprised, felt a warmth in her heart and responded with a smile. "Thank you, my dear." On the side, Du Damei observed the harmonious interaction between the young couple, her eyes reddening once more, though this time not from sorrow, but from joy. Granny Zhou entered with a tray of food, beckoning Du Damei to partake. Du Damei indulged in several bowls, and when the moon ascended high in the sky, she took the child and returned home. As soon as she departed, Zhou Ruyuan eagerly pulled Du Wanchun into the house. The following day, Du Wanchun, nursing her sore back, slowly rose from bed. Her hair was disheveled, and the floor was strewn with crumpled clothes, while Zhou Ruyuan lay behind her, peacefully asleep with his eyes closed. She gently poked his remarkably handsome face with her finger, finally realizing a truth. Zhou Ruyuan was not merely a pretty face, he was quick to learn. Last night had only been their second encounter, yet had left her utterly spent. It was no wonder he had mastered cooking in just one day, surpassing Granny Zhou's 3 years of culinary experience. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhou Ruyuan remained asleep, Du Wanchun hastily gathered her clothes from the floor and slipped out of bed. If she lingered, he would awaken, and the cycle would begin anew. In the front room, Granny Zhou had already prepared breakfast. After washing up, Du Wanchun took a dustpan to feed the chickens and ducks, joining Granny Zhou for a meal. Noticing the glow on her face, Granny Zhou softly remarked, "Wanchun, perhaps you should refrain from accompanying me to the mountains next time." Du Wanchun looked up in confusion, asking, "Why, mother?" Granny Zhou, her eyes sparkling with mirth, replied, "If you were to become pregnant, it would not be ideal." Du Wanchun, sipping her porridge, nearly choked. "Mother, it's far too soon for that." Granny Zhou bit into a steam bun, saying, "Why not? I conceived you in the first month after marrying your father." Du Wanchun's cheeks flushed at the implication. It had only been a few days. Surely, it was too early for pregnancy. However, considering her husband's vigor, it was hard to predict what might happen in a few months. She quickly downed the last of her porridge to change the subject. "Mother, let us not go to the mountains today. Instead, we should visit Aunt's house to inspect the porcelain vases." Granny Zhou handed her a bun, affirming, "That is precisely my thought. If their kiln is still operational, we can create our own porcelain, and any excess funds can be used to purchase additional spices. I shall concoct some new fragrant oils as well." "Very well, mother," Du Wanchun replied, accepting the bun with a smile and a nod. The Zhou family's incense shop had recently been named Zhou Family Incense Shop, primarily selling fragrant oils, sandalwood towers, and incense sticks for common households. Business had been fairly good in recent days, yielding daily profits. However, for an incense shop, this was still insufficient. Du Wanchun planned to collaborate with Granny Zhou on producing incense powders, pastes, and pills. If they could learn the porcelain-making techniques from the Chow family beforehand, they would no longer need to worry about having containers for their fragrant oils and could even craft snuff bottles favored by the elite. Furthermore, they could create their desired designs, which would prove more enduring than mere paintings on the bottles. After finishing their breakfast, the two women made their way to the Chow residence. While the Chow family could not be deemed affluent, they were undoubtedly better off than most households in the village. Residing in a quaint house adorned with blue bricks and tiles, one enters through the main gate to find a small courtyard. Proceeding inward leads to the main room. The house is empty, and Du Wanchun stands at the threshold calling out, "Aunt, are you home?" Moments later, a sharp voice erupts from within, "You barren hen, get out. Get out." Chapter 75. Seeking Aunt to learn the craft. Upon hearing the commotion, Du Wanchun looks up to see a woman with graying hair wielding a stick, striking her aunt. Her aunt, cradling her bruised face, cries out for mercy, "Mother, I know I was wrong. Please stop hitting me." Yet, the woman remains relentless, viciously tugging at Du Damei's hair and spitting in her face. "I let you come home late last night. Were you planning to sneak around while my son is away?" With tear-stained cheeks, Du Damei's voice turns hoarse. "Mother, I didn't sneak around. I merely had dinner at my niece's house." The woman raises the stick again, ready to strike. Du Wanchun strides forward, intent on intervening. However, Mrs. Zhou acts even quicker, snatching the stick from the woman's grasp and sternly admonishing, "Chow, how can you strike your daughter-in-law in broad daylight? This woman is Du Damei's mother-in-law." Chow. The Chow family has long been comprised of men who married into other families, and with great difficulty, she finally bore 2 sons whom she treasures immensely. Her ancestors once held the title of county magistrate, leading her to look down upon the villagers, fostering an air of superiority. Consequently, she harbors disdain for her daughter-in-law, who hails from a peasant background, especially since Du Damei has failed to bear a son or daughter in over a decade. Though it is widely known among the Chow family that the inability to conceive lies with Du Damei's husband, Chow still places the blame squarely on her daughter-in-law's shoulders. Du Damei had hoped that adopting her brother's daughter would elicit some kindness from her mother-in-law, but to her dismay, she was met with harsh words. Scolded for not adopting a male child, as raising a worthless girl serves no purpose. Her eldest son has been unable to father children since childhood, while the younger son is entangled in a scandalous relationship with a wealthy merchant in the county, having not returned for years. Now, with the adoption of a girl, it seems the family line is extinguished. Rumors circulate among the villagers, suggesting that the Chow family's ancestral magistrate's excessive preference for sons has brought about their misfortune, leading to a barren lineage. Many have advised Chow that daughters can be valuable too, yet she remains obstinate, and her resentment towards Du Damei grows. What was once a beating, once every half-month, has escalated to thrice a week. After returning home late yesterday, Du Damei was brutally assaulted at dawn, while the small child in the house cries from hunger. Seeing Mrs. Zhou, Chow, in a fit of rage, asserts, "My family's affairs are none of your business." Mrs. Zhou, shielding the battered Du Damei, retorts with determination, "If I hadn't intervened today, you would have beaten her to death." Chow coldly scoffs, "A barren hen, if she dies. So be it. I can simply have my son marry again." Madame Zhou had never encountered such audacious individuals and could not help but exclaim, "Chow aunt, even if Du Damei is your daughter-in-law, you have no right to assault her." Chow, unfazed, retorted angrily, "She calls me mother, so naturally, I have the authority to discipline her. And you, a widow, what right do you have to assert yourself in her household?" Turning around, she fortuitously spotted Du Wanchun and sneered, "This must be your foolish daughter-in-law, isn't it? Take this silly girl and get out of my sight." Seeing her beloved aunt, who had cared for her since childhood, battered and bruised, Du Wanchun clenched her fists, her brow furrowing slightly as she stepped forward. At that moment, the once clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. A thunderclap resonated, startling everyone present. Chow glanced up at the heavens, then impatiently advanced, intending to seize Du Wanchun, shouting, "You all get out of here." However, as she took a single step, a bolt of lightning struck right at her feet with a deafening crash. Chow was startled and lost her balance, tumbling directly into a bucket of slop. With a loud thud, she found herself struggling within the refuse, gasping for breath as she inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of foul liquid. The bucket had been prepared by Du Wanchun's aunt that very morning to feed the pigs, but had remained untouched until Chow's interruption. Both Du Damei and Madame Zhou were rendered speechless, their faces contorted in disgust. Chow, in a disheveled state, wiped her face and glared fiercely at the three of them, her anger boiling over as she pointed at Du Wanchun, threatening, "You wait. I will make you pay." She then struggled to rise, menacingly advancing towards Du Damei and the others. Du Wanchun stepped protectively in front of them and declared sharply, "Aunt Chow, if you dare lay a hand on us again, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Normally sweet and gentle in her speech, today she was transformed, her tone icy and resolute. Chow was taken aback momentarily, but soon regained her bravado, rolling up her sleeves to charge at them once more. However, as she stepped forward, her foot slipped on the slop, and she fell backward with a yelp. The sharp edge of a stone met her back as she landed on the cobblestones, producing a sound akin to cracking bone. Chow's eyes widened in horror as she clasped her waist, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. "Oh heavens, why am I so unfortunate?" At that moment, Chow's eldest son returned home just in time to witness his mother attempting to attack, but inadvertently falling. He rushed over, calling out, "Mother!" Gao, her face pale with pain, pointed accusingly at Du Wanchun and the others, exclaiming, "Son, it was them. They pushed me." Though timid by nature, Chow's eldest son was not devoid of discernment. With a deep sigh, he responded, "Mother, I saw it all. You fell on your own." As Chow Shi listened to her son, her previously pale face turned ashen, and with a trembling hand, she clutched at her son's collar, reproaching him through gritted teeth. "Are you still my son? How could you speak on behalf of an outsider?" Chow Lao feeling exasperated, lifted Chao Shi and began to lead her outside, saying, "Mother, enough of this. I shall take you to see a doctor first." The moment Chao Shi moved, she cried out in pain, lacking the strength to utter another word. Seeing them about to leave, Dudame hurriedly approached Chao Lauda's husband. Chao Lauda glanced at her injured face and refrained from chastising her. Instead, he sighed heavily. "I know this is not your fault. I will take Mother to the doctor. You stay here and attend to our guests." Dudame hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Though racked with pain, Chao Shi still wished to scold Dudame a few more times, but was swiftly ushered away by her son. In his youth, Chao Lauda had shared a decent rapport with Dudame, but due to her inability to bear children, he had grown timid and self-conscious, afraid to utter a word in the face of his mother's dominance. However, just moments before entering, upon seeing the injuries on his wife's face, his heart felt as if pierced by needles, and he experienced an awakening of conscience. He reflected on the years this woman had endured hardships alongside him. He could not allow her to suffer any longer. Carrying Chao Shi, he hastened to find Dr. Su. Dudame turned back, lowering her head as tears streamed down her face, addressing Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou. "In-laws, I have caused you trouble today." Aunt Zhou quickly grasped her hand, reassuring her, "No trouble at all. Thankfully we came today. Otherwise, your mother-in-law would have continued to torment you." Du Wanchun also took Dudame's hand, saying, "Aunt, do not worry. In the future, if you face any grievances, please tell us. With us around, she shall not lay a finger on you." Dudame gazed at her young niece, feeling deeply moved, tears flowing uncontrollably, rendering her speechless. Du Wanchun and Aunt Zhou assisted Dudame into the house and offered her a glass of water. At that moment, the little child, who had been wailing on the bed, suddenly ceased crying. Du Wanchun hurried to the bedside, looking at the infant. The child bore a resemblance to her father, yet was far more charming. Cradling the baby, she remarked, "Aunt, this child seems hungry." Dudame quickly gained her senses. Setting down the glass and heading to the kitchen, "I have prepared rice soup. Please wait a moment while I fetch it." "Allheit und Du Wanchun replied." Cradling the child, Aunt Zhou approached to playfully tease the baby, then sighed. "This child is fortunate to have met your aunt. Otherwise, he too would have faced a hard life." Du Wanchun looked toward her aunt with a smile. "My aunt is a good person. In time, she shall reap her rewards." "Wanchun, come, hand me the child," Dudame said as she returned with a bowl of warm rice soup. Du Wanchun stepped forward, passing the baby to her. "Aunt, for such a tiny child, rice soup alone is insufficient." Dudame nodded. "I have sent your uncle to the nearby villages to procure some cow's milk. He returned in haste, so I am unsure if he succeeded. In Chung'an County, there are only a few villages where cows are raised, making milk a precious commodity. The eldest Chao, who is quite fond of this child, ventured to other villages in the county yesterday to seek some milk but has yet to return." Du Wanchun gazed towards the entrance, uncertain of how her uncle and Grandma Chao fared at the doctor's. Chapter 77. The aunt finally stands firm. Dudame, holding a spoon, fed her little one a mouthful of rice soup, her hand trembling slightly from the earlier fall. Granny Zhou rose and approached the doorway, speaking with earnest gravity. "Dame, both you and your husband possess gentle natures, which is why your mother-in-law can easily dominate you. When she returns, learn from me, wield the stick from the latrine. If she dares to strike you, you must retaliate. Do not fear that your husband won't stand by your side, for has also endured his share of grievances." Dudame remained silent, gripping the spoon tightly. After all, in this small village, any daughter-in-law daring to strike her mother-in-law would be met with harsh criticism. Having grown up in the mountains, she naturally harbored her reservations. However, Granny Zhou discerned her apprehension and approached her, gently caressing the child's face. "Dear in-law, you are now a mother. If you do not assert yourself, this child will suffer." Dudame was startled by these words. After a moment of contemplation, she looked down at her child, her hands clenched into fists, and nodded resolutely. The once submissive and timid gaze transformed into one of determination upon seeing her child. "Dear in-law, I understand. I will not allow my daughter to be bullied as I was," Dudame declared with conviction. Granny Zhou exchanged a knowing smile with Du Wanchun, relieved that she had come to this realization. Given the many matters concerning Dudame's household, they refrained from mentioning the ceramic jars. After feeding her child, Dudame kindly led them to the backyard, where a small kiln stood, surrounded by freshly fired pottery. Among the assorted ceramics were not only jars but also various bowls and cups. Wanchun picked one up to examine, noting its average quality but usability. Damei approached from behind and said, "These items do not sell well, Wanchun. If you wish for them, I will gladly give them to you." Wanchun rose and replied, "Aunt, I mentioned before that we will buy them with copper coins." With that, she produced a bag of coins from her pocket and handed it to her, stating, "We will take all of these." Damei, feeling overwhelmed, hesitated to accept. "No, I cannot take this," she protested. However, Wanchun insisted, pressing the coins into her hand. "In the future, my husband and I will come here to learn pottery. And consider this our tuition." Damei quickly countered, "This craft must be passed down, and we would be delighted for you to learn. How could I accept your coins?" Seeing her steadfast refusal, Wanchun feigned a stern expression and said, "Aunt, we are family. There is no need for such formality." Fearing to offend her, Damei finally relented and accepted the coins. "Very well. Once your uncle returns, I will speak with him about restarting the kiln. If you cannot come to learn, we will fire whatever you desire for you." Wanchun was filled with joy. "Thank you so much, Aunt." Damei wiped the tears from her face and smiled. "We are family, no need for thanks." Wanchun was quite unreserved, cheerfully selecting items from the pile of porcelain. The ceramics produced in such small workshops were not as exquisitely refined as those from the capital. They were merely ordinary shades of milky white and pale green, with some bearing minor imperfections and only a few adorned with patterns. After spending over half an hour with Aunt Jo, she finally chose enough small bottles suitable for storing mint essence. Fortunately, they were small enough for that purpose. Otherwise, some would have been utterly useless. By midday, just as Wanchun and Aunt Jo were leaving, Chow Lauda arrived with Dr. Su, carrying Chow Shi back. Chow Shi was unconscious, likely having fainted from the pain. After gently placing her sleeping child down, Damei hurried over, asking, "Husband, how is my mother?" Chow Lauda, with a sorrowful expression, shook his head. Damei quickly turned to Dr. Su. "Doctor, what is the condition of my mother?" Dr. Su, while guiding Chow Shi into the house, responded, "There's no significant issue. Just a broken spine. It seems she will no longer be able to walk." Damei was taken aback, suddenly realizing the implication. "You mean, my mother is paralyzed?" Chow Lauda, carrying the other end of Chow Shi, confirmed, "Indeed, paralyzed. She will not only be unable to walk but even sit up." Damei was utterly shocked. Chow Lauda wiped away his tears as he and Dr. Su brought Chow Shi inside. After laying her down, Dr. Su stepped out. Addressing Damei, "Your mother-in-law has truly met with misfortune. A single fall has left her paralyzed, and her life ahead will be filled with hardship. Indeed, it will be a struggle. Confined to bed, she would find no solace from heaven or earth. Accused of striking her daughter-in-law. Even a simple meal would require her daughter-in-law's approval." Damei felt a torrent of emotions surge within her. After prescribing a few remedies, Dr. Su departed. Damei said little more, heading into the kitchen to prepare a meal. By the time the food was ready, Chow Shi had awakened, wailing lamentably, "My legs, my back. How could you treat me this way, heavens?" The courtyard echoed with her sorrowful cries. Chapter 78. Old friends from the capital. Damei, lacking the heart to tend to her, left the meal for Chow Lauda and finished eating before stepping out with the child. Chow Lauda was somewhat dutiful, yet having been suppressed by his mother since childhood, he harbored resentment, thus lacking patience in his tasks. After hearing Chow Shi's incessant complaints, he finished his lunch and tossed her some leftover food before leaving himself. Chow Shi lay in bed, staring at the cold food beside her, feeling a mix of resentment and hatred, while cursing Damei for her lack of conscience. In the midst of her tirade, she accidentally wet the bed. Alarmed, she shouted for help, but both her daughter-in-law and son had gone out, leaving her unattended. She was forced to stew in her own filth, cursing them until her voice grew hoarse, before finally falling silent. Upon returning home, Wanchun found that Zhou Ruiyuan had prepared the meal ahead of time. Eager to finish lunch, she quickly joined Aunt Jo in packing the mint essence, ready to deliver it to the shop the next day. The Zhou family incense shop currently offers a limited selection of incense, yet it has garnered the admiration of the second young lady from the Zheng family. She purchased fragrant dew and sandalwood pagoda incense to gift her elder brother, Governor Zheng, who, in turn, kept some for himself and entrusted a portion to be sent to the third prince in the capital. The third prince, a half-brother to the current emperor and a leisurely nobleman, possesses a profound appreciation for incense. Upon receiving the incense from Governor Zheng, he initially regarded it with indifference. However, a maid in his residence inadvertently ignited the incense sent by Zheng. Just returning from the palace, the third prince was startled by the aroma wafting through the room. He quickly called out to the maid behind him, inquiring, "What incense have you lit today?" Startled, the maid lowered her head and replied, after a moment's thought, "Your Highness, I regret to inform you that I mistakenly lit the sandalwood pagoda incense from Governor Zheng, mistaking it for the one sent from the palace." Upon hearing this, she hurried to extinguish the incense. The third prince, regaining his composure from the surprise, swiftly gestured for her to stop. No need to extinguish it. The maid, relieved, retreated, acknowledging, "Yes, Your Highness." Approaching the incense burner, the third prince inhaled deeply, then sank into a melancholic reverie, his eyes clouded with sorrow. The maid, noticing his distress, cautiously asked, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" The third prince gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in memories of a bygone acquaintance, and murmured, "This fragrance, for a fleeting moment, reminds me of the incense the Empress once gifted me. Alas, upon closer inspection, it lacked her essence. In the capital, discussions regarding the Empress are strictly taboo, and only the third prince dares to broach her name so openly." The maid offered gentle comfort, "Your Highness, death is final. Do not dwell in sorrow." The third prince, with closed eyes, inhaled the slowly burning sandalwood as if entranced, speaking dreamily, "Had I known that death is indeed irreversible, I would have never allowed her into the palace." The maid bowed her head, hesitant to speak. The third prince, still with eyes shut, inquired, "Did you say this incense is from Governor Zheng?" The maid nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Your Highness." The third prince opened his eyes, scrutinizing the incense, and asked, "Do you know where he acquired it?" After pondering, the maid replied, "I have heard it was purchased from the Fong family's incense shop in Chung'an County." The third prince, clasping his hands behind his back, rose and said, "Very well. Please convey a letter to Governor Zheng, requesting he procure more incense for me." "Yes, Your Highness," the maid replied softly. He gazed toward the palace and added, "Remember, I desire 20 pounds. The maid gasped in surprise, refraining from further inquiries, and responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 79. Earning silver together with my husband on a clear morning in March, just as dawn broke, the birds outside began to chirp melodiously. The Zhou family had risen early. Du Wanchun was carrying the newly made mint-fragrant dew outside. Zhou Ruiyuan had brought the cart to the door and quickly jumped down to take the fragrant dew from her hands. This batch of fragrant dew was considerably smaller than the previous rose dew, contained in petite porcelain bottles, neatly arranged in a small wooden box. Although it appeared plentiful, it was not heavy. Zhou followed closely behind Du Wanchun, carrying a small box as well. After placing the first box down, Zhou Ruiyuan promptly took the one from her hands as well. Madame Zhou wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. "Ruiyuan, today you shall accompany Wanchun to deliver the goods. I will remain at home to tidy up once He Chuan arrives. He will be bringing workers to dismantle the house shortly. I need to prepare the items here in advance." They had erected a modest thatched shelter beside their land. Though it appeared somewhat shabby, it sufficed for the family to reside in. Fortunately, the house they were constructing this time was not large, and it would soon be completed. Zhou Ruiyuan hopped onto the cart and replied, "All right, mother, do not worry. We will ensure the goods are delivered." Madame Zhou smiled and nodded before turning back to the house. After arranging the items in the cart, Du Wanchun joined Zhou Ruiyuan outside the vehicle. Holding the reins, he guided the horse forward. As the cart began to move gently, Du Wanchun rested her head on Zhou Ruiyuan's shoulder. His broad and sturdy shoulder provided a profound sense of security. She closed her eyes, entwined with his arm, smiling blissfully, and soon began to drift into slumber. While driving the horse, Zhou Ruiyuan discreetly glanced at her and asked, "What is it? Did you not sleep well last night?" A blush crept onto Du Wanchun's face as she hesitated, pondering whether he could truly discern her lack of rest. She genuinely felt that her husband possessed an abundance of energy. If this continued, he might tire her out. Leaning against his shoulder, she chuckled softly, It's not that. Just a little. Zhou Ruiyuan raised his gaze, concern etched on his face. A little what? Du Wanchun lowered her head, her cheeks aflame. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to admit, a bit tired. Instantly, Zhou Ruiyuan understood. He dismissed his previous worries and, looking ahead with a smile radiating contentment, said, "Then tonight, I shall take it easy." Du Wanchun felt a rush of warmth envelop her, her cheeks burning as she buried her face into the crook of his shoulder. The gentle March breeze caressed them, accompanied by the sweet melody of birdsong and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Unbeknownst to her, she truly fell asleep against his shoulder. And when she awoke, the cart had come to a halt at the entrance of Zhou's fragrance shop. Rubbing her eyes, Du Wanchun disembarked from the cart. Zhou Ruiyuan supported her as he turned to carry the fragrant liquids from within. His strength was considerable. He managed to transport the items with one hand while assisting Du Wanchun with the other, and together they entered the shop. Zhou Feng, seated at the counter, welcomed them with open arms. "Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, you have arrived just in time." Du Wanchun inquired, "What is it, second brother?" Zhou Feng beamed, "Today, someone from Governor Zhang's office sent word that he wishes to purchase 20 pounds of sandalwood tower incense from us." 20 pounds? Du Wanchun was momentarily taken aback. This was no small order. Why has Governor Zhang suddenly decided to buy so much? Zhou Feng shook his head and then replied, "According to Miss Zhang, his elder brother is quite fond of our incense." After listening, Du Wanchun was only partially enlightened. She glanced at the sandalwood incense tower in the shop and noted that they currently possessed no more than 10 pounds of incense. "Once we return, I shall ask my mother to prepare some more," she said. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement and then noticed the box that Zhou Ruiyuan had just moved in. He approached and inquired, "Is this the new incense extract?" Du Wanchun retrieved a bottle from within and handed it to him. "Take a look. This extract alleviates itching and swelling and prevents insect bites." "How marvelous!" Zhou Feng exclaimed, immediately taking the bottle in hand and inhaling its fragrance. The scent of the mint extract was subtler than that of ordinary extracts, presenting a delicate floral aroma that felt refreshingly cool. He scrunched his nose slightly before pouring a small amount to apply on his hand. There was a red, swollen bite on his hand from last night, and after applying it, he felt significantly more comfortable. Zhou Feng was delighted. The extract was indeed remarkable. Du Wanchun continued, "Yes. My mother plans to create mint ointment once we earn some more silver, making it even more convenient for use." Zhou Feng wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "Indeed, common folk prefer ointments." Having said that, he promptly placed the new extract on the counter. Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruiyuan did not rush to leave but stayed to assist in arranging the extracts. Before long, a customer arrived, the butcher's daughter from across the street. The butcher's family was relatively affluent in the county, well provided for. However, the butcher's daughter, Zhang, was notably plump and had yet to marry. Recently, she had spent a considerable sum to purchase a bottle of rose extract from their shop. After using it for a few days, she announced her engagement to the son of the Liu family from the neighboring county, planning to marry on the 6th of next month. Zhang attributed all her good fortune to the bottle of extract, expressing immense gratitude to the Zhou family, and would often purchase incense whenever she had spare coins, thus aiding their business. As she entered, she carried a knife of meat. "Shopkeeper Zhou, have you received new extracts?" she asked, joyfully surveying the items on the display. Zhou Feng replied, "Yes, my elder brother and sister-in-law just brought these in. They are highly effective against insect bites. You might want to give it a try." He then handed her the open bottle. Zhang took it and promptly turned to shove the knife into Du Wanchun's hands. "Sister Du, you hold this." Du Wanchun initially intended to refuse, but found it impossible to resist her insistence. Zhang was not only formidable in appearance, but also possessed great strength. With a swift motion, she had already tucked the knife into Du Wanchun's embrace before she could react. When Du Wanchun looked up again, Zhang was already applying the mint extract and inhaling its scent. After a moment, she laughed heartily, saying, "This is wonderful. The spot where that pesky bug bit me is no longer itchy at all. My father often slaughters pigs, attracting many flies and mosquitoes. This will be perfect for him." Turning to Zhou Feng, she inquired, "How much is a bottle of this?" Zhou Feng glanced at Du Wanchun, who smiled and replied, "This is 21 per bottle. In the village, 21 could buy many things, but compared to extracts that cost several taels of silver, it was quite affordable, even for the merchants in the county. Zhang swiftly retrieved 40 coins from her pocket and handed them to Du Wan and Chun, declaring, "I shall purchase 2 bottles." "Very well, Miss Zhang," replied Du Wan and Chun with a smile, accepting the copper coins and turning to fetch 2 bottles from a shelf. Zhang held the bottles in her hands, unable to part with them, and exited the shop with a beaming smile. Despite her plain appearance, Zhang possessed a remarkably amiable disposition and was well acquainted with all the neighbors on this street. Indeed, she had only just stepped outside when the local tailor, tea house, tavern, pawn shop, and noodle shop were soon abuzz with patrons. Upon hearing of the highly effective fragrant lotion, they rushed into the shop without a moment's hesitation. The Zhou family's fragrance shop quickly became a hive of activity. As the shop filled with customers, the growing crowd inevitably attracted the attention of passers-by. Ordinary folk, who typically could not afford the rose-scented lotion, were drawn in, intrigued by the practicality of the mint lotion, which, unlike ointments, was not overwhelmingly pungent yet boasted similar effects. Some individuals, unable to afford 20 coins, pooled their resources to purchase a single bottle, thus reducing their individual cost to mere coins. Before long, the freshly delivered mint lotion was completely sold out. Zhou Feng found himself counting coins faster than he could keep track, his face alight with joy. Du Wan and Chun and Zhou Riyuan did not rush off, instead assisting in collecting coins and handling goods. By the time the last customer departed, dusk had nearly settled. After sharing a meal at Zhou Feng's shop, Du Wan and Chun accompanied Zhou Riyuan to the market to procure a few items, such as beeswax and sesame oil for making ointments, along with shoes, fabric, and candles. Previously, their household relied on oil lamps, which cast a dim light and tended to produce smoke. Candles, however, offered a brighter illumination. The couple, laden with their purchases, prepared to mount their carriage. At that moment, an elderly fortune-teller, upon spotting Du Wan and Chun, eagerly exclaimed, "Ah, young lady, you are blessed with good fortune. Would you care for a divination?" The old man, with his grizzled hair and bony frame, appeared to lead a life of modest means. Du Wan and Chun paused, inquiring, "Sir, what can you predict?" The old man squinted at her, and Zhou Riyuan, grinning as he replied, "I can predict matters of love and offspring." Zhou Riyuan's gaze deepened, and he replied earnestly, "Then let us inquire about love and offspring." Du Wan and Chun nodded in agreement, subsequently inscribing her birth details on a piece of paper. After reviewing her information, the old man first appeared taken aback, but then his face broke into a wide smile as he closed the paper, proclaiming, "You and this young gentleman are a match made in heaven, destined for 3 lifetimes of union, and in this life, your bond will be profound." As he spoke, he counted on his fingers and stroked his beard, adding, "You are fated to have 3 sons and 1 daughter, a flourishing lineage, blessed with longevity and health." 3 sons and 1 daughter. Du Wan and Chun was momentarily stunned. This was more than she had anticipated. The old man nodded knowingly, affirming, "Indeed, you shall have many descendants." He then resumed his calculations, muttering, "Soon, soon. What is coming soon?" Du Wan and Chun inquired. The old man, his eyes half closed, smiled enigmatically and offered no reply. Du Wan and Chun, somewhat perplexed, wished to press further, but Zhou Riyuan gently intervened. Zhou Riyuan generously tossed several copper coins to the old man, expressing his gratitude with a smile. Regardless of the truth behind the old man's words, they brought Zhou immense joy, and he felt elated. Had he still been in the palace, he would undoubtedly have rewarded him with a fortune in gold. The old man accepted the coins with a grin, bidding the couple farewell. Chapter 81. Discovery of gold. Zhou Riyuan turned to leave with Du Wanchun by his side. "My dear, what did he mean by that?" Du Wanchun speculated, sensing the implication in the old man's words, yet feeling uncertain. Supporting her as they walked toward the carriage, Zhou replied, "In due time, you'll understand." His eyes sparkled with mirth. Realizing the old man's meaning, Du Wanchun felt her cheeks flush, her heart brimming with anticipation. The couple climbed into the carriage, heading towards Chonglu village. Upon arriving at their yard, they found their belongings had all been moved into a makeshift thatched house. With the old residence already half dismantled, Zhou Dama and Zhou Zhao had tidied up the thatched house and prepared a feast. Du Wanchun quickly brought in the meat she had procured, exclaiming, "Mother, look, we have meat again." Zhou Dama looked up, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the meat. Did you buy this at the market? She inquired. Du Wanchun shook her head. This meat was a gift from the butcher's daughter. However, we did purchase some items for your ointment. She then revealed the beeswax and sesame oil she had been carrying. Zhou Dama beamed. Perfect. I gathered a good amount of mugwort on the mountain today. Once I make the peppermint ointment and some mugwort salve, they should sell quite well. Du Wanchun smiled, nodding in agreement. Mother, we also have shoes and fabric, Zhou Riyuan added as he brought in the remaining items. The shoes were thick-soled, something they usually hesitated to buy, but this time, Zhou had purchased several pairs. Zhou Dama cherished them, recalling the days of wearing embroidered silk shoes as if they were a distant dream. Holding the shoes, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Du Wanchun promptly urged her to join them for dinner, during which she mentioned the matter of the 20 pounds of sandalwood. Zhou Dama glanced towards the backyard, saying, 20 pounds? It seems we don't have much spice wood left. Du Wanchun looked up and laughed. No worries. We can venture up the mountain tomorrow and see if we can find more. That sounds good. Zhou Dama nodded, continuing her meal. After dinner, darkness enveloped the sky. The family hurried to wash up and retire for the night. Due to the thatched house, Zhou Riyuan was more subdued than usual, holding Du Wanchun tightly in his embrace, occasionally kissing her cheeks and forehead. Each kiss seemed to leave him yearning for more, as if he wished to savor every inch of her fair skin. Du Wanchun relished his embrace, snuggling deeper into him, finding a comfortable nook to drift off to sleep. The following day, Du Wanchun awoke early, only to discover that Zhou Riyuan had already left the house. Madame Zhou emerged with a bowl of freshly cooked porridge and steamed buns, smiling as she spoke. Yesterday, Riyuan heard us mention our intention to seek fragrant wood on the mountain, so he took Zhao up early. Du Wanchun was somewhat taken aback. Madame Zhou continued, This child must be concerned about exhausting you. Hence he hurried up the mountain before you awoke. Du Wanchun glanced back at the house, then up towards the mountain, her heart swelling with emotion. Zhou Riyuan was not a man of sweet words. However, he often contemplated matters more deeply than most. She slowly seated herself and joined Madame Zhou for breakfast. Meanwhile, on Hefeng Mountain, Zhou Riyuan, bow in hand, led Zhou Zhao deeper into the mountains. Initially, they encountered only ordinary trees, but as they ventured further, they discovered several sandalwood trees, along with the rarer benzoin trees and precious agarwood trees. These were all excellent materials for incense. Zhou Zhao, filled with excitement, dashed ahead, ignoring the branches that whipped against his face. Elder brother, come quickly and look. Zhou Riyuan lifted his gaze and, upon seeing the abundance of precious fragrant timber, was equally astonished. Just then, Zhou Zhao stumbled over a stone and fell. He quickly got up, brushing off his trousers, and turned to inspect the stone that had tripped him. To his astonishment, a small sharp tip was protruding from the soil, glimmering with golden light. He promptly crouched down and began to clear the dirt, revealing a small piece of gold. Chapter 82. The gold left by grandfather Zhou. Zhao picked up the small piece of gold from the ground, eyes wide with wonder. Elder brother, look, there's a piece of gold here. Zhou Riyuan pushed aside the surrounding grass and strode over to him, surprised to see the gleaming object in his hand. Where did you find this? He inquired. Zhou Zhao handed the gold to him, saying, I just picked it up from the ground. I don't know if there's more. After that, he crouched down again to search. He pushed aside a dense patch of grass, but all he found were stones and black mud, with no further sign of gold. Standing up, Zhou Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead, concluding that there was no more. Zhou Riyuan examined the gold closely, frowning as he interrupted his brother. No, there's still more. Zhou Zhao looked at his elder brother in confusion. But I only see this one piece on the ground. Zhou Riyuan shook his head and pointed to a small imprint beneath the gold. What do you see here? Zhou Zhao leaned in for a closer look and noticed a character, Lu, inscribed beneath the gold, though a corner was missing due to its damage. He was suddenly taken aback. This is grandfather's gold. Zhou Riyuan nodded. Before our grandfather's estate was seized, Steward's son fled with a box of gold ingots. If I am not mistaken, this gold is likely part of that very stash. Zhou Zhao was left in stunned silence, staring at the gold, perplexed. But didn't Steward's son escape? How could the gold he took be here in the mountains? Zhou Riyuan slowly tucked the gold away, gazing into the distance. Steward's son's ancestral home is in Wanzhou, near Qingzhou. To avoid drawing attention while returning to the village, he must have taken this mountain path. Zhou Zhao suddenly realized that Steward's son, in the face of calamity, had fled with the gold, and she imagined that even in death, her grandfather would not spare him. Steward's son had long been a loyal servant of the Liu family, yet he had chosen to secretly depart from the capital with the gold left by the late Lord Liu at a time of crisis. Zhou Ruiyuan furrowed his brow and glanced around. The gold had originally been contained in wooden boxes, and now, with a piece having unexpectedly fallen out, he thought that given the events that had transpired on their way back, they might search further, for it was possible that he had hidden a portion of the gold nearby. Zhou Zhao nodded emphatically, agreeing to search again. Zhou Suiyuan, armed with a hoe, accompanied him in the search. The brothers rummaged for over half an hour before finally unearthing a wooden box. Although they did not find any gold, their discovery confirmed Zhou Ruiyuan's assertion. Steward's son had indeed concealed part of the gold within this mountain. The question remained, however, of where exactly it lay hidden. They would need to search thoroughly. The mountains surrounding Chonglu village, though not particularly high, were vast in expanse, requiring at least an hour to traverse from west to east. Zhou Zhao sighed deeply, settling down and suggesting, "Brother, let us call it a day. We shall return tomorrow to continue our search." Zhou Ruiyuan, equally fatigued, glanced at the sandalwood trees surrounding them and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us first bring these trees down, and we will resume our search for the gold tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhao reclined on the ground, but shortly thereafter sprang to his feet, seizing an axe to chop wood. Zhou Ruiyuan rose as well, brushing the dirt from his clothes and assisting in the task of felling trees. Before long, the two brothers descended the mountain, bearing 2 fine sandalwood logs. As they made their way down, they happened to pass by the Chow residence. Du Damei spotted them and hurriedly brought 2 cups of water to offer them. While Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Zhao drank, they heard calls from within the Chow household. Yet Du Damei seemed indifferent to the summons, attending to her own duties. After they finished their water, she cheerfully escorted them to the foot of the mountain. Once they returned the sandalwood logs, the brothers ventured back to the vegetable patch. They carefully planted some vegetables in the garden. Noticing their ascent, Du Wanchun prepared some tea and boiled a few eggs to bring to the vegetable patch. The family busied themselves until dusk before returning home, under the cover of night, when no one was around. Zhou Ruiyuan took out the gold from his arms and shared the news with Du Wanchun. Gazing at the gold, she exclaimed in astonishment, "My dear, this piece of gold could easily be exchanged for 100 taels of silver." Zhou Ruiyuan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, you are correct." After examining the gold, Du Wanchun entered a state of contemplation, calculating, with this gold, we could purchase a new shop. Zhou Ruiyuan settled beside her, stating, "Yes, we could indeed acquire a new establishment, but the time is not yet ripe." "Why not?" Du Wanchun inquired. Zhou Ruiyuan replied, "The entire Qingzhou prefecture is under the dominion of the Fong family. If we do not collaborate with them, they will undoubtedly find a way to undermine our business in Cheng'an County." After listening to Du Wanchun, Zhou Ruiyuan quickly replied, "How about this, my dear? Since we are unable to conduct business in Cheng'an County, perhaps we should open our shop elsewhere. This way, the Fong family will have no control over us, and we can possess our own establishment." Zhou Ruiyuan nodded, affirming his thoughts. Du Wanchun inquired, "Where do you propose we establish our new shop?" Zhou Ruiyuan lifted his gaze to the distance, contemplating for a long while before responding, "In the capital." Chapter 83. The heartless Emperor Du Wanchun was taken aback. "The capital?" Zhou Ruiyuan embraced her, explaining, "Some matters cannot be evaded, hence we must prepare in advance." Du Wanchun's eyes widened as she began to grasp his intention. "So, you intend to send our second brother to oversee the shop in the capital?" Zhou Ruiyuan did not deny it. "Yes, the Fong family can manage the shop in Cheng'an County, and sending our second brother to the capital is a viable option. The fragrant shop in the capital is frequented by nobles and high-ranking officials, particularly influential court ministers. By sending Zhou Feng to the capital to manage the store, not only could they earn silver, but they could also forge connections with esteemed dignitaries. Should imperial concubine Wu seek to harm them again, they could leverage the ministers to bring the matter before the emperor, thereby discrediting concubine Wu and vindicating the Liu family. Du Wanchun understood all this and wholeheartedly agreed with Zhou Ruiyuan's plan. "Moreover, I recall that our second brother has always wished to go to the capital." In his composed demeanor, coupled with his shrewdness, makes him exceptionally suited for this task. Zhou Ruiyuan held her tightly, planting a firm kiss on her forehead. Rest assured, I will not permit anyone to bully you or mother anymore. His tone was gentle yet resolute, exuding a sense of tranquility imbued with unwavering determination. Du Wanchun embraced him back, succumbing to slumber in his warm and comforting embrace. The following day, Du Wanchun and Mama Zhou remained at home to prepare fragrant ointment, while Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Zhao tended to the vegetable garden and sought gold in the mountains. After half a month of labor, the ointment was completed. Yet Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Zhao had not discovered any gold. However, as he had mentioned, gold lay buried in the mountains, and finding it was merely a matter of time. Du Wanchun retrieved newly crafted small porcelain jars from Du Damiai's house, filled them with the freshly made ointment, and delivered them to the Zhou family's fragrance shop in Chung'an County. The ointment proved to be more popular among the common folk than the fragrance liquid, and this batch sold out immediately. Mama Zhou stood by, watching the flow of customers in a daze. Du Wanchun approached her, smiling as she asked, "Mother, what troubles you?" Mama Zhou withdrew her gaze and entered the inner room, replying, "I never anticipated our ointment would be so well received." Observing her distracted demeanor, Du Wanchun stepped closer, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Mother, during your time in the capital, was your ointment also favored by many?" A bittersweet smile crossed Mama Zhou's face as she confessed, "Although I mastered the art of fragrance making, my father forbade me from revealing myself. Thus, the ointments I crafted were solely for personal use, and few expressed admiration for my work. If anyone truly appreciated it, it would have been Ruiyuan's father. Ruiyuan's father is none other than the current emperor." When Granny Zhou spoke of this individual, a flicker of disdain gradually crossed her face. I understood that her feelings were rooted in love and attachment, yet lamentably, a man's infatuation is invariably ephemeral. Once a woman ages and loses her allure, all affection dissipates like mist. Can a person who dares to harm their own child still be deemed human? The depth of Granny Zhou's past affections was mirrored in her profound hatred for that man. Du Wanchun seldom broached the subject of their past in the capital with her, fearing to offend, and quickly diverted the conversation. "Mother, let us share a cup of tea." After which, he poured her a cup from the teapot. As Granny Zhou took a sip, a bitter smile graced her lips, and she continued, "It is quite ironic that our means of survival lies in the art of incense making, a craft that has also brought us harm." Du Wanchun paused, hand gripping the teapot, and queried, "Mother?" Chapter 84. "You are to become a father." Granny Zhou chuckled, her laughter seemingly detached from her own plight, and said slowly, "Back then, when concubine Wu was with child, she suffered a miscarriage due to her frail condition and laid the blame upon me, claiming that the incense I crafted caused her loss. Ruiyuan's father, infatuated with that woman, indiscriminately cast me into the cold palace, branding me a woman with a heart as venomous as a viper." Her tone carried both mockery and tranquility, yet each word was heart-wrenching. Du Wanchun offered her comfort, saying, "Mother, fear not, for justice prevails in this world, and the heavens will surely restore your honor." Granny Zhou lowered her gaze and, after a lengthy silence, replied, "Whether I am cleared of blame is of little consequence. My only wish is for you and Ruiyuan to not suffer because of me." Du Wanchun nodded earnestly. "Indeed, are our lives not improving day by day?" Upon hearing this, Granny Zhou turned her gaze towards the bustling guests outside, nodding in satisfaction. "Yes, our lives are indeed getting better." Once a queen, Granny Zhou had been raised in luxury from a young age, cultivating a naive and amiable disposition, oblivious to the perils of the inner palace, which had led her to her current plight. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable woman had managed to live peacefully for over 3 years in a small village with her 3 injured sons. Despite her apparent frailty akin to willow fluff, she exhibited resilience akin to that of bulrushes. The business of the Zhou family's incense shop flourished, and with Du Wanchun's assistance, Granny Zhou acquired the necessary tools for incense making, expanded her workshop, and enlisted the help of Aunt Wang and Du Damiai. A month later, the Zhou family's incense shop gained a burgeoning reputation in Chung'an County, attracting numerous dignitaries from neighboring counties. Mr. Fong was overjoyed and even supported Zhou Feng's desire to open a shop in the capital, providing him with a letter of introduction to his son in the city, so he could assist in securing a storefront and prevent Zhou Feng from facing hardships in unfamiliar territory. However, Mr. Fong was unaware that Zhou Feng possessed a greater understanding of the capital than he did. During his time as a prince, he often roamed the streets with a group of young nobles. Fortunately, the 3 years in Chonglu village had transformed him significantly, making it likely that no one would recognize him upon his return to the capital. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Du Wanchun applied some dark moles and spots on his face. As he gazed at the diminishing vitality of his presence, it seemed even the esteemed Wu Guifei might fail to recognize him standing before her. After collecting the invitation from Lord Fong, he rose to bid farewell to his family, departing for the capital with a half-bar of gold shaped like a golden ingot and a cart laden with fragrant ointments and spices. Madame Zhou found it hard to part with him, yet she refrained from seeing him off, instead pulling Du Wanchun into their thatched cottage, where they silently wept together. Du Wanchun gently patted her back, offering comfort. "Mother, my younger brother is astute. He will surely thrive in the capital." Madame Zhou wiped her tears and replied, "Yes, this is for the best. Feng has long desired to return to the capital, and now his wish has come to fruition." Du Wanchun rose to fetch her a handkerchief, then proceeded to the newly constructed kitchen to boil a pot of water. The new house had been under construction for over a month, though not yet completed. It had taken shape. They had deliberately finished one room to move in early. As Du Wanchun bent down to add kindling beneath the stove, she suddenly felt dizzy. Just then, Zhou Riyun, who had just entered, noticed her and quickly approached to support her, asking, "Wanchun, what is the matter?" Du Wanchun pressed her temples, feeling slightly lightheaded, and quickly replied, "I'm fine. Perhaps I just stood up too hastily." Hearing the commotion, Madame Zhou entered with concern. "Wanchun, if you're feeling unwell, please tell me directly. We have some silver now, so there's no need to worry about medical expenses." Du Wanchun smiled and shook her head. "Mother, truly. Mifine." With that, she pushed aside Zhou Ruiyuan and intended to resume, adding kindling. However, upon rising again, she was met with another wave of dizziness. This alarmed Zhou Ruiyuan, who quickly scooped her into his arms and rushed toward Dr. Su's residence. "My dear, I assure you I am well." Du Wanchun protested as she struggled in his embrace, yet he held her tighter. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Ruiyuan spoke in a tone that was both commanding and affectionate. "Be still. I am taking you to see the doctor." Unable to resist him, Du Wanchun complied, allowing him to carry her to Dr. Su's house. Dr. Su, upon seeing the young couple, greeted them with a warm smile. "Ruiyuan, what seems to be the trouble with your wife?" Zhou Ruiyuan carefully set Du Wanchun down, unsure if her dizziness indicated illness. Dr. Su washed his hands and approached to take her pulse, quietly inquiring, "When was the last time your wife had her monthly cycle?" Du Wanchun pondered. It had been over 2 months since she married into the Zhou family, and it seemed she had not experienced her cycle during that time. She could only respond, "I cannot recall." Dr. Su slowly withdrew his hand, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Ruiyuan, your wife is not ill." "Not ill?" Zhou Ruiyuan grew more anxious. "Then what is the matter?" Dr. Su stood and, with a playful wink, exclaimed, "You, my friend, are going to be a father." Chapter 85. It would be wonderful if the child resembles you more. Du Wanchun was taken aback by the doctor's words, instinctively placing her hand on her abdomen, surprised to realize she was already pregnant after just over a month. She was taken aback, yet upon reflection, it was hardly surprising, ever since their union. The couple had indeed been affectionate, and a pregnancy seemed only natural. No wonder the old fortune-teller had predicted it would come soon. Contemplating this, she lifted her gaze to the still-dazed Zhou Ruiyuan beside her, her heart swelling with joy at the thought of having a child that belonged to them. Warmth enveloped her heart. Zhou Ruiyuan remained ensnared in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Dr. Su. "Are you saying my wife is with child?" Dr. Su glanced to the couple, his eyes crinkling into a smile. "Yes, indeed, your wife is pregnant. You are going to be a father." At that moment, Zhou Ruiyuan snapped out of his stupor, scooping Du Wanchun into his arms and laughing like a child. "This is wonderful. I'm going to be a father. Wanchun, this is truly marvelous." His excitement rendered his speech incoherent, and he trembled with joy. Du Wanchun, held tightly in his embrace, felt the exhilaration radiating from him and joined his laughter. "Doctor." Su cleared his throat twice. "All right, here is the medicine for maintaining the pregnancy. Take it home and brew it." He extended the medicine package to Zhou Ruiyuan. Zhou Ruiyuan released Du Wanchun to accept the package, thanking the doctor. Dr. Su smiled with squinted eyes, reminding them, "Your wife is newly pregnant. She must rest well and not overexert herself." Zhou nodded earnestly. "Doctor, rest assured, I will ensure my wife does not tire herself." "Doctor." Su looked at the young couple with envious admiration and leisurely advised, "You two should head back now. For any matters, there is no need to come to me directly. Simply send someone to convey your message to avoid any mishaps on the road." Du Wanchun, filled with gratitude, bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Dr. Su." "Doctor." Su waved his hand dismissively. "Off you go now. Eat well and restore your health." "Certainly," Du Wanchun replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Zhou Ruiyuan absorbed the doctor's words, carefully supporting Du Wanchun as they departed from Dr. Su's abode. Dr. Su had once endured a difficult life. It was said that he had fought in battles, but upon returning home to find his wife eloping with someone from their village, he was deeply affected, choosing never to return to the military. Instead, he hunted for a living in this small village, eventually using his military knowledge to become a barefoot doctor. Once Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruiyuan left, he retreated into his home, picking up his treasured knife to polish it. Outside, on the path home, Zhou Ruiyuan squatted down, turning his back to Du Wanchun. "Come, Wanchun, I will carry you." Du Wanchun quickly shook her head. "No need. My dear husband, I can walk on my own." Zhou Ruiyuan turned to her, his tone filled with affection. "Be good. Listen to me. I shall carry you. The path is fraught with pitfalls, and it would be unfortunate if you were to stumble. The village paths were often overgrown with weeds or riddled with uneven muddy ground, making them quite treacherous to traverse." Du Wanchun looked down his broad back and smiled. "Husband, truly, it is fine. I am not that delicate. I can manage on my own." Ignoring her protest, Zhou Ruiyuan firmly lifted her onto his back. "Husband." Du Wanchun struggled to descend, but soon realized that her husband was too tall, and her feet were far from the ground. With no other option, she wrapped her arms around his neck and allowed him to carry her. His back was broad and sturdy, her chest pressed against his, and her heart raced wildly where their bodies connected. This time, not only did she feel Zhou Ruiyuan's heartbeat, but he also sensed hers. Carrying her, Zhou Ruiyuan walked slowly towards home, squinting against the blinding sunlight, and earnestly spoke to Du Wanchun. "Wanchun, do not ever say anything about being pretentious. In our family, you are an invaluable treasure. Whatever you do is not pretentious. You deserve to be cherished in every possible way." His words were accompanied by a smile that lit up his eyes, which sparkled with the gentleness of spring. Du Wanchun felt as though she had spilled honey in her heart, sweet and blissful. Tilting her head, she rested her cheek on his shoulder and playfully rubbed his earlobe, revealing 2 dimples as she smiled and asked, "Husband, do you like children?" Zhou Ruiyuan fell silent for a moment, then, in a low and warm tone, replied, "I don't just like children, I adore the thought of having a child with you." Du Wanchun paused in her playful gesture, her gaze drawn to his fair and handsome profile, her heart electrified with intoxicating happiness. Sensing her stare, Zhou Ruiyuan slowed his pace and turned slightly to look at her. "It would be wonderful if our child resembled you." She withdrew her hand, nuzzling her small face against his shoulder. "Do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Zhou Ruiyuan turned his gaze back ahead and replied without hesitation, "A girl, one just like you." Du Wanchun was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with warmth at the genuine smile on Zhou Ruiyuan's face. In this village of Changlu, Du Dajiang had always longed for a son, as did the Chun, Meng, and Chao families, all of whom were in turmoil over the desire for male heirs. Even after all these years, many in the village were still solely focused on having boys, fearing that their modest plots of land would go unprotected. Yet, here was Zhou Ruiyuan, a man born in the imperial city, sincerely expressing his wish for a daughter. At that moment, Du Wanchun truly felt she had made the right choice. She clung tightly to Zhou Ruiyuan's neck, her eyes half closed, her round little face beaming with joy akin to his. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying their happiness throughout the village of Changlu. Perhaps it was the exhilaration of joyous occasions, but the trees and flowers in the village seemed to stand taller and more vibrant. Even some dead trees nearby had sprouted tender buds. Dr. Su, just stepping outside, looked up at the clear sky and couldn't help but exclaim that this year was indeed one of good fortune. Upon returning home, Du Wanchun eagerly shared the delightful news with Aunt Zhou. As Aunt Zhou was steaming fragrant paste, holding the lid of the steamer, she dropped what she was holding in shock upon hearing the news. Wanchun is expecting. Du Wanchun smiled and nodded. Yes, mother, you are about to become a grandmother. Madame Zhou hurriedly wiped her hands and, with trembling steps, strode over to Du Wanchun's side. Grasping her hand, she examined her from head to toe, her joy and excitement evident as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Wanchun, this is truly wonderful. Du Wanchun smiled gently, her brows arching as she replied, Mother, this is indeed a joyous occasion. Madame Zhou rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, Yes, it is a joyous occasion. I'm simply overwhelmed with happiness. As she gradually released her grip, her gaze wandered towards the distant capital, her voice tinged with fervor. That woman sought to sever our paths. Yet look, their intentions have been thwarted. Our Yuan is to have a child. Du Wanchun comprehended the weight of her words. Whether the child was a boy or a girl, they will be the first grandchild of the emperor. Even if the emperor harbored grievances against them, the innocence of the grandchild would ensure their security. Madame Zhou returned her focus to Du Wanchun, inquiring with a smile, Wanchun, what would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you right away. Du Wanchun cheerfully responded, Mother, anything as usual will suffice. I shall eat it all. Madame Zhou raised an eyebrow and asserted, That will not do. You are now nourishing 2 lives. If you do not eat well, the child may deplete your vitality, and your health will suffer. This was the first time Du Wanchun had heard such a notion. Madame Zhou turned to leave, declaring, I shall go to Aunt Wang's house to buy a chicken and prepare soup for you tonight. In rural households, chickens were primarily kept for laying eggs, making chicken soup a rare indulgence. Even the wealthiest Meng family could scarcely afford 2 chickens a year. This was indeed an extravagant gesture from Madame Zhou. Before visiting Aunt Wang, she took a basket of eggs from the backyard as a token of goodwill. With an abundance of chicken and duck eggs at home, delivering some to Aunt Wang would also offset the cost. Upon hearing that Du Wanchun was pregnant, Aunt Wang was elated and quickly fetched 2 hens from her backyard. Sister, take these. A pregnant woman must nourish herself well. Madame Zhou promptly protested, Sister, you only have 4 hens in total. What will you eat if you give me 2? After some back and forth, she ultimately accepted just 1, smiling, 1 is more than enough for me. Aunt Wang, however, insisted, pressing the second hen into her hands. Sister, you bring me eggs daily. We cannot consume them all. This chicken is for Wanchun. She is like my own daughter, and consider this a gift to nourish her. Holding the 2 hens, Madame Zhou felt conflicted. Aunt Wang then gently pushed her out the door, shutting it firmly behind her. Once she departed, Wang Qiu emerged and inquired, Mother, did you say that Zhou's daughter-in-law is expecting? Aunt Wang nodded affirmatively. Wang Qiu appeared astonished, lost in thought. Aunt Wang furrowed her brow and pinched his ear. Do you harbor any ill intentions? Wang Qiu quickly shook his head. Mother, do not speak so. Only then did Aunt Wang release him, instructing, Go help your father with the rice fields. Do not dwell on matters concerning the capital. In a few days, I shall arrange for you to take a wife. Wang Qiu nodded repeatedly, saying, Mother, I understand. Only then did Aunt Wang feel reassured enough to enter the house. Wang Qiu watched the silhouette of his mother depart and shook his head. He truly harbored no ill intentions. In the past, when he was unaware of his parents' existence, he acted without any burdens, but now he had to consider their well-being. Zhou Yuan was right. Upon his return, Consort would undoubtedly seek his life, and his parents would not be spared either. Thus, he had heeded his advice and faked his own death, sending false news to the capital. By now, the capital should have lowered its guard against Cheng'an County. However, upon hearing of Du Wanchun's child, a new thought crossed Wang Qiu's mind. Presently, within the palace, aside from the child in Consort Wu's womb and her biological daughter, there were only 3 lowly princes born of concubines. Once the emperor passes, irrespective of whether Consort Wu's child is a son or daughter, she would not allow those 3 princes to ascend the throne. Should the Liu family one day redeem its honor, Zhou Yuan, as the legitimate heir, along with his offspring, will be far more likely to inherit the throne. Wang Qiu gazed towards the Zhou family with profound respect. Rather than pledging loyalty to the malevolent Consort Wu, he would rather serve the benevolent Zhou family. With this thought in mind, he turned and took a hoe, departing from home. As he passed by the Zhou family's fields, He made sure to assist Zhou Zhao by weeding the crops. Zhou Zhao showed no airs, continuously calling him Brother Qiu. Wang Qiu, flattered by the attention, worked diligently and cleared the field with vigor. By nightfall, he had yet to tend to his own fields, yet Zhou Zhao's land was already immaculate. When Zhou Zhao returned home, he could not help but praise Wang Qiu to Zhou Ruyuan, saying, "Elder brother, Wang Qiu is indeed impressive. He possesses great strength and endurance, and he is a skilled farmer." Zhou Ruyuan, upon hearing this, looked up and inquired, "Did he help you with the farming?" Zhou Zhao nodded after taking a sip of water. Zhou Ruyuan smiled, "Excellent, this is a good thing. If he offers to assist you again, allow him to do so. We are in need of someone to work." He then cautioned, "Your sister-in-law is with child. Take good care of her. She should not engage in any strenuous tasks, regardless of their nature." Zhou Zhao stood up, patting his chest, and responded cheerfully, "Of course." Just as Du Wanchun entered the room, she chuckled and said, "Husband, I am merely pregnant. I am not bedridden." Zhou Ruiyuan quickly helped her sit down, adopting a serious tone. "Nevertheless, you must not exert yourself. With Aunt Wang and your elder aunt assisting your mother with the incense and porcelain, and with me and third brother Wang Qiu tending to the fields and overseeing the construction at home, you need only rest and do nothing." As he spoke, he pulled out a book from his pocket and said, "If you truly wish to be of help, then assist me by copying this text." Du Wanchun took it in her hands, noticing it was a handwritten recipe for incense. She looked up at him, astonished. "Husband, what is this?" Zhou Ruiyuan explained, "These were left to my mother by my maternal grandfather. When we departed, they were lost in a great fire, but later my mother managed to memorize them, and I have transcribed another copy." Du Wanchun hurriedly inquired, "Is it that you wish to pass down the family recipe to me?" Zhou Ruiyuan nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Madame Zhou approached with a bowl of freshly stewed chicken soup. "Ultimately, I must grow old. The family has culinary skills must not be lost to time. Thus, I had Ryuan transcribe a copy for you some days ago, which conveniently serves as a means to teach you how to read." Du Wanchun joyfully nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, mother." With that, she eagerly set aside her book to take a look at the recipe. In truth, she was not illiterate. It seemed as though she had merely forgotten, for with a few careful glances, she could recognize the characters once more. Madame Zhou placed the soup on the table and promptly urged everyone to join her for the meal. Du Wanchun cautiously tucked the recipe away and picked up her chopsticks, savoring a piece of chicken from her bowl. Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Zhao then took their seats, and soon the modest Zhou household was filled with laughter and merriment once again. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of the capital, a lady clad in a bright yellow wide-sleeved robe reclined on a couch, indulging in bird's nest soup. A nearby young palace maid lowered her head and said, "Your Highness, the Emperor will not be coming today." "Not coming." The lady, holding her spoon, cast an irritable glance at the maid. The maid quickly knelt and clarified, "Your Highness, the Emperor has gone to Lady Ru's palace again this evening." Lady Ru was a new concubine recently introduced to the palace by the third prince, rumored to be a songstress from a neighboring country. Although she was not exceptionally beautiful, she bore a striking resemblance to the former Empress, Lu. Currently, Empress Wu was with child and unable to attend to the Emperor, thereby allowing Lady Ru, who resembled the former Empress, to inadvertently win the Emperor's favor. Enraged, Empress Wu smashed the bird's nest bowl in her hands, exclaiming, "This third prince is deliberately opposing me. He knows full well the Emperor still harbors feelings for that wench, and yet sends me a woman who looks just like her." The maid, eyes cast down, dared not respond. Empress Wu rose, supported her 5 to 6 month pregnant belly, and spitefully declared, "There is no need to rush. I must remain patient. Once I bear a son, I shall deal with the third prince." Chapter 88. The Empress experiences a miscarriage, though Empress Wu appeared delicate. Her heart was as venomous as a viper, and the other concubines in the harem had suffered at her hands. The young maid trembled at the Empress's words and quickly crouched down to collect the shards of the broken bowl. "Your Highness, you are with child. There is no need to fret." Hearing this, Empress Wu's fury subsided slightly. She caressed her belly, a smile blooming on her face as she thought, "Indeed, once my son is born, I will secure my position as Empress and not fear Lady Ru or any other favored consort." The maid poured her another cup of tea. "Your Highness, please do not let your anger rise. Be cautious of disturbing the child." Empress Wu waved her hand dismissively, knocking the cup from the maid's grasp. "I shall not drink. Accompany me to Lady Rue's quarters and bring along my coral bracelet." The maid was taken aback. "Your Highness, do you mean the coral bracelet that prevents pregnancy?" Empress Wu scolded. "Fetch it quickly." The maid promptly closed her mouth and hurried out. Empress Wu slowly followed her. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, she felt lightheaded and dizzy after taking just a few steps. Recently, she has encountered a series of misfortunes, leaving her in a state of deep agitation. Leaning against the nearby table, she furiously swept everything off the surface, exclaiming in frustration about the burdensome nature of this child. A cacophony of crashing sounds echoed throughout the room. After venting her anger, she gradually straightened up and walked outside. However, as fate would have it, she stepped onto the freshly spilled bird's nest on the floor, causing her to slip on the now slick surface. With a sudden thud, she fell backward, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, my stomach!" The young palace maid, who had just stepped out to fetch a coral bracelet, hurriedly rushed over. "Your Highness, what has happened?" With cold sweat beading on her forehead and her complexion pale, she pointed to her abdomen and exclaimed, "My stomach hurts terribly." Quickly summoned the imperial physician. "Hurry and fetch the emperor." The palace maid, startled by the sight of the trembling Wu Guifei in pain, immediately dashed out to call for the physician. After relaying the message, she quickly made her way to the residence of Consort Ru to inform the emperor, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The Guifei has fallen and is in pain." Inside the chamber, the emperor, in an affectionate embrace with a beautiful consort, frowned with impatience upon hearing the commotion outside. "Is the Guifei throwing another tantrum?" he grumbled. The palace maid, trembling with trepidation, replied, "Your Majesty, she has truly fallen. You must come and see." The emperor, growing increasingly irritable, snapped, "If she has fallen, then summon the physician. What use is my presence? Only come to me if she is on the brink of death." The palace maid, taken aback, bit her lip and retreated. Wu Guifei was lifted onto the bed by the maids, and 2 or 3 physicians arrived to examine her pulse. Seeing the palace maid return alone, she, suppressing the stabbing pain in her abdomen, pointed at her in anger. "Where is the emperor? Why have I not seen him?" The palace maid, frightened, fell to her knees and recounted the emperor's words verbatim. Upon hearing this, Wu Guifei was filled with rage, throwing the nearby medicine chest to the ground. The physicians nearby, startled, quickly wore expressions of pity. It was indeed a case of the new enjoying the smiles while the old suffered in silence. When the empress was alive, the emperor had showered similar affection upon Wu Guifei, neglecting the empress entirely. Given the empress's amiable nature and her kindness towards all in the palace, the physicians remembered this and felt a sense of glee at witnessing Wu Guifei's jealousy. As her anger intensified, so did her abdominal pain, culminating in a sudden rush of warm fluid. This left the previously cheerful physicians in shock. "Your Highness, your amniotic fluid has broken. You are likely to give birth prematurely." Wu Guifei, enduring the pain, clutched the bed curtain and looked up at the physicians. "Nonsense. I'm only 5 or 6 months along. How could I possibly give birth early? A child of this size has little chance of survival if born prematurely." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the physicians quickly gathered to confer, eventually dispatching one to fetch the emperor. Shortly thereafter, he arrived, albeit reluctantly. Upon entering the room, he was filled with rage, exclaiming, "How could you fall in your own palace? I see you have no intention of carrying this child to term." Consort Wu cried out in agony, her heart heavy with grief as she listened to the emperor's scornful words. With a feeble voice, she lamented, "Your Majesty, someone must be conspiring against me. It must be Consort Ru. Yes, it is she." The emperor's face turned an ominous shade of blue with anger as he waved his sleeve dismissively, stating, "In your current state, reminiscent of the past, I find myself questioning whether the empress was wronged all those years ago." Chapter 89. The Birth of an Abnormality. Hearing this, Consort Wu, enduring her pain, propped herself up and sobbed, "Your Majesty, are you not the one who knows best whether the empress was indeed wronged? Now that she has passed, even if she were innocent, you would never acknowledge it, for it would shatter the peace with which you currently enjoy the beauty of your harem." She thought to herself that the only hope for redemption would be the empress's revival, a notion she deemed impossible. Another wave of pain coursed through her abdomen, prompting a desperate cry. The palace maids, alarmed, exclaimed, quickly, fetch the imperial physician. One by one, the physicians arrived, and after examination, they reported to the emperor, Your Majesty, the consort is in labor. Upon hearing this, the emperor's brows furrowed as he waved his hand dismissively, declaring, If she cannot be saved, then so be it. Consort Wu's heart sank further at his words, and unable to contain herself, she exerted all her strength. At that moment, the midwife arrived, peering inside and exclaimed, Ah, the child's head is emerging. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately left for a side chamber. Inside, anguish cries echoed, and before long, the child was born. Yet, there was no sound of an infant's wail. The emperor, standing outside, likely deduced the grim outcome from the silence. The midwife, gazing at the child in her arms, wore an expression of utter shock. Through her pain, Consort Wu weakly opened her eyes and asked, What has become of my child? The midwife knelt, cradling the lifeless infant, and replied, Your Highness, the child is exceedingly small and has drawn no breath. Upon hearing this, Consort Wu's pallid face became devoid of life, and, after a long pause, she inquired, Is it a prince or a princess? Since her pregnancy, she had been consuming the remedies believed to ensure the birth of a son, confident in her expectation. And despite the loss, she yearned for an answer. However, the midwife's expression darkened as she advised, Your Highness, it would be best not to ask. Sensing something amiss, Consort Wu pressed further, Why may I not inquire? The midwife hesitantly pulled back a corner of the swaddling cloth and, frowning, remarked, I cannot determine whether this child is a prince or a princess. As her words fell, the emperor, who had overheard, rushed to take a look. Upon seeing the ambiguous features of the child, he was taken aback and quickly handed the infant to a nearby physician, demanding, What is the meaning of this? The physician, who had just examined the child, sighed and responded, Your Majesty, it appears the child has been affected by some substance, resulting in this ambiguous state. Consort Wu, seizing the opportunity, immediately exclaimed, Your Majesty, see, someone is indeed plotting against me. The emperor, moved by her plea, appeared to be genuinely affected. However, the physician beside him quickly interjected, Your Majesty, this child was originally meant to be a princess, but due to the effects of a certain potion, they have become neither male nor female. As far as I know, there are rumors of a drug that can transform a princess into a prince. If I am not mistaken, the Empress Dowager must have consumed this peculiar medicine, which is why the child has ended up this way. The emperor furrowed his brow, casting a fierce glare at concubine Wu, and demanded, Speak, did you take this drug? Seeing the impending exposure of her misdeeds, concubine Wu quickly retorted, Your Majesty, I did not partake in such a thing. Someone must be plotting against me. The emperor waved his hand dismissively and turned to a nearby palace maid, asking, You tell me, did the concubine consume this drug? The palace maid glanced furtively at concubine Wu, her body trembling as she replied, In response to Your Majesty. The concubine did not partake. The emperor, slightly easing his anger, instructed the eunuch behind him, Go. Send someone to investigate who in the palace has recently acquired this prescription and who has secretly brought these drugs into the palace. The eunuch promptly responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Concubine Wu watched the eunuch depart, her heart pounding in fear, silently praying that the emperor would not uncover the truth. The emperor regarded her with disdain, rising to leave the room in haste. Concubine Wu collapsed onto the bed, her earlier anxiety causing blood to flow continuously from her wounds. The old maid, frantic with worry, tended to her bleeding while instructing the palace maids to administer medicine. As she lay on the bed, gazing at her now flat abdomen, a surge of rage filled concubine Wu. She had hoped to secure her position through the child within her, but now that hope was extinguished. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, striking the bed forcefully and hurling insults at the surrounding maids. The entire hall erupted into chaos. News of the concubine's pregnancy spread rapidly throughout the capital, reaching even Zhou Feng, who had just arrived in the city. Upon his arrival, he was led by young Master Feng to the bustling North Street of the capital. This street was lined with various shops and throngs of passers-by, contrasting sharply with the ordinary folk of Cheng'an County. Here, one could see the well-dressed officials and numerous young masters and ladies. Zhou Feng, overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia upon seeing familiar sights, followed his recollections to secure a prime location for a shop. Within a mere 10 days, The Zhou family's incense shop was up and running. On the very first day of business, Zhou Feng welcomed his inaugural customer, Han Yin'er, the legitimate daughter of General Han. She was of similar age to Zhou Feng, and, from the moment she stepped into the shop, she was captivated by the young shopkeeper. Though his skin was not fair and he bore a few dark moles on his face, his bright, sparkling eyes were utterly enchanting. "I have never seen you before. Where do you hail from?" Han Yin'er inquired, picking up a bottle of fragrant essence. Chapter 90. My young brother earns silver again. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, then slowly replied, "I am from Qingzhou Prefecture, having just arrived in the capital." Han Yin'er raised her eyebrows and smiled brightly, saying, "I am familiar with Qingzhou Prefecture. It is indeed a splendid place." As she spoke, she blinked her long eyelashes and scrutinized Zhou Feng closely. "That mole on your face is quite unfortunate. If it were not there, your beauty would surely be among the finest in the capital." Zhou Feng lowered her head slightly, explaining, "This mole is natural. I cannot change it." Han Yin'er found her increasingly amusing. At that moment, two young ladies entered the shop. One was the daughter of Lord Wu, who happened to be the younger sister of the favored concubine, and the other was the legitimate daughter of Lord Zhang from the court. They glanced at the fragrant offerings in the shop and coldly mocked. "Where did this rustic fool come from, running to our capital to sell incense?" Zhou Feng recognized Miss Wu immediately, having seen her from a distance in the palace before, and a surge of resentment welled up within her. She replied coldly, "If you two ladies do not wish to purchase incense, I kindly ask you to leave." Miss Wu was taken aback and retorted, "How dare you drive me away? Do you wish to court death? Do you not know who I am? The current favored concubine is my elder sister." Zhou Feng was well aware of this fact. She regarded Miss Wu with a chilling gaze, her hands trembling slightly. Were it not for her composed nature, she might have lunged at her in fury. Seemingly sensing Zhou Feng's anger, Han Yin'er strode confidently to Miss Wu's side, raising an eyebrow. "Miss Wu, are you abusing your power?" Miss Wu turned with an air of arrogance, looking down upon her. "Ah, is the young lady of the Han family. Why are you not tending to the horses and instead come here?" As she spoke, she glanced around mockingly, saying, "You uncouth person, do you even understand incense?" Han Yin'er's brow furrowed as she drew out the whip from her waist and swung it forcefully at Miss Wu's face, declaring, "Horses do not need feeding. They require training." The whip struck Miss Wu's face heavily, causing her to cry out in pain. "You are quite bold." Han Yin'er kicked her without hesitation, saying, "Are you planning to complain to your sister? Do you not realize that everyone knows your sister has given birth to a monster? She is the bane of our Xianyu kingdom." Miss Wu was sent sprawling outside, struggling to rise, her hair in disarray. "You just wait," she exclaimed. Miss Zhang quickly advised, "Now that General Han is in a position of power, do not offend her." Miss Wu ground her teeth in fury, stomping her foot. At that moment, a flower pot suddenly fell from the upper floor, crashing directly onto Miss Wu's head. Before she could utter a word, she was knocked unconscious by the impact. Han Yin'er looked on and burst into laughter, declaring, "Serves you right. This is divine retribution." She then instructed her servant, "Take her away and dispose of her. We do not need her presence here." Miss Zhang attempted to say something, but was silenced by Han Yin'er's glare. Meanwhile, the servant lifted the unconscious Miss Wu and unceremoniously discarded her by the roadside. The thoroughfare was bustling with people, and it was a disgrace for a young lady to lie there exposed. Ms. Zhang wished to call for help, but found herself too intimidated to move by Han Yin'er's fierce demeanor. As Miss Wu gradually became subdued, the Zhou family shop began to attract customers once more. The ladies of the capital possess a refined appreciation for fragrances. They are enamored with the scent of perfume, each purchasing a bottle. Unlike the 15 taels of silver price in Cheng'an County, here it is sold for a staggering 20 taels per bottle. The wealthy young gentlemen and ladies take pride in such extravagance, believing that the costliness of an item enhances their status. Thus, in the span of just one day, Zhou Feng managed to earn a remarkable 200 taels of silver, an impressive sum by ordinary standards. He promptly penned a letter to inform the Zhou family in Chonglu village of the situation in the capital. It was half a month later when the Zhou family received Zhou Feng's letter. And Zhou, holding the letter, smiled as she read it aloud. "Your second brother says the business in the capital is flourishing. He will return in another half month to bring back some goods. According to his letter, he should be home the next few days." Zhou Ruin emerged from the room with a bowl of prepared medicine for prenatal care, gently blowing on it before responding. That's good. Once he returns, we shall move into the residence. Du Wanchun accepted the cooled medicine from him and, smiling at Aunt Zhou, inquired, Mother, did my second brother mention anything else? Aunt Zhou continued reading, but soon her expression changed. He mentioned that the esteemed consort Wu in the palace has suffered a miscarriage, delivering a creature that is neither male nor female. As she spoke, her demeanor shifted slightly. The emperor is quite furious and has taken a liking to a newly entered concubine, consort Wu. Zhou Zhao, who had just entered, found great satisfaction in this news and exclaimed, it's well-deserved. She is reaping what she has sown. Aunt Zhou, maintaining her composure, slowly set down the letter. A bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it is retribution. As the saying goes, 30 years in the west, 30 years in the east. However, the emperor has yet to depose her, so her days of hardship are likely not over. Zhou Zhao poured himself a cup of water and drank deeply. Mother, rest assured. Just as that person treated you, she too will be treated in kind. Aunt Zhou nodded slowly as she closed the letter. Although consort Wu may no longer enjoy the same favor as before, her family's foundation remains intact, making her removal unlikely in the near future. Yet, she firmly believed that the malice of that woman would eventually be unveiled. Chapter 91. Picking fruits for the expectant wife, Du Wanchun could discern that Aunt Zhou had completely relinquished any affection for the once exalted emperor, leaving only resentment and disdain in its wake. In the future, even if the emperor were to kneel and beg her to return, she would likely not look back. As Aunt Zhou absorbed the news about consort Wu, a rare sense of relief washed over her. She turned to Du Wanchun and asked, Wanchun, what else would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Recently, Du Wanchun's appetite had diminished somewhat due to her pregnancy. Apart from the prenatal medicine, she found it difficult to consume the household meals. After downing the medicine in one go, she shook her head. Mother, it's fine. I will eat whatever is available at home. Aunt Zhou stood up, insisting, that simply won't do. If you continue to starve, your health will suffer. With that, she turned to Zhou Ruiyuan and instructed, Ruiyuan, go up the mountain and see if you can find any wild sour jujubes. If there are some, gather a few. I will make some sour jujube cakes for Wanchun to stimulate her appetite. The sour jujube cake, with its delightful blend of tanginess and sweetness, is a favorite among expectant mothers. Recently, Grandma Zhou heard about it in the village and decided to prepare some for Du Wanchun. Zhou Ruiyuan took the empty bowl from Du Wanchun and nodded, indicating he would go and check on it. Grandma Zhou added, if there are sour plums, that would suffice as well. Du Wanchun chimed in with a smile. Mother, the pickled radishes we made at home would also work. A few days prior, Zhou Zhao had brought back a considerable number of small radishes, and Grandma Zhou had learned to make pickled radishes from Aunt Wang, which Du Wanchun enjoyed daily. Grandma Zhou laughed, but we can't have radishes every day. After saying this, she winked at Zhou Ruiyuan, urging him to hurry. Otherwise, if he delayed, his wife would be reluctant to let him venture into the mountains again. Zhou Ruiyuan quickly stood up, grabbed the basket at the door, and without waiting for Du Wanchun to call him, hastened up the mountain. It was still early in the day, so Zhou Ruiyuan deliberately ventured deeper into the woods. As he progressed, the trees grew taller, and the path was lined with thorny brambles. Fortunately, his tall stature allowed him to wield the sickle effectively, and by the time he reached the heart of the forest, his hands bore numerous scratches. He paused before a large tree, circling it twice, and upon looking up, he spotted a jujube tree laden with ripe fruit. The tree was not large, but it was abundantly adorned with mature jujubes. Zhou Ruiyuan was filled with delight as he approached the tree and began to gather the fruit. With just a grasp, he could collect 5 or 6 round fruits, and before long, he had filled an entire basket. He gazed at the overflowing basket of jujubes with immense joy. His usually stern and composed face now wore the innocent smile of a child. Now Wanchun will have plenty to eat, he murmured to himself as he hoisted the basket onto his back and turned to descend the mountain. However, after taking just 2 steps, he sensed something amiss beneath his feet, as if he had stepped on an unusual object. He quickly halted and looked down, discovering a glimmering piece of gold protruding from the ground. Furrowing his brow, he crouched down to retrieve the gold, which was significantly larger than the piece he had found previously, inscribed with a complete character for Liu. It was a flawless gold ingot, weighing at least 20 taels, which could be exchanged for 200 taels of silver. After inspecting it, Zhou Ruiyuan carefully placed it in his bosom and began to search the area once more. Yet, like before, he found nothing else. Gradually, he understood that Steward's son had concealed those gold ingots throughout the entire mountain. Contemplating this, he raised his gaze toward the distance, his eyes shimmering with excitement. As nightfall approached, Zhou Ruiyuan promptly returned home with the jujubes and the gold. Grandma Zhou accepted the gold ingot from Zhou Ruiyuan, examining it with astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, this gold belongs to our family. Who would have thought there was more in the mountains?" Zhou Ruiyuan nodded slightly and inquired, "Given this, there must be more on the mountain. Mother, what do you plan to do with this ingot?" Chapter 92, Letting My Wife Be the Manager. Grandma Zhou held the ingot in her hand and turned to Du Wanchun, asking, "Wanchun, perhaps you have a suggestion? Your ideas are always excellent." "All right, Mother, let me think." Du Wanchun gazed at the gold ingot, deep in thought for a moment before speaking. "Mother, although there may still be gold on the mountain, we cannot afford to be idle and let it go to waste. We must exchange gold for gold." Madame Zhou nodded in agreement. Du Wanchun continued, "Currently, our Zhou family incense shop in Qingyun County operates within Lord Fang's establishment, and since they oversee it, we need not worry too much. Instead, we might consider opening a larger incense shop." Madame Zhou interjected, "Would Lord Fang take offense?" Du Wanchun smiled. "Lord Fang only sells incense essence, while our new shop would offer a variety of incense products. Incense paste, stick incense, coil incense, tower incense, incense pills, incense powder, incense seals, incense sachets, and incense pillows." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou felt it was a viable idea. In fact, more people purchase incense than incense essence on ordinary days. Du Wanchun elaborated, "Since we are to open a grand incense shop, we naturally need to renovate our incense-making facility and procure additional materials for production." Madame Zhou pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, tomorrow I will seek Yiquan to construct 2 more rooms beside it." With a smile, Du Wanchun remarked, "Mother, for our new shop, we will also need to hire a trusted individual to manage it." Madame Zhou contemplated this and glanced at Zhou Zhao. Zhou Zhao quickly shook his head. "Mother, I am not suited for that. I can cultivate land or fend off bandits, but please do not make me handle accounts." Madame Zhou then turned her gaze to Zhou Ruiyuan. Before he could respond, she shook her head. "You cannot be in the public eye. It would be unwise if others recognized you." Zhou Ruiyuan, with a composed demeanor, offered no rebuttal. At that moment, Zhou Zhao suggested to Du Wanchun, "Sister-in-law could manage the shop. She is quite clever and should excel in business." Madame Zhou, upon hearing this, turned her attention to Du Wanchun, finding the notion quite reasonable. However, Zhou Ruiyuan felt a twinge of concern and grasped his wife's hand, worried that managing the shop might burden her, especially since she was with child. Madame Zhou's eyes also reflected concern, yet Du Wanchun reassured them, "Mother, I will not be overwhelmed. Just do not think me clumsy." Madame Zhou took her hand and smiled. "Silly child, how could we ever think poorly of you? Perhaps we could enlist the help of the Liu family's daughter-in-law from the southern part of the village. She can assist in the shop, and you could visit every few days. In the kingdom of Xianyu, it is indeed rare for women to engage in business." Du Wanchun inquired, "Is the Liu family's daughter-in-law willing?" Madame Zhou replied with a smile, "She is very willing. This girl has a kind heart just like yours." She then expressed a hint of regret. However, her fate has been rather unfortunate. Her husband was conscripted 3 years ago, and she has been living alone with a toddler, trying to make ends meet. She intended to offer the Liu family's daughter-in-law a position in her shop, thus lending a hand to this mother and child. Du Wanchun found this arrangement quite agreeable and readily accepted. Zhou Ruiyuan initially harbored some reluctance, wishing for Du Wanchun to rest at home. However, upon seeing her smile and her serious demeanor, he refrained from further objection. In the end, they reached a compromise. Once the shop's business was on the right track, Du Wanchun would only need to visit every 3 days. Subsequently, the family reached a consensus and began to busily prepare. The new house had been entirely constructed, awaiting the carpenter to craft the furniture and beds. Meanwhile, Yiquan led a team to erect 2 small rooms nearby, equipped with 3 or 4 large stoves, forming a modest workshop for incense production. Anzhou took special care to plant numerous flowers and herbs in the courtyard, which began to bloom as soon as the sun rose. Du Wanchun and Zhou Rui Yuan successfully negotiated with Lord Fong from Cheng'an County to open another incense shop. Lord Fong did not express much, except for one stipulation. The Zhou family must ensure a continuous supply of their incense essence. Du Wanchun promptly agreed. Lord Fong, being quite generous, also provided them with directions. Following his guidance, the couple purchased a new storefront in Cheng'an County, which was twice the size of the previous one, featuring 2 grand entrances. Next door were a bustling inn and a steam bun shop, frequented by many guests. After a long day, as Du Wanchun returned home, she suddenly felt nauseous and nearly retched in the carriage. Zhou Rui Yuan, in a state of alarm, held her tightly and asked, "Wanchun, are you all right?" Chapter 93. The arrival of a noble guest with teary eyes. Du Wanchun looked up and smiled. "My dear husband, there is no need to panic. I am merely experiencing morning sickness." Zhou Rui Yuan gazed at her in trepidation, feeling more anxious than when he encountered wild beasts on the mountain. His heart heavy with concern as he clutched her closely. "Had I known that carrying a child would be this arduous, I would have never allowed it." Du Wanchun chuckled softly, placing his hand on her belly. "Silly husband, the doctor said that the more severe the morning sickness, the more vigorously the child is growing. Look how hard they are working. If they could hear your words, they might feel disheartened." At just over 2 months pregnant, she had yet to show. However, when Zhou Rui Yuan gently caressed her soft belly, he could almost feel the rhythm of the child's heartbeat, a vigorous pulse as if the child were eager to announce their desire to enter the world. Zhou Rui Yuan's brows gradually relaxed, a smile emerging on his face, and his heart softened. The carriage continued forward, with Wang Qiu in front guiding the horses. Listening to their conversation, he could not help but reflect on the fortune of a life like Zhou Rui Yuan's, surrounded by his wife and child. With a smile, he tugged on the reins, slowing the horses down. As the carriage decelerated, Du Wanchun began to feel better. Upon their return home, Aunt Zhou had already started steaming sour jujubes. After helping with the incense workshop, Aunt Wang and Du De Mate busied themselves making sour jujube cakes. Once the vibrant green jujubes were steamed, they were cooled and peeled, then mashed in a bowl to separate the skin from a pulp. The remaining fruit puree was mixed with sugar, shaped into small cakes, and coated with perilla powder before being left to dry, ready for consumption. This skill had been passed down from Aunt Wang's family, and Aunt Zhou had learned it with ease after a few attempts. Du Wanchun observed from the side, inhaling the fragrant aroma, which significantly enhanced her appetite. During dinner that night, she consumed a bowl and a half more rice than usual, and there were no further instances of vomiting. Granny Zhou was overjoyed and quickly prepared several more dishes. Du Wanchun felt somewhat full and even indulged in 2 pieces of pickled radish before bed. Meanwhile, outside the city of Qingzhou, Zhou Feng was hurrying home with his driver. The moonlight was hazy, and the official road was deserted. Zhou Feng reclined in the cart, about to doze off when the carriage suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He blinked to open his eyes and inquired of the driver outside, "What is the matter?" The coachman remained silent, causing Zhou Feng to sense something amiss. He swiftly grasped a sword that he had bought prior to his return, intended for self-defense during his journey. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a man clad in a gray long robe, wielding a large knife, who greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Manager Zhou, you are quite elusive to find." Zhou Feng furrowed his brow and retorted, "Who are you, and what do you want?" The man scoffed, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just know that today marks your demise." With that, he swung his blade towards Zhou Feng. Frowning, Zhou Feng quickly drew his sword to parry the attack, coldly demanding, "Who seeks to take my life?" The assailant laughed. "A mere country bumpkin thinks to conduct business in the capital. Do you not recognize your own insignificance?" With that, he lunged at Zhou Feng once more. Instantly, Zhou Feng deduced the identity of his adversary. It was the Yuan family from the capital. Before his journey to the city, the Yuan family's perfumery had been unrivaled, frequented by not only officials and nobility, but also royal relatives seeking their fragrances. Now that Zhou Feng had opened a similar shop and seized a portion of their clientele in just half a month, the Yuan family harbored resentment, intending to silence him as he returned to his village. In their eyes, Zhou Feng was a mere countryman, powerless and without influence. His death would pose no consequence. However, they were gravely mistaken. Zhou Feng, with a fluid motion, thrust his sword directly at the assassin's neck, executing the maneuver with such swiftness and brutality that his eyes scarcely blinked. Blood cascaded down the side of the carriage. The assassin, clutching his neck, stared incredulously at Zhou Feng, bewildered by the unfolding events, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Feng, sword in hand, peered outside to discover that his driver had been decapitated. With no other option, he took the reins of the carriage and pressed on. The horse galloped swiftly as Zhou Feng's expression darkened with concern, glancing back intermittently. It was evident that the assailants were not limited to just one. He needed to escape swiftly. Just as he urged the carriage forward, a woman suddenly leaped onto his cart. "Manager Zhou, do not worry. I have dealt with those ruffians," she assured. Zhou Feng looked up to find it was Han Yin, the eldest daughter of the Han family, who had previously come to his aid. Dressed in masculine attire and sporting a high ponytail, she exuded a valiant presence. Zhou Feng tightened the reins, startled by her sudden appearance. "Miss Han, what brings you here?" Han Yin seated herself beside him and replied, "I initially intended to visit your shop to purchase some incense. Little did I know that I would stumble upon someone from the Yuan family sent to assassinate you, so I decided to follow you." Zhou Feng promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Han." As he spoke, he redirected the carriage, preparing to head back to the capital. Han Yin quickly called out to him, "Shopkeeper Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhou Feng answered earnestly, "I'm taking you back." Han Yin grasped the reins in his hand and smiled. "There's no need to return. I wish to accompany you to Qingzhou Prefecture." Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. "You wish to travel with me to Qingzhou Prefecture?" Han Yin lifted her gaze towards the distance. "Indeed. After all, Qingzhou is not far ahead. I merely wish to visit Miss Zheng at Governor Zhang's residence." Seeing that she was visiting the Zheng family, Zhou Feng gradually relaxed and turned the carriage back towards Qingzhou Prefecture. As dawn broke, the pair entered the city. Zhou Feng dropped Han Yin off at the entrance of Governor Zhang's estate before making his way back to Cheng'an County. That day, Zhou Feng returned just in time for the grand opening of the Zhou family's new incense shop. Du Wanchun and Zhou Ruiyuan, accompanied by the daughter-in-law of the Liu family, were at the entrance welcoming guests. Zhou Feng had intended only to pass by, but Du Wanchun spotted him from a distance and waved, calling out, "Second brother." Upon hearing her voice, Zhou Feng immediately turned to look. Du Wanchun took a couple of steps forward and beckoned, "This way." Upon reaching the shop, Zhou Feng peered inside and asked, "Sister-in-law, is this our new shop?" Du Wanchun, noticing his travel-worn appearance, welcomed him inside with a smile. "Yes, second brother, you've arrived just in time. Come, let us take a look at our new establishment." The new shop was twice the size of the previous one, and Zhou Feng's heart swelled with joy, momentarily forgetting to accept the tea that the Liu family's daughter-in-law had brought. Zhou Ruiyuan coughed softly from the side. "Second brother, please have some tea first. You must be exhausted after your long journey." Zhou Feng accepted the tea, continuing to admire the shop's interior. The shelves were filled with various types of incense. He selected a few to smell and remarked with a smile, "Mother has crafted new incense. I must take some back to the capital with me." Du Wanchun emerged from the back room with a selection of pastries, saying, "Mother and I have made plenty of incense, enough for you to take to the capital. However, second brother, it's not advisable for you to run around like this. We should convert some silver and hire a convoy to ensure safe delivery. Otherwise, you may encounter trouble on the road." As she spoke, her gaze happened to fall on the carriage, where bloodstains had yet to be properly cleaned. Zhou Ruin noticed as well, and they hurriedly led Zhou Feng into the back room while instructing the Liu family's daughter-in-law to continue her work outside. "Second brother, what is the story behind the blood on your carriage?" Zhou Ruiyuan inquired candidly. Zhou Feng, without hesitation, recounted the assassination attempt he had faced on the road, along with his suspicions. "I suspect it is the Yuan family. They have long wielded power in the capital, taking advantage of their connection to the favored Wu Guifei. They intimidate the weak and rarely face opposition. Essentially, no one but their family dares to open an incense shop in the capital." Du Wanchun, puzzled, asked, "The Yuan family? I don't believe I have heard of them." Zhou Feng hastily remarked, "The Yuan family previously learned the art of incense making from my maternal grandmother. Subsequently, they utilized our family's formula to establish a perfumery in the capital, achieving remarkable success. when concubine Wu rose to prominence. They leveraged this connection to monopolize the entire incense business in the capital. Wanchun, upon hearing this, sat down slowly, her gaze darkening as she contemplated that such a family ought not to possess such exorbitant wealth. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing the windows to rattle. Zhou Ruiyuan turned to secure the window and addressed Zhou Feng seriously. This Yuan family is utterly unrestrained. You must not show any mercy when next you encounter them. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement, declaring, of course, next time. Even if it's their patriarch, I shall not hesitate to sever his head. If you do not act ruthlessly, they will only grow more savage. This truth has been understood by their mother and sons for over 3 years, he added. Wanchun contemplated for a moment and gazed toward the shop outside. Second brother, since the Yuan family employs your grandmother's formula, might their incense share some similarities with our Zhou family's creations? Chapter 95. The Liu family still has survivors. Zhou Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, especially the rose and osmanthus essences. As for sandalwood, agarwood, and the dragon's saliva used in the palace, they are certainly identical. Even the fragrances in the Huxiang e-pear pouch will bear some resemblance. Wanchun retrieved the peppermint essence crafted by Aunt Zhou from her pocket and said, if we can create something akin to this. And since your Liu family previously did not possess Huxiang, could we surpass them? That is certainly the case, Zhou Feng asserted. Wanchun smiled. Very well. I shall return home to discuss this with mother and concoct some additional Huxiang. You shall see. If they prove satisfactory, we will take them to the capital for sale. Zhou Feng instantly beamed. Excellent, sister-in-law. With that, he produced a jade lock from his pocket, stating, sister-in-law, I heard from eldest brother's letter that you are with child, so I brought a jade lock as a gift for my little nephew. The lock, crafted from jade, was dainty and exquisite. Wanchun promptly rose to express her gratitude. Thank you, second brother. As she spoke, she observed Zhou Feng's flushed face and playfully teased, second brother is no longer young. In a year or two, you may need to marry. Zhou Feng quickly lowered his head, replying, sister-in-law is jesting. I am still young. Wanchun held the jade lock close, admiring it. If you encounter a suitable young lady, do remember to inform mother and me. We shall prepare your betrothal gifts in advance. Zhou Feng's face reddened further, revealing a bashful demeanor that was rare for the typically reserved youth. At that moment, a distinguished guest arrived at the Zhou family shop. The eldest daughter of the Han family entered and purchased 30 taels of incense, marking a prosperous beginning. The wife of the Liu family, while recording the accounts, called out, Wanchun, brother Zhou, we have a distinguished guest. Hearing this, Wanchun hurried to the door, stepping into the shop, which esteemed guest has arrived. The Liu family wife gestured towards Han Yin'er. It is this young lady. Han Yin'er exuded an air of confidence, her delicate features strikingly beautiful. She appeared both valiant and spirited, yet possessed a playful charm. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, akin to Zhou Feng. Wanchun immediately discerned her noble status and approached her, inquiring, my lady, is there a particular fragrance you wish to purchase? Han Yin'er, with her pair of clear and sparkling eyes, glanced towards the inner room, uncertain if Master Zhou was home. Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Feng was startled, quickly tugging at Zhou Ruiyuan, saying, elder brother, the young lady from the Han family has arrived. Zhou Ruiyuan frowned, questioning, what brings her here? Zhou Feng replied earnestly, she has uncovered the malicious intentions of the Yuan family and followed me from Qingzhou. I never anticipated she would trace me to Cheng'an County. Zhou Ruiyuan grasped his arm, cautioning, we must not allow her to see me or our mother. She has encountered us once in the palace. Unlike Zhou Feng, both Zhou Ruiyuan and Zhou Denyang had not changed much in appearance over the past 3 years, and those who had seen them in the capital would likely not fail to recognize them. A look of urgency crossed Zhou Feng's face. Elder brother, perhaps you should hide beneath the table. I can entice her to leave. Zhou Ruiyuan nodded slightly. Zhou Feng turned to exit, yet before he could cross the threshold, Wanchun intercepted Han Yin'er, saying, my lady, Master Zhou just returned but has since left again, likely on his way home. Please wait a moment, and I shall inform you upon his return. Hearing this, Han Yin'er's face fell, and she quickly replied, never mind, do not mention me to him. I merely came to purchase some fragrance and will depart once I am done. With that, she hurriedly turned and left. Du Wanchun observed her retreating figure, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Zhou Feng emerged from the room, asking, "Sister-in-law, has she departed?" Du Wanchun nodded. "She must be from the capital." "Is she not?" Zhou Feng confirmed. "Indeed, she is the daughter of General Han." Du Wanchun continued to gaze after Han Yin'er, asking, "What sort of person is General Han?" Zhou Feng replied slowly, "He is a newly risen noble close to the current emperor, having served alongside my uncle in Guangzhou, and they can be considered friends. However, when our Liu family encountered misfortune, he was outside the borders." Upon hearing this, Du Wanchun's eyes sparkled with interest. It seemed this Miss Han was not only trustworthy, but also of high birth. After Miss Han's dejected departure from Cheng'an County, she returned to the residence of Governor Zheng. She recounted the situation regarding the Yuan family to him. Governor Zheng, upon hearing the news, was filled with fury, exclaiming, "The Yuan family truly acts with impunity, daring to commit murder in broad daylight." Han Yin'er nodded. "Indeed, Uncle Zheng, if only the Empress and the Crown Prince were still alive, they would certainly expel that concubine Wu from the palace, and then we could see how the Yuan and Wu families would fare." Governor Zheng sighed deeply, alas. Such is fate. With a sorceress like concubine Wu around, the nation is in turmoil, and the people are restless. Is it destined for our Xianyu kingdom to meet such an end? Han Yin'er shook her head. "That will not happen. My father has mentioned that there are still survivors from the Liu family." Chapter 96. The incident with Yuan family's fragrance. Governor Zheng was taken aback and quickly secured the door, asking, "My dear niece, what do you mean?" Han Yin'er slowly replied, "I came to Qingzhou at my father's specific behest to convey this matter to you in person." Governor Zheng nodded. "Yes, speak freely. Rest assured, I shall not let another soul know." Han Yin'er lowered her voice, recalling that the third young master of the Liu family was still alive at that time. He had been rescued by a trusted confidant of his father and was now stationed beyond the borders. In the Zhou family, where Mrs. Zhou hailed from, there were 2 young masters and 1 young lady. Mrs. Zhou was the second child. The elder brother served as a civil official in the palace, while the third brother was engaged in military campaigns beyond the borders, earning numerous military accolades. During that era, the Liu family enjoyed an illustrious reputation. Moreover, Master Liu was a mentor to many, including Governor Zheng. When the Liu family faced a complete massacre, numerous officials pleaded on their behalf. Some perished, while others surrendered. Governor Zheng was demoted from a third-rank official to the governorship of Qingzhou. By the time General Han arrived from beyond the borders, it was too late. Apart from the rescued third young master, Elder Liu, Lady Liu, and the eldest son had all met their demise, leading to a furious confrontation with the emperor. The emperor, wary of General Han's military power, later dispatched individuals to search for the exiled mother and her 3 children. Regrettably, they could not locate them, only discovering news of their deaths. General Han was imprisoned for a month as a consequence. Now, everyone believed that General Han had become subdued, yet he had been patiently biding his time for the day he could vindicate the Liu family. This time, Han Yin'er had covertly come to Qingzhou, and General Han had specifically instructed her to relay this news to Governor Zheng. This was both to pave the way for the third young master of the Liu family and to encourage Governor Zheng to return to the capital and resume his position. Upon hearing this news, Governor Zheng was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain himself as he knelt on the ground, bowing towards the capital and proclaiming, "Master, the Liu family has not perished, their descendants." Han Yin'er, witnessing his fervent display, was similarly filled with emotion as she gazed towards the capital. In the capital, the bustling North Street was alive with people. Among them stood a 2-story incense shop, the Yuan family incense shop. The Yuan family had profited significantly from the Liu family's incense-making formula, and, with the connections of Consort Wu, had become a notable and wealthy merchant in the capital, also serving as a royal supplier of incense. The head of the Yuan family was relatively young, merely in his 30s or 40s, with a son and daughter both learning the art of incense making. To prevent the formula for their incense from being stolen, the siblings personally supervised the crafting of incense daily. Today, a new batch of incense had just been placed on the shelves, prompting the shopkeeper to eagerly promote it. As luck would have it, Miss Su, who was particularly fond of incense, promptly arrived at the shop. She served as a conduit for news among the ladies of the capital, whenever there was something delightful. Her presence ensured it spread swiftly through the streets and alleys. Miss Su picked up the new jasmine incense, sprayed it onto her hands, and took a whiff. Her previously beaming smile suddenly froze. "What kind of incense is this?" The shopkeeper of the Yuan family promptly smiled and replied, "This is our shop's newly released jasmine fragrance." Miss Su sniffed again and then proceeded to gag, exclaiming, "What sort of jasmine is this? It smells like cow dung water." Startled, the Yuan shopkeeper quickly took the incense from her hands and sniffed it himself. After doing so, he too began to retch. It was far worse than mere cow dung water, possessing an odor more pungent than that of a latrine. Miss Su, fuming, demanded, "What is the Yuan family doing, producing such a foul-smelling incense?" The shopkeeper Yuan hurriedly retreated, saying, "Miss Su, please do not be hasty. It is possible that this particular bottle of fragrance has an issue. I shall examine the others." With that, he took another bottle of the scent and inhaled deeply. To his dismay, he immediately began to retch. The foul odor was unbearable for most. Miss Su observed this with a mocking tone, exclaiming, "It seems that not just this bottle is problematic. How does your Yuan family conduct business? Are you intentionally producing such putrid fragrances to disgust us?" The shopkeeper Yuan quickly offered apologies, replying, "Miss Su, please remain calm. It is likely that this batch of fragrances is faulty. I will consult with our master." Chapter 97. The fragrance of the Yuan family has turned foul-fuming. Miss Su departed from the Yuan family's fragrance shop. The shopkeeper promptly took the noxious scents to the Yuan residence. Upon learning of the matter, Master Yuan immediately took a whiff of the fragrance and hastily covered his nose with his sleeve, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" The shopkeeper, head bowed, responded, "Master, this is our household's newly released jasmine fragrance." Master Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, incredulous. "How can this be? The scent is utterly reminiscent of foul refuse." With a heavy sigh, the shopkeeper insisted, "This fragrance truly belongs to our family. If you don't believe me, look at these. They were all delivered to the shop from the residence early this morning." He then laid out all the fragrance bottles he had brought. Master Yuan, astonished, stared for a long moment before rising and instructing his steward, "Quick, take me to the fragrance room." In a Yuan family's backyard stood a particularly large fragrance room, filled with various cultivated flowers and several boilers for distilling fragrances. "Yes, master," the steward promptly assisted him to the backyard. As they approached the fragrance room, a putrid stench assaulted their senses. The servants who had been working inside rushed out in a frenzy. The steward quickly detained one, asking what happened. "What is going on in the fragrance room?" The servant, covering their nose, retched repeatedly, "Steward, both the completed and incomplete fragrances in the room emit a horrid odor. We simply cannot remain inside." "A foul odor?" The steward and Master Yuan were bewildered. How could there be such a stench? Master Yuan, somewhat skeptical, pushed past the steward, declaring, "I must see for myself." The steward, pinching his nose, frowned, "Master, it is far too foul inside. Perhaps we should refrain from entering." "No, I must discover who is causing this disturbance in my fragrance room," Master Yuan asserted, striding boldly inside. Leading the charge, Master Yuan entered the fragrance room, which appeared as it usually did, without any visible anomalies, yet it was permeated with an unbearable stench. It resembled the odor of decaying flesh, making it nearly intolerable. Upon stepping inside, Master Yuan began to retch uncontrollably, barely able to proceed, only managing to continue by pressing a handkerchief to his nose. He inspected all the spices but found no signs of mold. Even the freshly picked petals remained vibrantly intact. The boilers used for distilling the fragrances were also impeccably clean, devoid of any stains. As one ventured deeper, the foul odor intensified. The elder Mr. Yuan could no longer endure it. He took some unfinished fragrant essence, petals, and aromatic powder, and departed from the fragrance room. The steward, outside the courtyard, began to retch violently. Mr. Yuan's complexion paled as he gasped for air upon reaching the front courtyard. At that moment, the eldest son of the Yuan family hurried to his side and whispered, "Father, the men we dispatched to assassinate that young scion of the Zhou family have all perished en route. It appears they were discovered by him." Mr. Yuan tossed the items in his hand towards his eldest son, rebuking, "Forget about that young man from the Zhou family for now. Look at this." The eldest son, taking the spices and petals, sniffed them and frowned. "Father, what is this? It reeks." Trembling, Mr. Yuan pointed at him, saying, "It is the essence and spices from our fragrance room. This morning, I found them all spoiled." The eldest son was taken aback, inhaling the contents again. "How could this be? When I visited the fragrance room yesterday, everything was perfectly fine." Mr. Yuan scoffed coldly. "How should I know why? You have been managing the fragrance room during this time." With a serious demeanor, the eldest son replied, "Father, do not be hasty. Let me investigate. Someone must have tampered with our essence and spices. Once I uncover the truth, I shall not let them go unpunished." This eldest son had indeed inherited the ruthless nature of Mr. Yuan, often indulging in liaisons with virtuous women, yet never marrying any of them. In the end, some even met their demise at his hands. Life held no value in his eyes. Upon hearing his son's counsel, Mr. Yuan sighed heavily. "Very well. Proceed with your investigation. Once completed, clear out all the spoiled essence from the fragrance room. We shall close the shop for a few days until new essence is prepared. Then we will reopen." The eldest son nodded lightly. "Understood, father." Mr. Yuan sighed again, stepping on the malodorous petals strewn on the ground. With the closure of the Yuan family fragrance shop, business for the Zhou family flourished. In recent days, Zhou Feng had returned to Cheng'an County, entrusting the shop's affairs to a newly hired assistant. This assistant was relatively honest, a recommendation from young Master Feng. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, appeared cultured, yet possessed a rather fierce temperament. Since Zhou Feng's departure, the Yuan family had persistently sent individuals to provoke trouble, all of whom he successfully repelled. Now that the Yuan family faced issues, they had lost the inclination to trouble him. He focused on business, and without waiting for Zhou Feng's return, the fragrances in their shop were nearly sold out. In Chonglu village, 1,000 miles from the capital, the Zhou family busied themselves with moving into their new home upon Zhou Feng's return. Chapter 98. Duke Dajiang was deceived. The new house was built of blue bricks and tiles, comprising 5 rooms in addition to the front room and kitchen. One for Mrs. Zhou, one shared by Zhou Ruin and Du Wanchun, and one each for the second and third sons, culminating in a guest room. Each room was furnished with newly crafted beds and cabinets. While they did not compare to the fragrant wooden beds of the affluent, they were new and far superior to the previously moldy, decaying wood. Du Wanchun spread the newly made bedding across the bed, filling the entire room with the fragrant scent of wood. Zhou Ruiyuan stood behind her, assisting in arranging the table. In addition to a writing desk, there was also a dressing table embellished with a bronze mirror, a rarity in rural households, crafted by the carpenter based on Aunt Zhou's memory. Du Wanchun turned to gaze at it, her heart brimming with joy. Zhou Ruiyuan lowered his gaze to the tabletop and said slowly, "It may be empty for now, but once I earn more silver, I shall adorn you with an entire table of gold and silver jewelry." Du Wanchun smiled and replied, "Very well, I shall await that." Zhou Ruiyuan turned to her, momentarily taken aback by her smile, then joined her in laughter. At that moment, guests arrived in the courtyard. The Zhou family was celebrating their housewarming, and many who had good relations with them came to pay their respects. Among the visitors were Dr. Su from the village, the daughter-in-law of the Liu family, Aunt Wang, as well as 2 sisters from the Chun family and 2 other aunts who seldom visited. They arrived bearing gifts, ducks, chickens, and grains, symbolizing a bountiful harvest for the Zhou family. With the sound of firecrackers, the air was filled with congratulations and laughter. Meanwhile, the eldest member of the Chun family, upon hearing the joyous sound from next door, remained at home, filled with regret. The couple lamented their past treatment of the Zhou family, wishing they had acted differently. However, it was too late. The Zhou family had no intention of acknowledging them again, and they dared not provoke them further. In Xiangtong village, Du Dajiang felt a pang of regret as he carried a chicken, intending to visit his daughter. However, he was intercepted by Hong Xiang, the new woman in his life. "Did you not sever ties with that daughter? What do you intend to do? Are you seeking more shame? This chicken would be better suited for my recovery," she scolded. Now, the Du family consisted solely of the 2 of them. Du Wanchun's stepmother, Lu Lanji, could no longer endure Du Dajiang's indifference and Hong Xiang's mistreatment. She left with her disfigured daughter, following a passing merchant. At that moment, Du Dajiang regarded the pregnant Hong Xiang as his treasure. Upon hearing her words, he hesitated and placed the chicken back down. Just then, a man suddenly burst into the house. The man was tall and strong, significantly younger than Du Dajiang. He looked at Du Dajiang and, without a word, lifted him by his collar, demanding, "Is Hongxiang in your home?" Du Dajiang was taken aback, but nodded, "Yes. She is my wife." What of it? However, he did not receive a response, but rather a punch to the face. Du Dajiang found himself bruised and bewildered, clutching his face as he shouted, "What do you want? Why do you hit me as soon as you enter?" The man furrowed his brow menacingly and replied, "Why did I hit you? You have taken my woman. Do you not understand why I would strike you?" Du Dajiang was confused, muttering, "Your woman?" At that moment, Hongxiang emerged from within the house, smiling as she saw the man. "Changgu, you have finally returned," she exclaimed, dashing into his embrace. The man held her tightly, saying, "My dear, you have suffered these past days." Hongxiang shook her head and said, not bitter at all. "Just look at how big my child has grown." As she spoke, she gestured for the man to touch her slightly protruding belly. The man, visibly delighted despite his fierce countenance, had tears welling up in his eyes. He held Hongxiang tightly in his embrace, exclaiming, "How wonderful! I have a child now." Du Dajiang, standing nearby, was taken aback and asked Hongxiang, "What is going on? What is your relationship with this man? Isn't the child in your womb mine?" Hongxiang turned to him, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "What do you mean your child? Have you looked in a mirror lately? At your age, can you still have children?" Du Dajiang's face turned pale as he asked, "Are you saying this child is not mine?" With a smile, Hongxiang replied, "Of course, this child belongs to my Changgu." After saying this, she nestled closer to the man beside her. Hongxiang was, after all, a woman of the world, genuinely in love with the man beside her. However, some time ago, this Changgu had killed a corrupt official for Hongxiang, forcing them to flee from Chonglu village to ensure her unborn child would have food. She had reluctantly followed Du Dajiang. As for Lu Shi, she had long heard tales of how unkind her stepmother was. Having suffered at the hands of the mistress of her own family in her youth, she sympathized deeply with Du Wanchun's plight, and thus had intentionally set out to make Lu Shi's life difficult, driving her away. Now that her Changgu had returned, she naturally wished to return to her beloved. Upon hearing this, Du Dajiang collapsed to the ground, shouting at her in anger, "Why did you deceive me? I have treated you well these days." Chapter 99. A new fragrant fruit. Hongxiang was in no mood to be courteous. With a cold snort, she retorted, "You brought this upon yourself. You are unaware of the pain your own daughter feels, yet you sold her out for another's. Are you even human? Everything you face now is your retribution. You are unworthy of a family. If you wish for children, perhaps in your next life." After saying this, she linked arms with the man and prepared to leave. As she departed, she also took all of Du Dajiang's silver. Du Dajiang scrambled to his feet and chased after them, shouting, "You shameless couple, wait for me. I will report you to the authorities." Hongxiang looked back at him. "Go ahead and report it. Rest assured, no one will believe you." She spoke softly, but her man was less restrained, delivering a swift kick to Du Dajiang, warning, "You'd better behave." "Reporting to the authorities? I have plenty of ways to ensure you remain in this Xiangtan village." Du Dajiang cried out in pain, while the man quickly led Hongxiang away from the scene. Fuming with rage, Du Dajiang got back up, still intent on reporting them. However, whether due to his injury or disorientation, he found himself unable to leave Xiangtan village until darkness fell. Reluctantly, he returned home to eat something and rest to recover from his wounds. The once thriving Du family had suddenly wilted, and Du Dajiang had truly become a solitary figure. Within the Zhou household, guests gradually departed. Dr. Su remained behind, pulling a packet of seeds from his pocket and offering it to old Madame Zhou, saying, "As a humble barefoot doctor, I have little to offer, but if you don't mind, please accept this packet of seeds." Madame Zhou, holding the seeds in her hands, expressed her confusion. "What is this?" Dr. Su replied with a smile. "These are seeds of fragrant fruits given to me by a friend during my military service beyond the frontier. I heard they hail from the western regions, and the fruits they bear are truly aromatic. Since you are in the incense-making business, perhaps you could give them a try." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou was overjoyed. She recalled her elder brothers mentioning that there were fruits from the western regions that were absent in their own land, and it appeared that those tales held truth. Dr. Su continued, "However, I am unsure if you will be able to cultivate these fruits. Madame Zhou gazed down at the seeds in the bag and confidently replied, We can. We certainly can. The mountains and waters of our village are splendid. We will surely succeed. At that moment, Du Wanchun emerged from the house and fortuitously overheard their conversation. She approached and said, Mother, this is excellent news. With these fruits, we can create a harmonious incense that the entire Xianyu kingdom lacks. Madame Zhou nodded in agreement. Dr. Su looked on with satisfaction. Glancing at Madame Zhou, You resemble my friend remarkably. Madame Zhou smiled and inquired, What is your friend's name? Doctor. Su quickly sealed his lips, declining to share further. Noticing his reluctance, Madame Zhou refrained from pressing the matter and subsequently instructed Zhou Zhao to escort Dr. Su back home. Madame Zhou and Du Wanchun huddled together, gazing intently at the seeds. Wanchun, have you ever planted a tree? Madame Zhou asked. Du Wanchun shook her head. No, but mother, perhaps we could try using the methods we employ for growing vegetables. Madame Zhou nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall place these seeds in the backyard soil to germinate. Once they sprout, we will transplant them into the fields. However, a trace of worry gradually crept onto her face. But how long will it take for these trees to mature and bear fruit? If it takes 7 or 8 years, our golden daylilies will have long withered. Du Wanchun, with a playful smile, reassured her, No need to rush. I will plant them first. Who knows, they might grow faster than the radishes in the field. Chapter 100. What grows quickly in their fields upon hearing Du Wanchun's words? Madame Zhou promptly planted the seeds in the backyard for germination. The following day, Zhou Zhao rose early to feed the chickens and was astonished to discover that the previously barren soil had sprouted green leaves. The leaves were fairly sizable, approximately the length of an adult thumb. Overjoyed, he dashed into the house. Mother, sister-in-law, the seeds in the backyard have sprouted. Du Wanchun and Madame Zhou had just emerged from the house when they heard this delightful news and hurried, after Zhou Zhao, to the backyard. Madame Zhou stood at the entrance, and upon seeing the lush green leaves, her heart swelled with joy. Oh, what kind of seeds are these? They sprouted overnight. Typically, it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for seeds to grow to such a height. Du Wanchun approached the seedlings, gently touching the leaves. Mother, shall we quickly transplant these seedlings into the fields? Madame Zhou nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is fortuitous that Riyuan purchased the hill next to our land yesterday. We shall plant these seedlings on the hillside. Du Wanchun stood up, preparing to assist with the planting. Meanwhile, Zhou Riyuan, who had been inside, quickly strode over, took the small hoe from her hands, and said, Wanchun, you go inside and rest. I will handle this. Du Wanchun, il va servir. Gradually rose to her feet and glanced inside the house before inquiring, My dear husband, where is our second brother? Zhou, while assisting Aunt Zhou in weeding, replied, He has gone to the store in Chang'an County. He mentioned that since he would be at home for about 10 days to half a month, he might as well help out at the store, and it conveniently allows him to spend some time with Sister Zhang. Du Wanchun nodded and bent down to retrieve a nearby basket. Zhou promptly stood up to assist her. The family swiftly filled the basket with seedlings and then proceeded to the fields. The fields were lush with greenery, a vibrant sea of vegetables as far as the eye could see. Aunt Zhou and Zhou Zhao led the way with the basket on their backs, while Du Wanchun followed closely with a water jug, and Zhou Riyuan carefully trailed behind her, wielding a hoe protectively. In truth, since Du Wanchun became pregnant, aside from initially experiencing slight discomfort, her health had remained unaltered, much like before her pregnancy. Only Zhou Riyuan and Aunt Zhou were overly cautious. After all, in the palace, if someone were with child, they would be treated with the utmost care, never allowed to walk unassisted, with everyone attending to them, fearful of any risk to the unborn. Aunt Zhou had experienced this with her 3 sons. Thus, in her eyes, even if her daughter-in-law now lived a life akin to that in the palace, she would still cherish and protect her with the same vigilance. Today, Aunt Zhou had originally intended for Du Wanchun to rest at home. However, upon Du Wanchun expressing her desire to visit the fields, Aunt Zhou granted her wish. After setting down her basket, Aunt Zhou wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve and turned to Du Wanchun, saying, Wanchun, you should sit there and not move about. Once we plant the seedlings, we will return home. Du Wanchun placed her water jug down and responded with a smile. Very well, mother. Zhou Ruiyuan helped her settle comfortably before turning back toward Aunt Zhou with his hoe. The three of them began by clearing the weed from the hillside, then marked a spot to start tilling the soil. Du Wanchun, not idle, assisted by picking vegetables. The field was abundant with young bok choy, and she carefully selected the tender leaves. By the time Zhou Ruiyuan and the others finished tilling, she had gathered a basket full of vegetables. Nearby, in the rice paddies, the rice was nearing maturity. Du Wanchun gazed up, contemplating the imminent harvest in just a few days. She approached the golden rice field, reaching out to touch it. The once drooping rice stalks, stirred by a gentle breeze, began to lift their heads. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand and made her way to the back of the rice field, where Zhou Zhao had planted corn a month prior. The cornfield was expansive, dotted with low stalks as far as the eye could see. Tentatively, she reached out, tapping the corn stalks lightly, wishing for an early harvest. With that thought, she slowly turned to rejoin Aunt Zhou and the others. Just as she departed, the corn stalks visibly surged upward in growth. A cloud drifted across the clear sky. An array of brilliant sunlight found its way to the cornfield. One by one, the diminutive corn sprouts emerged under the warm embrace of sunlight. The Zhou family, wholly engrossed in nurturing their saplings, remained oblivious to this unfolding scene. Once the seedlings were properly tended to, each returned home with a modest harvest of vegetables. Upon arriving home, they encountered the recently returned daughter-in-law of the Liu family in Zhoufeng. The daughter-in-law's eyes were tinged with red, her head bowed low, revealing a countenance steeped in sorrow. Observing her distress, Aunt Zhou promptly inquired, "Qiuhe, what troubles you?"